Qi Yanzhou replied confidently, I don't want it. If Big Brother wishes, I can help you. This answer was exactly what Qi Shuyan expected. If Qi Yanzhou wanted to overthrow tyranny and become emperor himself, his attitude towards the emperor would not be the same as it is now. Qi Shuyan was not interested in power either. Otherwise, with his intelligence, he could easily stay in the capital and serve as a high official. Instead, he chose to go to a remote, cold place to be a small local official. I don't want it either, but the Northern Star Kingdom will soon need a new emperor. What are your plans for the future? Qi Yanzhou knew Qi Shuyan was asking about the new emperor. The Emperor Star has already appeared, and Huaixian and the Qintian Observatory are searching for it. If they find it, I will do my best to help him become emperor. After that, I will make Tianshan County a fief and then step back from power. After sharing his plans, he asked Qi Shuyan, Big Brother, what are your thoughts? Qi Shuyan hadn't decided yet. We'll talk about it later. He looked at Yi Chudang and said apologetically, Sorry I couldn't attend your and Zhou's wedding. Yi Chudang smiled. No need to regret, Big Brother. When we reach Tianshan County, Zhou will hold another wedding. Qi Shuyan remembered that their wedding was arranged hastily by the emperor. After the ceremony, there was an incident of framing and house searches, making the wedding incomplete. It was indeed necessary to hold another one, or Yi Chutang would feel wronged. He smiled and said, I'll help you organize it then. Then he asked about Ayina. Little sister-in-law, Ayina's soul has returned, so she should be fine now, right? Yi Chutang shook her head. I don't understand witchcraft. I can only say her body is no longer in danger, but whether she can fully recover depends on when she wakes up. She then extended her hand. Big Brother, you've been in the water prison too long, and your health is damaged. Let me check your pulse. Qi Shuyan's face was pale, and he looked very weak, holding on tightly. He knew Yi Chutang was skilled in medicine, so he immediately held out his hand, palm up. After checking his pulse, Yi Chutang said, It's not a big problem. Take a few doses of medicine and rest for a few days. She wrote a prescription and instructions, then handed it to Qi Yanzhou. Zhou, go to the pharmacy and get 5 doses of medicine. Dali Prefecture was not large, with shops concentrated in one street near the inn. Not long after Qi Yanzhou left with the prescription, he returned with the medicine. He took it to the back kitchen and handed it to Mistress Su. On the way back to the main hall, he asked Yi Chudang, Chudang, how many days should we stay in Dali Prefecture? If they stayed too long, they would need to rent a few rooms at an inn. Yi Chudang thought for a moment and said, Let's decide after Ayina wakes up. Before lunch, Yi Chutang went to check on Ayina. Her gaze was less blank, but her mind was still foggy, and her memories were somewhat distorted. This is a lingering effect of dissociation. Whether she can fully recover and how long it will take is uncertain. However, Ayina's body is no longer in serious danger. Amira has not woken up yet. After lunch, Yi Chutang said, Let's rest for one more night and leave tomorrow morning. Currently, Dali province is in chaos and the government is busy dealing with Soren's aftermath, so they have no time to manage the exile team. Qi Yanzhou nodded. I'll book a few rooms at the inn so Big Brother and Ayina can rest well. Old Lady Qi stopped Qi Yanzhou as he was leaving. Zhouer, book one more room for Tang, so she can rest properly. The family staying in one room is too crowded. Okay, I'll book one more. Qi Yanzhou reserved 5 rooms at the nearest inn to the station. 1 for Qi Shuyin, 1 for Amira and Ayina, 1 for Yi Chudang, 1 for the 2 elders of the Qi family, and the remaining 1 for the guards accompanying the rescue team to prevent any accidents. After arranging everything, Yi Chutang took her bundle and went to rest at the inn. When she woke up, the sun was setting in the west. Qi Yanzhou sat at the round table in the room, reading messages from the capital. Hearing the noise, he immediately looked toward the bed. Seeing Yi Chutang awake, he asked with concern, Tang, you slept quite long today. Are you feeling unwell? Besides being very sleepy early in pregnancy, Yi Chutang usually naps for about a quarter of an hour to half an hour. Today, she slept for an hour and a half. She used her earth elemental abilities extensively, which left her a bit exhausted, so she slept longer. She got up, stretched lazily, and said, I'm fine. Just didn't sleep well in the cell. Qi Yanzhou poured her a cup of warm water. That's good. Do you want to see the news from the capital? Yi Chudang sat beside him. Tell me the important things. She picked up her teacup and listened with interest. Qi Yanzhou shared 3 pieces of news. First, after the emperor stopped obsessing over cultivation, he focused on fighting for power with Grandfather Da. Originally, the emperor had no chance of winning, but since Grandfather Da was poisoned last time, he not only disfigured but also remained weak and bedridden. As a result, the emperor managed to regain some power from him. Second, Yi Anling is pregnant, and the baby belongs to Shen Siyuan Jinren. However, the emperor thought the child was his and issued an edict to divorce Yi Anling and Grandfather Da. Now, Yi Anling is the emperor's most favored spiritual consort. Third, the Song family is targeted because Song Jingning spread rumors favorable to the Qi family everywhere. Fortunately, the Song family's position in the literary world is unshakable, so they were not affected. Instead, the Song disciples in court pressured the emperor to back down. After Qi Yanzhou finished speaking, he asked Yi Chudang, Yi Anling, should we deal with her? If the emperor finds out she is pregnant with the genuine Sun person's child, she will definitely be killed without a proper burial. Yi Chudang shook her head. Keep her for now. Her being humiliated by the emperor towards the Grand Duke is more useful alive. Then she asked, Big Brother has already taken control of all the garrisons in the northern states. Does he need to train more soldiers? This year, there was a severe drought and no crops were harvested. The treasury is empty. The military pay and supplies sent to various places will surely be cut back. Whether it's Qi Shuyan or Qi Yanzhou, they both need to manage the garrisons they control. Otherwise, the soldiers' morale will drop, and all their efforts will be wasted. Qi Yanzhou reached out to help Yi Chudang fix her messy hair. We are prepared for training soldiers. You don't need to worry. Is there enough money? Should I ask the ghost thief to return the Qi family's assets that were taken earlier? No need. The assets of the Prince Chen's residence are only part of the Qi family's holdings. Yi Chudang raised an eyebrow. A cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. Qi Yanzhou smiled and gently pinched her nose. It's just a way to survive. After discussing the affairs of the capital, Yi Chudang asked, What's the plan for the next part of the journey? Follow the usual route or hurry along. Previously, they strictly followed the exile route for 2 main reasons. One was to avoid openly challenging the emperor's authority and avoid giving him a reason to punish them. The other was to learn about the local conditions and to gather the station troops. Now, except for Ulu County, all other garrisons in the northwest have been taken over by the Qi brothers. There's no need to stick to the exile route anymore. Qi Yanzhou also thought so. After we pass Ulu County, we will choose the fastest route to Tianshan County. If everything goes as planned, they should arrive before the new year. All right, that's the plan, Yi Chudang said, standing up. I'll go see Ina and Amira. The 2 young girls live in the same room next to hers. She knocked on the door. A weak voice responded, Come in. Yi Chudang recognized Amira's voice. She pushed the door open. Ina was not in the room. Amira was leaning against a bedpost, looking pale as she glanced toward the door. When she saw Yi Chudang, she tried to stand and bow, but she was too weak. Don't move. Your body is weak. You need to rest well, Yi Chudang said as she approached the bed and checked Amira's pulse. Your pulse is much stronger than before. After that, she took a small brown bottle from her waist and handed it to Amira. Inside was a powdered Western medicine that treats lung emphysema. This medicine can help ease your condition. If you find it hard to breathe, pour out a little, mix it with hot water, and drink. Amira did not reach out to take the medicine and asked, Madam Qi, how much silver is this medicine? No silver needed. This is your reward for saving Ina, Yi Chudang said as she pushed the medicine bottle into Amira's hand. This medicine can only relieve your illness, but cannot cure it completely. If you take good care of yourself, you might live 10 more years. If you neglect your health, you could lose your life at any time. After speaking, she pointed to the medicine bottle. The medicine in this bottle is enough for 50 doses. Due to its special ingredients, once used up, it's gone. The medicine in the bottle was made from 50 crushed Western pills. Over 10 years, with about 5 doses per year, it was definitely enough for Amira. Thank you, Madam Chi, for saving my life. Her body was still weak, unable to get out of bed, so she bowed in thanks. Our relationship is a transaction, so no need to thank me. Rest now. I will extend your stay for 5 more days. After that, you can choose where to go, said Yi Chudang. Amira, anxious to leave, grabbed Yi Chudang as she tried to walk away. Wait a moment. Is there something else? If you want to go to Tianshan County with me, I'm sorry, but I refuse. No, I just want to thank Madam Chi and bless your child, Amira replied. Blessing was also a form of magic, but it was positive. Often, magicians were invited by officials and nobles to bless their unborn children. Yi Chutang didn't understand or believe in strangers' magic. No need, thank you, she said, but Amira had already completed the blessing ritual. She suddenly felt a surge of strength, stood up, and pressed her palm to Yi Chutang's forehead. When Amira's hand approached, Yi Chutang wanted to slap her away. But after considering her merit points, she held back. As Amira's palm touched her forehead, a warm energy gathered from her head down to her lower abdomen, slowly spreading and enveloping her entire womb. The uncomfortable feeling of the embryo pressing against her organs disappeared. Even the bloating caused by her pregnancy was gone. It was as if she was not pregnant at all. This feeling was very comfortable, but also a bit strange. Not feeling the baby inside was frightening. When Amira released her hand, her body weakened and she sank down. Yi Chutang quickly caught her and helped her back onto the bed. What did you do to my baby? Why can I no longer feel their presence? Amira looked at Yi Chutang with a wary expression and weakly smiled. Madam Chi, don't worry. Once the spiritual energy from the blessing is absorbed, you will be able to feel them again. But you won't suffer from pregnancy anymore, and childbirth will go smoothly, she said before fainting from exhaustion. Yi Chutang looked at Amira, who seemed as fragile as a delicate porcelain doll, and sighed. Silly girl. She fed Amira a pill to nourish her blood and energy, covered her with a blanket, then left. When she returned to her room, she could once again feel the presence of the child. But the hardships of pregnancy were truly gone. Qi Yanzhou saw Yi Chudang walking lightly and in a good mood, and asked, What makes you so happy? Yi Chutang came to Qi Yanzhou and took his hand, placing it on her rounded belly. Can you feel it? Qi Yanzhou didn't feel the baby's movements and looked confused. Feel what? Amira used witchcraft to bless the baby. Not only can it ensure I have a safe delivery, but it also relieves me from the pain of pregnancy. Now I can feel the baby's presence without the burden of a pregnant belly, which helps us travel faster. After hearing this, Qi Yanzhou was happy for Yi Chudang but also a little worried. Can we trust Amira? After all, Yi Chutang had killed her father. If she used witchcraft to do anything sneaky, they wouldn't notice. Yi Chutang understood Qi Yanzhou's concern. If she hadn't gained Amira's merit points, she wouldn't believe in the so-called blessing either. It's trustworthy. I've always been good at judging people. If you're worried, you can ask my elder brother. He knows more about the witch tribe. Just as he finished speaking, Qi Shui knocked on the open door. Ajo, lend me your heidonking for a moment. I need to send a message. Qi Yanzhou responded, Brother, come in. When Qi Shuin entered, he asked, What message needs heidonking to deliver? The news that Aino was safe wasn't urgent. A regular message would do. After all, Dali province wasn't far from Tachi City. With a fast horse, it would only take a day. Qi Shuin sat at the table and said calmly, Just a peace message for your future sister-in-law. When Qi Yanzhou heard, future sister-in-law, he looked surprised. He poured a glass of water for Qi Shuin. Brother, do you have someone you like? I've never heard you mention it. When did this happen? Qi Shuin handed over the written letter and the address for delivery. Send it out as soon as possible. After giving instructions, he mentioned his own love interest. Her name is Xia Shu. We met 2 years ago. This timing made Qi Yanzhou recall a major event in Linzhou. The Earth Dragon turning over that time? Qi Shui nodded. Yes, that was when it happened. 2 years ago, a serious Earth Dragon uprising occurred in Linzhou, affecting many counties and towns. especially in the most remote area of Qinghe County in the northwest. Many houses collapsed, and quite a few people were buried. Qi Shuyan is the local official of Qinghe County. While rescuing people, he was buried in aftershock and was badly injured. Xia Shu is a female doctor from Qinghe County. To save Qi Shuyan's life, she risked going to pick snow lotus from Tianshan Mountain and almost lost her life. During their time together, they developed feelings for each other. Qi Shuyan is very straightforward. After he recovered, he finally confessed his feelings. However, Xia Shu refused him. Yi Chutang, hearing this, asked curiously, "Why did Miss Xia refuse? Does she think she doesn't deserve the prince of the Duke of Chen's estate?" Qi Shuyan drank the tea in front of him in one gulp. That's one reason. She was previously married and almost got her husband to cheat her out of her inheritance, which led to a legal dispute, and I ordered a divorce. Xia Shu and her husband were arranged to marry each other from birth. Her mother died during childbirth, and her husband's family believed she was unlucky and disliked her. If not for her family's long tradition of practicing medicine and their considerable wealth, they would have broken off the engagement long ago. To control Xia Shu, her husband's family secretly spread harmful rumors about her. When her husband passed the imperial exam as a scholar, he grew more disdainful of Xia Shu, who often appeared in public. He married Xia Shu for money, but didn't want to live with her properly. He just wanted to control her and seize her dowry and the family's assets. On their wedding day, after the ceremony, he arranged for a man to pretend to be her lover, creating the illusion that Xia Shu was forced into losing her innocence. If she wanted to keep her reputation, she had to endure it and serve his family well. Fortunately, Xia Shu often went out to treat patients and knew some martial arts. She not only defeated the man, but also took him to court. Qi Shuyan quickly uncovered her husband's family's plot. He ordered the couple to divorce and revoked the man's scholar title, forbidding him from taking the exam again. Xia Shu is a very good woman. When Qinghe County was in chaos and many people were injured, she treated them for free. Although she's never been ashamed of her bad marriage history, she didn't want to drag me into trouble or be talked about behind my back. When the Qi family was exiled and their home was seized, she was worried I would be upset, so she agreed, Qi Shuyan said with a smile. A Shu is just a silly girl. She refuses happiness, but rushes to share hardships. After hearing Xia Shu's past and understanding her character, Yi Chutang said, "Big brother has good taste, and good luck to find such a wonderful girl." In ancient times, women who divorced were considered to have a bad reputation. But she is a modern person and only sees Xia Shu's strength and kindness. Hearing this, Qi Shuyan's smile grew even wider. "I love hearing those words from my sister-in-law," he said. Then he looked at Qi Yanzhou. "Can we send this letter now?" Qi Yanzhou put the folded letter into his pocket and stood up.
Of course I can.
"I will go find Nanshao now." Haidongqing has always been cared for by Nanshao. Qi Shuyan also stood up.
It's almost dinner time.
"My younger sibling and I will go to the inn." "All right, let's go. Call your parents too." As the three left the room, Yi Chutang suddenly remembered Aina. "Big brother, I went to the next room earlier and didn't see Aina. Where did she go?" Currently, Aina's memory was confused and she was not fully aware, so she couldn't move around freely. Aina went to the street. The National Guard is protecting her, and soon she will be taken to the inn. After explaining, Qi Shuyan called the two elders of the Qi family to return to the inn. After leaving the inn, Qi Yanzhou and the others split up to find Nanshao. When dinner was almost ready, he returned with Aina. He had met her on the way back. Aina's memory of past events was blurry, and she often couldn't recognize people or things. But she remembered clearly what happened after she woke up. She recognized Qi Yanzhou on the street and came back with him. Yi Chutang asked Aina some questions. Seeing that her condition had improved a lot since noon, she knew her memory could recover. "In 3 days at the earliest and 5 days at the latest, you will recover." Aina's mind was still a little slow, and it took a moment before she responded. She stood up and bowed to Yi Chutang. "Thank you, Madam Qi, for saving my life." At that time, under the altar, she truly thought she would die. No need to thank me. I saved you because it was profitable. For me, nothing is more important than my life. Anyway, thank you. After speaking, Aina turned to Qi Shuyan and bowed again. Thank you, young Master Qi, for risking your life. Saving you was a deal between me and your father. No need to thank me. The next day, before dawn, the inn and the inn station became lively. After Yi Chudang no longer felt heavy in her body and no longer needed to get up frequently at night, she slept very peacefully. When she woke up, she felt refreshed. She packed her belongings and went to the next room. Aina had little to pack, having already washed and prepared to leave. Amira was awake, but due to her weak body, she was resting against the bed. Yi Chudang approached her and took her pulse. Your body is too weak. You need good rest and should avoid using magic, as it's not good for recovery. Amira managed a weak smile. Madam Qi is right. I will remember and act accordingly. Living a few more years had been her long-standing wish. Now that it was possible, she would take good care of herself to atone for her father.
예천탕 한대 테라 prescription.
Take the medicine on time to help your body recover faster. Then she looked at Aina. Let's go. Amila watched Yi Chutang's departing figure and said, Madam Qi, safe travels. After she finished handling the aftermath for the witch clan, she planned to leave Dali province and stay in Tianshan County for a while. Yi Chutang was unaware of Amila's plans and was preparing to meet the Qi family and return to the relay station. After breakfast, the exiled team set out. After leaving Dali province, Qi Shuin wanted to take Aina back to Tacheng first, but Yi Chutang stopped her. Big brother, you and Aina haven't fully recovered, and it's not good to travel by carriage. Come with us first, and we'll split up when we reach Wulu County. Traveling from Dali province to Wulu County on foot would take about 7 or 8 days. But now, with a horse-drawn cart, they could cut the travel time in half. As for feed, Yi Chutang entrusted the ghost thief. 2 horses pulled 1 cart, which could seat 8 people. Don't think that traveling by carriage is easier, it's actually more tiring. Even with thick quilts, the Yi and Qin families were jolted so badly by the uneven roads that they felt miserable. In less than 15 minutes, Yi Xin vomited violently. The horses didn't stop. She vomited all over herself and the bedding used the night before.
Stop.
Stop, I want to walk, she begged, but no one paid attention. The foul smell of vomit was overwhelming, making everyone on the cart feel sick and want to vomit too. They tried to hold it in, but soon everyone was vomiting. The smell was so sour and strong. Fortunately, this cart was downwind, so no one was directly affected. Yi Xin knew Qi Yanzhou was doing this on purpose. She thought of the messenger killed on the altar and felt anxious. She had hoped to use the witch clan to kill Yi Chutang's unborn child and bury her own child with her. But she didn't expect Yi Chudang to be so capable. She even managed to turn the witch clan against her. If they could find the prison guard, they could find her too. Yi Xin felt she wouldn't live much longer and was very scared. Her panic made her want to vomit even more. Finally, she vomited out yellow bile. Aunt Jiang was frantic. But she had lost her tongue and couldn't speak, only kneeling and knocking her head while crying out loudly. No one paid attention to her panic and worry. Desperate, she jumped off the cart. She fell heavily onto the stony Gobi Desert, crying out in pain. The guards riding the carriage didn't stop because of Aunt Zhang's actions. Yi Jingchuan, pale and wanting to warn her, ultimately said nothing. Now, his food and drink were provided by the officials. Aunt Zhang no longer had any use for him, so he thought, just abandon her. Yi Xin saw Aunt Zhang walking farther away and shouted loudly, Stop. My mother fell from the carriage. The guard of the National Guard snorted coldly. You're asking for it. After saying that, he took out a hidden weapon from his pocket and threw it at Aunt Zhang, who was just getting up. Aunt Zhang fell to the ground, her life hanging in the balance. Seeing this, Yi Xin's body trembled uncontrollably. You are playing with people's lives. The guard of the National Guard sneered, with a fake smile on his face, watching Yi Xin. Don't worry, she's not dead, just injured her leg. But she can't walk back to Dali province on her own. If you dare jump off the carriage to save her and take her to Dali province, you might have a chance to survive. The implication was that Yi Xin would exchange one of her legs for Aunt Zhang's life. Overall, it was a very profitable deal. But Yi Xin only clenched her pale lips, closed her eyes, and looked away to avoid seeing. She was worried that the officials might be deliberately trying to lure her into running away, intending to kill her. Naturally, she didn't dare to gamble. The guard of the National Guard had long expected Yi Xin wouldn't care about her mother's life or death, so her reaction didn't surprise him at all. He turned his head back and focused on driving the carriage. As for Aunt Zhang, only death awaited her. Her leg was injured, and staying put would only mean waiting for death. If she turned back, even if she knew the way, she would die from blood loss on the road. The chief family members were riding in a carriage. It was much more comfortable than a cart. Although it still jolted a bit, it was within everyone's tolerance. Yi Chutang, Aina, Madame Qi, and Aunt Su were in one carriage, with Qi Yanzhou driving. The remaining Qi family members and Sun Chu were in another carriage, with Han Chong driving. Yi Chutang lifted the curtain and asked Qi Yanzhou curiously, "What do you plan to do about Yi Xin?" Qi Yanzhou flicked the reins and said, "Let her fend for herself. Killing her was easy, but making her suffer would finally relieve his anger." That works too. Long-term despair is also a kind of torture. During the lunch break, everyone who got off the carts could hardly walk anymore. Even the guard of the National Guard looked pale. The worst was the people on Yi Xin's cart, all nearly vomiting yellow bile. Especially Yi Xin, who lay on the filthy bedding and fainted. Dr. Lu Feng probably guessed that the Qi family members, Yi Jingchuan, were too weak to sit and didn't bother to clean themselves, staring fixedly at Yi Chutang's carriage. He had had enough of these hopeless days. He couldn't wait any longer. He needed to find a chance to probe Song Jingning's background. Tonight, after making his decision, he looked at Yi Xin on the cart. It seemed the Qi family planned to let her die. Then, he would let her show her value one last time before her death. 叶金楚安忍着恶心来到手推车旁，将叶希恩抱了下来，把脏被褥扔在地上，然后不顾别人的目光，帮她换上干净的衣服。虽然身上还是臭的，但她能忍受。她用力掐了掐叶希恩的脖子，叶希恩疼得醒了过来，嘴里又咸又腥，是血的味道。他迷糊的意识渐渐清醒，看向焦急的叶金楚安，动了动嘴唇。爹，我怎么了？声音沙哑低沉，就像有人掐着他的脖子一样。叶金楚安用脏兮兮的袖子帮他擦掉被他掐破的脖子上的血。你吐得太厉害，晕过去了。说完，他拿出水袋，喂他喝水。叶希燕喝了2口后，觉得喉咙舒服多了。饥饿感袭来，爹，我有点饿了。叶金楚安放下水袋，去找官差拿午饭，一人2个黑面窝窝，一点咸菜。吴成刚只给了1人份。叶金楚安，我女儿身体不好，我帮她拿一份。她在达里州做过什么？心里没数，怎么还敢讨饭吃？叶金楚安脸色变白，看向卢峰。卢峰立刻移开视线，假装没看到叶金楚安的求助。玩女人可以，玩命不行。叶金楚安看到卢峰不帮忙，只能拿着自己的午饭离开。他把1个黑面窝窝分给了叶希燕。燕，你以后吃的东西要自己想办法。说完，他不耐烦地补充一句：你说你没事，老盯着初儿做什么？偷鸡不成蚀把米，现在怎么办？现在不用走路，只吃1个窝窝也不会死。但长久下去，身体肯定吃不消。叶希燕听着叶金楚安的抱怨，看着眼前的黑面窝窝，问道：爹，你想让我做什么？他很清楚叶金楚安到底有多自私，肯把果腹的窝窝头分给他，肯定是无事献殷勤，心怀不轨。叶金楚安看到他猜到自己的心思，也就没再隐瞒。他把黑面窝窝塞到叶希燕的手里，靠近他，压低声音说：关于宋景明，我想再找初儿试探一下。他之前试过1次，没有得到想要的答案，但总觉得叶初汤在说谎。
叶希言吃了一口咸菜和黑面窝窝，嗓子干得难受。他用力咽下去后，问：“爹的意思是让我去骗叶秋汤？”
Ian, you should clearly understand your current situation. To survive, you must find a way to use Chu's weakness. Yi Xin looked at Yi Jingchuan as if he were a fool. Dad, are you confused? The moment you test the outcome, it will be my death sentence. The entire exile team was controlled by Qi Yanzhou. Officials could abandon their mother and leave her to die alone in the wilderness. Yi Jingchuan was speechless. After confirming that Yi Xin wouldn't risk helping him, he took the black-faced nest she had eaten and snatched it away. Your future food, solve it yourself. Yi Xin. She knew Yi Jingchuan was selfish, but she was speechless that he took away the nest she had eaten from. After finishing 1.5 nests, Yi Jingchuan said, "Don't expect Lu Feng to give you anything to eat. He has already cut ties with you." This made Yi Xin's face turn pale, almost transparent. Her only value was her body. If Lu Feng no longer wanted to enjoy her company, she would be doomed. Yi Jingchuan looked at Yi Xin's expression happily and took a sip of water. "I can share my food with you, but only if you help me find out about Song Jingning." Yi Xin didn't want to starve and agreed. "Okay, it's not convenient to ask on the road. We'll talk after we reach the next prefecture." To Yi Jingchuan, this was just an excuse.
No.
"Dad, are you brain dead? If I ask on the road and I find out something, I could be killed for revealing it. After all, in this wilderness, killing someone is very easy. In the prefecture, with more people and eyes, even if Yi Chudang wanted to kill her, he would need a proper reason. Of course, the premise was that she had the chance to live until Ulu County. By then, whether Song Jingning was Yi Jingchuan's son or not, she would spread the news. As long as it could make Yi Chudang annoyed, even if it was useless to her, it was worth doing. Yi Jingchuan didn't know Yi Xin's true thoughts and only thought her words made sense. "Fine, then we'll try again in the prefecture." Now, they were traveling by cart, and it would take about 3 days to reach Ulu County. When the exile team set out again, the guard army reported Yi Jingchuan and Yi Xin's conversation exactly as they heard it to Qi Yanzhou. His voice was quiet, but Yi Chutang's keen hearing caught every word clearly. Since Yi Xin was so eager to seek death, then let her have her way. As night fell, Han Chong prepared to find a place to stay. But he discovered signs of a wolf pack nearby. "Young Master Qi, it's not good. There are wolves nearby. Don't be fooled by the small size of the Gobi wolves. They travel in large packs, at least over 100. Plus, food is scarce on the Gobi Desert, so the wolves are especially fierce in their hunt for food. Sometimes, several wolf packs would work together and share their prey." Qi Yanzhou slowed down the cart. "Han Chong, you take over driving. I'll go check something," he said. They swapped places. Han Chong drove the cart, and Qi Yanzhou rode away on his horse. Not long after, he returned, looking serious. "There are about 300 wolves, maybe more on the way. We need to find a safe, hard-to-attack place to stay." After speaking, he and Han Chong switched places again. "Han Chong, tell the Guardian Army to gather any branches they find along the way. The wolves are afraid of fire, so a fire can protect those without martial skills." "Yes, young Master Qi. Once you've given the orders, find a place to rest." Han Chong nodded and rode slowly to tell the Guardian Army to collect firewood. After the instructions, he took a trusted companion to look for a good place to stay. When Yi family and Qin family members saw the Guardian Army get off the carts and gather wood, they immediately sensed something was wrong. Though they didn't know exactly what was happening, they copied what they saw, got off the carts, and started collecting firewood. Then they heard that wolves might attack at night. Yi Jingchuan broke out in a cold sweat. "We've been traveling in the Gobi Desert for over a month, only facing wind and sand. Why are there suddenly wolves?" Yi Xin was hungry and weak from the bumps. She sneered. "Is it bad if wolves come? At least there's meat to eat." Yi Jingchuan looked at her as if she were foolish. "I don't know about others, but the officials definitely won't care if you live or die. When the wolves come, they'll be the ones eating, not you." This made Yi Xin wake up from her foolish thoughts. "Dad, you have to protect me or no one will be the scapegoat." I've given you the message. Yi Jingchuan. When disaster strikes, everyone runs for themselves. With that, he left to gather firewood. As long as they collected enough branches, they could burn all night and stay safe. Yi Xin watched the group busy gathering branches, knowing no one would care about her life. Since that was the case, she decided to let the danger come more fiercely. She took a small dagger from her bag and stabbed her legs twice. Wolves have a keen sense of smell, and blood would attract more wolves. The cart Yi Xin was on was at the back of the team, and the wind was blowing from the front, so no one noticed her small actions. It wasn't until Han Chong found the resting spot and the team stopped that they realized. The spot was not only sheltered from the wind but also easy to defend. It took him over half an hour to find it. We'll rest here tonight. The wolves are surrounding us. Everyone, stay alert. Yes, Commander Han. The response from the National Defense Army was firm and strong, immediately reassuring the anxious few. It was now completely dark outside. The silver glow of the crescent moon shone on the desert, making it look cold and lonely. The torches flickered in the wind. If someone stood on a higher spot, they could see pairs of green eyes. They were beautiful like fireflies but cold like ghostly flames. Groups of them looked terrifying. Yi Chutang immediately smelled a faint blood scent and a light medicinal smell when she got off the carriage. The medicine was something Qi Shuyan had been drinking for a while. Where did the blood smell come from? She frowned slightly and said to Qi Yanzhou, "Azhou, someone is hurt and bleeding. Find them." Qi Yanzhou was fiddling with firewood. When he heard this, he put down the dry wood and sniffed carefully. The sour smell of vomit mixed with faint medicine and a barely noticeable blood scent. He knew what the blood smell meant to wolves. His face changed slightly. "I'll go find someone. The injured person must be on the last cart hidden from view, either from the Yi family or the Qin family." Soon, Qi Yanzhou detected the blood scent on Yi Xin. When Yi Xin saw Qi Yanzhou's cold gaze, she broke out in a thin sweat. "Why is young Master Qi staring at me? Do you like me?" she teased. Qi Yanzhou responded with a sharp, cold look, slicing her face with a heavy cut. "Ah!" Yi Xin screamed in pain, covering her face as she fell to the ground. Gravel scratched her hand, and the blood smell grew stronger. Qi Yanzhou watched her writhing in pain and said coldly, like a snowstorm, "Since you want to feed yourself to the wolves, I'll help you." After speaking, he pressed her acupoint to immobilize her. "Wu Qinggang, come here," Qi Yanzhou called out. Wu Qinggang was startled and hurried over, flattering. "Young Master Qi, what do you want?" "Throw her out to feed the wolves, far away." Wu Qinggang was scared and trembling. "Young Master Qi, if I throw her too far, I might not come back. If he was left alone, he could become the wolves' meal." Qi Yanzhou pointed to the nearby hill. "Just throw her from the top. When the wolves come and tear her apart, you'll be back." Wu Qinggang looked at the distance and felt relieved. He carried Yi Xin, who was still pressed and unable to move, and strode away. Yi Chutang quickly called out to Wu Qinggang. "Wait a moment." Wu Qinggang stopped and turned to look at Yi Chutang. Yi Xin thought Yi Chutang was going to save her, her fear turning into gratitude. But Yi Chutang's words once again dragged her back into hell. Both bottles contain poison. One is for internal use, and the other is poured evenly over her body. Anyone who touches her or eats her wolf will die. After handing the 2 bottles of poison to Wu Qinggang, she smiled and looked at Yi Xin. "The wolves will die because of you. Do you think they will chase you to the underworld and tear your soul apart?" Hearing this, Yi Xin's pupils shrank suddenly. She was truly scared, her eyes full of fear and regret, forgetting even the pain on her face. She wanted to struggle, call for help, and run away, but she couldn't do any of those. Wu Qinggang covered Yi Xin's face, which was cut open, and forced all the internal poison into her mouth. With water help, he made her swallow it. Probably knowing no one would save her, she gave up her humble plea, and her eyes turned scarlet with anger and hatred. When she becomes a vengeful ghost, she will kill everyone. Yi Chutang saw through Yi Xin's thoughts and said with a smile, Even if your soul can withstand the wolf's bites, you will still go to the 18th level of hell and never become a ghost. After speaking, she waved her hand at Wu Qinggang. Take her away. Yi Jingchuan watched Yi Xin being taken away, too afraid to plead. The Chen family was so frightened by Qi Yanzhou and Yi Chutong's ruthlessness that they didn't dare to watch the chaos. They even worried that when the wolves arrived, they might become Yi Xin. Qi Yanzhou wiped the blood off his dagger and explained why Yi Xin was sent to feed the wolves. He didn't care about the Qin family's opinion but needed to clarify with the guardian army. Han Chong, after hearing about Yi Xin's reckless behavior, said 4 words, stupid and bad. Yi Jingchuan didn't expect Yi Xin to hurt herself and attract the wolves, risking everyone's life. Crazy. Truly crazy. He secretly rejoiced that Yi Xin had been silenced, unable to speak. Otherwise, with her madness, she would definitely reveal his attempt to test Song Jingning's identity. After Yi Xin was taken away, Qi Yanzhou discussed with Han Chong about staying on watch. The camp was already surrounded by wolves, more than 1,000 of them. This was not a mere test but a hunt. The bonfire couldn't drive them away. Moreover, the Gobi Desert lacked firewood, and what they collected was not enough to surround everyone and burn through the night. After planning the night watch, Qi Yanzhou said, the wolf pack is led by the Wolf King. If attacked, arrange for someone to find the Wolf King. Although the Wolf King is good at hiding, with keen hearing and observation skills, it's easy to find him.
Han Hong nodded.
I'll arrange that now. Wolves are highly coordinated in battle, comparable to strategic formations. But as soon as the Wolf King is killed, the pack will become disorganized and their attack power will drop sharply. When the 3 campfires at the resting point were lit, Yi Xin was thrown onto the high slope by Wu Qinggang. She wore a simple linen outfit, almost blending into the gravel. The night was dark, and she was far away, so no one could see her condition clearly. Wu Qinggang could see the pair of green eyes in the distance, and he was so scared that his hand tremblingly dropped the poison powder. Don't come closer, please don't come closer, he kept muttering, panicked. But he still followed Yi Chutong's instructions and evenly sprinkled the powder on Yi Anling. After finishing, he left the torch behind so that Qi Yanzhou and Yi Chutang could see the scene of the wolf pack biting Yi Xin. Then he ran quickly back to the camp. Yi Xin lay on the rough, cold Gobi Desert, like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Tears slid down her face into her wounds. The pain was sharp but numb. The wind carried the howls of wolves, amplifying her despair and fear. She dared not breathe. Soon, Yi Xin smelled the strong scent of wolves. It grew stronger, indicating they were getting closer. The night wind on the slope was strong, making the torch flicker. The wolf howls were close. Frightened, Yi Xin lost control and fainted. But she was quickly awakened by pain. When she opened her eyes, she saw the hungry wolves' bloody mouths. She saw the wolves chewing her flesh with her own eyes, blood dripping from their mouths. The blood was quickly absorbed by the dry gobi, leaving dark red stains. The flesh was torn bit by the wolves' sharp teeth. The real pain made Yi Xin feel like she was dying. If she hadn't been rendered mute, her screams would have shattered the sky. The pain constantly overwhelmed her, trying to kill her.
She didn't know how long had passed.
Her mind started to drift, her eyes lost their sparkle, and her body grew cold. At the camp below the slope, Yi Chutang watched Yi Xin being torn apart by the wolves with a cold look.
She never would have thought she would die this way, she said.
Qi Yanzhou added some green onions to the boiled noodle dumpling soup and handed a bowl to Yi Chutang. Deserved it. Yi Xin's death is well earned. Yi Chutang took the fragrant meatball soup and gently blew on it. Azhou, when do you think the wolves will attack us? Qi Yanzhou also served himself a bowl. I haven't encountered wolves before, so I don't know much about them. I guess they might attack between the late evening and early morning. That time is when people are most sleepy and their willpower is weakest. After speaking, he looked at Qi Xuan. Big brother, you've been in the northern border for several years. Do you know much about wolves? Qi Xuan nodded. He told them everything he knew about the wolf pack. What I know comes from the nomads, so the information should be fairly reliable. Nomads are usually solitary. Even if cattle and sheep are attacked by wolves, they handle it themselves. The nomadic lands are far from official authorities, so by the time officials arrive to help, the wolves would have already left with their prey. Reporting to officials afterward isn't necessary, since officials can't easily catch wolves. After hearing this, Qi and Zhou prepared to find Han Chong, but Aina stopped him. Wait a moment, I have something to say. Aina was born and raised in Tacheng and knows a lot about wolves. After sharing her opinion, she looked up at the hillside. Today, there are too many wolves. They don't need to wait until after dawn to attack. In less than an hour, they will act when one side has a clear advantage in numbers. Careful planning isn't needed. Qi and Zhou nodded in agreement. Aina is right. I will make arrangements and stay ready for battle. After he left, Yi Chutang asked Aina, usually the alpha wolf eats first. Among the wolves that share food with Yi Xin, is there an alpha wolf? Aina shook her head uncertainly. Probably not. At this moment, the wolf pack is likely discussing the best way to attack, just like the exile group. The alpha wolves from each pack are probably gathered in a place where they can observe easily. But the hillside is not such a place. Hearing Aina's explanation, Yi Chutang immediately became alert. So, if we find that spot, we can strike first. That idea sounds reasonable, but Aina shook her head. Wolves are very smart animals. As soon as they notice any movement from us, they will immediately change position. Indeed, as long as the Guardian army moves, the alpha wolves will notice. But they can also be dealt with without moving, because she has earth element powers. So, the key now is to find where the alpha wolves are gathering. Aina, tell me, where do you think the alpha wolves are right now? After taking a sip of the noodle soup, Aina shook her head again. I'm not familiar with this terrain and don't know where the alpha wolves might be hiding. With that, Yi Chutang gave up on taking a shortcut. After all, this was their first time here, and they didn't know the land. It looks like we have to face them head-on. As soon as he finished speaking, the howling of wolves echoed through the mountains. A woof, the long, mournful sound made the howling seem sad. Clearly, the wolves that had fought or eaten Yi Xin were beginning to die in large numbers. Hearing the wolves' mournful cries, Aina's face grew serious. The wolf pack is angry, and their next attack will be even fiercer. Yi Chutang is not worried at all. I've thought about this outcome before. It has both good and bad sides, so it's not necessarily a bad thing. The wolves that died from poisoning must have belonged to a single pack. This pack was close to the hillside, so they shared the meal with Yi Xin. Therefore, only this pack is angry. Their anger makes the wolf attack more fierce, and can also disrupt their overall plan. Aina is a bit surprised by Yi Chutang's insights and strategy. I didn't expect that Qi's family grew up in the capital but knew so much about wolves. She hadn't thought of this before. Yi Chutang casually said, My master travels around the world and has broad experience, so I know more than others. Not just a little more, but a lot more, Aina said, lowering her bowl and stretching her arm out as far as possible. I've heard many rumors about Madame Qi. She is a true heroine, not afraid to stand out among men. Yi Chutang was amused by Aina's cute gesture. That praise sounds nice, but no one knows what I've sacrificed behind the scenes. If I could be a carefree little wife who would want to be a great lady. She doesn't have grand ambitions. She just wants to live a peaceful life. If she could lie down and relax, she wouldn't bother to work hard. Aina withdrew her arm and stopped smiling. That's true. My father often tells me that it's better to be healthy and smooth in life than to seek power or wealth. She thinks this makes sense, but being stuck in the inner courtyard all her life would be boring. If being a little wife is your goal, then being a little wife is good, but if achieving something great is your goal, then being a great lady is better. As long as she becomes the person she wants to be, her choice is correct. Yi Chutang naturally wouldn't interfere with Aina's thoughts. But she reminded her, no matter what kind of person you want to become, you must first learn to protect yourself. All her actions are to give herself the ability to defend herself. Aina nodded repeatedly. Thank you, Madame Qi, for your reminder. I will work hard. If it weren't for the Qi family rescuing her, she might have lost her life. The world is dangerous. She must learn to protect herself. After dinner, Qi Jingyao tidied up the dishes. The National Guard now has an extra bucket of water for cooking. As the weather gets colder, they need warm food to sleep well at night. Chi Yenzhou reserved the safest spot for his family and lit a big bonfire. Although the fire couldn't stop the wolves, it served as a warning. The escort officers were arranged to protect the Qi family. The Chen family and Yi Jingchuan were placed in relatively safe positions and had to protect themselves. The National Guard was on high alert, ready to fight under Sun Qu's command later. Cunning wolf packs are no different from enemy camps. Tonight is another real combat operation. As time passes, the temperature drops further, and even sitting by the campfire, I feel the cold on my back. When I speak, I can see my breath faintly in the air. On the hilltop where Yi Xin is, the torches have long been extinguished. Under the dim moonlight, pairs of green wolf eyes make people feel uneasy. The exile team has been surrounded by a pack of wolves. Yi Chutang places his hand on the ground, sensing the movements of the wolves. Although it costs a lot of effort, he can monitor the wolves' actions in real time. Around the hour of the dog, about 9 to 11 p.m., the restless wolves finally move. Yi Chutang immediately warns, Sun Chu, prepare for battle. Sun Chu was about to say that the wolves hadn't moved yet when he saw countless hungry wolves rushing toward their resting spot. They're coming. This was his first time fighting wolves, so he felt both excited and nervous. The Gobi wolves are smaller and more agile and quick, making them harder to deal with. In the blink of an eye, the wolves are right in front of them. Although the Gua military is skilled in martial arts, the number of wolves is large. Being attacked from both sides puts them at a disadvantage. Fortunately, Sun Chu is good at arranging formations. The two of them form a small group, back to back. 10 small groups form a large circle, making it easier to cut down the wolves trapped inside. While they can't trap many wolves each time, killing one less means less danger. But this tactic doesn't last long. The clever Wolf King quickly sees through it. Howling wolves echo through the sky, piercing the ears painfully. Yi Chutang knows this is the pack giving commands and responding, but unfortunately, she can't understand animal language. Otherwise, she could easily find the Wolf King. The wolves become more agile, and fewer are caught in the circle. They also form proper formations. One wolf acts as bait to lure enemies, while 4 wolves launch surprise attacks. The number of wolves is too many, and their quick movements cause some of the Gua soldiers to get injured. But Sun Chu is not easily defeated. He quickly changes the formation, with the Qi brothers assisting from the side, turning the disadvantage into a balanced fight. Chi Yenzhou notices some wolves are especially fierce, showing a no-surrender attitude. He guesses these are the wolves previously poisoned by Yi Xin and keeps a close watch. Then, he finds the Wolf King giving orders. He waits for the right moment, throws his sword, and with inner strength, the sharp sword pierces the Wolf King's neck, pinning it to the ground. It quickly falls silent. After the Wolf King dies, the pack immediately stops attacking and lets out mournful howls. This gives the Gua soldiers a chance to quickly kill the hungry wolves nearby. The strong smell of blood causes the wolves to become agitated. The Gua soldiers quickly gain the upper hand. The scent of blood is carried by the night wind to the resting area, making the tense atmosphere even more heavy. Old Lady Qi looks into the distance, watching the fierce battle between the Gua soldiers and the wolves. Due to the low terrain, she couldn't see anything. The howling of the wolves is so frightening. I wonder how Zhou and the others are doing. Yi Chutang gently patted Madame Qi's hand to comfort her. Mother, don't worry. The National Guard soldiers are very skilled, and Sun Chu, she was about to say that Sun Chu was a descendant of Sun Wu and excellent at military strategy, so dealing with wolves wouldn't be a problem. But she quickly stopped herself. Because Sun Chu's identity as a general must stay secret. If it got to the Emperor's ears, it would cause trouble. Madame Qi saw that Yi Chutang only spoke halfway and asked curiously, "What's wrong with Mr. Sun?" Mr. Sun also knows military strategy, and with so many soldiers, fighting the wolves should be fine. Madame Qi thought Yi Chutang was just trying to comfort her. To her, Sun Chu was just a wealthy young man who was good at fighting. She believed he didn't know as much about strategy as the seasoned old soldiers. She didn't argue with Yi Chutang and smiled. More people knowing strategy can help ease Zhou's pressure. Yi Chutang noticed that Madame Qi didn't take her words seriously. That was exactly what she wanted, so she changed the subject. Mother, have you and father ever thought about naming my and Zhou's children? It was a small thing everyone could participate in which helped distract them. Madame Qi had thought about the names for her grandchildren, but she didn't dare mention it to Yi Chutang. After all, her daughter-in-law was talented and better suited to choose names. Your father and I are simple folks. You and Zhou can decide on the names. Mother, I think choosing a name should involve many opinions to find the best one. That's true. Your father and I have thought of a few names for boys and girls. You can listen. Yi Chutang successfully diverted everyone's attention to talk about the children's names. The scene was warm and happy, contrasting with the fierce battlefield. Luckily, there was moonlight, or it would have been very disadvantageous for the National Guard. The fight had lasted for about half an hour. Nearly 200 wolves had died, but the Wolf King showed no sign of retreat. That was strange. Usually, when the Wolf King saw many of his pack injured or dead, he would stop attacking immediately. Protecting the pack was more important than hunting. After realizing something was wrong, Qi Yanzhou guessed that these wolves were being controlled by humans. He broke out in a cold sweat. He quickly told Qi Xuan and Sun Chu about the strange behavior of the wolves. After that, he recalled an incident from a few months ago. Not long after we left the capital, we encountered spies from the northern barbarians. One of them could control wasps to attack people. If it weren't for a Tang, we might have been defeated that day. Qi Xuan immediately understood the meaning behind Qi Yanzhou's words. Zhou, are you saying that behind this wolf pack, it's likely the northern barbarians controlling them? Indeed, the northern barbarians have some extraordinary people who can control birds and beasts. The northern barbarians are a nomadic grassland nation, mainly raising cattle, sheep, and warhorses. In such an environment, wolves are quite common. It's not surprising that some beast tamers can control wolves. The Qi family army has repeatedly defeated the northern barbarians who dared to cross the border, even forcing them to become vassals, paying tribute to the Baichen kingdom every year. The northern barbarians and the Qi family harbored deep hatred. When they learn that the Qi family was raided and exiled to Tianshan County, they will surely seek revenge. Since they can't confront the Qi family directly, they have used beast tamers. Last time it was venomous wasps. This time, it's wolves. Qi Yanzhou looked at the fierce wolf pack and nodded. I will go find the mastermind. You all hold on a bit longer. Qi Xuan quickly grabbed Qi Yanzhou. I'll go, you stay. He knew that beast tamers who can control wolves are more dangerous than the wolves themselves, and most likely, they wouldn't come back. His younger brother was already married, and his child was about to be born. He couldn't afford to have anything happen. Qi Yanzhou understood Qi Xuan's thoughts and grabbed his arm. Brother, I have better martial skills than you, so I have a higher chance of surviving. Qi Xuan looked seriously at Qi Yanzhou. Zhou, the beast tamers must know that if the wolves keep biting the exile team and refuse to let go, we'll know something's wrong. Plus, after the wasp incident, we can guess it's the northern barbarians controlling the wolves, and then find the beast tamers. Therefore, the beast tamers are probably waiting for you to find them to carry out their trap. His words made sense. But Qi Yanzhou couldn't risk letting Qi Xuan, who was less skilled in martial arts, go alone. Brother, I should go no matter what. After speaking, he pushed Qi Xuan away and quickly left to search for the beast tamers nearby. Sun Chu, fighting off hungry wolves, told Qi Xuan, Young Master Qi, you should go find Yi Chutang and tell her about the beast tamers. She has a way to find the beast tamers and save Yanzhou. Qi Xuan was shocked. My sister-in-law is pregnant, and... Before he could finish, Sun Chu interrupted. Don't worry, she has the ghost thief skill. She won't get into trouble. Hearing ghost thief, Qi Xuan immediately ran toward the meeting point. Yi Chutang heard the approaching footsteps and looked up. Seeing Qi Xuan return, she thought the wolf pack had run away. She looked happy and was about to ask for details. Big brother, but he was cut off by Qi Xuan. Younger sister-in-law, these wolves are not ordinary wolves. Most likely, they are secretly controlled by the northern barbarians. When Yi Chutang heard this, she immediately thought of the northern spies who had previously manipulated the wasps and poisoned the exile team. Big brother, does Ah Zhou want me to find this person? Qi Shuyan shook his head. No. He has already gone to find the wolf tamer. I'm worried he might get into trouble, so I want you to send the ghost thief to help him. He looked at Yi Chutang with regret. Young sister-in-law, your body is heavy now, and I still ask you to work hard. I truly feel sorry. If there was a way, he wouldn't have asked her. No matter how skilled Qi Yanzhou is, he wouldn't be able to handle a pack of wolves. Going to find the wolf tamer is like risking his life. Yi Chutang waved her hand casually. Big brother, don't be so polite. Ah Zhou is my husband. I won't let anything happen to him. Seeing Yi Chutang agree to help, Qi Shuyan bowed seriously. Young sister-in-law, the Qi family owes you a lot. We will repay you double in the future. He knew Yi Chutang lacked nothing material. But what the Qi family could give her was something she never had since childhood: family love. The entire Qi family would pamper her, prioritize her, and put her first. Yi Chutang lifted her hand to support Qi Shuyan. Big brother, time is urgent. Thank you later. I need to handle important matters first. After speaking, she turned and walked toward a deserted place. Old Madame Qi was extremely worried and grabbed Yi Chutang. Tanger, if it's dangerous, you must protect yourself first. She didn't want her son to get into trouble, but she couldn't exchange her daughter-in-law's life for his. Yi Chutang turned her head and looked into the worried eyes of the old lady. She looked at her seriously. Mother, don't worry. Ah Zhou and I will be fine. Qi Yanzhou watched her back as she left, feeling uneasy and guilty. After holding back for a while, he finally said, Young sister-in-law, your life is more important than Ah Zhou's. The implication was that if a choice had to be made, she should choose herself. Yi Chutang didn't answer. She moved swiftly and disappeared into the bloodstained night. Qi Shuyan didn't stay at the resting spot. He returned to his battlefield. Yi Chutang found a hiding place after walking far away. She pressed her hand to the ground, searching for traces of Qi Yanzhou and the wolf tamer. Since Qi Yanzhou was nearby, she found him quickly. As for the wolf tamer, wolves have a very sharp sense of smell and hearing, likely far better than humans. The only way to control them would be through these senses. With the wind at her back, it was easier to carry sounds and sense to the wolf pack. So, she followed the trail against the wind. Soon, Yi Chutang found the hiding place of the wolf tamer. Luckily, there aren't many trees around. If the wolf tamer were standing in a tree, I really wouldn't be able to find him. After speaking, she disappeared from her spot and appeared behind the wolf tamer. When the wolf tamer sensed danger, a dagger was already pressed against his neck. Then his limbs were removed. The sharp blade pierced his skin, releasing the smell of blood, which made the surrounding wolves guarding him become restless. He didn't expect anyone to silently appear behind him, bypassing the wolves. The wolf tamer broke out in cold sweat, trembling as he spoke.
Who? Who are you? What do you want?
Don't make a mess, or these wolves will. The word, tear apart, couldn't be spoken before Yi Chutang's blood-stained dagger cut his mouth. No matter how clever a wolf is, it's still an animal, and animals have instincts. As she finished speaking, she cut off the wolf tamer's ears and threw them into the wolf pack. The bloody flesh drove the wolves into a frenzy. They ignored the smell that repelled them from the ears and scrambled to eat. Yi Chutang watched the wolf tamer's pale face, a slight smile on her lips. See, even if you're the master, you can't stop their hunger for flesh. They will eat you completely. The wolf tamer looked at the familiar but strange wolf pack, his fear reaching its peak. You can control wolves too. His lips were cut, and every word made him wince in pain. The blood smell grew stronger, making the wolves' eyes turn aggressive. I can't. I only kill those who can control wolves. Tell me, should I cut off your arm first or your leg? The wolf tamer didn't answer Yi Chutang. He pressed his lips tightly, his cheeks moving rapidly, making sounds only wolves could hear. How dare he do this to him? He wanted the wolves to tear this scoundrel apart, biting her until nothing was left. Yi Chutang kept her eyes on the wolf tamer, noticing his small movements. She ignored him and slashed a few more times on his body, increasing the bloodiness. The wolves became more restless, scratching the ground with their sharp claws and growling threateningly. Suddenly, the wolves attacked Yichudang. Before she entered the space, she had cut the wolf tamer's carotid artery. Of course, the wound wasn't large, and he wouldn't die immediately. The wolf circled around the wolf tamer and pounced toward Yichudang in an instant. But she vanished in the space, and the wolves' attack missed. From inside the space, Yichudang clearly saw the shock on the wolves' faces. Several wolves, too eager to attack, crashed into each other in a frenzy. The scene instantly turned chaotic. Although the wolf tamer had his limbs removed, his body and neck could still move. He discovered that the woman who hurt him was gone just like when she arrived. His back broke out in a cold sweat. The wolf pack was driven by a savage desire, but had lost their prey. They immediately targeted the bleeding werewolf. The werewolf was frightened by the fierce look in the wolves' eyes and quickly tried to control their instincts with his voice. But before he could give the full command, he was stabbed in the back. "Ah!" he screamed as the wolves lunged at him. The werewolf was bitten and howled in pain, begging for mercy and help. "Fairy goddess, I was wrong. Please save me." As a werewolf, he couldn't die at the jaws of wolves. After the werewolf, along with others, was badly bitten and nearly killed, Yichudang used her earth element powers to send him away and appeared beside him. "Are you afraid now? When controlling the wolves to fight the Qi family, weren't you very arrogant?" The werewolf was covered in blood and lay on the ground full of sand and stones, trembling from the pain. You are Yichudang." "Yes, it's me. Your injuries are serious, but I am skilled in healing. I can save you." Her words were like a lifeline, bringing a glimmer of hope to his dark eyes. "As long as you save me, I will call back the wolves." Yichudang noticed a sly look flicker in his eyes. She knew how deep the North barbarians' obsession with destroying the Qi family was, even more than the emperor dogs. "Eliminating the wolves is easy for me. You don't need to do anything extra. But I need a different condition for saving you." The werewolf didn't think Yichudang was arrogant. After all, he had just escaped from the wolf's jaws and seen her vanish without a trace. The heavy blood loss made him feel cold and trembling as he spoke. "What condition?" "Betray your country." Those two words were as heavy as a mountain, making the werewolf gasp for breath. He immediately refused without hesitation. "Impossible. Then wait here to die. The smell of blood will soon attract the wolves." After saying this, Yichudang remembered something. "I heard that if a beast tamer is betrayed by a beast, they can only be reborn as a beast after death, living a miserable life and dying painfully." She had read this in a fantasy novel, but wasn't sure if it was true. She was just trying to scare the werewolf a little. The werewolf had indeed heard this rumor from Yichudang, but what happens after death was unknown, so he didn't think much of it. Now that he was about to die, and at the jaws of wolves, he was terrified. He feared the rumor was true, and that he would be a beast forever. "Any condition, just name it," Yichudang said with a smile, as she listened to the increasingly close howls of the wolves. "Your time is running out." The wolf tamer tried to use animal language to scare off the wolf pack, but as soon as he moved, a blood-stained dagger pressed against his face. "Don't make any small moves, or I'll hit your pressure points and send you back to the wolves." His cold tone reminded him of the time he was bitten by a pack of wolves. He quickly begged, "Please, Yichudang watched the struggling wolf tamer and warned, "If you keep losing blood, even a god can't save you." That was the last straw for him. "Fine, I agree to your condition. I betray my country." The wolf tamer thought to save his life first and deal with Yichudang later. Betray his country?
Impossible.
Yichudang sat beside the dying wolf tamer. "Tell me everything you know about the royal family, officials, and talented people of the northern barbarian kingdom. Time is short. You'll bleed to death in about the time it takes to burn an incense stick. Hurry." The wolf tamer was loyal to the northern barbarian royal family and knew quite a bit about the court. But what he told Yichudang was a mix of truths and lies. Some information was even opposite. He was very afraid of dying and spoke very quickly. In just half an incense stick of time, he finished sharing all he knew about the important people. That's all I know. Please save me. Seeing the wolf pack chasing them, Yi Chutang moved him to a different place. The wolf tamer thought she was going to kill him to silence him, but instead, she stuffed a piece of century-old ginseng into his mouth. Your body is too weak. Use this ginseng to hold on, she said. After that, she secretly gave him a truth serum while he relaxed. She was smart and didn't trust his words. She forced him to speak because she didn't understand the northern barbarian kingdom and couldn't find out secrets easily. Now that she knew the names of the royal family, officials, and talented people, she could ask for real, useful information. Yi Chutang spent a tea break gathering all the names. Then she ordered, "Call back the wolf pack." The wolf tamer's eyes showed struggle. They can't be called back. The wolves have been drugged and triggered their animal instincts. They won't stop until they catch their prey. And what if I kill you? They will become even more ferocious. The wolf tamer used drugs to push the wolves' animal instincts to the limit. To prevent them from losing their minds and attacking each other, he controlled them with sounds and smells. Now, he had been gone with Yi Chutang for a long time, and he was worried the wolves had gone mad. Hearing this, Yi Chutang's face changed slightly. She quickly fed him some poison and sprinkled poison powder on him. Then she added a few wounds to his body, making the blood smell even stronger. After finishing all this, she woke the wolf tamer. The wolf tamer didn't know what had just happened. He only felt dizzy and confused. He thought he was about to die, which caused these symptoms. I feel terrible. Please help me. Yi Chutang sneered. Help you? Dream on. After saying that, she pressed the wolf tamer's acupoint and sent him back to the wolf pack. When the wolf tamer realized he had been tricked, he became furious. But he couldn't move or speak, only feeling helpless anger in his heart as he endured the wolf pack's bites. As the wolf tamer was about to breathe his last, Yi Chutang found Qi Yanzhou. Zhou, the ghost thief, has already killed the person behind the wolf taming, but the danger isn't over. She explained that the wolves had been fed a drug that could make them go mad, and they would fight fiercely to catch their prey. Qi Yanzhou's face changed dramatically. Tang, I'll take you back to your safe place first. As soon as he finished speaking, he picked up Princess Yi Chutang and quickly left. Stop, I still have more to say, she called out. But Qi Yanzhou kept walking, saying, Time is urgent. We need to talk while we walk. Exactly because time is tight, we should take the time to make a plan. Stop, she insisted. Going back just to kill a few more wolves wouldn't help much. Qi Yanzhou sensed that Yi Chutang had a way to deal with the wolves, so he immediately stopped. He stood on her left side, shielding her from the wind. Tang, do you have a way to drive away the wolves? Yi Chutang nodded confidently. No way to chase them off, only to kill. How? I'll set a trap with the ghost thief, and you all lead the wolves into it. The rest is up to me. Will it be dangerous for you? With the ghost thief protecting me, it won't be. Qi Yanzhou looked at Yi Chutang's increasingly prominent pregnant belly, full of concern. Tang, I want to stay with you to protect you. He didn't doubt the strength of the ghost thief, but the wolves were too frightening. Caution was best. Yi Chutang smiled and said, I don't need your protection. When the wolves are lured in, I won't be there. After that, she added seriously, as for the ghost thief, it's a secret I will never reveal. Anything more than 2 people know isn't a secret anymore. Qi Yanzhou didn't intend to spy on the ghost thief. He understood that Yi Chutang wasn't doubting him, but was warning him. Anything related to the ghost thief should be avoided. He nodded. Tang, don't worry. I won't ask or investigate the ghost thief. What should I do now? Yi Chutang was pleased with his attitude. Go help the National Guard. When the ghost thief prepares the trap, I will have Wu Qinggang notify you. Okay, I'll wait for your news. After saying that, Qi Yanzhou used light skills to leave quickly. After confirming that Qi Yanzhou had left, Yi Chutang teleported near their resting spot. Then she walked back on foot. As she got closer, she heard screams and smelled blood. Yi Chutang realized something was wrong at the camp and quickly moved. Not far away, she saw Yi Jingchuan limping, covered in blood. What happened? Yi Jingchuan's face was pale, and he had a deep 3-finger scratch on his neck, clearly from a wolf's claw. The wolves dug holes and went on a killing spree at the camp, he said. Then he grabbed Yi Chutang's arm. You must save Dad. Yi Chutang didn't have time to talk to Yi Jingchuan and pushed him away. If you want to die, stay close to me. She then headed toward the camp. Yi Jingchuan wouldn't follow her into danger. He dragged his injured leg and ran as fast as he could. When Yi Chutang reached the camp, she saw most of the Yi family members who couldn't fight had already died. The rest were injured and lying on the ground pretending to be dead. Although the chief family was guarded by soldiers, most were hurt, some badly. The soldiers were also covered in wounds and struggling to hold on. Suddenly, a wolf with a big mouth full of blood lunged at Qi Qingyu, who was protecting a child. It was too fast for Yi Chutang to teleport and save her, so she could only watch Qi Qingyu get hurt. Just at the critical moment, Qi Jingyao rushed forward and pushed Qi Qingyu away. When Qi Qingyu fell while holding the child, Qi Jingyao's shoulder was bitten by a mad wolf. She screamed in pain and fainted. As the wolf was about to bite her neck, Yi Chutang moved swiftly with her light skills. She drew her dagger and stabbed the wolf directly in the heart. The wolf died instantly and fell to the ground. Seeing Yi Chutang return, old Madame Qi hurriedly shouted, "Tanger, don't worry about us, run now." Her arms and waist were injured, blood staining her clothes. "Mother, don't worry. I can handle these wolves," Yi Chutang said. There were 20 wolves that had come through the hole to the camp. 5 had been killed, leaving 15. Although they were many, their movement space was limited, and killing them all was possible. She took a small arrow from her space pouch and fitted it onto her wrist. The tiny arrow shot into the mad wolf's neck, sealing its wound with blood. Once the crisis was over, everyone sank to the ground, their eyes showing relief after surviving. But Yi Chutang didn't give them a moment to rest. She said, "We need to leave quickly to avoid more wolves coming." This statement made everyone's nerves, which had just begun to relax, tense up again, and they quickly stood up. Old Master Qi asked, "Tang, which way should we go?" He knew how formidable Yi Chutang was, so he regarded her as the main pillar of support. Yi Chutang pointed in the opposite direction of the wolf-human battle. "Go this way. The farther, the better." After speaking, she looked at Wu Qinggang, whose arms couldn't even be raised. "Hurry and take everyone away." This caused Madame Qi's face to change color. "Tang, what do you mean by that? Are you not coming with us?" "Mother, I want to stay behind to set a trap. Otherwise, the wolves will catch up quickly and everyone will be in danger." Hearing this, Qi Hian stepped forward. "Second sister-in-law, what kind of trap do you want to make? Tell me, I'll do it." He used to be a wealthy young man who didn't get his hands dirty, but now he was a capable man who could fight and read. His martial skills were average, but he had improved a lot in handling things. Although Aunt Sue was worried about her son's safety, she agreed. "Madam, listen to here. Let him stay and set the trap." Yi Chutang really didn't want to explain much to the Qi family. She kept a serious face and spoke sternly. "While teaching third brother, I've already set the trap. You all need to leave quickly. The longer you delay, the more dangerous it becomes." Her words made everyone obey immediately, and they left in the direction Yi Chutang had pointed earlier. Madame Qi originally wanted to ask about Qi Yanzhou, but didn't. She was afraid that saying more would waste more time. The officer escorting Qi Jingyao, who was unconscious, took her away. The Chen family members immediately resurrected and followed closely behind. Once Yi Chutang confirmed no one was around, she quickly used her earth element powers to make a trap. The shape was a funnel, easy to defend and hard to attack. One person guarding the narrow entrance could block thousands of wolves. As long as someone with strong fighting ability guarded the funnel, the wolves would find it hard to attack from the front. Unfortunately, they underestimated that wolves could dig holes and had been caught off guard. Luckily, the chief family members were all alive. Yi Chutang quickly used her earth powers to create a quicksand trap at the bottom of the funnel. It was a round quicksand pit, about 20 zhong in diameter, enough to bury hundreds of wolves. She didn't directly use her powers to pull the wolves into the ground because it would cost too many merits, at least 10,000 points. Making a quicksand pit cost less than 1,000 points. After setting the trap, Yi Chutang changed into a man's outfit from her space and wrote a note. She went to the edge of the wolf-human battle and shouted in a man's voice, "Qi Yanzhou." After shouting, she shot an arrow with the note attached toward Qi Yanzhou. The arrow had no arrowhead, so even if Qi Yanzhou was hit, it wouldn't cause harm. When Qi Yanzhou looked toward the sound, the arrow was already close. He caught it accurately. The dark figure in the distance disappeared instantly. He immediately looked away, took down the note, and read the contents. The writing was by Yi Chutang, written with her left hand, so Qi Yanzhou couldn't recognize her handwriting. After reading, he shouted, "Follow me." Without the wolf tamer's control and reason, the wolves went completely crazy. Their only goal was to tear apart all prey, without rest or mercy. Qi Yanzhou led the guardian army to escape toward the safe spot. The skilled fighters stayed behind to cover the retreat. The wolves chased fiercely behind them, their green eyes glowing with bloodthirsty red. Near the safe spot, Qi Yanzhou explained about the quicksand pit. "I'll go first." The quicksand looked normal at the moment, like regular ground, but if pressure continued, it would sink. Qi Yanzhou's light footwork was the best, so it was best for him to cross first. Before Qi Shuyan could say, "Be careful," Qi Yanzhou used his light footwork to the limit, touching the ground only once with his toes, and crossed the quicksand. Then he stepped onto the tall pile of rocks and reached the top. There, a long rope prepared by Yi Chutang was ready to rescue anyone trapped in the quicksand. "It's safe now, go." Sun Chu and Qi Shuyan took the lead, followed by the guardian army. Just as Han Chong and others were about to step in, the quicksand sank visibly deeper. They didn't hesitate and immediately stepped into the quicksand. They caught the rope Qi Yanzhou threw and escaped. The wolves only saw prey, felt the danger, and scrambled to jump into the quicksand, quickly sinking out of sight. Soon, half of the wolves were buried in the quicksand. The remaining wolves, instinctively avoiding danger, stopped at the edge of the quicksand. Their sharp claws scraped the ground as they growled angrily. After Qi Yanzhou and the others from the guardian army were safe, they grabbed the rope and jumped toward the wolves, using themselves as bait. Just as he was about to fall into the wolves' trap, Qi Yanzhou quickly climbed up the rope. The wolves missed their attack and fell into the quicksand. Several times, the remaining mad wolves were buried in the quicksand. The danger was finally gone, and everyone on the rocks breathed a sigh of relief. Sun Chu looked at the familiar climbing rope and silently put it away for Yi Chutang. Qi Shuyan saw this and said, "This rope is quite strong. I don't know what material it's made of. I've never seen it before." Sun Chu smiled and said, "The ghost thief has incredible skills, so it's not surprising what they can produce." Qi Shuyan nodded in agreement, saying, "That's true." After speaking, he stood up. "Let's go find our parents and meet up. I wonder how badly they are hurt." The landing spot had bloodstains, and there were bodies of people and wolves, clearly from a fierce battle earlier. Qi Yanzhou climbed up the giant rock using a rope and looked into the distance where torches burned. "Let's go. We can't stay here. We need to take our things and find them." After saying that, he untied the rope from the rock, handed it to Sun Chu, and descended on the other side of the giant stone. At this moment, Yi Chutang had just reunited with the Qi family. She was late because she took a bath in the space and ate some nourishing fruits from the spiritual spring. Old Madame Qi, who looked pale, saw Yi Chutang return and felt relieved. "Tanger, are you hurt? Are you tired? What about Zhou'er and the others? Are they okay?" Yi Chutang patiently answered her questions. "Mother, I'm fine. Azhou and the others are also fine. You're injured. Sit down and rest." After speaking, she looked at Qi Jingyao, who was still unconscious. She asked Lu Feng, who was treating the injured, "How is Qi Jingyao?" Lu Feng kept working and replied, "Miss Qi Jingyao's wound has become infected, and she has a high fever that won't go down. It's quite serious. If her body temperature isn't lowered in time, she could either become mentally impaired or die." Yi Chutang approached Qi Jingyao, felt her neck pulse, and confirmed her temperature was very high. Within rapid pulse, her condition was not good. She took antibiotics and fever reducers from her space and fed them to Qi Jingyao. Qi Qingyu quickly asked, "Sister-in-law, will Yaoer be all right?" She didn't have a close relationship with Qi Jingyao but didn't expect her to risk herself to save her. If Yaoer died, she would feel guilty for the rest of her life. Yi Chutang checked Qi Jingyao's wounds and said, "Elder sister, don't worry. She won't die." Just as she finished speaking, she heard the sound of wheels rolling over gravel. "Zhou and the others are here. The danger is over." This news eased everyone's tense nerves. Once the tension was released, they felt very weak and exhausted. Yi Chutang looked at Wu Qinggang and asked, "Lord Wu, how are the casualties?" Wu Qinggang, the best martial artist among them, was heavily injured because he protected the Qi family. He leaned on his companion's back and said weakly, "5 from the Qin family are dead, 2 officers escorting them were killed, and everyone has injuries, some more serious than others. The Qin family only has 9 members left, and now only 4 are still seriously injured." Yi Chutang naturally wouldn't save the Qin family. The remaining injured relied only on Lu Feng's medicine, and only half of them might survive. Yi Jingchuan was wounded in the neck, and his condition was also very serious. He covered his loosely bandaged neck and came to Yi Chutang. "I am very weak and feel cold. I might die. Please save me." Yi Chutang ignored Yi Jingchuan as if he was air, not bothering to refuse. Seeing that Wu Qinggang and Qi Jingyao looked about the same, she gave him 2 pills. When Yi Jingchuan saw this, he was very jealous. "I am your real father. Are you going to watch me die without helping?" After hearing this, Yi Chutang finally looked at Yi Jingchuan. She warned him angrily, "If you keep talking nonsense, I won't hesitate to take revenge for my mother." Yi Jingchuan was frightened by the killing intent in Yi Chutang's eyes and quickly left. At this moment, Qi Yanzhou and his group arrived. The wolves aimed only at people and did not attack the horses pulling the carts. Not a single horse was harmed. Thanks to good coordination, only some people were injured and no one died. When old Madame Qi saw her 2 sons had returned, she finally relaxed. "Yenner, Zhou, are you hurt?" It was too dark to see clearly, and both brothers were dressed in dark clothes, so it was hard to tell if they were injured. As for the blood smell, everyone had it on them. It was impossible to distinguish whether it was their own or the wolves'. Qi Yanzhou looked at his pale-faced mother and quickly stepped forward. "Mother, my brother and I are fine. Why are you so badly hurt? This wound looks scary, but it's not serious. Just a surface injury. It will heal in a few days. Everyone is safe and sound, right?" "Yes, everyone is back. Let's sit down and eat something." After such a fierce fight, everyone was hungry. Yi Chutang said, "Stop eating bread and drinking cold water. I'll have the ghost thief send some food." After speaking, she walked to an empty place. Sun Chu was now very curious about Yi Chutang and wanted to follow and peek, but Qi Yanzhou stopped him. "Young Master Sun, too much curiosity can be dangerous." "Young Master Qi, you misunderstood. I don't want to peek, I just want to go to the water." Qi Yanzhou pointed in the opposite direction where Yi Chutang had left. "Don't bother my wife. Go over there." Sun Chu. He knew Qi Yanzhou was giving him an excuse, so he followed his finger and left. After Sun Chu left, Qi Yanzhou ordered the uninjured guards to set up simple tents. It was too late to find a good place to stay, and most people were injured and couldn't travel far. Yi Chutang quickly returned. "Zhou, the food is ready. It's over there in the mountain hollow. There's quite a lot, so take an empty cart." Qi Shuyan accepted the task. "I'll go. Big brother, you need a helper." At this moment, Sun Chu came back. "I'll go." The 2 of them led the horse, which pulled a cart, heading to the mountain valley that Yi Chutang mentioned. They saw 2 baskets of wine, a large steaming bowl of braised beef, and a shelf of delicious dishes. Sun Chu's eyes widened in amazement. The aroma of these dishes is so rich, they're not ordinary. Qi Shuyan recognized 2 of the dishes as special imperial palace recipes. "These are imperial meals for the emperor. I heard that the ghost thief once robbed the palace completely, and the kitchen was emptied twice. Let's take them back first, so the food doesn't get cold in the night breeze." The rack holding the dishes couldn't be placed directly on the cart. So, they set aside the rack, carefully arranging the dishes on the cart one by one, then used 2 baskets of wine to block the back to prevent them from falling. When Sun Chu and Qi Xuyan returned with the wine and food, the tents had already been set up. 2 of the tents were temporary, used to treat the injured and change out blood-stained clothes. The strong smell of blood might attract other wild animals. The guards looked at the fragrant, exquisite dishes and were completely stunned. Everyone wished they could have a ghost thief. The ghost thief is so amazing, able to go anywhere, create things out of nothing, almost omnipotent. Luckily, he's not our enemy, or he could wipe us out in an instant. Madam Qi making the ghost thief obey is even more impressive. The real strength of Madam Qi isn't because of the ghost thief, but because she herself is capable. Yi Chudang, relying on her own strength, stood in a position many couldn't reach. The ghost thief was just her support, not essential. Hearing everyone praise her, Yi Chudang teased, "This wine is royal jade liquid, and these dishes are imperial tribute dishes. Can't you shut your mouths now?" "Yes, yes, yes, of course." The guards laughed, then took big sips of wine and bites of meat. They hadn't enjoyed themselves so much in a long time. Yi Chutang reminded them, drinking alcohol can hinder wound healing. Those with serious injuries should sip lightly and not indulge too much. Qi Shuyan brought some dishes and beef to Qi's family. "We've been through so much, everyone should eat a little. After eating, rest early." Afterward, he went to help treat the injured guards. Yi Chutang was worried that if they were bitten by wolves, they might get tetanus or rabies. She gave preventive medicine for both. Then she used antibiotics on those with larger wounds to prevent infection. Once Yi Chutang finished, all the injured were bandaged. The blood-stained clothes were thrown far away and buried in a hole. "Everyone go eat something," Yi Chutang said, then went to the water cart. She chose a large wooden tub half filled with water, pretending to add things inside. In fact, she was replacing the regular water with spiritual spring water. "I added some medicine to this water to help your bodies recover faster. Before resting, everyone should drink a bowl." "Yes, Madam Qi." After everyone had eaten and drunk their fill, they each drank a bowl of spiritual spring water. Of course, the Chen family and Yi Jingchuan were exceptions, as were Aunt Gao and Qi Yinan. When the wolf pack attacked their camp, the mother and son were good at hiding and only suffered minor injuries. Qi Yanzhou was worried about danger at night, so he arranged for uninjured guards to gather dry branches for the night watch. When the campfire was lit, snores echoed throughout the camp. Usually it wasn't as loud, but today the guards were very tired, so it was louder. Still, no one was disturbed enough to wake up, as everyone was exhausted and fell asleep as soon as they touched the bedding. Yi Chutang was so sleepy she gave up on the idea of discussing northern barbarian country intelligence with Qi Yanzhou. She looked at Qi Jingyao and saw her temperature had dropped significantly, so she felt relieved. After Qi Yanzhou finished patrolling nearby and returned to the tent, Yi Chutang was sleeping soundly, her face flushed. But her furrowed brows revealed her hidden exhaustion. He reached out and gently smoothed her brow, planting a kiss on her forehead. Qi Yanzhou did not sleep beside Yi Chutang but lay at the entrance of the tent for quick response in case of emergencies. Although he had changed clothes, he still carried the smell of sweat and blood. Fortunately, the night passed peacefully, without incident. Yi Chutang was unaware of Qi Yanzhou's care for her last night and slept until the sun was high. She yawned and sat up, noticing that the Qi family members had already gotten up and folded the bedding. Qi Yanzhou quickly handed her water for washing. "A tang, if you didn't rest well, have something to eat first, then rest more." After a simple wash, Yi Chutang shook her head. "No need. I've slept enough. We'll set out later, so I should rest for another hour or 2. As she said this, she turned her neck, searching for Qi Jingyao's figure. Seeing she was awake, she immediately looked away. Qi Yanzhou said, "Many people are badly injured. Rest for a day, then set out tomorrow." They couldn't rest too long because they only had enough food and water for 5 days. Yi Chutang nodded in agreement. "All right, rest well so your body can recover quickly." Qi and Zhou carried away the dirty water from washing and brought food. We've already eaten. This is for you, kept warm in the pot. And Su used the leftover braised beef from last night to cook mincemeat porridge, along with fried pancakes and small side dishes. Yi Chudang had a good appetite and finished all her breakfast. Azu, I am a bit full from eating.
Please walk around with me.
Qi and Zhou sensed that Yi Chudang had something to say and nodded in agreement. All right, there is a piece of agate beach to the southwest. The stones are quite beautiful. The two went to the agate beach. While picking up pretty stones, Yi Chudang shared the news he received from the werewolf with Qi and Zhou. The werewolf isn't a key figure in the northern barbarian kingdom and doesn't know many important matters, but it's enough for you to fight back. Qi and Zhou helped select the agate stones he liked. The northern barbarians have attacked the Qi family several times. We should teach them a lesson. Use the threat of punishing a few to scare others and warn neighboring countries. Although he didn't believe the neighboring countries would attack Beichen in winter, it's always good to be prepared. Yi Chudang kept choosing agate stones, picking his 3 favorites. The beast taming technique is quite interesting. Catch a couple of live ones. Alright, there are many ways to tame beasts. Which one do you want to learn? Any. Whatever I catch, I'll learn. After saying that, Yi Chudang patted his stomach. I mainly want the child to learn. Qi and Zhou nodded. Got it. After the exile team rested at the camp for a day, they set out before dawn the next day. 3 days later, they arrived at Ulu County. Those with minor injuries had mostly recovered. Those with serious injuries were also fine now. After checking into the inn, Qi and Zhou took the exile documents and went to the prefect's office. The prefect, seeing Qi and Zhou's visit, guessed the reason. He crossed out the name of the deceased criminal, stamped the official seal, and returned the documents to Qi and Zhou. Young Master Qi, all officials and soldiers in Ulu County are willing to follow the Qi family army. Qi and Zhou didn't expect to get what he wanted without even asking. Is that true, prefect? It's true, and the reason? Young Master Haoyue promised the prefect, the district governor, and the station troops one thing. Qi and Zhou looked surprised. What is it? The master of Huading Academy will open a new school to teach our family's children. Every 5 years, young Master Haoyue will select one direct disciple from these students to send to the court as an official. Everyone's goal was fame, wealth, and power. And Song Jingning could achieve 2 of these, making cooperation worthwhile. Qi and Zhou knew Song Jingning was doing all this for Yi Chudang, even if it meant getting into trouble. Thank you for informing me, prefect. The prefect smiled and said, even recruiting the 5 sons of the Song family, your ambitions will surely succeed. Qi and Zhou didn't know how Song Jingning had spoken to the officials of Ulu County, so he didn't argue. If my help is needed someday, please don't hesitate to ask. That's only natural. Goodbye, until we meet again. The magistrate called out to Qi and Zhou, who turned to leave. Young Master Qi, wait a moment. Young Master Song asked me to prepare some items for you. Please take them all. Song Jingning had prepared many warm clothing and supplies for the exile team. Everything needed for eating, dressing, and daily life was packed into 3 carts. Qi and Zhou didn't refuse and accepted everything gladly. Your Excellency Magistrate, how much silver did it cost to buy these items? Young Master Qi, feel free to take them. Young Master Haoyue has already paid for them. All right, goodbye. Since Qi and Zhou couldn't control 3 horses at once, the magistrate sent officers to escort him. Back at the inn, Yi Chudang looked at the 3 covered carts with curiosity. Zhou, what are these? Qi and Zhou had the stable boys move the horses and carts to the backyard. These are warm supplies prepared for us by young Master Song. It was already mid-September. In the early mornings, frost could be seen on the ground. The bedding and clothes the exile team brought were somewhat thin. Without tents for warmth, staying outside overnight would be quite difficult. Yi Chudang's face showed a smile. Young Master Song is thoughtful. Seeing Yi Jingchuan stretch his neck to look over, Qi and Zhou explained, we saved him in Wuhai County. This is his way of thanking us, so I accepted it. It's the right thing to do, reciprocate kindness, Yi Chudang agreed. With the items sent by Song Jingning, Qi and Zhou and Yi Chudang didn't need to go shopping in town. After a hearty dinner, everyone went to bed early. The next day, after breakfast, Qi Shuyan bade farewell to the Qi family. Father, mother, I'll take Aina back to Taching first. I'll wait for you there. The old couple already knew Qi Shuyan had a sweetheart. The old lady took out a bracelet and handed it to him. Mother doesn't have much to give, but this is a small token. Take it for sure. In her eyes, as long as her eldest son was willing to marry, she would accept any girl, regardless of her background. She trusted her son's judgment. Having been married before didn't matter if she was proper and decent, she was a good girl. Qi Shuyan accepted the bracelet and put it in his pocket. Mother, once you meet Shuer, I'm sure you'll like her. As long as you like her, Mother will like her too, the old lady said with a smile. She then suggested, Shuyan, why not have your wedding together with Shuer? Qi Shuyan immediately refused. Mother, about the wedding, I think we should hold ours separately from Zhouer's. The customs are a bit different. This was a pretext. He hoped that when he looked back on his wedding in the future, it would be a private matter, unrelated to others. The old lady smiled and said, You're thoughtful. After you arrive in Taching, write to Shuer's father and ask what we need to prepare for the wedding. Once we reach Tianshan County, we'll start getting ready. The marriage of the eldest son was almost making her hair turn white with worry. Now that he finally had someone he loved, she wanted to settle the wedding plans quickly to avoid any surprises. Qi Shuyan knew his parents were anxious about his marriage, but he didn't want to rush the wedding. Mother, let's wait until we settle in Tianshan County, he said. Your marriage is your decision. The time is not early anymore. You should leave now, he added after greeting everyone. After saying goodbye to everyone, Qi Shuyan and Aina each rode a horse and left Ulu County ahead of the others. The exile team also set out again. They didn't follow the usual route but chose a safer, shorter path. As time went on, the weather grew colder, mornings were later, and evenings earlier. Their daily travel time gradually shortened. It took a month to reach Taishan City. Qi Shuyan and Xia Shu waited early at the city gate. When the exile team appeared in sight, Xia Shu clenched her hands nervously. Ayan, do I look okay today? Xia Shu asked. Qi Shuyan looked at her carefully dressed and said gently, You look perfect. Very beautiful. He then gently pinched her hand. Don't worry. My parents are open-minded. They won't mind your past. They'll just like you for who you are, he said. He had told her this more than once, but Xia Shu still felt anxious. In this world, women were judged harshly. Any flaw could overshadow all her good qualities. She never thought she was inferior, but facing her beloved's family made her nervous and unsure of herself. Compared to Qi Shuyan, she knew she was much less in status, knowledge, and ability. Watching the exile team get closer, she took a few deep breaths. I will do my best to make your family happy, she promised. Hearing this, Qi Shuyan playfully flicked her forehead. Ah, Shu, just be yourself. You don't need to change for me or anyone else. I'm with you so you won't be wronged. Seeing Qi Shuyan's eyes narrowing like peach blossoms, Xia Shu suddenly felt less nervous. Okay, I understand, she said. Qi Shuyan was pleased to see her relax and raised an eyebrow. That's right. Maya Shu is better than any other girl. Compared to Miss Yi, you still have a long way to go, he teased. But to me, you're the best, he added. Xia Shu glared at him. You always love to make me happy, she said. Because you're the one I want to spend my life with. Who else would I cheer up if not you? As they talked, the exile team reached the city gate. Xia Shu didn't reply, but quietly stood beside Qi Shuyan. Old Madam Qi saw the two from afar. What a perfect match, she thought. Old Mr. Qi nodded in agreement. Indeed, very good. Yenner is a perfect match. Xia Shu is from the Uyghur ethnic group, slightly tall, with delicate and prominent features, very beautiful. The two elders stepped ahead of the convoy and arrived at the city gate. Qi Shuyan immediately introduced, Father and Mother, this is Xia Shu. Xia Shu placed her right hand over her chest and bowed politely. Greetings, Uncle and Aunt. Madam Qi quickly lifted her, saying, Good girl, get up. Her kind and friendly manner eased Xia Shu's nervousness. Qi Shuyan said, Father and Mother, let's go into the city first and we can chat properly later. All right, let's go to the inn first. I booked the inn next to the post station, so our family can stay there. After entering the city, Qi Shuyan led everyone to the inn. The guards of the country stayed at the inn, and the Qi family stayed at the inn diagonally opposite. Now only 3 prisoners remained from the exile group. The Chen family members, without warm clothes, caught a cold, and after being bitten by wolves, their wounds never healed. 2 of them passed away on the road. The remaining 2 were in poor condition, coughing all day, looking as if they wouldn't live long. Yi Jingchuan wore all the clothes of the Yi family, so he wasn't cold, but his neck wound hadn't healed and looked very tired. The post station in Tacheng was large, with about 20 rooms in the main building. The Chen family and Yi Jingchuan stayed in a room at the back of the inn. The Qi family stayed at the inn with a charcoal stove. When the inn door opened, hot air mixed with the smell of charcoal greeted them. Suddenly, Yi Chudang thought of the heating in the northern regions. Burning charcoal can cause poisoning, so water heating is better. Of course, in ancient times, there was no water heating, but they could burn ground dragons like in the palace. Once they settled in Tianshan County, she planned to install ground dragons in the entire house. Qi Shuyan arranged the rooms and asked everyone to put away their luggage and change into lighter clothes. Yi Chutang's belly was already 7 months along, and even with the posterior position, it was very obvious. Xia Shu was surprised to see her walking so quickly. "Miss Yi, are you about to give birth?" Qi Shuyan shook his head. "My sister-in-law is expecting twins, so she still has about 2 months. The journey here is tough and dangerous." "Miss Yi, you really are strong." Xia Shu thought that if it were her, she wouldn't be able to hold on. "My sister-in-law is indeed very strong. Even men are not her match," Qi Shuyan said, then poured her a cup of butter tea. "Don't worry, I will never let you suffer like my sister-in-law." "Enduring hardships makes a person stronger," she smiled and said. "Those who are above others haven't faced much hardship, so they shouldn't suffer or be cheated when they eat." Qi Shuyan nodded in agreement. "My wife is right. There are many ways to become superior, but suffering is the slowest." As he said this, he playfully nudged Xia Shu's nose. "Ah Shu, did you hear that?" His affection made Xia Shu feel a bit shy, and her face flushed with a pretty red. "Ah Yen, don't tease me. Someone is here. My wife isn't an outsider." Xia Shu warned him with a sharp look, unable to argue with Qi Shuyan. Qi Shuyan wisely withdrew his hand and looked at Yi Chudang, who had already gone downstairs. "Wife, would you like some butter tea?" The main hall of the inn was used for dining, with 6 square tables set up. Yi Chudang sat at a nearby table. "Yes, but pour a little less." Qi Shuyan poured half a bowl of butter tea for her and asked, "Wife, was your journey from Ulu County smooth?" "Quite smooth, but it was very cold, and we couldn't travel far each day." "You must have waited a long time." Yi Chudang took a sip of the salty butter tea. She didn't really like the taste and frowned slightly. "It wasn't too long. Aina caught a cold on the way, which delayed us for a few days. It took us half a month to reach Tacheng." After arriving in Tacheng, Qi Shuyan kept busy. He took control of the local troops, visited all the counties and towns, and gained people's trust. Now, Tacheng was under his control just like Tianshan Prefecture. "It's good that we arrived safely. Are we leaving tomorrow for Tianshan Prefecture?" Before she finished asking, Qi Yanzhou came downstairs. He asked Qi Shuyan, "Brother, you've been in the north for 6 years. You know the weather here well. Should we push on to Tianshan Prefecture now, or stay in Tacheng and wait for spring?" Usually, it would have snowed by now in the north, but this year, due to drought, no snow has fallen yet, and the north wind is getting stronger each day. Qi Shuyan shook his head. "The weather in the north is unpredictable. It's hard to say when it will snow." Xia Shu, a native of the north, knew more about the seasons. She said, "The northwest is dry, and every year it has a drought for a while, but snow usually comes on time. This year, although the drought has lasted longer, snow will still arrive eventually." Yi Chudang asked, "Miss Xia, how long do you think it will be delayed?" "Will we have enough time to reach Tianshan Prefecture?" Tacheng is quite far from Tianshan Prefecture. Based on the usual schedule, it would take about a month and a half to get there. Xia Shu shook her head. "Probably not enough time. Snow will fall in at most a month. So, riding horses is enough. But traveling by carriage won't work. The roads in the northwest are too bumpy, The cart can't go fast or the wheels will break. Yes, we should hurry, and we can reach Tianshan County in about 10 days. Even if we go slower, half a month is enough. Hearing this, Yi Chudang decided, let half of the Guardian army go ahead first, arrange new carts along the way, and increase daily travel time. We will reach Tianshan County within a month. The three people's eyes all focused on Yi Chutang's prominently pregnant belly. Qi Yanzhou said, Tang, your condition isn't suitable for long journeys. It's better to stay in Tacheng and wait for spring. Xia Shu said, the baby is important. There's no need to rush to Tianshan County. The environment there isn't as good as Tacheng. Qi Shuyan added, what if heavy snow blocks the road? Even if we don't freeze or starve, what about the delivery? Yi Chudang gently touched her belly and said, there's no need for everyone to wait because of me. Even if we encounter heavy snow on the way, I have ways to reach Tianshan County, but it might be hard for those traveling with me. As soon as she said this, the two Qi brothers thought of the ghost thief. Knowing that the ghost thief could go through heaven and earth, Qi Yanzhou asked politely, Tang, can you reach Tianshan County now? No, she replied. She had used too many merits recently. Tacheng is too far from Tianshan County, and her remaining merits are barely enough to get there. But she wanted to save some just in case. After a moment of hesitation, Qi Yanzhou suggested, then let's travel while planning. If the weather looks bad, we can stop at the nearest town. The others agreed. Xia Shu said, I know more about the weather in the northwest, so I will travel with Miss Yi. She is also a healer, so if Yi Chutang really goes into labor on the road, she can help. Yi Chutang was about to refuse, but Qi Yanzhou agreed immediately. Thank you, Miss Xia. With Xia Shu traveling with Yi Chutang, Qi Shuyan naturally wouldn't leave ahead. Next, let's discuss who should go first. As soon as he finished speaking, Sun Chu, dressed in lighter clothes, came downstairs. Go first? Where to? Yi Chutang briefly explained their plan. She said to Sun Chu, you go to Tianshan County first, settle in, and help Aunt Su open the tavern. Sun Chu nodded. All right, give me some medicine. Yi Chutang took a bottle from her space and handed him 3 doses of temporary antidote. This will keep you safe for 3 months. She didn't give him a full antidote because she wasn't fully sure about him yet. Sun Chu took the medicine. You must reach Tianshan County within 3 months, or my life will be in danger. Don't worry, I will definitely get there, she assured him. Sun Chu looked at Qi Yanzhou and extended his hand. Young Master Qi, where's the recipe I asked for? The menu from the kitchen has been received by Qi Yanzhou. When you leave tomorrow, go ask Nan Xiao for it. Sun Chu withdraws his hand and agrees. After the Qi family members go downstairs, everyone discusses who should leave first. Aunt Su and Qi Hian will go to Tianshan County first to handle the restaurant business. The elderly Qi couple are in good health, so they can ride horses and leave ahead. Aunt Gao and Qi Yunan are arranged to leave next. Qi Qingyu's 2 children are too young to withstand the cold wind, so they will ride in a carriage with Yi Chutang. Qi Jingyao was badly injured before and later caught a cold, so her health is not good. She helps Qi Qingyu take care of the children and rides in a carriage, while Chen Xiaoping rides ahead on horseback. Then come the 2 Qi brothers, Yi Chutang and Xia Shu. There are 3 carriages in total, carrying 8 people. Another 50 skilled guards from the Guardian Army will ride horses and share the responsibilities of food, clothing, bedding, and tents along the way. The remaining people and Nanzhao's group will go to Tianshan County first. They will arrange for transfer carriages along the route. The carriages should be the most comfortable to reduce bumps. Wu Qinggang leads the remaining 6 escort officials and separates from the main force to escort the Chen family members and Yi Jingchuan to the northwest border. After planning, Qi Shuyin says, tonight, Shu and I will cook some authentic northwest dishes for you to try. Old Madam Qi is very surprised to hear this. Einer, you can cook now. When Qi Shuyin left home, he was just a young man who only studied. Qi Shuyin smiles and says, after taking the position in Qinghe County, I couldn't get used to the local food, so I tried cooking myself. Later, I found that cooking helps relieve stress, so I learned many dishes. Of course, he only makes simple home dishes, not comparable to restaurant cuisine. Don't let Shu tire herself out. Mother will help you. Xia Shu quickly stops her. Madam, please don't refuse my kindness. Hearing this, old Madam Qi can't insist further. All right, we'll wait to taste your and Yin's cooking. The two go to cook, while the Qi family chats on the first floor about the local customs and scenery of the Northwest. Qi Yanzhou leaves for a while and goes to the largest escort company in Taching. Previously, at the border between Haishi County and Ningzhou City, officials disguised as bandits and killed 20 guards escorting a wealthy merchant trying to steal his valuables. Qi Yanzhou and the Guardian Army happened to rescue the merchant. The merchant felt guilty for the unjust death of the guards and gave a generous funeral fee, asking Qi Yanzhou to deliver it to Taching. Now in Taching, Qi Yanzhou delivers the funeral fee to the escort company. After explaining the situation, he leaves amid tears. Back at the inn, the food is almost ready, and the aroma wafts from the kitchen. Mrs. Qi said to Yi Chutang, Tanger, maybe I should stay with you. If you get stuck in the snow halfway, I've been through childbirth and can help. Mother, you go ahead first. I will definitely give birth in Tianshan County. Seeing Yi Chutang insist, the old lady nodded. All right, you must take good care of yourself. If you get too tired on the road, stop and rest. I will, Mother. Don't worry too much. The dinner was very rich, with a full table. Xia Shu acted like a host, taking care of everything, making the Qi family very happy with her. She felt relieved, just as Qi Shuyuan had said, and her worries eased. Everyone enjoyed the meal. After eating, she went for a walk with Yi Chutang to help digestion. Both women were doctors, so they naturally had many things to talk about. Qi Shuyuan and Qi Yanzhou followed behind them. From now on, you don't need to worry about conflicts between sisters-in-law. Tang is kind-hearted and easygoing. As long as others don't provoke her, she'll be friendly. My Shu is the same. They will definitely get along. Yi Chutang listened to the brothers' conversation and smiled slightly. The Yi family was full of troublemakers. Either you die, or I do. But the Qi family was very understanding and could get along well with anyone. Xia Shu's medical skills were not as good as Yi Chutang's, but walking with her benefited her a lot. When they returned to the inn, she suddenly realized they had been talking all along. Miss Yi, am I being too noisy? Seeing Xia Shu looking a bit embarrassed, Yi Chutang smiled and said, Not at all. I enjoyed talking with you. She was always happy to share her knowledge. If someone asked, she would answer. Xia Shu's face showed a smile. Me too. Rest early, Miss Yi. We have to keep going tomorrow. Okay, you should rest early too. Back in her room, Yi Chutang took a relaxing bath. It's been a long time since I felt this comfortable. Qi Yanzhou helped her wash her hair. When we get to Tianshan County, I hope it will be like this every day. Suddenly, Yi Chutang remembered the dragon burner incident. Zhou, ask Nan Xiao to install the dragon burner in the house. It's warm in winter and won't produce smoke. Okay, I'll tell Nan Xiao tomorrow. I heard Tianshan County has many hot springs. It would be great to buy a house with a hot spring. Qi Yanzhou had already planned this. I'll ask Nan Xiao to look out for that. Even if we can't find a house with a hot spring, we'll try to find one that can bring in hot spring water. Yes, I hope the heavy snow arrives a bit later. The next morning, the exile team ate well and set out in groups. Yi Jingchuan was assigned to escort duty and felt very nervous. He clung tightly to the inn's door, unwilling to leave with Wu Qinggang. Why are you both leaving separately? Do you want us to die? Yi Chutang looked at him as if he were a fool. If you want to die, stay at the station and become a fugitive. Not following the escort officer makes you a runaway. This scared Yi Jingchuan, and he immediately let go. Wu Qinggang said angrily, Your exile location is different from Qi's. Hurry up and go, or I'll whip you. Yi Jingchuan knew the officer might hit him, so he reluctantly left. He kept looking back every few steps, hoping Yi Chutang would feel sorry for him. But she didn't even give him a glance. Thinking about his future of digging coal and dying alone in Linzhou City, he suddenly found the courage to face death. Song Jingning is my son. Even if he changes his name, he's still part of the Yi family. He thought this would make Yi Chutang show a weakness. But she remained unmoved, and he was instead whipped hard by Wu Qinggang. Stop talking nonsense. You think you can casually insult Lord Haoyue? I didn't. Ah. Wu Qinggang struck him heavily, and Yi Jingchuan cried out in pain. After being hit, he quickly changed his words. Stop hitting me, I won't talk nonsense anymore. Since he couldn't get useful information from Yi Chudang, there was no need to be stubborn. Wu Qinggang put away his whip and kicked Yi Jingchuan. Hurry up and go. Soon, only 50 guards chosen by Qi Yanzhou remained at the station. And at the inn, there were only 6 adults and 2 children. It's getting late, let's set off, Qi Yanzhou said. As soon as he finished, Haida hurried over with Aina. Finally caught up. After speaking, he and his daughter bowed deeply to Yi Chudang. Thank you, Lady Qi, for saving my daughter. Haida knew that the real person who saved Aina was Yi Chudang. If she hadn't awakened Amelia, his daughter would have already died. Yi Chudang helped Haida up. General Haida, there's no need for formalities. It was just a deal. As long as you keep your promise, the deal is done. Lady Qi, don't worry. Haida, keep my word. I say what I mean and mean what I say. That's good. Thank you for coming to see us off. Haida didn't dare delay the Qi family's departure and waved his hand. His men immediately brought up 2 boxes. Yi Chudang thought they contained silver, but when she opened the lid, she saw charcoal inside. Lady Qi, these charcoal silk threads are perfect for use in carriages. A small token of appreciation. Please accept it. Haida is strict with his soldiers and never extorts from civilians. His army funds only enough for their own expenses, so he couldn't give silver as a gift. These silk threads of charcoal were obtained through connections. Qi Yanzhou had prepared a lot of this charcoal silk. He looked at Yi Chudang and said, Tang, it's up to you whether to accept or not. You decide for yourself. 2 boxes of charcoal, weighing at most 200 jin. Divided among 50 people, each person gets only 4 jin, which is not very heavy. So, Yi Chudang accepted it. Better to be prepared. Thank you, General Haida. Farewell and see you again. Farewell, safe travels. The Guardian Army distributed the silver-threaded charcoal, and each person took some. The Qi family members got into the carriage and set off. Tacheng and Tianshan County had already been conquered by Qi Shuang. On the way, there was no danger, and each county town had good supplies. The inside of the carriage was comfortable, and it was moving faster than before. They left at dawn and only stopped at night. If they continued at this speed, they could reach Tianshan County within a month. After smoothly traveling for 20 days, the weather suddenly changed. Xiaoshu looked up at the darkening sky where the earth and sky meet, her brows slightly furrowed. A snowstorm is coming, and it will be bigger than usual. Qi Shuang was driving the carriage and asked, How much time do we have left? It depends on whether the wind speeds up. If it speeds up, it could be in a day, if not, up to 3 days. We need to prepare early. Now, Yi Chudang and his group were already in Tianshan County's territory. The next county was about 2 days away. If the snowstorm arrived too quickly, they might be stranded halfway. Qi Shuang told Qi Yanzhou what Xiaoshu had said. Yanzhou looked at the sun overhead and then at the darkening sky on the horizon. He held the reins in one hand and pushed open the carriage door with the other. To prevent drafts, instead of a curtain, the carriage had a paper-covered wooden mesh door. It kept out the wind, but didn't make the inside too dark. Tang, a snowstorm is coming soon, possibly in a day or 3. If the snowstorm hits, can the ghost thief take you to Tianshan County? Yi Chudang stuck her head out of the door and looked at the sky. This place was over 1,000 miles from Tianshan County. At the current speed, they could arrive in about 7 or 8 days. If heavy snow blocked the roads, they might have to stay in a nearby town for half a year. Try to keep going. If we really can't, then we'll stop, she replied. Yanzhou saw Yi Chudang's face turn red from the cold wind and quickly told her to get back inside. Tang, Miss Xia said this year's snowstorm will be much bigger than usual, he added. This meant they would need to settle in a nearby town. Don't worry about me. Just follow the plans you've made, she said. Okay, I'll try to reach the town before the snowstorm arrives. The town was small, with limited facilities and conditions. It was suitable for stopping but not ideal for production. After speaking, Yanzhou noticeably sped up the carriage. Fortunately, Amira blessed the child, so Yi Chutang felt no discomfort along the way. Because of this, he dared to take risks and sped up. Once the carriage started moving, the bumps became more obvious. But now he needed to race against the storm, so he ignored the bumps. Qi Shuin saw Qi Yanzhou give the horse a sharp tap to make it go faster. He mimicked him and chased after. Zhou, the carriage is moving so fast. Will my sister-in-law be okay? Not just pregnant women, even ordinary people would find it very bumpy. Qi Yanzhou's handsome face was tense as he shook his head. Tong can handle it. If she feels uncomfortable, she will tell me. Then we won't rest tonight. Let's hurry and reach Wuchuan County. Agreed. Soon, Qi Qingyu's 2 children were so jolted they cried and then vomited everything. Luckily, Qi Jingyao was prepared and didn't dirty the carriage. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to rest or sleep. She didn't know what had happened but endured her stomach discomfort and asked Han Chong, who was driving, "Lord Han, what's going on?" Han Chong didn't turn his head and said, "A snowstorm is coming. We need to hurry. Just bear with it. When it's really hard to endure, tell me." "Okay, I understand. Thank you." As Qi Qingyu was about to close the door, she asked, "Lord Han, my sister-in-law is pregnant. She's rushing like this. Will she be okay?" Han Chong didn't know the answer, but he was sure that Qi Yanzhou would do his best to take good care of Yi Chutang. Young Master Qi and Lady Qi wouldn't risk the baby's safety. They should be able to handle it. This reassured the 2 women a little. Qi Qingyu looked at Qi Jingyao. "Yao, I'm a bit worried about my sister-in-law. Why don't you go and take care of her?" Qi Jingyao had no objection, since Yi Chutang had saved her life. "Okay, I'll tell Lord Han." Han Chong, with sharp hearing, had overheard their conversation. He said, "It's not convenient to stop now. We'll ask Lady Qi's opinion when we rest later." Qi Qingyu agreed. Good. Meanwhile, Yi Chutang, who everyone was worried about, was lying on a comfortable bed in the space, eating fruit and humming. Although she couldn't stay in the space for long, she could be there 3 times a day, each for half an hour. When she felt unwell, she would sneak in to rest. Since leaving Tachi City, she had been doing this every day. Besides eating and lying around, she also grew many crops using spiritual spring water and collected many improved seeds. Although these seeds only yielded a good harvest for 1 season, replanting them always produced better results than ordinary seeds. After comfortably staying in the space for half an hour, they continued to endure the bumpy ride of the carriage. Yi Chutang touched her belly and thought to herself, "Luckily, the witch clan blessed us, or I really couldn't handle this." Perhaps the babies sensed her thoughts and responded with 2 kicks. She smiled and gently patted her stomach. "Don't worry, in 2 more months, you'll be out." Now, Yi Chutang was 8 months pregnant. Twins usually give birth early, but with the blessing, the babies should stay until full term. The carriage sped along and only stopped after dark. Qi Qingyu's 2 children had cried themselves tired and were now asleep. Inside the carriage, besides Yi Chutang, 3 women looked pale. Qi Jingyao wobbled over to Yi Chutang. "Second sister-in-law, are you okay? I'll take care of you from now on." Since she risked her life to save Qi Qingyu, she had returned to the Qi family. Her current status was a concubine daughter. Yi Chutang knew Qi Jingyao meant well, but refused.
"Ai fine.
This bumping isn't a big deal. You focus on taking care of the 2 little nephews. If she traveled in the same carriage as Qi Jingyao, she wouldn't be able to enjoy the space." Qi Qingyu didn't know Yi Chutang's plans and quickly advised, "Sister-in-law, I can take care of the 2 children. Yao can look after you. You're pregnant now, so you need to be extra careful. Elder sister, I usually rest lying down on the carriage, so I don't need care. But the 2 little nephews are uncomfortable from the bumping and need more attention," Yi Chutang said. Hearing this, Qi Qingyu didn't insist further. "All right, if you need help, just ask. I will. Let's eat first." Recently, Yi Chutang had been bringing hot meals from the space in the name of Ghost Thief, mostly large fish and meat to keep warm. After eating, they continued their journey. No one knew exactly when the snowstorm would arrive, so they tried to travel as much as possible. Yi Chutang found the carriage too hard and cut a suitable latex mattress from the space. placing it at the bottom of the carriage. Lying on it felt like resting on a soft cloud, greatly easing the bumps. The snowstorm arrived at noon the next day. The guards and the Chi brothers, who had traveled all night, were exhausted. Everywhere was a vast white expanse. The wind and snow made it hard to see, and the horses refused to run further. They still had half a day's journey to Wuchuan County. Yi Chutang opened the carriage window and said, "Zhou, the snowstorm is too heavy to see anything. Let's find a sheltered place to stop." Qi and Zhou had already obtained a detailed terrain map drawn by Nan Shao. He knew a nearby place suitable for camping. "All right, there is a weathered stone forest not far ahead. We can hide inside until the snowstorm lessens, then head to Wuchuan County." After speaking, he jumped down from the cart and led the horse forward. Qi Shuyan and the Guardian Army followed. After about 2/4 of walking through the snowstorm, they arrived at the stone forest that Qi and Zhou mentioned. The stone forest was small, barely enough to hold 50 people. Cold, sharp wind made the horses neigh constantly. The Guardian Army quickly set up tents. Yi Chutang got out of the warm cart, looked at the large snowflakes falling, and asked Xia Shu, "Miss Xia, based on your experience, how long will this snow last?" "This blizzard is fierce. I think it will snow for at least 3 days. After 3 days, all roads would be blocked by snow. It would be very difficult to go to Tianshan County, or even Wuchuan County." Xia Shu caught a snowflake and pinched it with her fingers. There was little moisture in it. This snow wouldn't ease the drought. When the weather warms up, the snow would melt only a little and then evaporate. It seemed the drought would continue into next year. Yi Chutang didn't expect the snow to fall for so long. She said, "Let's not set up camp. We'll keep going to Wuchuan County." Although her space had everything, food and drink, she didn't want to give birth in this remote wilderness. Qi Yanzhou's shoulders were covered with a thick layer of snow, and his nose was red from the cold. "Atang, the snowstorm is too strong. I can't see the road clearly. The horses can run, but the cart can't move easily and might tip over. Leave the cart and ride on horseback. But your body can't handle riding now," Yi Chutang said, holding a warm hot water bag.
Don't worry about me.
Just protect the 2 children. If they hurried, they could reach Wuchuan County in about half an hour. And the heavy snow for that half hour wouldn't be enough to block the roads. Qi Yanzhou sensed something in Yi Chutang's words. The ghost thief could take her to Wuchuan County. He moved slightly closer and whispered, "Can you go directly to Tianshan County?" Yi Chutang nodded confidently. "Yes, we will go to Wuchuan County first and then decide." Qi Yanzhou agreed. "All right." He told the Guardian Army, who were busy, pack up quickly and ride fast to Wuchuan County. Then he divided the people in the cart. Qi Shuyan took Xia Shu, Qi Yanzhou took Qi Qingyu, and Han Chong took Qi Jingyao. The 2 children were entrusted to Han Chong's trusted aide. Yi Chutang took out hay and hot water from her space to feed the horses and restore their strength. She also fed some spiritual spring water to the horses that needed to carry 2 people. Afterwards, she tidied up her luggage in the cart and stored the latex mattress in her space. After finishing her tasks, she greeted Qi Yanzhou and disappeared into the snowstorm. Qi Yanzhou knew the route well and used a compass to find directions, braving the snow to head to Wuchuan County. Yi Chutang's space teleportation was only suitable for small areas and short distances. Otherwise, repeatedly flashing in and out would waste time and be troublesome. She used a less costly Earth teleportation technique to reach Wuchuan County. The northwest area is sparsely populated, and the county town is small. Plus, with the sudden snowstorm, there were almost no pedestrians on the streets. Yi Chutang went to the best inn in Wuchuan County and booked all the empty rooms. She paid only for 1 night, planning to decide how long to stay after Qi Yanzhou and the others arrived. The inn had a charcoal stove, and the warm air was kept inside by thick curtains, making it feel like spring. "Manager, I want a bath. Please send some hot water." After the manager agreed, he reminded her, "Madam, due to a long drought, water prices have increased. A bath now costs 50 coins. Would you like water?" In the past, staying at an inn for a bath only required a small service fee, about 5 coins. Now, it's 10 times more expensive. "Yes," Just deduct it from the room fee. I'll settle everything tomorrow. Understood, madam. Yi Chudang stayed in the best room, which was heated with high-quality charcoal that had no strong smell. But compared to silver silk charcoal, it was not as good. She called a young servant and replaced the charcoal with silver silk charcoal she brought from her space. Silver silk charcoal was a tribute charcoal, and the young servant had never seen it before. Still, he could tell the quality of the charcoal. Madam, aren't you from here? I didn't expect you to bring your own charcoal when you go out. Yi Chutang casually replied, I am pregnant, so I need to be more careful. That's true. With the snowstorm coming, the city will soon be sealed off. If you need a midwife, you can go to the one at the end of South Street. All right, I understand. Thank you. After her bath, Qi Yanzhou and his group arrived at the inn despite the snowstorm. The rooms were full, so Han Chong took 20 guards and found another place to stay. Qi Yanzhou took out a silver ingot worth 10 taels and placed it on the counter. Good wine and delicious food. Serve them all. Wuchuan County is an ordinary small town. Although winter prices rise, they are still affordable. Over 30 people eating wouldn't even cost 10 taels of silver. The innkeeper took the silver, smiling happily. Everyone, please sit down. The food will be served shortly. In the Northwest, people love eating beef and mutton in winter, drinking beef and mutton soup to stay warm. The key is that the meat has little to no fishy smell, and Yi Chudang ate quite a bit. After the meal, the guards went to rest. The Qi family members gathered in Yi Chutang's room to discuss their next plans. Qi Yanzhou looked at Yi Chudang and said, Tang, the snow is too heavy. Even if it stops in 3 days, the roads won't be clear. We might have to stay in Wuchuan County for the new year. Hearing this, Yi Chutang looked at Qi Shuyan. Big brother, have you already taken control of the officials and soldiers in Tianshan Prefecture? Qi Shuyan nodded. Sister-in-law wants to wait until the snow stops and then use their help to clear the road to Tianshan Prefecture, right? Yes, that's what I was thinking. This is a good idea, but it involves a lot of effort and favors, which makes it hard to ask for help. After understanding Yi Chutang's plan, Qi Yanzhou realized her intention. Tang, are you thinking of using the cotton clothes and grain that were sent to the Northwest earlier to exchange for the soldiers' help? Yi Chudang nodded confidently. This winter will definitely be harder than usual. Cotton clothes and grain are lifesavers for the soldiers. They would be willing to do anything, even clear snow or rebel, if needed. Qi Yanzhou thought this was the best solution for now. He looked at Qi Shuyan. Big brother, when the snow lessens, you write a letter to the military leader, Kahan, and another to the local official Xiaohe. Offer 200 shur of grain as a reward for helping the soldiers clear the road. Yi Chutang remembered the 200 shur of wheat she took from the countryside. 200 shur of wheat, plus 100 shur of rice. These grains aren't much for 60,000 soldiers, but they can last a month or two. Clearing snow is hard work, but they would be willing to take on the task. Qi Shuyan looked at the wealthy couple and smiled. Money can make the horse go. I'll write those letters. Qi Shuyan immediately wrote 2 letters and handed them to Qi Yanzhou. When the snow stops, let Heidongking deliver the letters, one to the military leader Kahan and one to the local official Xiaohe. I'll handle the grain arrangements for Kahan. Qi Yanzhou took the letters and nodded. All right, that's settled. Everyone has been busy traveling these days and is quite tired. Let's go rest first. After everyone left, Yi Chutang said to Qi Yanzhou, I've booked a room for 1 day. You go downstairs and tell the innkeeper to reserve 5 days. Even if the snow stops in 3 days, the soldiers and officials won't clear the roads immediately. At least 2 or 3 days are needed. Okay, I'll go now. Tang, do you want any snacks? I can buy some for you. Yi Chudang looked at Qi Yanzhou's dark circles and cracked lips from the cold wind, feeling tender. She reached out and touched his rough face. No rush. Wait until you've rested enough before going out to buy. Qi Yanzhou gently touched Yi Chutang's hand back and asked with a smile, Am I very ugly right now? Feeling the rough texture of his hand, Yi Chutang raised her eyebrows slightly. Very masculine. After saying that, she playfully waved her hand and teased, but also sweaty and smelly. Qi Yanzhou immediately stood up. I'm going downstairs to book a room and take a hot bath. Watching his hurried departure, Yi Chutang chuckled softly. Ah Zhou, I was joking. Although he had been traveling all day, sitting in the front of the carriage and feeling the cold wind, he wouldn't sweat, only get cold. But Qi Yanzhou hadn't bathed for several days, so he went downstairs to get a bucket of hot water for a bath. Soaking in the warm tub, he was so tired he almost fell asleep. When Yi Chudang didn't hear any movement for a while, she called out to him, "Ah Zhou." Suddenly, Qi Yanzhou snapped awake, realizing the water in the tub was almost cold. Looking at his wrinkled skin, he quickly got up, put on his inner clothes, and used his internal energy to dry his hair. Yi Chutang sat by the bed, beckoning him over. "Come here and rest." Qi Yanzhou yawned and moved closer. As soon as he sat on the bed, Yi Chutang applied a white, milky cream to his face. Cool and fragrant. "This is for your face. After a few days, it will restore your baby soft skin." Qi Yanzhou didn't understand Yi Chutang's promotional words and smiled. Delicate skin needs protection from the cold. Yi Chutang applied thick layers of high-quality cream to his face and hands. She had personally tested it and found it very effective. Baby skin isn't something you can develop in just a few days. "When we get to Tianshan County, I'll take good care of it." After finishing, she wiped her hands on her clothes and pulled Qi Yanzhou to lie down and rest. "It's already past noon, and there's no need to get up for dinner. We can sleep until late." She had been tossed around all night and was very tired. The couple quickly fell asleep. Qi Yanzhou woke up once during the night, added some charcoal to the fire, and continued sleeping. They slept until the next noon. Yi Chutang woke up first. As soon as she moved, Qi Yanzhou opened his eyes. Seeing it was bright outside, he immediately sat up. "Ah Tang, you've slept so long. You must be starving," he said anxiously while getting up and dressing. Yi Chutang didn't feel very hungry at first, but hearing this, her stomach growled loudly. Qi Yanzhou saw this and looked guilty. He had planned to wake early and asked the innkeeper for some light breakfast but overslept. "Ah Tang, I'll go downstairs and ask the shopkeeper if there's any breakfast. No rush, wash up first." "Okay, I'll have the waiter bring some water." They didn't charge extra for bathing water, but washing water was free. After all, washing up doesn't use much water. Qi Yanzhou quickly returned, carrying a basin of warm water. "Ah Tang, the kitchen still has buns and spicy soup. I ordered 2 servings. You should eat something to fill your stomach first, and then have a proper lunch later." Yi Chutang had already gotten up and was combing her hair. Since she didn't need to go out, she didn't style her hair into a bun but tied her long hair at the back with a silk ribbon, looking casual and fresh. "Okay, have my older brothers woken up?" Qi Yanzhou placed the wooden basin on the shelf. "I didn't hear any noise, so they should still be resting." After traveling all night and day, even a tough person would be tired. After washing up, the shop assistant brought breakfast. She ate with Qi Yanzhou. The spicy soup from the north made her mouth numb. She stopped after half a bowl. She ate 3 buns. Qi Yanzhou finished the spicy soup that Yi Chutang didn't drink. "Ah Tang, I'll go out for a while. Is there anything you want me to buy? Dried fruit, fresh fruit, some pastries, and nuts. Let's all share." "Alright, if you don't want to rest, you can take a walk in the backyard of the inn. There's a wintersuite blooming beautifully. I'll be back soon." After saying that, Qi Yanzhou carried his tray and left. Yi Chutang saw that the silver charcoal in the brazier was almost gone, so she added 2 more pieces. She went to the window and pushed open the snow-covered window with force. Outside, everything was covered in white. The entire scene was sparkling. The snow on the roof was already as high as a small arm and kept piling up. She worried that the weight of the snow might collapse the roof. Snow disasters are much worse than droughts or floods. If the roof collapsed, many people would have nowhere to go and could freeze to death. The blizzard continued, with the north wind howling. Although it was less intense than yesterday, the snow still fell heavily like goose feathers. It didn't seem like it would stop soon. The cold wind blew into the room through the window, making Yi Chutang's hands cold. She quickly closed the window. Bored in the room, she went downstairs to the inn's backyard. Sure enough, as Qi Yanzhou had said, there was a wintersuite tree. It was large, covered in snow, with a few yellow flowers scattered here and there, filling the air with fragrance. The innkeeper saw Yi Chutang admiring the wintersuite and said, "Madam, if you like, you can pick a branch and put it in your room. If you feed it with water, it will stay fragrant for many days." Yi Chutang didn't like heavy smells in her room. After thanking him, she picked a few flowers. She wasn't planning to use the wintersuite as incense, but wanted to brew wintersuite tea. When she returned to the main hall, Xia Shu and Qi Shuyin were already sitting there. "Big brother, Miss Xia, have you had breakfast?" Both shook their heads. Qi Shuyin glanced at the hourglass in the corner and said, "It's almost noon. Just eat a little more for lunch later." Then he asked, "When did your younger sister and Zhou wake up? Have they had breakfast?" "We can wait a bit if we're hungry, but you're pregnant, so you shouldn't go hungry." Yi Chutang sat at the other table and threw a snow-dipped plum blossom into the boiling water kettle. "Big brother, don't worry, Zhou and I have already eaten. Young sister, why are you alone? Where's Zhou?" Zhou went out to buy some food. "He'll be back soon." Qi Shuyan looked at the heavy curtain at the door and frowned slightly. With so much snow, the roads aren't cleared and most shops are closed. How could he buy anything? Just then, Xia Shu elbowed Qi Shuyan. "Whatever he can buy, as long as it's something Yi girl likes." Qi Shuyan finally realized he had spoken out of turn. "Young sister, I talk too fast and don't think before I speak. Please don't mind, he still hadn't gotten used to it. Now that his brother was married, he always put his sister-in-law first."
Ye Chantang similet indifferently.
"Big brother, no need to apologize. The weather isn't suitable for going out." Afterward, she asked Xia Shu, who was drinking plum blossom tea, "Miss Xia, will the storm stop by daytime? Could there be a snow disaster?" Hearing this, Xia Shu's eyes filled with worry. If the blizzard continues at this strength for another day, there definitely will be a snow disaster. You know about this, and so do the locals. Why don't they clear the snow from the roofs in time? Qi Shuyan answered for Xia Shu. "The wind and snow are too strong. People outside for too long can get hypothermia. Also, the houses here are built with mud bricks and have sloped roofs. In winter, the heat from burning charcoal melts the ice, making the surface very slippery and people can't stand on it." After arriving in Wuchuan County, Yi Chutang learned that the houses here are built on raised platforms. The structures are made from poplar wood, covered with a thick layer of mud, fiber, and rice paste. The windows are small to keep heat in. People mainly use the inner courtyard and the roof for activities. Usually, the roof is flat for drying clothes and chatting in winter. But here, the roof has been changed to a slope, though not very steep. In winter, they burn charcoal for warmth. The hot air rises, passing through the poplar wood and earth layers, melting the frost that falls at night. But because the outside temperature is very low, the moisture doesn't evaporate completely and turns into ice. Over time, the ice layer thickens. Although the slope isn't steep, the ice is very slippery, making it impossible to shovel snow from the roof. In ancient times, there were no ice claws or extendable snow shovels for roofs. After understanding the situation, Yi Chutang asked the shopkeeper for 2 sheets of paper and drew 2 diagrams with a charcoal pen. Ice crampons and snow shovels. She has used ice crampons and drew them in more detail. She has only seen snow shovels on TV, so she can only make a rough sketch based on her memory. She explained the functions of both tools. This ice crampon is easy to make, but the snow shovel is hard to say. You should try asking a blacksmith. Summer Shu looked at the 2 sketches on the table, her eyes wide with amazement. Miss Yi is so talented. Is there anything you can't do? Qi Shuyan also wanted to ask this question. How can someone be good at everything? Yi Chutang smiled and said, "My master is amazing and taught me a lot." Curious, Qi Shuyan asked, "May I ask, who is your master?" "A wise hermit, I can't say more." As soon as she finished speaking, Qianzhou pushed aside the heavy curtain and walked in through the snow and wind. Yi Chutang immediately stood up to brush the snow off him, so his clothes wouldn't get wet when the snow melted. Qianzhou quickly dodged. "Cool, don't touch. I'll do it myself." He placed a bunch of purchased items on the table, went outside to brush off the snow, then came back inside. Qi Shuyan never expected that his younger brother, who only knew how to wield a sword and gun, would become so attentive and gentle after getting married. He raised an eyebrow and teased, "Refined steel turns into gentle silk. That's what it means." Chi Yenjo raised an eyebrow. "Big brother, don't be so self-righteous." After saying that, he opened a package of dried fruit and handed it to Yi Chutang. "These are your favorite dried apricots." Then he pointed to the items on the table and explained each one. "Miss Xia, whatever you like to eat, just take it. Don't be shy." Summer Shu was about to refuse, but Qi Shuyan handed her a bag of cashews.
"Eat them.
"After you finish, I'll go buy more." After saying that, Qi Shuyan stood up with 2 sketches. "Ajo, you and I will go to the blacksmith shop. We'll be back before lunch." Qi Yanzhou had already seen the sketches on the table. When he was placing things earlier, he deliberately avoided them. "What are these 2 things drawn on the paper? Let's talk as we walk." Not long after the brothers left, Qi Qingyu and Qi Jingyao came downstairs holding the children. Yi Chutang quickly asked, "Elder sister, Xiu'er and Zhi'er caught a cold yesterday. Did they run a fever last night?" "No, the National Guard protected them very well. No cold wind reached them," Qi Qingyu said, holding the children and sitting at the table. "It's just that the carriage was too fast yesterday, bouncing a lot, and the children vomited badly. They're not feeling well today." Yi Chutang picked up an apple from the table and called the shop assistant. "Take this and steam it in the pot. When it's cooked, put it in a bowl with a spoon." The shop assistant looked confused but took the apple and nodded. "Yes, madam." After the second young master left, Yi Chutang explained to Qi Qingyu, "Steamed apples are soft, sweet, and tart, perfect for stimulating children's appetite." Qi Qingyu looked surprised. "I didn't know apples could be eaten this way." Xia Shu also said for the first time, "In my hometown we also steam apples but not to eat directly. We cut them into slices to make dried fruit." The women chatted happily. Soon, the second young master brought in the steamed apples. They didn't look very nice, but the 2 children loved eating them, taking bites one after another. After finishing the steamed apples, they also drank some porridge. Seeing the children full of energy, Qi Qingyu took them to the backyard to play in the snow. When lunch was ready, the Qi brothers arrived on time. Qi Yanzhou sat at the table and poured himself a cup of hot tea. Holding the cup in his hands, he felt the warmth. "The blacksmith said ice claws can be made, but snow shovels can only be tried," he said. "Actually, as long as there are ice claws, the risk of snow disasters can be reduced." The outdoor temperature was low, so everyone took turns shoveling snow. That afternoon, the blacksmith began selling ice claws. He wasn't doing it for profit, the price was affordable, and every household bought some. When Yi Chutang woke from her nap, she saw many rooftops being shoveled. Although the snowstorm was still fierce, each bit of snow removed helped protect the roofs. Her virtue points slowly increased as the people shoveled snow. 2 days later, the snowstorm turned into light, tiny snowflakes. The blacksmith's snow shovels were successfully made, but because they were expensive, not many bought them. Qi Yanzhou immediately called Hai Dongqing, instructing it to send messages to the military leaders in Tianshan County and the prefectural governor Xiaohe. Hai Dongqing was fast. Within just over 3 hours, he received their replies. "As long as the snowstorm stops, we can leave Wuchuan County in about 3 days." The garrisons were usually stationed in 4 directions: east, west, south, and north. But as you go northwest, the area of the prefectures gets larger, so the troops are spread out into 8 directions. Once Kurhan and Xiaohe received the messages, they would immediately send pigeons to inform the troops and officials everywhere, clearing the roads toward Tianshan County. The roads were slippery due to snow, and carts couldn't go fast, so travel might be delayed a bit. But within half a month at most, they would reach Tianshan County. Qi Yanzhou's words made everyone very happy. If they could go to Tianshan County, they could celebrate the new year with their family, and Yi Chutang's delivery would be more secure. Qi Qingyu's face was full of smiles. "So, in total, it will take less than 20 days to reach Tianshan County." Qi Yanzhou nodded. "Yes, we can arrive at Tianshan County before December. A month is enough for us to settle in and enjoy a happy new year." After speaking, he remembered the second branch of the Qi family. "Let me see. I haven't seen my grandmother in almost 10 years. The Qi family has always been cautious, and to keep the second branch uninvolved during difficult times, they rarely contacted each other. Qi Shuin listened to the cheers on the street and thought about the complicated relationships within the second branch, feeling a slight headache. Grandmother is in good health. Now her grandchildren are happy and she can enjoy her old age. Yi Chutang didn't seem genuinely happy when he heard this. Big brother, is there something wrong with uncle's family? Qi Shuin was surprised by Yi Chutang's sharpness. Why do you ask, sister-in-law? Yi Chutang raised his hand and turned it around his face twice. Big brother's expression shows he's hesitant to speak. Qi Shuin raised an eyebrow. When did I become so expressive with my emotions? Qi Yanzhou sensed something behind these words. Brother, what happened to uncle's family? Why haven't you mentioned it before? Uncle's affairs are not a big deal compared to the dangers we've faced along the way. There's nothing to talk about. But since I will soon live with uncle's family, I will tell you the details. Yi Chutang immediately interrupted Qi Shuin. What does living together mean? Do the two families live in the same house? Qi Shuin nodded. Yes, since grandmother is alive, her grandchildren naturally want to be close and show filial piety. So, we will live in a big house with uncle's family. But don't worry, sister-in-law. The house is large, and daily life won't interfere much. We just need to pay respects to grandmother every day. Yi Chutang spoke straightforwardly. Is grandmother difficult to get along with? Normally, just paying respects wouldn't be a big deal. Not at all. Grandmother is easy to get along with. She's a kind and friendly old lady, but, Yi Chutang continued, but there are troublemakers in the second branch? And one of them is very favored by grandmother. Qi Shuin gave Yi Chutang a thumbs up. Sister-in-law is right. Although Qi Yanzhou didn't have much contact with the second branch, he had been paying attention to their movements. He hadn't heard of such a person. He only knew that the second branch's business was doing well and had a good reputation. Big brother, who is this person? Qi Shuin finished the plum blossom tea in front of him, savoring its fragrance. It's not just one person, there are two. Before dealing with the second branch, he also thought they were as rumors described. But doing good deeds without asking for reasons, things are not always as they seem. The actual situation is different from the rumors. The second branch's Qi, Manhwa, has a main wife and 2 concubines. He has 1 legitimate daughter, 1 legitimate son, 3 illegitimate sons, and 2 illegitimate daughters. 2 concubines have already married, and each has a son who became engaged. This family setup was fine at first, but the eldest son has a mental disorder. Usually, he seems normal, but when he has an episode, he becomes unrecognizable and may even attack with a knife. Once, during an attack, he almost stabbed his grandmother, but a close maid saved her. Because of this, the maid's status rose significantly, nearly equal to the eldest daughter of the second household. She is the first troublemaker. The other is a niece from the grandmother's family, who came to stay after her husband's death with her daughter. This niece has a vague relationship with Qi Wenhua, causing chaos in the backyard of the second household. Qi Shuyan summarized, the maid who saved the grandmother, Qiu Hua, and the niece Yun Feilwan, who can make the grandmother happy, are both tricky people. We must be careful. Although the two families mostly keep to themselves and don't interact much, Qi's daughter Guotingting is quite unruly. After hearing this, Yi Chutang asked curiously, is grandmother a confused person? Otherwise, why would the second household be led around by 2 outsiders? Qi Shuyan coughed lightly. Grandmother isn't confused. It's just that these 2 are obedient in front of her, and her second uncle protects the niece. Plus, they haven't caused any big trouble, so grandmother can't interfere. After all, the person managing the inner household in the second family is Qi Wenhua's wife, Su. If grandmother intervened, it would be seen as questioning her authority. Yi Chutang nodded understandingly and looked at Qi Yanzhou. Ah Zhou, you know me. I've never been wronged. Whoever makes me unhappy, I will pay back tenfold. Even the emperor's dogs are no exception, let alone a maid and a cousin. Her family was a mess, almost on the verge of being wiped out. If her in-laws provoked her, she would not hold back. Qi Yanzhou held Yi Chutang's hand and smiled. If someone makes you unhappy, you don't need to do anything. I'll handle it. But if you prefer to do it yourself, go ahead. He would protect her from anyone causing her trouble. Hearing this, Qi Shuyan raised an eyebrow at Xia Shu. Did you hear that? Xia Shu was momentarily confused. Yes, I heard. So, Qi Shuyan affectionately rubbed Xia Shu's head. Remember it, and do as I say in the future. His woman might be bullied by outsiders, but she must never be bullied by family members. Xia Shu blinked. What if the person bullying me is your grandmother? Then I will leave the family and let her not be my grandmother. In Beichen, filial piety is very important, and Qi Shuyan couldn't fight elders. All he could do was stay away from troublesome elders. Of course, based on her understanding of her grandmother. Even if she sided with Qiu Hua and Yun Feilwan, she wouldn't be unreasonable. Xia Shu looked at Qi Shuyan with a serious expression, and a blush appeared on her face. It's too early to talk about this now, and you don't need to say anything. Qi Shuyan interrupted her. It's necessary. You are someone I trust completely. No matter when, I want you to know my feelings. This made Xia Shu feel even more embarrassed. She cleared her throat and said, Ayen, please tell me more about the situation with the second household, so Miss you won't be confused about how to face them. All right, I will tell you, and you should listen carefully. Qi Shuyan explained the details of everyone in the Qi family's second household. Besides Autumn Hua and Yun Feilwan, who are mother and daughter, there are also two younger brothers and a fierce rivalry between the legitimate son and the illegitimate son. However, their conflicts are mainly about business and won't hurt others. 3 days passed quickly. It kept snowing, but it didn't stop travel. Once the road from Wuchuan County to Tianshan Prefecture was cleared, Yi Chutang and her group set out again. This time, nothing unexpected happened. According to Qi Yanzhou's estimate, they arrived at Tianshan Prefecture. As they approached the city, Yi Chutang got out of the carriage and sat beside Qi Yanzhou. The outdoor temperature was very cold, about -20 degrees Celsius. The cold wind was biting, and their breath froze in the air. Qi Yanzhou, holding the reins, had on fur gloves, but still felt frozen. When he saw Yi Chutang come out of the warm carriage, he quickly said, Tang, it's cold. Go inside quickly. When we reach the city gate, I'll call you. They could already see the city gate, and it was about half an incense stick's time away. Yi Chutang adjusted her thick fox fur cloak. It's okay, we'll be there soon. As they got closer, she saw Jinji and Sean Air waiting eagerly. They hadn't seen each other for half a year, and both looked healthier. Their complexions were better, and their faces were rounder. Jinji couldn't see Chutang's face clearly, only a white figure in front of the carriage door. She guessed it was Yi Chutang and ran over happily. Miss, is that you? Her voice trembled with excitement, and she nearly fell over. Yi Chutang quickly responded, Aunt Jean, it's me. Take it slow, don't fall. Just as she finished speaking, the carriage stopped in front of Jinji. Qi Yanzhou pulled the reins to stop the horse. Yi Chutang got out of the carriage and hugged the excited Jinji. Aunt Jean, we finally reunite. Her pregnant belly was so big it pressed against Jinji, preventing her from getting close. Jinji could only lean her head close and reach out to hug her. Tears blurred Jinji's vision. Miss, I've been waiting for you. She arrived in Tianshan Prefecture 3 months ago. Since then, she had hoped every day to see Yi Chutang. But all she got were messages of danger, which scared her half to death each time. Fortunately, there was no danger, and the young lady finally arrived safely in Tianshan County before the new year. Yi Chutang pushed open the golden branch and helped her wipe away tears. It's so cold, the tears might freeze. Miss, you should get on the carriage to warm up and wait until the Qi family gets off. Yi Chutang shook her head and linked her arm with Jinji as they walked into the town. We've been riding all the way, let's walk a bit. After a few steps, they met Danner, who was a step behind Jinji. Danner, are you used to life in Tianshan County? Danner's eyes were also filled with tears, but she held back from crying. Without Miss, I feel very uncomfortable. Now that I am here, things will get better and better. Yes, as long as Miss is here, life will surely improve. Danner smiled, wiped her tears, and looked at Yi Chutang's protruding belly. Miss, it's cold, and the road is slippery. Why don't you sit in the carriage for a while? This reminded Jinji. Years ago, Miss had fallen and gone into early labor, leading to a series of tragedies. Miss, you should get in the carriage. The snow on the road had been cleared and was not icy anymore.
Ye çantank, direset in cloth boots, valket citydiri.
She looked at Jinji, who was worried, and said, Aunt Jean, I am not my mother. I know martial arts and won't fall. Let's go quickly. It's very cold outside. Where are you staying now? Jinji tightly held Yi Chudang and told her about what happened after they arrived in Tianshan County. When they first arrived, Qi Yanzhou's men rented 2 houses. They spent nearly a month adapting here. Then they started investigating the merchants and nobles of Tianshan County, gathering useful information, and practicing martial arts. Now, both of them had some basic skills and could protect themselves in normal situations. Hearing this, Yi Chutang was happy for them. You did very well. Relying on oneself is better than depending on others. Only when you are strong can you avoid being bullied. Jinji smiled and said, It's all thanks to Mrs. Good teaching. Then she continued. Over 2 months ago, Qi Shuyan brought the second branch of the Qi family to settle in Tianshan County and bought a big house. Jinji and Danner were just servants and didn't meet the second branch. A few days later, a man and Shize arrived in Tianshan County and opened a pharmacy. Jinji and Danner went to work as medicine assistants. As the weather grew colder, more people fell ill. A man and Shize not only treated patients at the clinic, but also traveled to various towns to offer free medical services, busy all the time. Jinji and Danner were also very busy. When they finally had some free time, the 2 elders of the Qi family arrived in Tianshan County and moved into the Qi residence. They then took Jinji and Danner in as well. During the day, they worked as medicine assistants at the pharmacy. At night, they stayed in a small courtyard arranged by Lady Qi. Yi Chudang asked, Aunt Jean, Danner, do you want to live at the Qi family or on your own? Both replied in unison, Wherever the young lady is, that's where we will be. All right, no matter where, I won't let you suffer any unfairness. Jinji and Danner exchanged a glance upon hearing this. Young lady, do you know that the second house isn't easy to get along with? Yes, but let's wait until we arrive at the Qi family, and then you can tell me in detail. Yes, young lady. After entering Tianshan County, the streets were full of common people. They didn't say anything or do anything, but their eyes showed respect. This was thanks to Qi Shuyan and Shiza. Of course, the second house of the Qi family also contributed a little. About 3/4 of an hour after entering the county, they arrived at the Qi residence. The residence was built from 2 old houses combined. The gate was grand, and the area was large. Yi Chutang wanted a hot spring, and Qi Shuyan had already arranged to bring one in. The Qi family members all stood at the door, welcoming the last arrivals. Old Madam Qi looked at Yi Chutang, who was pregnant, and quickly stepped forward. Tanger, you've traveled a long way. Are you cold? Let's go inside first, and later I will introduce you to your second uncle's family in detail. As she finished speaking, Yun Failwan, dressed in gold and silver, spoke up. Big sister-in-law, you don't have to introduce us, but at least introduce the ancestor, right? Yi Chutang looked toward the voice. Yun Failwan was about 30, still charming, with eyes that seemed to be teasing and alluring.
She was the type middle-aged men liked.
Yi Chutang didn't argue with her directly. Instead, her gaze shifted to the ancestor. The ancestor was just over 60, with black hair streaked with white, faint wrinkles on her face, but her spirit was good, and her eyes bright. When their eyes met, there was no pressure, only kindness. You're the wife of Zhou'er, Yi Chutang, right? Truly beautiful, the ancestor said. Yi Chutang couldn't see her true thoughts and nodded politely. Granddaughter-in-law Yi Chutang, greetings to grandmother. This was not very polite for a first meeting with an elder. Before she could say anything, Yun Failwan spoke again. First time meeting the ancestor, and you're this polite. Before she finished, she suddenly kneeled heavily on the ground, feeling a sharp pain in her knee. The winter ground was as hard as iron, and she was in so much pain she cried, unable to stand up. Qi Yanzhou jumped down from the carriage, looking at her coldly. Is it customary in the Qi family to keep a pregnant woman outside and make her learn to kneel? Everyone knew this was directed at Yun Failwan. Qi Wenhui looked displeased and gently helped Yun Failwan to her feet. Young Master Zhou, this is your cousin's wife. She is your elder. How could you lay a hand on her? Qi Yanzhou's eyes showed disdain. Cousin's wife. Second uncle, isn't she the one who keeps you warm at night? His words embarrassed both Qi Wenhua and Yun Failwan, and also made the old ancestor's smile disappear. Yanzhou, be careful with your words. The old master raised his eyebrows and asked, Grandmother, what did I say wrong? Please clarify. Since he and the old ancestor had little emotional connection, he naturally wouldn't sacrifice Yi Chutong's dignity to protect her. The old ancestor was left speechless by the retort. Old master, she quickly stepped in to smooth things over. Mother, Chutang is pregnant, and her body is heavy. Let's discuss this inside. His words gave the old ancestor way out. She immediately turned and left, visibly angry. The members of the second household also followed quickly. Old Lady Qi patted Yi Chutang's hand gently. Chutang, you've been wronged. Yi Chutang smiled and said, Mother, you know, no one can make me suffer injustice. If Azhou hadn't acted so quickly just now, that thing's knee would have been ruined. Her voice was soft but clear enough for Yun Failwan, who was limping at the back, to hear. Her delicate body trembled slightly as she looked at Qi Wenhua with a look of grievance. Second cousin. Her drawn-out tone softened Qi Wenhua's heart. Failwan, don't be afraid. I am here. No one can hurt you or look down on you. As soon as he finished speaking, his legs suddenly buckled, and Yun Failwan followed, both of them falling face-first to the ground. Blood flowed from their noses, their teeth loosened, and their faces swelled. Qi Yanzhou exclaimed in surprise, Oh, what's wrong with second uncle's stance? He's usually quite skilled. Has he been indulging too much these years? Though his words were coarse, everyone from the Qi family paid no attention. They all focused on Yi Chutang. Qi Wenhua had never been so embarrassed before, being brought down by a younger family member's actions. He immediately stood up, wiping the blood from his face. Yanzhou, don't be so reckless. Yi Chutang smiled and said, A single angry outburst for love. Second uncle, you really are getting stronger with age. You. Qi Wenhua's forehead veins bulged with anger, but he didn't know what to say. He dared not confront Yanzhou directly, fearing that if Yanzhou truly took power, he might rise with him. So, he held back his fury, helped Yun Failwan up, and left. Yi Chutang turned to look at Yanzhou. There will probably be a tough fight soon. Yanzhou confidently replied, No, they are all cowards. They break easily when pressed. Mrs. Qi listened and agreed, saying, Tang, whatever you do, you don't need to worry about us. Just don't let yourself suffer. Although she couldn't go against the ancestors, she was happy to see those troublemakers get their comeuppance. Old Master Qi also said, Tang, we help those who are right, not family. Seeing the support from her Qi family, Yi Chutang smiled. Everyone, don't worry. Not only will I not suffer, but our main family won't either. At most. Dividing the family again. This was said by Qi Shuyan. Actually, even if the two branches separated, it wouldn't really be a full division. The Qi family's two branches just live in the same house. Whether it's servants or money, they are kept separate. The ancestors still stay with the second branch, and the main branch pays her 100 taels of respect each month, sometimes inviting her to meals. The attitude of the Qi family gave Yi Chutang more confidence. She looked at the group already inside the main hall and smiled, saying, Let's go. I need to receive the greeting gifts. Mrs. Qi's face also brightened with a smile when she heard this. Yes, we should receive gifts. After all, your father and I also gave the Qi family a greeting gift. Receiving gifts without giving any in return isn't right. Yi Chutang walked ahead of everyone into the hall. The ancestors were already a bit displeased, and now they looked even more upset. Respect elders first, no manners. Yi Chutang sat at the head of the left side of the 2 rows of seats in the hall. In ancient times, the left was honored, the right was lower. All the second branch members sat on the right. Grandmother, I am the main wife of the main house. When the chief family was exiled and their estate taken, I provided for their food and clothing. I saved the lives of the chief family members. Where do you think I should sit? What position? This didn't bother the main house members, because it was true. But the ancestors and the second branch didn't like hearing it. The maid, Chiu Hua, looked at Yi Chutong's pregnant belly and sneered. Second madam, isn't that a bit much? Do you think you can just come all the way to Tianshan County? The implication was that the chief family had been taking care of her all along.
Yi Chutong looked at Shanar.
Slap her 10 times. The master is speaking, and maids shouldn't interrupt. Does the chief family have no rules anymore? Shanar had long been angry, and quickly responded. Yes, young lady. As soon as she finished, she stepped forward and slapped Chiu Hua across the face. Smack. The sound was sharp and clear. The ancestors didn't expect Yi Chutang to dare hit her own people. They shouted, Stop, but Shanar ignored the ancestors and slapped Chiu Hua again. Smack. The sound was crisp. Chiu Hua's face swelled, and Shanar felt satisfied. She happily returned to Yi Chutong's side. Miss, your servant has not failed in her duty. 10 slaps, and not a single one was wasted. Yi Chutang took out a 10-ounce silver ingot from her space and handed it to Danu. Well done. This is your reward. When the old ancestor heard this, her calm expression could no longer be maintained. She sharply slapped the armrest of her grand chair.
How dare you?
Guards, take this disobedient servant girl away and give her 20 beatings. The servants from the second household immediately appeared to seize Danner. The servants from the main household also appeared to block them. Watching this ridiculous scene, the old ancestor almost ran out of breath. This is going too far. This is going too far. Yi Chutang looked at the furious old ancestor and said, Danner is my maid. She has nothing to do with the Qi family. Grandmother has no right to punish her. She was only following orders and did nothing wrong. After speaking, she stood up and brushed imaginary dust off her clothes. Grandmother wants to teach rules, and I have now done so. Why are you unhappy? Or is it that your maid doesn't need to follow rules, but my maid must? Grandmother, such favoritism makes it hard to gain respect. In the Qi family, are you the authority, regardless of right or wrong, and no disobedience allowed? Yi Chutong's questions made the old ancestor's blood boil. She took a deep breath. Chiu Hua is different from other maids. Yes, to you, she is different because she saved you. But to me, she is just a servant girl who hasn't escaped her low status. When the master speaks, a servant should not speak out of turn. That's a punishment. Her words left the old ancestor speechless. Yi Chutang suggested, Grandmother, if you truly care about Chiu Hua, you should restore her servant status and grant her freedom. Then, marry her to the heir of the second household of the Qi family. That would truly honor her sacrifice. Yi Chutang knew the old ancestor couldn't do this, so she deliberately said it. Because no matter how highly the old ancestor held Chiu Hua, it couldn't change the fact that she was a servant. Respect between master and servant is deeply rooted in ancient beliefs. Also, a servant saving their master is just what should happen. Sure enough, the old ancestor immediately opposed Yi Chutong's suggestion.
No.
Chiu Hua cannot marry Ming Xian. Her marriage is my decision. After speaking, she told her personal maid, Yu Zhu, take Chiu Hua to treat her injuries and find the best doctor in Tianshan County. As soon as she finished, Yi Chutang said, Right now, the best doctor in Tianshan County is me. No need to trouble the granddaughter-in-law. Yu Zhu, go find Dr. Kong. Yes, old ancestor. After Yu Zhu helped Chiu Hua leave, the old ancestor looked at old Master Qi. When your daughter-in-law doesn't understand filial piety or the rules of the Qi family, does she? The implied message was for Qi Wenyue to discipline Yi Chutang and tell her not to defy the elders or act recklessly. Qi Wenyue simply pretended not to understand the old ancestor's subtle hints. I don't know the rules of the second house. Our main house's rule is to respect the head of the family and the mistress. The mistress? At such a young age, can she truly hold this family? Tanger is capable of managing the household. On the journey north, if it weren't for her protection, our family would have lost their lives. After speaking, he bowed to the old ancestor. Mother, Tanger is the head mistress of the main house. When she arrived at the Qi estate, she was disrespected by her cousin and scolded by a maid. This is embarrassing for the entire main house. I don't interfere with the chaos inside the second house, but if these troublemakers want to disturb the peace of the main house, don't blame me for being harsh. Qi Wenyue was always kind to everyone. This was the first time the Qi family saw him angry. The old ancestor hadn't seen this son in over 20 years and didn't understand his temper, so they didn't confront him directly. Wenyue, Feilwan, and Qiuhua are straightforward and kind-hearted, Qi Wenyue interrupted. Mother, because they are kind-hearted, they're still alive. This statement made the second house gasp in shock. Qi Yanzhou spoke at the right moment. Grandmother, the second house does business and is kind to others, treating people with warmth. But our main house lives through dangerous times, and our methods are more ruthless. Please understand. After speaking, he went to Yi Chutang and held her hand. Tanger is the most important person to me. Disrespect her, and you're opposing our main house. This made the atmosphere in the main hall even more tense. Seeing that threats had taken effect, Qi Wenyue quickly tried to ease the mood. Tanger is kind-hearted and never seeks conflict. Whoever respects her a little, she will return twice as much. But if you offend her, she will retaliate tenfold. Yi Chudang responded, Father is right. My sense of good and evil depends on your attitude toward me. She wasn't afraid of trouble, but disliked chaos. If the second house could see the reality and stop bothering her, that would be best. Their words eased the tense atmosphere. Although the old ancestor was still unhappy, she didn't dwell on the previous issues. After all, Yun Feilwan and Qiuhua had made mistakes first. She also didn't want the two houses, who had finally reunited, to fall into conflict over small matters. If the main house could rise to a high position in the future, the second house could also flourish. After her 100 years, she could also give her husband a satisfactory answer. Thinking of this, a smile returned to her face. Everyone is here. Let's sit and talk. There weren't many chairs in the main hall, for on each side. Typically, the head of the family, the matriarch, elders, or the eldest son and daughter-in-law sit at the main table. The rest stand around. On the first wife's side, the elderly couple from the Qi family, Yi Chudang and Qi Yanzhou sit. On the second wife's side, the main wife, the eldest son Qi Mingxian, and the eldest daughter Qi Minglan sit. Qi Wenhua, who fell badly, went to treat his injuries and did not appear. After everyone introduced themselves, they started chatting casually to get to know each other. This was to prevent misunderstandings or conflicts later on. Without the troublemakers, the second branch of the Qi family was quite easy to get along with. After a short while, Yi Chutang started feeling restless. Qi Yanzhou noticed she was uncomfortable and said, Grandmother, Tanger is pregnant with twins and feels heavy. She can't sit for long, especially after traveling by carriage. She's quite tired, so we won't stay long. The ancestor replied, Everyone, please disperse now. After dinner, we can chat more slowly. Qi Wenyue quickly said, Wait a moment. The daughter-in-law's greeting gift hadn't been received yet, so they couldn't leave just like that. Wenyue, do you have something to say? Mother, when I first came to Tianshan County, my wives and concubines all gave gifts to the new daughter-in-law of the second branch. Today, Tanger is here, and the second branch wouldn't have forgotten to prepare a gift for her, right? The people of the second branch weren't fools. Of course, they prepared a gift for Yi Chudang. But because she had a disagreement with the ancestor earlier, they didn't dare to bring it out. Now that Wenyue pointed it out directly, they had a reason to give a gift. Qi Wenhui's wife, Su, quickly took out a couple of silk boxes from her sleeve and handed them to Yi Chudang. Niece-in-law, this is a small token I prepared for you and the baby. Please accept it. Although the two concubines of the second branch fought fiercely, they were also clever and tactful. They had prepared 2 gifts and handed them to Yi Chudang. She accepted them graciously, without hesitation. Thank you, second aunt and 2 aunts. The ancestor had only prepared 1 greeting gift. Seeing everyone else had prepared 2, she took off her gold hairpin and, along with the silk boxes, handed them over. Tanger, please accept this first. Later, I will give you 2 sets of headwear as a gift for Failwan and Qiuhua. Yi Chuding smiled and accepted the silk boxes and the hairpin. Thank you, grandmother. Wishing you good health and happiness. After saying this, she turned and left the main hall. The people from the first house followed, closely behind. Soon, only the second branch remained in the main hall. Su carefully asked, Mother, what do you think of Yi Chuding? The ancestor thought of Yun Fulan, who had hurt her knee, and Qiuhua, who had a swollen face from a fight. Her brows furrowed in displeasure. Don't speak ill of others behind their backs. After saying this, she left the main hall with Guitingting, Yun Fulan's daughter, supporting her. Aunt Chun and Aunt Kong looked at Su. Madam, what do you think? Make friends. After leaving these 2 words, Su Shi went to the back kitchen to arrange tonight's dinner. The 2 aunts exchanged glances and nodded. Yes, make friends. They weren't fools. They clearly knew who their enemies were and who could be used. Soon after Yi Chuding returned to her courtyard, she received 3 gifts. The ancestors sent 2 sets of fine headpieces and a pair of longevity locks. The 2 aunts also brought some jewelry. She looked at the items on the table and asked Qi Yanzhou, should I give a return gift? The people of the second household, regardless of their intentions, at least knew how to save face. Qi Yanzhou, while placing his luggage, said, No need. If they give you something, just accept it. If a return gift is needed, your parents will handle it. All right, I'll accept it. What do you think about the second household? Qi Yanzhou and the people of the second household hadn't interacted much. He had only met the ancestors twice. But he had seen many people and was quite good at judging character. The people of the second household are sensible. They know that making enemies with us isn't good and won't cause trouble intentionally. This idea was the same as Yi Chutong's. Now, I've already fallen out with Yun Failwan and Qiuhua. One relies on your second uncle and the other on your grandmother. Both are quite soft-hearted and probably being used. After gaining power, these 2 women had never suffered such a big loss, and they wouldn't give up easily. Qi Yanzhou finished placing his clothes and closed the wardrobe door. No matter who they rely on, they are just dependents. Second uncle and grandmother won't fight the main household for them. Yi Chuding nodded. That's true. Besides, they can't scheme against me, but being constantly watched isn't good either. It's like flies outside the mosquito net, unable to get blood, but annoying to everyone. Qi Yanzhou sat at the table and poured himself a cup of tea. Don't worry, it will only last 3 times. When the time comes, no one can protect them. With your words, I feel more at ease. In ancient times, filial piety was very important. Yi Chutang didn't want the Qi family's main household to be labeled as unfilial. Even if they had to be disobedient, it should be for a reason. So that reason and the common people would support the main household. Qi Yanzhou understood Yi Chutong's concerns and smiled, saying, Tang, you don't need to feel caught in the middle. Do whatever you want boldly. If she couldn't even handle family matters well, how could he manage thousands of soldiers? Lying on the bed, Yi Chutang relaxed. You treat me well, so I will naturally return the favor and treat you well too. I know my father feels guilty for not being able to serve grandmother closely. So, unless absolutely necessary, I don't want the main house and grandmother to fall out. Qi Yanzhou also considered this and didn't make things too harsh. Otherwise, Yun Failwan wouldn't just hurt her knee, and Qiuhua wouldn't just get a swollen face. A Tang, in the main house, you are just following the rules. The implication is that as long as Yi Chudang wants to, she can do whatever she likes. No matter good or bad, right or wrong. Whatever she does, the Qi family will always stand by her unconditionally. Yi Chutang happily closed her eyes. Qi Yanzhou, I probably won't divorce you in this lifetime. Such a good family, hard to find in the world. Hearing this, Qi Yanzhou's sexy lips curved up. A Tang, since I signed the marriage papers, I never thought of being apart from you. Yi Chutang moved closer and lifted the quilt. Qi Yanzhou, I want to hug you. Come here and lie with me for a while. Although the blessing from the Wu clan made her no longer feel the pain of late pregnancy, holding Qi Yanzhou to sleep was more comfortable and helped her sleep better. I'm going to wash my feet. I'll be right back. Despite the cold weather, he didn't sweat on the way here, but washing would make him cleaner. In her drowsiness, Yi Chutang felt someone lying beside her. She immediately moved closer, resting her head on the man's chest, finding a comfortable position, and soon fell asleep. Her pregnant belly pressed tightly against Qi Yanzhou's waist, making him clearly feel the baby's movements. Recently, the two babies moved very frequently and with big motions. Feeling the vibrant life, he gently stroked her, eyes full of tenderness. Thinking that in a month or two, the children would arrive in this world, he was full of anticipation. Yi Chutang and Qi Yanzhou woke up after about half an hour. The northwest gets dark early. Before the hour of you, it was already completely dark outside. The two got up and left the house. Light snowflakes fell gently, creating a special scene under the lantern light. Jin Ji brought a cloak and put it on Yi Chutang. Miss, although the room is heated with a ground dragon, it's still quite cold outside. Wear more clothes and be careful not to catch a cold. Aunt Jean, you, and Sean are waiting in the room. After dinner, I'll come find you to discuss the next plan. Yes, Mississippi. Yi Chutang and Qi Yanzhou lived in a small courtyard alone. The maids were Jin Ji and Shaner. The young servants were Qing Ping and Qing En, who previously took care of Qi Yanzhou at the Prince of Chen's residence. Each courtyard had a small kitchen. Besides family dinners, they could eat independently at other times. Yi Chutang thought this arrangement was quite good. It would be even better if there was a vegetable garden. The winter in the northwest was too cold. Besides the stored cabbage, radishes, and potatoes in the cellar, they couldn't get fresh greens. She wants to build a large greenhouse with a fire dragon underneath to grow various vegetables. Although there are vegetables in the space that can be used as an excuse to take them out, it's still less convenient than growing her own. Plus, the extra vegetables can be supplied to the restaurant. In the northwest during winter, greens are much more expensive than beef and mutton. Qi Yanzhou has studied the layout of the residence. The main house has 6 courtyards, each named after the courtyard of the Prince of Chen's residence. The largest is Tangzhou Courtyard, where he and Yi Chutang live. Next is Changel Courtyard, where the elderly live. Qingyan Courtyard belongs to Qi Shuyan. Fuguang Courtyard is home to Aunt Su and Qi Hian. Qinfang Courtyard was prepared for Qi Jingyao, but she didn't live there. Instead, she stayed with the elderly to show filial piety. Qi Qingyu, her daughter from a marriage outside the family, lives with her husband and children at Qi's residence, which causes gossip. So Qi Shuyan arranged a small house for Chen Xiaoping at the end of this alley. Aunt Gao and Qi Yunan moved out after dividing the family and are not qualified to stay at Qi's residence. The ancestors took pity on the mother and son, who had nowhere to go, and took them in as servants. Now they live in the servants' quarters and maids' rooms. Only one courtyard in the northwest corner remains unoccupied. After hearing this, Yi Chutang thought this courtyard could be useful. Although it's in the worst location in the entire residence, it has plenty of sunlight. If no one lives in this courtyard, I'll clear it out and turn it into a vegetable garden, she said. Qi Yanzhou had no objection. All right, I'll tell the steward later to arrange for people to prepare it. But the soil is frozen hard in winter, so planting vegetables will have to wait until spring. What I want are winter vegetables. Once spring comes, everyone will have them, and it won't be interesting anymore, Yi Chutang said, sharing her idea of building a greenhouse. Of course, it wasn't a real greenhouse, but a glass house. Glass is made by melting high-temperature quartz sand and removing impurities. For containers to burn paper, iron molds are fine. Although quartz sand melts at 1,700 degrees Celsius and iron at 1,538 degrees Celsius, adding quicklime or wood ash to the sand can lower the melting point. Hearing Yi Chutang's idea, Qi Yanzhou was at a loss for words. His wife was so impressive that he felt even more pressure. Tang, tell me what you need. Make a list, and I'll help you prepare everything. Okay, if we really can make a glass house, it will bring in wealth. Qi Yanzhou wanted to say that building a transparent glass house with the craftsmanship of a glass cup would be incredibly expensive. Using that money to buy vegetables might take several generations to eat up. But as long as his wife was happy, it didn't matter whether it was worth it or not. Yi Chutang knew very well the value of ancient transparent glass. She indeed does not know how to make glass. However, her space contains a book on ancient craftsmanship, and she also has chemical knowledge that ancient people did not possess. Making high-transparency glass is not very difficult for her. Just after they finished talking, they arrived at the front yard. Most of the Qi family members had already arrived and were chatting. Probably because Yi Chutang took action against Yun Feilwan and Qiu Hua, the second branch's people were very attentive to her. Yi Chutang responded calmly. Soon, the meal was ready. When the dishes were placed on the table, the old ancestor and Guo Tingting arrived late. Qi Wenhua, Yun Feilwan, and Qiu Hua did not show up. Without the troublemakers, the meal was quite pleasant. But Yi Chutang noticed a problem. Guo Tingting was especially attentive to Qi Xuan. Even when she received unfriendly looks, she still enjoyed it. After dinner, the Qi family members drank tea and chatted. After pouring tea for the old ancestor, Qi Xuan said, "Grandmother, I plan to propose marriage to the Xia family after spring next year and marry Shuer." The relationship between Xia Shu and Qi Xuan was no secret. Everyone in the Qi family knew. The main branch members didn't need to say anything and supported the marriage. The second branch members looked down on Xia Shu, thinking her family was ordinary. She had a past marriage and she was too exposed outside, not suitable for Qi Xuan. If he wanted to take a concubine, that would be fine. But he wanted to marry her. The main wife of the eldest son of the Qi family must not be such an unremarkable woman. The old ancestor immediately put down her cup after receiving the tea. "Iner, you're not young anymore. Grandma is happy you're getting married, but the choice of wife can't be made so hastily. Grandma knows you like Xia Shu, and she's a good girl, but your families are not a good match. You can only take her as a concubine." This answer was expected by Qi Xuan. After all, the second branch's people showed disapproval when they first saw Xia Shu. He smiled with a gentle expression that felt like spring but spoke with a deadly tone. "Grandmother, I am not discussing this with you, but informing you, who I marry is my decision. If you're unhappy, I might not be your grandson. After all, the main branch and the second branch have been separated for so long. We don't have the bond of grandparent and grandchild. Xia Shu is his Achilles heel. Anyone who touches her will die. If it weren't for Xia Shu risking her life to pick Snow Lotus on the cliff to save him, he wouldn't even know how tall the grass on his grave is." The old ancestor, seeing Qi Xuan's firm attitude, was once again angered. She looked at Qi Wenyue in frustration. "Elder brother, is this the good son you raised?" Qi Wenyue stood up, went behind the old ancestor, and helped her calm down. "Mother, children will have their own happiness. Let them do what they want. Too much interference can cause discontent. We only need to tell them to consider the consequences before acting, so that in the future, they won't blame us if they regret." This sounds reasonable, but it actually justifies disobedience to elders. It's a flawed argument. Our ancestors were not misled by Qi Wenyue's words. However, she has now calmed down and is thinking about Qi Xuan's words. His point makes sense. Without a close family bond, it's impossible to use seniority to dominate others. Whether it's Qi Xuyan or Qi Yanzhou, they will surely stand higher than the second branch in the future. Strained relationships are not good for the second branch. Thinking of this, the old ancestor's tone softened. "Yanzhou, I know Xia Shu is a good girl, but her past might cause criticism and affect your future. If you truly want to marry her, I have no objection. However, I suggest you marry a wife of equal status as well." Qi Xuyan did not get angry at this. Instead, he smiled more. He looked at Guo Tingting beside the old ancestor and asked plainly, "Who is the wife of equal status? Your niece?" The old ancestor didn't understand Qi Xuyan well. She didn't know if his words were a test, a compromise, or mockery. She politely said, "If you are interested in Tingting, marrying her is fine. If you have another choice, I also have no objection." As soon as she said this, Guo Tingting became anxious. She immediately volunteered, "Big cousin, I was raised by our great aunt. I excel in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Before I was in Bincheng, and among women, I am considered second. No one dares to claim first. That's true. Among the rough women from the northeast, she is indeed a gentle and elegant, talented girl. Qi Shuyan smiled broadly, showing his teeth. What you're proud of, I am better at. Your talents are nothing in my eyes. Do you know why I must have Xia Shu? Because she risked her life to save me.
Can you do that?
Guo Tingting said defiantly. Saving people is a doctor's duty. Saving you is what she should do. Big cousin, if you're in danger, I will definitely save you. She dared to say this because she believed the Tianshan County was already under Qi family control, so Qi Shuyan couldn't be in danger. Qi Shuyan knew Guo Tingting's thoughts well. He looked at Qi Yanzhou and said, Azhou, help me with something. Brother, just say it.
Kill me.
Qi Yanzhou nodded. Okay. Qi Shuyan waved at Guo Tingting. Come here, to my side. As long as you don't dodge Azhou's sword, I will consider marrying you as a wife of equal status. Guo Tingting knew Qi Shuyan was testing her. She immediately agreed. Okay. She stepped forward to Qi Shuyan, her heart pounding wildly, a shy blush on her face. Qi Yanzhou looked at the proud Guo Tingting and asked the old ancestor, Grandmother, I will only draw one sword, but this sword will strike directly at Miss Guo's heart, making her face death's door. Whether she can survive depends on her fate. Do you agree? This statement made Guo Tingting turn pale with fear. Second cousin, what do you mean? Literally, Miss Xia went to the brink of death and gained my elder brother's heart. If you also want to win his heart, then die for him once. It's a fair trade. Guo Tingting's lips trembled. In a moment of crisis, I might risk my life for elder cousin, but to suffer this sword for no reason is unnecessary. In that case, wait until you die for him, then offer yourself as a candidate. The phrase, offer yourself as a candidate, hit Guo Tingting like a loud slap, leaving her humiliated and speechless. She turned around, twisted her waist, and ran away crying. The ancestors cared most about Guo Tingting and looked at Qi Yanzhou with displeasure. Zhou'er, your words are too harsh. If she dares to do it, why fear others talking? Truly, like mother, like daughter, both stubborn and proud. Zhou'er, Qi Yanzhou smiled and said, Grandmother, according to elder brother, you are the kindest and most reasonable. Seeing you today, I am quite disappointed. It turns out your kindness is only towards the second house. Qi Yanzhou's words struck the grandmother like thunder. She suddenly realized that the main house was not obedient like the second house. Before forming feelings for her, they wouldn't follow her unconditionally or treat her words as divine commands. But she had already gotten used to acting as the old empress, so when her authority was challenged, she showed a fierce side. Her real goal was to maintain good relations with the main house and have them support the second house in the future. Now, her actions went against this purpose. Thinking this, the grandmother immediately put away her arrogance and became gentle and kind. Zhou'er, you're right. I was indeed too biased. I won't do that again. After saying this, she looked at Qi Shuyan, who was gentle and refined. Yuana, Miss Xia saved your life. You should marry her. The two brothers spoke in unison. Grandmother is wise. Though they said this, they knew deep down that it was just a delaying tactic by the grandmother. She was not as selfless as she appeared. She only wanted to enjoy her old age. The dinner drama ended here. The members of the main house said goodbye to the grandmother and left. After they left, her gentle expression disappeared, replaced by a commanding presence. The second house members had never seen her like this and immediately became alert. The grandmother looked at Su Shi. Go call Manhwa here. Su Shi saluted. Yes, mother. Soon, the bruised and swollen Qi Wenhua arrived with Yun Failwan. Yun Failwan was hurt quite badly and limped as she walked. When she reached the old ancestor, she tearfully looked upset. Aunt, please stand up for me, she begged. Since coming to the Qi family, she had never suffered such great humiliation and insult. That crazy woman Yi Chudang, she must pay for this. The old ancestor did not immediately agree as she had before. Her face, full of lines, was tense and gave off a strong feeling of pressure. After all, she had been the head wife in the Prince of Chen's residence, and her skills and methods were excellent. But these years, she had lived comfortably and didn't need to use those skills, so she put them aside. Now, things were different. Yun Failwan sensed the change in the old ancestor, quickly wiped away her tears, and, despite her aching knees, knelt down. "Aunt, I did not do well. Please punish me," she said humbly. She was dependent on others and knew she had to read the situation to live well. When to flatter, when to act cute, when to apologize, and when to push her luck. Now was the time for her to admit her mistakes. The old ancestor looked at Yun Failwan, who was bowing politely, and her expression softened a little. "Your leg is still hurt. Get up quickly," she said, helping Yun Failwan to her feet herself. She liked this niece, not only because she was obedient and well-behaved, but also because she used her womanly skills and tactics to the fullest, just like she had in the past, making her comfortable in the inner chambers. When Yun Failwan stood up, she did not use her injury as a tactic to emphasize her suffering. She obediently stood beside the old ancestor and softly asked, "Aunt, call Manhwa over." "What instructions do you have?" This statement clearly declared her ownership of Qi Wenhua. Su Shi's face darkened, but she dared not speak. The old ancestor waved her hand. "Everyone leave now. Close the door and do not let anyone near." The servants from the second household were loyal and trustworthy, brought from the northeastern city of Bincheng. They immediately left the kitchen and kept a watchful distance nearby. They couldn't hear what was being said inside, but could arrive quickly in case of emergencies. Qi Wenhua asked, "Mother, was there another unpleasant incident during dinner just now?" Su Shi briefly explained what had happened. "Yenner and Zhou are too clever and completely ignore Mother," she said, which was harsh but true. Qi Wenhua looked at the old ancestor. "Mother, what do you plan to do?" He knew well how strong her desire for control was beneath her gentle exterior. In the Qi family, she did not allow anyone or anything to escape her control. Our ancestor picked up the now cold tea and used the cup lid to stir the foam on the surface. The lid clinked against the cup, making rhythmic sounds. The already tense atmosphere became even more suffocating. No one in the second household dared to breathe loudly. Every nerve in their bodies was tense. After a long while, the ancestor finally spoke. "You all know that in the future, our second household must rely on the main household to go further and stand higher." No one dared to deny this. Making money through business was just filling the officials' pockets. If the officials got angry, it could mean losing everything or worse. So, to avoid being bullied or targeted, one must stand at a height others cannot reach. For example, becoming a royal merchant. And the person who could make the second household achieve this was Qi Yanzhou, who might become the new emperor. If Yi Chutang knew what the ancestor was thinking, she would definitely scoff. The royal merchant belonged to her. Qi Wenhua spoke seriously. "Mother, you can rest assured. Failwan will be careful with her words and actions in the future." He could only control Yun Failwan. As for Qiu Hua, it was up to the ancestor to restrain her. Everyone must be cautious and keep good relations with the main household. Right now, they have no feelings for the second household. They can abandon us at any time. Do you understand? Yes. After a day of fuss, everyone should go back and rest. After returning to Tangzhou courtyard, Yi Chutang went to find Jin Ji and Shan Er. They had prepared plenty of fruits and snacks, all suitable for pregnant women and things they liked to eat. But they didn't know whether Yi Chutang preferred sour or spicy flavors, so they prepared some of both. When they heard footsteps, the two immediately stood up to open the door. Yi Chutang wore a pure white cloak, her face slightly flushed from walking quickly, looking soft and delicate, making people want to protect her. "There was a small incident after dinner, so I made you wait," she said with a smile. Jin Ji joked, "We waited half a year, so a little longer doesn't matter." Seeing how much Jin Ji had changed, Yi Chutang felt very happy. "Aunt Jean, if Mother saw you as cheerful and optimistic as before, she would be very happy." This made Jin Ji feel a bit guilty. "I didn't see things clearly before and I disappointed Mississippi. It's not your fault." You've done so much for my mother. She will only feel heartache and gratitude. Miss, what happened to the Yi family? Yi Chudeng smiled and said, they're all gone. Only Yi Jingchuan remains, barely alive. Jin Ji gritted her teeth and said, why isn't he dead yet? Because the time hasn't come, Yi Chudeng replied. Jin Ji didn't understand and asked, Miss, what time? Yi Chutong's lips curved into a smile. Aunt Jean, I have good news to tell you. Jin Ji had already parted ways with Yi Chudeng in the capital, not knowing that her prematurely deceased brother was still alive. What's the good news? Yi Chudeng, unguarded, directly said, Aunt Jean, my twin brother is alive and doing very well. Jin Ji stared in disbelief, feeling as if her ears might be malfunctioning. Miss, what did you just say? Yi Chudeng grabbed Jin Ji's shoulders and looked at her seriously. I said, heaven has eyes. My brother, who was thrown into the river, was saved by someone. He is still alive. I have found him and recognized him. After confirming she hadn't misheard, Jin Ji's eyes filled with tears immediately. Miss, is the young master really alive? Is he doing well? Where is he now? Aunt Jean, the current crime minister of the Yi family cannot be involved with my brother. I can only tell you that he was adopted by a kind family and is living very well. I won't ask anymore. As long as the young master is safe, that's enough. We will have chances to meet again someday. Jin Ji quickly wiped away her tears after speaking. Tomorrow, I will burn paper for the miss and tell her this good news. Yi Chudeng smiled and said, Mother probably knew since I was 2. Jin Ji suddenly realized, yes, after the miss passed away, if she didn't see the young master in the underworld, she would know he was still alive. How happy she would have been then. As she spoke, a look of sadness appeared on her face. Even if everyone in the Yi family has died, the miss will never come back. Yi Chudeng withdrew her hands from Jin Ji's shoulders. Things in the past can't be changed. We can only look forward and do our best to make things right. You're right. Now that we've settled in Tianshan County, what should we do next? Jin Ji thought Yi Chudeng would open a medical clinic, but instead, a southern border shaman named a man came and started the clinic first. It wouldn't be good to compete with her own people. Yi Chudeng said, I want to open a school, plant fruit trees, grow grains, dig wells, raise livestock, build roads and canals, and more. Jin Ji and Danner looked at her in surprise. Miss, what you're talking about can't be done by one person alone. I know that, so I will take it step by step. Anyway, we have a whole lifetime to turn this poor Northwest into a prosperous land. Yi Chudeng still had 2 important plans she hadn't mentioned, building city walls and developing oil fields. The former could be easily achieved if we had enough merit points. The latter would take time. Finding crude oil isn't difficult, but developing and reusing it is. After all, ancient times didn't have refining equipment. Jin Ji wasn't sure how much she could help Yi Chudeng achieve, but she would do her best to assist. Whatever the miss needs me to do, just tell me. The young girl quickly said, Miss, no matter what you want to do, I will support you. To her, as long as Yi Chudeng wants to do something, she will surely succeed. Yi Chudeng looked at the 2 who still wanted to help her, even though she knew she was talking big, and her lips curved into a slight smile. I need a bookkeeper and a clever spokesperson. Jin Ji and Dan Er exchanged glances and found their answers. The former said, Miss, I have experience in business and managing accounts, so I am suitable. The latter said, Miss, I learned to observe and gather information in the Yi family, so I am fit to be the spokesperson. This division of tasks was expected by Yi Chudeng. She nodded and said, starting tomorrow, you don't need to go to a man's clinic. In the morning, I will teach Aunt Jean arithmetic, and in the afternoon, I will train both of you in martial arts. When outside, the spokesperson must be skilled in martial arts to avoid trouble. Jin Ji and Dan Er's eyes fell on Yi Chutong's belly, which was hidden behind the table. Miss, your body still needs rest. For learning martial arts, we can ask the guards of the young master for guidance. Yi Chudeng touched her belly and smiled. All right, I'll talk to Nan Xiao tomorrow and ask him to arrange for someone to teach you martial arts. I will teach you hidden weapons. Using hidden weapons relies on skill and surprise, and it's easy to learn without much effort. Jin Ji and Dan Er understood this and did not oppose. After the discussion, Yi Chudeng said, rest early because tomorrow will be a busy day. Yes, Mississippi. We will prepare hot water for your bath first. Yi Chuding thought that pregnant women shouldn't bathe in hot springs, so she nodded. When she returned to the main room, Qi Yanzhou was not there. She guessed he had just arrived in Tianshan County and probably had many things to arrange, so he might be busy until late. Sure enough, after Yi Chutang finished her bath and dried her hair, her husband still hadn't returned. She had taken a nap for half an hour in the afternoon and still wasn't sleepy. So she took out that ancient craftsman's book from her space, reading and taking notes at the same time. Before long, she wrote down the process of making glazed glass, the materials needed, and their proportions. After finishing, Yi Chutang went to bed. When Qi Yanzhou finished his work and returned, he saw a piece of paper on the table, clearly detailing the process of making glazed glass and the ingredients. After reading it, his eyes showed shock and he whispered, "A Tang, how can you make those 1,000-year-old glass artisans feel ashamed?" A single sheet of paper could make the glass craft perfect and improve it by thousands of years. Qi Yanzhou put the paper down and went behind the screen to the clean room. The room was large, with a sunken bathtub that could be used for hot springs or warm baths. The large bathtub has 2 holes, one high and one low. Both are now sealed with wooden stoppers. The high hole is for bringing in hot spring water, and the low hole is for draining away the used water after bathing. Qi Yanzhou removed the wooden stopper from the high hole, and hot spring water immediately flowed into the tub, steaming. The water had a faint sulfur smell. When he bathed, he used Yi Chutang's herbal soap. The scent of mugwort masked the sulfur smell and helped soothe his dry skin after the bath. After bathing, Qi Yanzhou dried his hair with his inner strength, then got into bed and held Yi Chudang in his arms. She instinctively turned around and snuggled into his embrace, using him as a human pillow. Half asleep, she mumbled, "What time is it?" "Just past midnight." "Did I wake you?" Yi Chutang turned her head, then fell back into sleep. The next day, Qi Yanzhou was awakened by the baby's movements. Although Yi Chutang no longer felt uncomfortable in late pregnancy, she could still sense the baby moving and immediately opened her eyes. "Why are the 2 little ones so active this morning?" Qi Yanzhou smiled and said the journey to Tianshan County was bumpy for too long. Now that everything's settled, the babies probably aren't used to it. "That's possible," Yi Chutang replied with a smile, gently patting her belly. "Be good. Once you're born, you'll definitely like it here." She had now figured out that Beichen Kingdom's map was similar to that of ancient Huagua. Tianshan County is in the northwest of Xinjiang. The area has large temperature differences between day and night, with strong UV rays, making it ideal for growing fruits, vegetables, and grains. Thinking of this, Yi Chudang asked Qi Yanzhou, "Where is my older brother now?" In theory, Song Jingning should have arrived in Tianshan County earlier than Yi Chudang. After all, Yi Chutang's journey was delayed by various emergencies, and she had taken a longer route due to her exile. But Song Jingning only needed a day to speak at each county, and Tashkurgan and Tianshan County are large and sparsely populated, with only about a dozen counties combined. He should have arrived in Tianshan County more than 2 weeks ago. Qi Yanzhou had been paying close attention to Song Jingning's movements. However, after heavy snow blocked the roads, he lost contact due to transportation issues. "Ah Tang, I only know that 2 weeks ago, Song Jingning was in Yilan County, Tianshan County. He was probably stranded there by the snowstorm. Yilan County is not far from Tianshan County. Usually, a horse-drawn carriage ride takes 2 or 3 days." Yi Chutang had considered this possibility before, but quickly dismissed it. Not all parts of the Northwest experienced snowstorms at the same time. The snow started in the border region of Linzhou and moved southward, growing heavier and windier as it went. In Yilan County, the snowfall was lighter and arrived about 5 days earlier than in Wuchuan County. At that time, if Qi Yanzhou received news, it meant the snow wasn't heavy, and Song Jingning could leave to go to Tianshan Prefecture. "Azhou, send someone to Yilan County. I'm worried about my brother's safety," Qi Yanzhou said, knowing how important Yi Chutang was to Song Jingning. He quickly nodded. "All right, I'll arrange it immediately." The person Yi Chutang was worried about, Song Jingning, was not in Yilan County, but in Linzhou City. He had left Yilan County 2 weeks ago to go to Tianshan Prefecture. However, just one day after leaving, he received a letter from General Chen Kuei, who was stationed at the border. His daughter, Chen Ruoyun, had been severely injured in a recent attack by a neighboring country and was near death. Although she was a military woman, she was also talented in literature and greatly admired Prince Haoyue, memorizing his poems and essays. Chen Kuei wanted her to see Prince Haoyue before she died and talk about poetry and learning with him. But this could harm her reputation, so Chen Kuei asked Song Jingning not to tell anyone and promised to reward him afterward. Because of this, Song Jingning canceled his plan to head straight to Tianshan Prefecture and continued north to study and teach. When he changed his plans, he wrote a letter for Qi Yanzhou's subordinate to deliver to Yi Chudang. However, the subordinate was stopped by a heavy snowstorm and got delayed, causing a communication gap. Song Jingning was unaware of this. He hurried and arrived in Linzhou City yesterday. To avoid attracting attention, he rented a tea house today to teach and answer questions. During the lunch break, he left through the back door of the tea house, got into Chen Kuei's carriage, and went to the general's residence. The residence was not far from the tea house, just across the alley. The carriage was ordinary and not noticeable. After entering through the side gate, they walked a bit before stopping. Chen Kuei was a burly man with a thick beard, prominent eyebrows, and big eyes, looking quite fierce. He was the first to lift the heavy curtain and jump down from the carriage. "Young Master Song, please get out." After getting out, Song Jingning found himself in a snow-covered backyard filled with the scent of winter plum blossoms. Chen Kuei strode quickly toward the back courtyard. "Young Master Song, please follow me." Song Jingning immediately followed and went to Hanmei Courtyard, where Chen Ruoyun was. She had named the courtyard herself, saying she wanted to be like a cold plum, resilient and proud in the wind, blooming freely even in the harshest environment. Now, severely injured, she lay pale on the bed, her lips cracked and her face gaunt. After dismissing the maidservants who served her, Chen Kuei approached her bedside gently and called softly, "Yuna, the Prince Haoyue you've been wanting to see has arrived." This word seemed to breathe new life into Chen Ruoyun, not only making her wake up quickly, but also brightening her previously dull eyes. Song Jingning immediately went to the bed and gently looked at Chen Ruoyun. "Miss Chen, I am Song Jingning." Chen Ruoyun looked at him following his pleasant voice. When she saw the handsome and gentle Song Jingning, her cracked lips slightly curved into a smile. "Young Master Song, you are as I imagined, elegant and refined, with a commanding presence. Miss Chen, I also think you are brave and spirited, shining like spring flowers." Chen Ruoyun smiled but did not take these words seriously, thinking they were just Song Jingning's kind words to comfort her before her death. She had been seriously injured and bedridden for over a month, like a withered plum blossom, no grace, no spring bloom. "Prince Haoyue, because my body is weak, I cannot stand to greet you. I am truly sorry." Although she was a martial woman, she was also educated and sensible. If not for her health, she would have performed proper etiquette as a scholar. Song Jingning bowed deeply and gave her a gentleman's lee. "Miss Chen, your loyalty to protect the border and your willingness to sacrifice yourself are admirable." After speaking, he straightened up and looked at Chen Kuei, asking plainly, "May I be so bold as to ask, how much longer does Miss Chen have?" This made Chen Kuei's face change dramatically. Anger rose in his heart, and he grabbed Song Jingning by the collar. "Young Master Song, stop talking nonsense." Although his daughter didn't have much time left, he couldn't say such words in front of her. Chen Ruoyun was very aware of her condition. Everyone told her she would recover soon, but she knew she wouldn't get better. "Dad, please let go of young Master Song." Cough, cough. Seeing his daughter so agitated, Chen Kuei hurriedly released Song Jingning. "Yuner, the doctor said you must not be excited, or your wounds might burst and worsen." "Calm down." Chen Ruoyun's body was already very weak. Every cough was relentless. Her abdominal wounds burst open, and the smell of blood spread. Chen Kuei was frightened and quickly pulled back the quilt. Seeing his daughter's blood-stained white clothes, he shouted in panic, "Someone, quickly find the doctor." The maid who was about to enter the room responded immediately and went to fetch the family doctor. Chun Royun's face was covered in blood, her complexion rapidly turning pale, and her pupils visibly shrinking. Because Song Jingning had been sick since childhood and often treated illnesses, he could cure most ailments except difficult ones. He saw that Chun Royun was on the brink of death and quickly said, "General Chun, given Miss Chen's current condition, I fear the family doctor may not arrive in time. Let me try, but I might offend Miss Chen." Although Chen Kuei didn't understand medicine, he had experienced several times when his daughter was critically ill. He knew how serious her bleeding was. In the face of life and death, reputation is a small matter. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dared to lift the blanket in front of Song Jingming. "Thank you, young Master Song." Song Jingning immediately used acupressure to protect Chen Royun's vital points, then took a heart protection pill given to him by Yi Chutang from his pocket and fed it to her. "General Chen, pour me a cup of warm water." Chen Royun was no longer able to swallow medicine on her own. Song Jingning held her face gently, forced her to open her mouth, and lifted her chin. Then he pressed his thumb against her throat, with his other forefingers curled and placed on her collarbone, slowly moving downward. When his hand reached between her breasts, the heart protection pill was swallowed. He saved her last breath. "She's fine for now, young Lady Chen, but her injuries are serious. Most doctors can't save her." Chun Kuei knew this well. After his daughter was badly hurt, he searched everywhere for doctors. Everyone he asked shook their heads and told him to prepare for the worst. He thought that if anyone could save his daughter, it would be the legendary healer, Xuedong. But he didn't know where Xuedong was. Even if he knew and could invite Xuedong, if Xuedong wasn't in the northern land, it would be too late to save her. Chun Kuei's face was full of regret. This is Yun Yun's fate. He felt he had done his duty to heaven and the people, but he deeply regretted his daughter's suffering. Song Jingning spoke firmly. "People can sometimes change their fate." These words made Chen Kuei's eyes light up. "Young Master Song, what do you mean? Can you really save my daughter? I understand medicine, but I can only treat common illnesses. Chun Girl's injuries are too severe for me. However, I know someone who might be able to save her, but she would have to travel to Tianshan County." To Song Jingning, Yi Chutang's medical skills were unmatched. She might give Chen Royun a chance to survive. But she was pregnant now and couldn't come to Linzhou City easily, so Chen Royun would have to endure the journey. When Chun Kuei heard Tianshan County, he immediately knew who Song Jingning was talking about. Anyone else, and he would be willing to take his daughter there. But it was Yi Chutang, the head of the Qi family. If young Master Song means Madam Qi, then there's no need. Song Jingning frowned slightly, confused. "Why? The Chen family has a family rule. We do not involve ourselves in political struggles, only protect the safety of border civilians." Chun Kuei had admired and felt regret for the Qi family before. He admired how they cared for the people and worked tirelessly for stability. He was also sad that the Qi family had lost power due to the emperor's suspicion and was now walking on thin ice. Now, if the Qi family wanted to overthrow the emperor, they were no longer on the same side as him. He couldn't risk his daughter's life just to follow the Qi family and gamble with the entire Qin family. Song Jingning did not expect Chun Kuei to refuse his suggestion outright. "Even if we know Lady Qi can save Miss Chen, will the general watch her die?" This statement hit Chun Kuei hard, like a heavy blow, causing him great pain. He took a deep breath and said, "It's her fate." Seeing Chun Kuei's firm attitude, Song Jingning continued, "I understand the general's worries. You could write her a letter first, asking about Lady Qi's conditions for saving her. If Lady Qi's conditions are acceptable and you can meet them, Miss Chen might have a chance to live. What do you think? Debt for a life is the hardest to repay. Never mind. Since it concerns Miss Chen's life and death, shouldn't she choose for herself?" Just after Song Jingning finished speaking, the house doctor pushed open the door carrying a medical box. He quickly approached and checked Chen Royun's pulse. "General, luckily, Mrs. Hart is still protected." Otherwise, he didn't finish his sentence, but Chen Kuei understood what he meant. "How is Yun'er now?" Replying to the general, "Mrs. Wound is torn open, bleeding heavily, and the infection is severe. She's unlikely to wake up again." Chen Kuei's body shook upon hearing this. What does that mean?
Yunner.
Has she passed away? The general misunderstood. Mrs. Life is temporarily saved, but her condition is worsening. She is extremely weak and may not wake up before passing. How long does she have? Miss has some precious medicine to prolong her life. She might last 3 days if lucky, or up to half a month. Seizing the moment, Song Jingning said, half a month is enough time to send Miss Chen to Tianshan County. The house doctor was confused and quickly opposed. No, Mrs. current condition means she can't leave, let alone travel by carriage. If this is the only chance to save her, isn't it worth trying? The doctor, who had watched Chen Ruiyun grow up, replied without hesitation, of course it's worth it. Then please, doctor, help Miss Jing to wake up and ask her what she wants, treatment or not. Of course she should be treated. Miss would never give up on life. Song Jingning looked at Chen Kuei. General Chen, what is your choice? Chen Kuei's decision was the same as before. But before he could speak, a graceful woman, fragrant with sandalwood, entered the room. Treat her. No matter the cost, I want to save Yunner. Chen Kuei looked at his wife, who was sweating heavily from rushing here, and felt overwhelmed. Madam, why are you here? If you want to kill my daughter, how can I not come? Her words pierced his heart, making Chen Kuei's face turn pale. Madam, you should know, I want Yunner to get better more than anyone. To protect the border, he had already lost 2 sons and a daughter. Now he only had 1 son and 1 daughter left. If she loses her daughter again, only her weak young son will remain. The woman snorted, your hope is worthless in the face of choices. I want to save Yunner, and no one can stop me. After speaking, she looked at Song Jingning. As long as there's a chance to save Yunner, I am willing to try. Please, young Master Song, take my daughter and me to Tianshan County. I want to speak with Lady Qi face to face and negotiate. Whether the negotiation succeeds or not, she cannot miss the chance to save her daughter. Song Jingning did not agree immediately. He looked at Chen Kuei. What does General Chen say? Chen Kuei looked at his resolute wife and sighed. I will go with Yunner too. This made Madame Chen happily withdraw her gaze. Get ready and leave early. Chen Kuei then looked at the family doctor and ordered, no matter what, ensure Yunner survives and reaches Tianshan County. The family doctor looked troubled. General, I don't have the ability. Song Jingning volunteered himself. I'll try, but I must be clear, it's a last-ditch effort. Whether it helps her live a few more days or not, I can't guarantee. While Chen Kuei hesitated, Madame Chen decided. Let young Master Song do as he wishes. Whether he succeeds or not, I will accept it and won't blame you. But before you treat Yunner, I want to speak with her alone. Once she spoke, Chen Kuei, Song Jingning, and the family doctor left the room. No one knew what Madame Chen and Chen Ruiyun discussed. Song Jingning only knew that when he re-entered, her complexion seemed slightly better. This showed her strong will to survive. The stronger her desire to live, the more likely she was to survive after taking strong medicine. Miss Song, you're a good girl. As long as Lady Qi can save her, she will definitely save you, and she won't take advantage or set harsh conditions against the Chen family. So, you must endure this difficult moment and live to reach Tianshan County. After speaking, Song Jingning gave Chen Ruiyun a spring revival pill. Although this pill doesn't have the power to bring someone back from the dead, it can stimulate vitality and prolong life. However, it is a strong medicine, and if someone with a very weak body takes it, it could become a deadly poison. Miss Chen, I am sorry. After saying that, he lifted the hem of her pink undergarment and cut open the blood-stained cloth with scissors. Then he took out a hemostatic medicine from the medical box left by the court doctor and applied it to her wound. It was a deep wound that was swollen and infected, emitting a foul smell. Now was the critical time to absorb the healing effects of the medicine, so it was not suitable to dig out the dead tissue. Only stopping the bleeding was possible. About 15 minutes later, Chen Ruiyun's tense body gradually relaxed, and she stopped sweating. Song Jingning immediately checked her pulse. Seeing her pulse had become stronger, he let out a deep breath. He closed her inner garment and called out, "Everyone, come in. Miss Chen has endured it." With her current condition, she can hold on until reaching Tianshan County. Hearing this, Chen Kai and his wife immediately bowed deeply to Song Jingning. They knew he had used a rare and precious healing pill for their daughter. Lord Song, we will repay your kindness in the future. The cost of the medicine you used, we will pay you now, they said. Although the healing pill was hard to buy, it still had a price. Even if they didn't have enough silver, they could exchange gold or jewelry. Song Jingning quickly helped them up. General Chen, Madam Chen, Miss Chen is worth saving. You don't need to be so polite. He saved Chen Ruoyun because he wanted to gain control of the 20,000 Chen family soldiers, so naturally, he wanted the silver from the medicine. Chen Kai insisted, we must pay the silver. Please, Lord Song, tell us the amount. Song Jingning smiled and said, you two should keep the silver for now, to save Miss Chen's life. Then he told the court doctor at the door, please help Miss Chen treat her wound, remove the dead tissue, and reapply medicine. When he said this, Chen Kai and his wife realized their daughter's inner garment had been untied. Song Jingning quickly explained, after Miss Chen took the healing pill, her wound wouldn't stop bleeding. I had to cut open the bandages and use some hemostatic medicine. He was saving her life, so Chen Kai and his wife naturally wouldn't blame him. Saving lives is the priority. Let's not worry about the rest. Thank you for understanding. Please have the court doctor treat Miss Chen's wound. You two should pack your luggage and prepare for snow removal, and set out as soon as possible. Although there was no heavy snow in Linzhou City, the roads were still covered with thick snow, especially in low-lying areas. The snow needed to be cleared first, so the carriage could move. Linzhou City was not far from Tianshan County. With a faster carriage, it would take about 10 days. But considering Chen Ruoyun's condition, the journey was slower, taking 3 extra days. Along the way, Song Jingning changed her wound dressings twice. She woke up twice, but each time it was only for a short while, less than 15 minutes. Every time she wakes up, she talks with Song Jingning about poetry. She grew up on the border, having seen too many soldiers die in battle, and she has her own views on poetry. Through her perspective, Song Jingning sees a different side of things, and learns a lot. He sent a letter to Yi Chudang early. So, when the carriage arrived at Tianshan County, the guards immediately took them to the Qi family estate. Yi Chudang was waiting in the main hall. When she heard the servants announcing her, she stood up to greet them. The second branch's people arrived before her, meeting Chen Kuei and his wife, Song Jingning, and the 2 siblings from the Chui family. Yi Chudang knew that the second branch wanted to show off in front of the Chen family and build connections. Chen Kuei and his wife didn't know much about the Qi family's situation. They didn't treat the second branch coldly, nor were they overly warm. They were polite but somewhat distant. When Yi Chudang appeared, the Chen family's attitude changed immediately because they had a request. Madam Chen looked at Yi Chudang, who was visibly pregnant and still looked stunning, and doubted her medical skills. Could such a young woman really be as skilled as the famous Dr. Shuedong? But her words were very pleasant. Finally meeting Madam Qi, it's true that seeing is believing. Meeting you is better than just hearing about you. Since they had already come, there was no turning back. Spending time with Song Jingning on the way made her realize he was a trustworthy person. Yi Chudang didn't exchange pleasantries with Madam Chen but told Chen Kuei, General Chen, please follow me. Then she said to Jean Ji, Aunt Jean, take Sir Song and the others to the side room to settle in, then bring Sir Song to the side hall. Yes, Mississippi Song Jingning and the others followed Jean Ji. Yi Chudang took the 3 from the Chen family to the side hall of the main house. She already knew about Chen Ruoyun's condition and had prepared surgical tools at her space. The side hall was arranged like an operating room, with bottles of medicine and medical tools on the table to distract others. General Chen put Miss Chen on the bed, she said. The bed was narrow, only 2 feet wide, suitable for her to perform the surgery. Although Chen Kuei and his wife didn't understand why the bed was so narrow, they didn't ask much. Madam Chen only cared whether Yi Chudang could save her daughter. Madam Qi, can you save my young daughter? Yi Chudang didn't answer immediately. She reached out to check Chen Ruoyun's pulse. Because she had taken the revival pill, her pulse was still steady enough to last through the surgery. but she couldn't guarantee she would save her. First, her injuries had been untreated for too long, severely weakening her body. Second, the limited hygiene conditions in ancient times meant there was a risk of infection after surgery. Third, even simple surgeries carried the risk of mistakes. Yi Chutang released Chen Ruoyun's wrist and said to Madame Chen, "I am about 70% confident I can save Miss Chen, but I can't guarantee the outcome will meet your expectations." Her words made Madame Chen's eyes light up with hope, and she eagerly grabbed Yi Chutang's arm. "Is what Lady Qi says true?" Everyone thought the girl was beyond saving, yet Yi Chutang was so confident. She couldn't believe it, but also wanted to believe. Ignoring the slight pain from her arm, Yi Chutang slightly smiled and reassured Madame Chen with her gentle expression. "I am a doctor. I never lie to my patients." Chen Kuei, calmer than his wife, asked, "Lady Qi, what are the conditions for saving the young lady?" From Song Jingning's letter, Yi Chutang knew that the Qin family did not want to side with the Qi family. So she didn't rush, but suggested that Chen Kuei pledge loyalty to the Qi family. She smiled and said, "Miss Chen's life is very valuable. If I save her, I want 100 taels of gold." 100 taels of gold is about 1,000 taels of silver. This amount isn't much for a second-rank official, but for a poor border general, it's a significant sum. The Qin family could afford it, but their future days would be tight financially. However, money is less important than their daughter's life. Chen Kuei immediately agreed. "All right, as long as Lady Qi can save my daughter, I will give 100 taels of gold." "It's settled then." Yi Chutang finished and made a gesture to invite them to wait outside. "Please wait outside. I don't want to be disturbed while treating the patient." Chen Kuei and his wife quickly left the side hall and kindly closed the door. Yi Chutang shouted outside, "Danner, no one is allowed in without my permission." Danner quickly responded, "Yes, miss." For safety, Yi Chutang also locked the door and disinfected the side hall. She gave Chen Ruoyun an anesthetic injection to prevent her from waking during surgery. After preparing everything, she put on her surgical gown. She unbuttoned Chen Ruoyun's clothes and removed the bandages. Her abdominal wound was more serious. If not for the rejuvenation pill forcing her body to stay alive, she would have died long ago. Fortunately, no vital organs were damaged, but the infection was severe, and her organs were beginning to deteriorate. "Tricky." Yi Chutang said this, but her expression showed no change. Clearly, she wasn't worried about Chen Ruoyun's condition. To her, it was just a simple surgery. Her main concern was dealing with the infection and organ deterioration. Yi Chutang took the necessary surgical tools from her space and made a vertical cut on Chen Ruoyun's left abdomen. She used retractors to open the incision wider, making it easier to treat the wound and the affected internal organs. This was a minor surgery. Because there were many areas to treat, it took a lot of time. Plus, she had no assistant, so she was busy for a full hour before finishing. When she finished, Yi Chutang's legs hurt badly from standing too long. Fortunately, the surgery was very successful and no emergencies occurred. She used absorbable stitches to close Chen Ruoyun's wound, applied medicine, and bandaged her. Since it was inconvenient to give intravenous antibiotics, she injected medicine directly and also fed her medication. After everything was done, Yi Chutang took off her surgical gown and stored the medical supplies that didn't belong in ancient times into her space. She opened the side hall door and told the group waiting outside anxiously, "Miss Chen's survival depends on observing her for 3 days." This implied that the treatment was somewhat successful. If her recovery went well later, she would be fine. Madame Chen stretched her neck to look inside. "Madame Qi, can we go in and see Yinner?" "Of course, but not for too long. Miss Chen needs to rest." "All right, I understand." After speaking, Madame Chen and Chen Kuei hurried inside. Song Jingning noticed Yi Chutang looked unwell and quickly stepped forward, asking with concern, "Madame Qi, are you all right?" Yi Chutang shook her head. "I'm fine, just a bit tired. A rest will do. If Miss Chen doesn't need your hands-on care anymore, you should rest. Your health is important. No rush, I still have some things to tell Madame Chen." As soon as she finished, Chen Kuei and his wife came out of the side hall. They couldn't see much because their daughter was still unconscious, and her face showed no improvement. But for some reason, they felt hopeful, like their daughter could be saved. Madam Chen asked, Madam Qi, when do you think Yuner might wake up? Yi Chuding thought for a moment and said, if lucky, tomorrow morning. If not, it could be a lifetime. Her words made Madam Chen's heart jump. Earlier, you said a 70% chance. Is that still valid? Yes, so you don't need to worry too much. Just follow my instructions to care for Miss Chen. This eased Madam Chen's worries slightly. Please, Madam Qi. Yi Chutang explained all the precautions for caring for Chen Ruyan. It wasn't very difficult, just tiring. She needed to watch for fever, check if the wound worsened, change dressings, and give her medicine. Madam Chen remembered everything carefully. To avoid mistakes, she even borrowed paper and pen to write it down. Madam Qi, as long as we care for Yuner as you said, and she doesn't develop a fever or worsen her wound, she'll be fine, right? Yi Chutang nodded confidently. Yes, I understand. I will take turns watching over Yuner with my husband. If she has any problems, I will go to Madam Qi. Please take good care of Miss Chen.
I will have food sent to you on time.
Madam Chen bowed again and gave a big bow to Yi Chuding.
Thank you.
Once Yuner wakes up, we will return to Linzhou City to get the gold and deliver it to Madam Qi.
All right.
If you need anything, just ask Danner. She will try her best to help you. I have other matters to attend to, so I will leave now. As Yi Chutang left, she called Song Jingning. Young Master Song, I need to talk to you about the branch school at Jianhua Hall in Tianshan County. Please come with me. Song Jingning nodded and followed Yi Chuding away. The brother and sister went to Tangzhou Courtyard. Today, Qi Yanzhou was busy and not at the Qi residence. Some servants didn't recognize Song Jingning. When they saw Yi Chutang bringing a man inside, they wondered quietly. But they were careful and only thought about it in their hearts, not telling others. Still, they told Qi Xuan. Qi Xuan usually didn't care about Yi Chutang's affairs and pretended not to hear.
Keep your mouth shut.
From now on, no matter what you see the head lady doing, act as if you saw nothing. Don't tell anyone, including me. If a single word gets out, don't expect to live. Yes, young master. At this moment, Song Jingning followed Yi Chutang to the main hall of the main house. She asked Qingping and Qing'an to serve some good tea, then sent them away. Danner was waiting in the side hall in case the Qin family needed anything. Yi Chutang called out to Shao Kitchen. Aunt Jean, come here for a moment. Song Jingning heard this and guessed that Yi Chutang was about to reveal his identity to Jin Ji. He didn't oppose and waited quietly for Jin Ji to arrive. Miss, I'll be right there, Jin Ji said as she wiped her hands and entered the main hall. Miss, you're looking for me. Halfway through her words, she saw Song Jingning. The two sat close together at the round table. Their expressions and features looked very similar. Jin Ji suddenly remembered something. Her pupils widened, and her lips trembled. She wanted to speak, but didn't know how to start. Seeing Jin Ji like this, Yi Chutang knew she had guessed. She raised her hand and said, Aunt Jean, come over and look at young Master Song. See if he resembles my mother. When she said this, Jin Ji realized that Song Jingning was the eldest son who had been strangled by Kong Ru at birth and thrown into the river. Tears filled her eyes, blurring her vision. She tried hard to see Song Jingning's face clearly, but couldn't see anything. She was so anxious, she raised her hand to wipe her tears, but the more she wiped, the more tears came, and her voice choked with emotion. Mississippi, Yi Chutang listened to Jin Ji's plea for help and stood up, pulling Tang Jingning to sit beside her. Madam Jean, the fifth young master of the Song family, the famous bright moon young master, is the little boy you've been thinking about. After Yi Chutang confirmed Jin Ji's suspicion, she closed her eyes tightly, forcing tears out. When she opened them again, her vision was clear. She looked at Song Jingning and Tang Wanning, whose features were very similar, and reached out to touch them. But just as her fingers were about to brush his star-like eyes, she quickly withdrew her hand. She was afraid of startling Song Jingning, as it was their first meeting. Although Song Jingning felt no affection for Jin Ji, he took her hand and let her fingertips touch his eye corner. Do I look like my mother? He asked. Jinji touched his gentle skin, her fingers trembling slightly. She nodded affirmatively. Yes, very much so. Our features are alike. I didn't realize it before. When Yi Chutang married Qi Yanzhou, Jinji had seen Song Jingning, but her attention was on Yi Chutang, so she hadn't noticed how similar their features were. Song Jingning smiled and said, "It's normal not to notice. Many people in the capital have seen me and Chuer, but no one would connect us. Even if they thought their features resembled each other, they would see it as a coincidence. After all, there are many people in the world with similar features." Jinji held Song Jingning's hand again. "How did the little prince come to the Song family?" she asked. She didn't inquire about how Song Jingning was doing in the Song household, because she had seen for herself that the Song family cared for the little prince more than their own biological children. Otherwise, there wouldn't be such a renowned bright moon young master. Song Jingning briefly explained how he was found by Song Mingyu. His tone was calm, but Jinji felt her heart pounding with fear. A premature, weak child who was knocked out and thrown into a river in freezing weather. How difficult it must have been to survive. "Thank heaven. Thank the head of the Song family," Jinji said, then knelt towards the capital and bowed her head heavily. Seeing this, Song Jingning was moved and quickly helped her up. "I am just like Chuer. You can call me Aunt Jean." "Okay, little young master. Whatever you want to call me. Aunt Jean, tell me about my mother," Jinji said. Whenever she mentioned Tang Wanning, Jinji had many stories to tell, her words lively and animated. Song Jingning listened quietly, his calm exterior hiding a restless heart. It was such a pity that such a good mother was ruined by the treacherous Yi Jingchuan. Jinji looked at Song Jingning with a hint of anger in her eyes and said, "If Miss knew her two children were so talented, she would be very happy. Young master, young Miss has already taken revenge on the Yi family for Miss, so you just need to focus on living well in the future. Although Yi Jingchuan is still alive, he is now living worse than death, which is another form of punishment." After hearing Jinji's words, Yi Chutang thought, if there is a place for the dead, Tang Wanning should have met the original owner. She looked toward the capital and said, "Brother, once the situation in the world settles down, we will go back to the capital to pay respects to our mother." Song Jingning nodded heavily. "Good, right now, our sibling relationship isn't ready to be made public. You can't stay long in the Qi family estate. Let's discuss serious matters." "Okay, about the branch of Manhwa Court Academy, I already have a rough plan." Yi Chutang had also prepared her plan in advance. After talking, the siblings came up with the best solution. Song Jingning stood up. "Chuer, from now on, you should focus on nourishing the baby. I'll take care of setting up the branch." "All right. Thank you, brother. No need to thank me." This is also a way to expand the Song family's territory, a win-win. Afterward, Song Jingning asked, "Chuer, besides the literary world, are you also planning to go into business?" He asked because he noticed Yi Chutang was very close to Sun Chu, who represented a new force in the business world. Yi Chutang smiled and nodded her head. "Mother left me with a business mind, so it would be a pity not to use it." Song Jingning affectionately rubbed Yi Chutang's head and smiled. "Chuer, is your real reason for going into business to control the economic lifeline of Beichen Kingdom? Throughout history, royal merchants served the emperor, but also had the power to control him. After all, royal merchants were connected to the Ministry of Revenue, the treasury of the court." Yi Chutang playfully blinked her eyes. "Brother, you're so clever. You can't hide anything from you. Earning silver and gaining invisible power. Why not do both?" A hint of concern appeared in Song Jingning's eyes. "Chuer, whatever you want to do, go ahead. Just don't overexert yourself. It's not worth it." "I understand. Brother, rest assured, everything I do is within my ability. That's good. If you need me, just ask." Yi Chutang smiled and said, "All right, I never hold back from my family." Then she asked Song Jingning, "Brother, are you staying at the Qi family or buying a house?" "Buying a house. I'll rest today, and tomorrow I'll go look for one. Don't be too busy. I'll ask a Zhou to help you find one. Just in this alley. Living nearby makes it easier to see each other." Song Jingning did not refuse. "All right, then I will focus on the branch hospital matters." Yi Chutang nodded. "Jinji, send young Master Song off. Yes, Mississippi, after Jean Ji saw young Master Song off, she returned, looking excited. Miss, I never expected that fifth young Master Song would be the young master. Luckily, he wasn't born into the Yi family, otherwise, he wouldn't be so outstanding now. Yi Chudang also thought the same. The Yi family's roots are crooked. No matter how they teach, they can't raise good children. Aunt Jean, you only need to know my brother's identity. Don't reveal it. Rest assured, Mississippi. I will never do anything harmful to you or the young master. She has kept this secret in the Yi family for over 10 years. Keeping secrets is not difficult for her. Aunt Jean, go get some paper and a brush. I will continue teaching you calculations. Jean-ji thought about the math that challenged her understanding and hurried to fetch the paper and brush. She always knew the miss was unusual, but she didn't expect her to be so extraordinary. Her thoughts, words, and actions were completely different from what she learned in Beichen Kingdom, as if she came from another world. Thinking of this, Jean-ji quickly pushed away the frightening idea. No matter how different the miss is, she is still her miss. Qi Yanzhou finished his work and returned as it grew dark. He first went to the side hall to see Chen Kuei. He didn't mention anything about court affairs, only asked a few simple questions and exchanged greetings. General Chen, since we both fight on the battlefield, you don't need to be polite with me. Just tell me if you need anything or want to eat. Ten guinotet. When my daughter wakes up, I will thank you properly. No need. My wife always accepts payment for saving people. No need to thank me. Qi Yanzhou finished and left. Back at Tangzhou courtyard, Yi Chutang was correcting Jean Ji's calculations. He glanced at Jean Ji, who was struggling to learn, and wanted to say something but held back. Both were willing to endure, so he shouldn't interfere. Yi Chutang knew Jean Ji was working hard. She didn't give up because she learned modern arithmetic, which would benefit her for a lifetime. Zhou, have you met Chen Kuei? Qi Yanzhou took off his heavy cloak and hung it on the coat rack. Yes, I met him. Chen Kuei is wary of me and doesn't want to talk much, so I came back. Yi Chutang smiled and fiddled with a lamp wick. It's okay. He'll come to us when he needs something. Hearing this, Qi Yanzhou knew Yi Chutang had a plan. He curiously asked, what are your conditions for treating Miss Chen? 100 taels of gold. This amount isn't much, but it could drain Chen family's savings. Yi Chutang nodded in agreement. You're right. This winter is cold, and with shortages of clothes and grain, the Chen family can endure, but the Chen army cannot. Once this was said, Qi Yanzhou knew what Yi Chutang's plan was. When the Chen family was at their wits' end, they would only lower their heads when they saw you holding grain and warm clothes. Yes, the Chen family has integrity and won't get involved in party disputes for their own lives, but they will compromise for the survival of thousands of soldiers. This is a common flaw among soldiers, always reliable. And Yi Chutang deliberately drained the Chen family's resources, which isn't considered mean-spirited. After all, Chen Ruoyun's life was worth 100 gold. Qi Yanzhou looked at Yi Chutang, who was always prepared, and teased, is there anyone Yi Chutang can't outsmart? Yi Chutang thought for a moment. Not yet, I hope I never will. She liked to keep everything under control. Being invincible means never feeling lonely, only feeling great. Qi Yanzhou sat beside Yi Chutang, took a jewelry box from his sleeve, and handed it to her. Take a look. Yi Chutang thought the box contained a New Year gift from Qi Yanzhou. But when she opened it, it was a clear, teardrop-shaped glass. No, to be precise, it was a Rupert's tear, formed when liquid glass dripped into water. The glass had some impurities, but not many, and it didn't affect its transparency. She picked up the tear, happily asking, is it finished? Has it been made into a sheet? Recently, besides busying with official matters, Qi Yanzhou had been focused on removing impurities from the glass. Luckily, after half a month of effort, there was significant progress. Impurities are mostly gone, but we're still testing the thickness to make it strong enough to withstand a heavy snowstorm. If it's too thick, it wastes materials and reduces transparency. If it's too thin, it won't bear weight and might crack. Before New Year's Eve, we should be able to finalize the thickness of the glass sheets. There are half a month left before the new year. Deciding on the thickness is easier than impurity removal. About 5 days should suffice. Qi Yanzhou delayed the timeline until New Year's Eve because he still needed to solve the issue of making the glass thickness uniform. Yi Chuteng nodded with satisfaction. Being able to produce the glass sheets I want within a month is already impressive. When the time comes, give the workers some extra pay. All right, I will arrange everything. Don't worry. After saying that, Qi Yanzhou reached out to touch Yi Chuteng's belly. Ah, Tong, when do you think you'll give birth? Yi Chuteng calculated the days. She was nearly 9 months pregnant. If counting fully, it should be around the Lantern Festival, but twins usually deliver early, so it might be right around New Year's Eve. Between New Year's Eve and the Lantern Festival, it's possible. The midwife is already arranged, and it doesn't matter when you give birth. You don't need to worry too much. Yi Chuteng could clearly feel that Qi Yanzhou had been quite anxious lately. He hasn't been sleeping well, and often wakes up suddenly at night. Amira blessed the child. If all goes well, I should give birth around the Lantern Festival. Qi Yanzhou is anxious because he has heard many stories of women having difficult deliveries and losing their lives. Although the witch clan's blessing power is strong, he fears something might go wrong. Tang, tell me honestly, is there any danger in the delivery? This made Jinji put down her charcoal pen and look at Yi Chuteng, who had become noticeably rounder. Yi Chuteng wasn't gaining weight. She was swollen from late pregnancy. Miss, you and the baby will be fine, right? Tang Wanning's difficult labor was caused by a fall and early delivery. But having twins is always harder than a single birth. Even natural delivery can be tough for women. So Jinji is worried Yi Chuteng might face problems during childbirth. Seeing the worried faces of the two, Yi Chuteng confidently said, I will definitely be fine. If natural birth becomes impossible, she can have Qi Yanzhou perform a cesarean section to deliver the baby. However, at that time, her space might be exposed because a C-section requires surgical tools and medicines. She can't prepare these in advance and can only produce them out of thin air. So, she is the one most eager to avoid accidents during delivery. Her determined look didn't reassure Qi Yanzhou and Jinji, who still worried deeply. Miss, we must be fully prepared. Just finding a midwife might not be enough. Qi Yanzhou agreed and nodded. Yes, we should also find some skilled female doctors. Yi Chuteng was a bit speechless. You guys do as you like. She quickly changed the subject. It's already dark. What should we eat tonight? Use the small kitchen or have a feast. Recently, the second house has been quite obedient, and Yun Feilwan and Xiuhua haven't caused trouble. Qi Yanzhou knew that the second house wanted to build good relations with the main house to gain benefits in the future. So, he accepted their good intentions. He didn't want unnecessary trouble or conflicts. As for the future, the second house will get as much as they give, no more, no less. Qi Yanzhou knew Yi Chuteng didn't like eating with the people from the second house. Everyone was acting. They didn't seem tired, but it was exhausting to watch. Let's just use the small kitchen. I'll go tell grandmother. The second house is probably already preparing. Yi Chuteng understood that Qi Wenhua was a very clever businessman. Today, distinguished guests arrived at Qi Manor, and the second house wanted to make connections. She urged, hurry up and go, and also invite young Master Song and the Chui siblings to have dinner at Tongzhou's courtyard. Qi Yanzhou nodded, walking out while saying, and call son Chu too. All right, and also invite the eldest brother. They would gather together to chat about important matters. All right, you plan the dinner. Let me know what ingredients are needed, and Qingping and Qingyan will go shopping. After Qi Yanzhou left, Yi Chuteng and Jinji went to the small kitchen. There were some simple home-cooked dishes prepared inside. Jinji asked, Miss, tonight we have many guests, so we need to cook more. These ingredients might not be enough. Jean Annie, go to the main kitchen and bring back some vegetables. Yes, Mississippi. After sending Jinji away, Yi Chuteng took out some greens and fresh chicken, duck, and fish from her space. Since everyone was used to the presence of the ghost thief, there was no need to hide it. Jinji couldn't bring back many ingredients from the main kitchen. The weather in Tianshan County was freezing, with outdoor temperatures below -20 degrees Celsius. Everyone ate the same simple food, mainly preserved cabbage and potatoes, plus some fresh meat. Occasionally, Yi Chutang would take out some greens from her space to satisfy their cravings. So, when Jinji saw the extra vegetables in the kitchen, she didn't find it strange. Without hesitation, she started picking and washing the vegetables. Yi Chutang, pregnant, couldn't help with the chores, so she called Qingping and Qing'an to help. Although these two young men didn't know how to cook, they could definitely assist. They were happy to help because even eating leftovers in the small kitchen was better than eating the large pot meals prepared for the servants. When Qi and Zhou returned to Tangzhou courtyard, Yi Chutang was in her room embroidering clothes for her child to wear. She didn't really like sewing, but she was bored. Ah, Tong, stop embroidering. The light isn't good tonight. Be careful with your eyes. She reached to take the fabric and needle from Yi Chutang. Just a little more to finish. Yi Chutang quickly dodged. I'll do it, Qi and Zhou said, startling Yi Chutang so much she almost pricked her finger. You know how to sew? I don't, but I can mend clothes. The clothes Yi Chutang made for her child were simple, with only basic stitches, no fancy embroidery. That's why Qi and Zhou dared to finish the last bit himself. His embroidery looked quite good, making Yi Chutang look at him with new respect. She teased, looks like you really haven't had a woman before. This comment made Qi Yanzhou accidentally cut his finger. He looked at Yi Chutang with a mix of helplessness and affection. Ah, Tong, besides you, I've never had anyone, and I won't again. Yi Chutang raised an eyebrow. Me neither. This pleased Qi Yanzhou, and he stitched faster. Sun Chu was the first to arrive at Tangzhou courtyard. He watched Qi Yanzhou holding a needle and thread, nearly popping his eyes out. Madam Qi, you really know how to manage your husband. Yi Chutang rolled her eyes. No, I won't take responsibility for this mess. Men without women are just more capable with their hands. What's wrong with that? Sun Chu rolled his eyes at Yi Chutang. It's not like we don't have money to buy new ones. Being wealthy and being thrifty are not opposite qualities, Sun Chu said, unable to argue with Yi Chutang, so he changed the subject. My restaurant and the rouge shop will be ready soon. When do you think it's best to open? He thought about opening on New Year's Eve for good luck, but also worried that business would be slow during the holiday season. So, he was conflicted. Yi Chutang thought for a moment. Maybe the 6th or 8th day of the first lunar month. Add some activities to attract customers. Sun Chu patted his chest confidently. That's my strong point. Leave it to me. Using modern promotional techniques on ancient people, no matter the industry, always works well. Yi Chutang really believed in Sun Chu's ability to make money. Otherwise, he wouldn't have become so rich in just 3 years. Okay, you handle sales, I'll focus on products. She took out some papers from her pocket and handed them to Sun Chu. These are my recent herbal cosmetic formulas. Keep them for now. Once spring comes and the roads are clear, I'll buy the raw materials. Sun Chu carefully stored the papers in his pocket. Alright, don't worry about me being too busy. If there are new products, just give them to me. Quality matters more than quantity. Launch one new product a year, or it won't be special anymore, Yi Chutang said, and Sun Chu agreed. That's true. Too many products can cause problems. Once I find a good way to operate, I can open branches with new products and compete for profit, like Green Arrow and Wada. They seem to compete but are actually from the same company. That's what I think too. Each shop doesn't need many products, just high quality and unique features. Yes, just follow your advice. They talked openly, not hiding anything from Qi Yanzhou. He couldn't understand how familiar and in sync they seemed. It was like they had known each other for a long time, understanding everything about each other. Not family, but very close. He was glad Yi Chutang only considered Sun Chu a partner. Otherwise, he might not have been able to compete. Because he couldn't keep up with Yi Chutang's ideas right away. But Sun Chu could. Thinking of this, Qi Yanzhou said to Sun Chu, Young Master Sun, once I reunite the Qi family army, come help me train soldiers. Sun Chu didn't like military camps or battlefields, boring and bloody. Just as he was about to refuse, Yi Chutang spoke first. 2 points. The refusal that almost left his lips was swallowed back. If it was 1 point, he'd think about it. 2 points was a big deal. If he didn't earn, he'd miss out too much. Alright, I am willing to help. With this point secured, he now has 5 points. He is 1 step closer to freedom. Soon after, Song Jingning brought the Chui siblings over. Yi Chutang noticed the difference in the siblings' demeanor. They seemed more confident and steady, as if they had seen the world. Chui Yunqing and Chui Shue bowed politely. Chui Yunqing/Chui Shue, greetings to everyone. Yi Chutang smiled and said, "They are young, no need for formalities. Please sit down." Sun Chu also disliked the old-fashioned formal greetings. He welcomed them like a host, saying, "Sit quickly, have some fruit and snacks. You can't find these elsewhere." He was very curious about the ghost thief, space, marketplace, system. If Yi Chutang hadn't clearly said he wouldn't reveal anything, he would have asked how to get special abilities. Everyone else had special powers when they traveled through time, but he had nothing. The Chui siblings remained polite despite Sun Chu and Yi Chutang's friendliness. They behaved properly. Song Jingning relaxed and ate and drank freely. As young people who traveled across the land, they could chat about many things easily. Qi Yanzhou was still sewing clothes, occasionally adding a few words. He noticed Chui Yunqing's views on the world matched his own. He even had sharp insights into politics. I didn't expect the Chui family, known for their scholarly tradition, to produce a strategist. To him, Chui Yunqing could become a behind-the-scenes helper for a leader capable of killing without bloodshed if he wished. Chui Yunqing looked at Song Jingning, then stood and bowed to Qi Yanzhou. "I wonder if I am fortunate enough to become your strategist, Lord Qi." Qi Yanzhou didn't look up from his sewing and continued working. "I'm just an idle person now, young Master Chui. You've chosen the wrong person." "I haven't chosen the wrong person because I seek not power but peace in the world. In that case, please write me a plan for governing the country." Chui Yunqing had been waiting for this. He took out a well-prepared plan for ruling the country from his pocket and respectfully handed it to Lord Qi. "Please, when you're free, give me some advice." Qi Yanzhou finally finished sewing his inner garment. His stitches were neat, but not as good as Yi Chutang's. After finishing, he put away his needle and thread, folded the clothes, and placed them in the main room. After finishing his chores, he took Chui Yunqing's plan. "Young Master Chui, you came prepared." Chui Yunqing smiled slightly. "I've wanted to join your side for a long time." He used to care little about national affairs and just wanted to study well. But after seeing the unfairness in the world, he also realized his own ambitions and dreams. Qi Yanzhou did not immediately look at the governance strategy. He carefully stored it away and tucked it into his pocket. "Young Master Chui, once I have reviewed it and find it useful, I will find you." Chui Yunqing was very confident in his policy proposal, especially since Song Jingning had given him some guidance. "I look forward to your good news." As soon as he finished speaking, Qi Shuyan arrived. "What are you talking about? It sounds serious." Chui Yunqing saluted Qi Shuyan. "Greetings, young Master Qi. We are discussing governance strategies. The topic is quite heavy. Have you come to any conclusions?" "No, I haven't dealt with state affairs much. It's all just theory on paper." Qi Shuyan felt the statement was not quite right. People who have dealt with state affairs are often deeply involved in complex situations. Few can see the whole picture. Those deeply involved may not see clearly, and outsiders may not understand the situation. That makes sense. So, both insiders and outsiders need to guide each other. Yi Chutang saw the men's conversation becoming more profound and cleared her throat. "The major national affairs are not our concern right now. Developing Tianshan County is the top priority. Using small details to see the big picture helps understand the overall situation." Her words received everyone's full agreement. If they could turn the poor Tianshan County into a prosperous land, the entire Beichen Kingdom would become rich and powerful. The two brothers from the Qi family knew Tianshan County best and spoke the most about it. Then Chui Yunqing and Song Jingning added their thoughts. Sun Chu, although mainly interested in business, occasionally chimed in with surprising insights, as he had studied history and read the Ziji Tongjian. They continued talking until the food was served, then stopped. Song Jingning sighed. "It's been a long time since we had such an enjoyable conversation." Truly, applying knowledge practically makes one feel fulfilled. Yi Chutang asked Jinji to brew a pot of honey water. "Everyone must be thirsty. Let's drink some honey water to soothe our throats before eating." Everyone was so engaged in their chat that they ignored table manners. eating and talking at the same time. The meal lasted over an hour. If they hadn't considered that Yi Chudang was pregnant and needed rest early, they might have talked all night. After seeing everyone off, Qi Yanzhou felt his throat dry and drank several glasses of water in a row. Ideas need to be shared to see if they are good or not. He benefited greatly from the night. Yi Chudang was a bit tired and yawned while leaning on the table. Indeed, everyone is smart. When we pool our ideas, Tianshan County will soon become prosperous with everyone's effort. Qi Yanzhou nodded in agreement. Suddenly, he furrowed his brows. Tang, you're right. To become wealthy, we first need to build roads. The reason the northern land is poor is not only because of its harsh environment but mainly because poor roads hinder trade. Northland is too vast and frequent wind and sand often bury the roads. Building roads, there is almost impossible. Yi Chutang's mind imagined the main highway crossing the uninhabited area and confidently said, where there's a will, there's a way. As long as she thinks about it and takes action, success will come someday. She not only wants to build roads, but also to divert rivers and complete the south to north water diversion project. Of course, these are long-term goals that can't be achieved quickly. Maybe she won't accomplish any of them in her lifetime. But that's okay. Just trying is a kind of success for her. Qi Yanzhou was inspired by Yi Chutang's faith and said seriously, Tang is right. Where there's a will, there's a way. The next day, before dawn, Yi Chutang was awakened by noise. Good news. Chen Ruoyan had woken up. Her merit points increased by over 50,000, meaning Chen Ruoyan was out of danger and no longer at risk. Chen Kuei and his wife were overwhelmed with joy. They had thought their daughter, abandoned by everyone, would never survive, but Yi Chutang saved her. They were so excited they forgot everyone was still resting and insisted on coming to Tangzhou courtyard to thank Yi Chutang. Lying in bed, Yi Chutang was stunned by the high merit points she received. Qi Yanzhou thought she was upset about being disturbed and covered her eyes with his hand. Tang, rest. I'll go check on her. Yi Chutang held his hand and sat up with his help. No, I should go. I want to see how Chen Ruoyan is doing. Since she received such a high reward, she felt she should do her part. She put on her coat and fox fur cloak and went to the main hall. When Chen Kuei and his wife saw her, they immediately bowed deeply. Madam Qi, thank you for saving my daughter. There's no need to be so polite. Chen girl is awake now. You can prepare the 100 taels of gold. Her straightforward attitude pleased them very much. Using gold and silver to repay a life debt is the cheapest way. Chen Kuei stood up and said, Madam Qi, don't worry. Before New Year's Eve, the 100 taels of gold will be in your hands. Yi Chutang nodded with satisfaction. Let's go and see Chen girl. Qi Yanzhou and Yi Chutang went to the side hall together. Although Chen Ruoyan had woken up, she was too weak and quickly fell asleep again. Chen Kuei and his wife thought she had fainted again and were quite frightened. Mrs. Chen anxiously asked, Madam Qi, my daughter just woke up. Could it be a false alarm? She didn't even have a chance to speak to her daughter before rushing to Tangzhou courtyard in excitement. Missing her daughter's last words would be a great loss. Yi Chutang interrupted Mrs. Chen's worried thoughts. Mrs. Chen, don't worry. Chen girl is out of danger. She's not fainting. She's sleeping. After speaking, she gently checked Chen Ruoyan's pulse. Although her pulse was weak, it did not indicate imminent death. This shows her health is improving, but she was severely injured and has contracted an internal illness, requiring a long time to recover. Chen Kuei and his wife both stared at Yi Chutang's hand, nervous and unable to breathe. After Yi Chutang finished checking her pulse, they asked in unison, How is the young lady? Yi Chutang smiled gently, offering reassurance. Rest assured, as long as proper care is taken afterward, Miss Chen will recover completely. However, her body is too weak to travel, so she needs at least a month to rest at the Qi residence. Thank you for your trouble. During her recovery at the Qi residence, all expenses will be covered by our Chen family, Yi Chutang said, knowing Chen Kuei did not want to owe favors. She nodded. All right. The 100 taels of gold are just for her treatment. I will also have someone prepare a detailed list of her medicines and daily expenses, which we will settle with General Chen later. Chen Kuei clasped his hands in gratitude. That's very good. Chen Kuei lowered his hands and turned to his wife. Madam, you stay at the Qi residence to take care of Yuner. I will go to Linzhou and return before the Lunar New Year to celebrate the family reunion. Madam Chen nodded.
Good.
The roads are icy and slippery, be careful. I will. Not only do you need to care for Yuner, but also take care of yourself and avoid overexertion. Yes, hurry back. After bidding farewell to Yi Chudang and Qi Yanzhou, Chen Kuei left without even breakfast, carrying only some dried food and water, riding his horse away. Seeing Madam Chen's dark circles, Yi Chudang said, Madam, Miss Chen is fine now. You should rest first, or you won't have the energy to care for her. During your rest, my maid will look after Miss Chen. She then called Danner inside. Danner, watch over Miss Chen. If she wakes up, come find me at Tangzhou Courtyard. Yes, young lady. As soon as Danner agreed, Madam Chen took a red hairpin from her head and handed it to her. I didn't bring silver, but this hairpin isn't valuable, though it's worth 10 taels. Please take turns caring for her until her condition improves. Madam, I shouldn't accept that. Caring for Miss Chen is my duty. Madam Chen shook her head and firmly pressed the hairpin into Danner's hand. Caring for the Qi family is your duty, but caring for the young lady is not. Danner looked hesitantly at Yi Chudang. Yi Chudang smiled and said, Take it. It's what you deserve. Afterward, she and Qi Yanzhou returned to Tangzhou Courtyard and took a nap. When she woke again, it was already late morning. Today, for the first time in a long while, the sun came out. The sunlight was very white and not blinding, so it didn't feel warm. The temperature was noticeably colder. As soon as I stepped out of the warm indoor space, I felt freezing. Qi Yanzhou adjusted Yi Chutang's cloak and advised, Tang, it's chilly today. Maybe you shouldn't go to the blacksmith shop. Yi Chutang was dressed warmly, so she wasn't cold, but her face was a bit icy. It's been a long time since I went out. If I don't get some fresh air, I'll go crazy, she said, then put on her cloak's hood. Let's go. Qi Yanzhou couldn't refuse Yi Chudang, thinking it was only a short walk and she wouldn't be too cold, so he took her outside. The warm stove inside the carriage quickly dispelled the cold. After a while of rocking back and forth, the carriage stopped. Yi Chutang estimated the distance and thought they probably hadn't reached the blacksmith shop yet. Just as she was about to lift the curtain to look, Qi Yanzhou opened the carriage door. Tang, there's a good wonton shop by the roadside. I'll go buy you a bowl. Yi Chutang wasn't hungry before leaving, so she hadn't eaten breakfast. Hearing about wontons now, she suddenly felt very hungry. Okay, 2 bowls. Qi Yanzhou was amused by her 2 fingers stretched out. All right, 2 bowls. He stopped the carriage by the roadside and bought 3 bowls of wontons. Yi Chudang ate 2, and he ate 1. The roadside stall's wontons were quite filling, with a boiled egg inside. They were fragrant, tender, and delicious. After finishing 2 bowls, Yi Chutang let out a satisfied burp. She wiped her mouth and asked Qi Yanzhou, Did my appetite surprise you? 2 bowls for 3 people isn't much, he said, then took back his chopsticks and bowls and paid the vendor. They continued their journey to the blacksmith shop. It was at the end of the main street. As they got closer, they could hear the clanging of metal. Soon the carriage stopped. Yi Chutang pushed open the door, and Qi Yanzhou helped her down. They entered the blacksmith shop. It was large, with 3 furnaces. 2 were melting iron, and 1 was melting quartz rock to make glass. The shopkeeper spread the news that the Qi family was making transparent glass, attracting many onlookers. People watched the glass-making process and bought some iron tools for daily use. Business was much better than before. When the shopkeeper saw Qi Yanzhou, he hurried over like he saw a lucky treasure. When he saw Yi Chutang, who was pregnant, he immediately recognized her. Young Master Qi, why did you bring Lady Qi today? My shop smells bad. I hope it doesn't bother Lady Qi. The smell of rust, the furnace, and sweat mixed together, which wasn't pleasant. But for Yi Chutang, it wasn't a big deal. No problem. I'm here to check on the progress of the glass sheets. She can wait half a month, but thinks it's unnecessary. It's better to finish early and start production sooner, so she can build the sunroom right after the new year. Otherwise, they would only make suitable glass on New Year's Eve and have to wait until the 6th day of the Lunar New Year when the palace workers start again, which would waste too much time. As long as the temperature and humidity are enough, and there is enough sunlight, fast-growing vegetables can be harvested in 10 to 15 days. If she can decide on the thickness of the glass today, she might even earn her first income from vegetables before the new year. Thinking of this, Yi Chu-tang quickly walked to the furnace at the back. The onlookers were amazed by her stunning appearance and naturally made way for her. Qi Yanzhou followed closely behind, watching the crowd carefully to prevent any trouble. Yi Chu-tang has never made glass before and doesn't know what thickness is best. Of course, thicker glass is less likely to crack under pressure. But now she must consider not only the cost, but also the weight-bearing capacity of the main frame. In ancient times, the main structure of houses was not reinforced concrete, but wooden joints, which had limited strength. Yi Chu-tang spent half an hour solving the problem of uneven glass sheets. Then she instructed the workers to press several sheets of glass to her preferred thickness. Ancient glass had many impurities, which reduced its strength, so she had to increase the maximum thickness. After many tests, she finally determined the glass thickness before dark, about 6 millimeters. This was much thicker than she expected and significantly increased the load capacity of the main frame. Fortunately, it wasn't a big problem. They could either lower the height of the frame to reduce pressure or use stone to build the frame for better support. Either way, it wouldn't delay the production of the glass sheets. Yi Chu-tang wiped the sweat from her forehead and told the blacksmith shop owner, the glass should be 2 feet square. Start making it from tomorrow, as many as possible. She would provide the materials, and the blacksmith shop only needed to supply manpower. To motivate the workers, she used a tiered payment system. For example, if they produced 100 sheets in a day, each sheet would earn 5 coins. If they produced 200, each sheet would earn 6 coins. If they reached 300, the pay would increase to 8 coins per sheet. Yi Chu-tang wasn't short of silver and didn't care about a few coins. She just wanted high output. The shop owner had never seen such a payment method before and was amazed and very impressed by her clever idea. It was perfect for speeding up the work. He learned a lot. After paying the deposit, Yi Chu-tang and Qi Yanzhou left the blacksmith shop. It was already dark outside. Since it was near the new year, every household hung red lanterns, making the scene look especially festive. After getting into the carriage, Yi Chu-tang sat by the door and chatted with Qi Yanzhou. Ah Zhou, the new year is approaching. Should we also decorate the Qi residence? Qi Yanzhou nodded and said, yes, I will send someone to buy decorations tomorrow. Afterward, he asked, Tang, how do you want to decorate the main house? Or is there anything you'd like to buy? This was the first new year since Yi Chu-tang traveled here, and she wanted it to be festive and grand. Let me think about it. I will write a list for you later. All right, take your time. There are more than 10 days before the new year, so we have plenty of time. After saying this, Qi Yanzhou suddenly remembered that he and Yi Chu-tang had been so busy, they forgot to eat lunch. Tang, are you hungry? Do you want to eat at a restaurant outside? Yi Chu-tang, busy with her tasks, had forgotten her hunger. Hearing Qi Yanzhou mention it now, she suddenly felt very hungry. She picked up some pastries from the small table and ate while saying, yes, I'm hungry. Let's eat outside. In the morning, when she left home, she wasn't sure when she would return, so she told Jinji not to worry about their meals. Now that she was back, she would need to prepare vegetables and cook again, which would take more time. Qi Yanzhou also thought eating outside would be more convenient. All right, let's go to the best restaurant in Tianshan County. Hearing this, Yi Chu-tang smiled and said, it's the best now, but it won't be for long. Once Sun Chu's restaurant opens, the 3 words, the best, will belong to him. Their carriage was on the main street, and the restaurant was nearby, so they arrived quickly. Because Yi Chu-tang had spent the whole day at the blacksmith shop, she looked dusty and dirty, but her stunning beauty couldn't be hidden. Qi Yanzhou saw many men looking her way and asked the shop assistant for a private room. The private room was upstairs. When they reached the staircase, They encountered a wealthy young lady and a young master. It seemed they were having an argument. The young lady looked upset and was walking recklessly. She almost bumped into Yi Chudang. With Yi Chutang's martial skills, she could have easily dodged. But now she was pregnant, and her belly was quite large, so she dared not make big movements. She was standing at the top of the stairs and couldn't step back. Qi Yanzhou stood in front of her and couldn't move either. To her left was the direction the young lady was coming from. However, the young lady was walking in the middle, expecting others to give way. But Yi Chutang was calm because she knew Qi Yanzhou would protect her. "Get out of the way, you good-for-nothing dog," the young lady scolded when Yi Chutang didn't give way. Yi Chutang sneered and replied, "Good donkey, stop braying." As soon as she finished, Qi Yanzhou kicked the young lady's knee. With a loud thud, the young lady knelt in front of Yi Chutang, her face pale from the pain. That bastard! Before she could finish her curse, she realized the culprit was a handsome man. Her striking appearance made her forget the pain instantly, and she smiled charmingly. "I accidentally tripped over the young master's foot. Please forgive me, Yi Chudang." Truly, some women can make the charming man image seem so pure and elegant. Qi Yanzhou looked coldly at the shameless woman, emanating a killing aura. "If you dare disturb my wife again, it won't be as simple as kneeling." The woman was not frightened by Qi Yanzhou's threatening look. Instead, she thought he was very manly, and her heart beat faster. But when she remembered he was already married, her eyes showed a hint of disappointment. She leaned on the railing and looked at Yi Chudang standing behind Qi Yanzhou. Then she was struck by her beauty and felt jealous. She wanted to ruin that face. The woman's malice was obvious, and Yi Chudang saw it clearly. She didn't bother to respond and said to Qi Yanzhou, "Let's go." Qi Yanzhou took Yi Chutang's hand and led her to a private room. The young waiter guiding them was trembling with fear. When they arrived at the room, his legs suddenly went weak, almost causing him to fall. Seeing this, Qi Yanzhou asked, "Young waiter, who are those two?" The waiter went to the door and looked outside. After confirming the two troublemakers had left, he returned to the table and answered, "Sir." The woman was the daughter of the local official, and the man was the eldest son of the general of the left. They have a marriage agreement, but both are unhappy with it and want to break off, so their meetings are often tense. After explaining, he warned, "Young master, madam, those two are favorites at home and should not be provoked. If it weren't for your good looks, something bad might have happened just now." Yi Chudang raised an eyebrow at Qi Yanzhou after hearing this. "My husband is handsome." Qi Yanzhou gently tapped her forehead and said, "Don't talk nonsense, wife." Then he looked at the young waiter with a faint smile. "How do you know I am the daughter of a local official who can cause trouble?" The young waiter hesitated, unsure how to answer. Yi Chutang quickly helped smooth things over, saying, "Bring us a serving of your restaurant's signature dishes. I'm pregnant and have some dietary restrictions, so inform the chef." The young waiter, hearing she was a distinguished guest, quickly agreed. "Madam, please wait a moment. I'll go to the kitchen right away." With that, he left the room. Yi Chutang smiled at Qi Yanzhou. "The opportunity is here. Make sure to seize it." Qi Yanzhou nodded. Yes, it's a good chance. Qi Shiyuan had indeed taken Tianshan County, but the local official was not honest and was secretly disobedient. Two brothers have been looking for a chance to replace the governor of Tianshan County. However, this governor is very cautious and has left no clues. Of course, if they spent more time investigating, they might find something. But now, they already have a good reason to remove him without further investigation. Qi Yanzhou is sure that, given the woman's personality just now, she will secretly attack Yi Chutang and also have plans for him. They just need to wait quietly for the right moment. Soon, the food is served. Qi Yanzhou looks at the table full of delicacies and asks, "Ah Tang, do you think these dishes have been tampered with?" "Most likely," Yi Chutang replies. She casually picks up a nearby dish and sniffs it. The sleeping potion, the dose is quite strong. It masks the smell of the food. Qi Yanzhou asks again, "Anything else?" Yi Chutang checks each dish carefully and nods. "Yes, an aphrodisiac." The governor's only daughter is very impatient, so eager for a man. If she needs a man, then let's satisfy her. Qianzhou has no pity for these treacherous women. He only wants them to suffer the consequences themselves. Yi Chudeng agrees. All right, it's about time. Let's quickly set up the scene and pretend to be faint. The couple takes some portions from each dish and hides them under the tablecloth. Then they lie on the table, pretending to be unconscious. The news that the Qi family arrived in Tianshan County spread throughout the town. But not everyone knew the Qi family members. The shop assistant didn't recognize them, nor did the governor's only daughter or the eldest son of the general of the left. However, someone in the restaurant recognized them and watched the scene secretly. They say Tianshan County is the Qi family's fiefdom. Now that the Qi family is at odds with the governor and the station troops, who will win, a powerful dragon can't suppress the local snake. Miss Qin and young Master Zhua are both formidable. The outcome is clear. I don't think so. Even the emperor can't control the Qi family. Can the governor and the troops be more powerful than the emperor? That's why I favor the Qi family. Tianshan County is about to change, as the customers in the restaurant whispered. The governor's daughter Xinwei and the eldest son of the station troops, Zhua Ao, pushed open the private room door. Zhua Ao pulled aside the excited Xinwei. Xinwei, these two are dressed quite well and are strangers. Better not to provoke them, Xinwei scoffed disdainfully. In Tianshan County, there's no one I can't provoke. Zhua Ao looked at Yi Chutong's half-visible face, feeling a surge of excitement. But he was not blinded by her beauty. Xinwei, these two people not only dress well, but also look very outstanding. They are very likely to be members of the Qi family. Although he has never met the Qi family members, he has heard that everyone in the Qi family is very handsome and beautiful. The two couples who are hypnotized are probably the current head of the Qi family and the lady of the house. Qi Yanzhou and Yi Chudeng. Zhua Ao's words reminded Xinwei, helping her guess their identities. Qi Yanzhou, Yi Chudeng. When she said their names, Yi Chudeng thought the trap plan might fail. But their identities fit Xinwei's plan perfectly. Xinwei's delicate finger brushed over Qi Yanzhou's handsome face, smiling charmingly. If he is from the Qi family, that would be perfect. Zhua Ao didn't understand what she meant and frowned. Xinwei, what are you talking about? Xinwei sat beside Qi Yanzhou, staring obsessively at his stunning face. The Qi family might be the next royal family. Many want to curry favor with them. My father wanted my older brother to marry a daughter of the Qi family, but they refused. They want submission, not cooperation. But why? Xinwei said confidently. The Xin family is powerful in Tianshan County and won't easily submit to others. Zhua Ao, I understand your plan, but are you implying I want to marry Qi Yanzhou? Xinwei nodded firmly.
Yes.
We don't like each other anyway, and we've always wanted to cancel the engagement. If my future husband is Qi Yanzhou, my father won't oppose it. Qi Yanzhou's value is much higher than Zhua Ao's. After speaking, she pointed at Yi Chuteng. I don't want to be a concubine or a secondary wife. This woman is yours. Zhua Ao thought Xinwei was crazy. He grabbed her arm, trying to take her away. These two people are not someone you can mess with. Hurry up and leave. Even the emperor couldn't control the Qi family, so how could they be manipulated by a border official?
Xinwei forcefully shook off Zhuo.
The opportunity to rule the world is right in front of us. Why leave? Ruling the world.
Dream on.
Qi Yanzhou isn't someone you can win over. Before things get irreparable, you better leave quickly. You're a coward. If you want to leave, go ahead. I won't. In Tianshan County, even if Qi Yanzhou is a dragon, he has to bow to me. When these words reached Qi Yanzhou and Yi Chuteng, they almost couldn't believe their ears. They truly couldn't understand where Xinwei's confidence came from. Zhua Ao, although clumsy, wasn't stupid. He was attracted to Yi Chutong's stunning face, but wouldn't risk the entire Zhua family. Even if he guessed their identities wrong, it would only mean missing out on a woman. There would be other chances in the future. Fine, I'm leaving. Xinwei saw Zhua Ao really wanted to go and grabbed him. If you want to leave, you can take that shameless woman with you and scratch her face. Zhuo looked at Xinwei as if she were crazy and forcefully shook off her hand. If you're going crazy, go ahead, I won't stay. Zhuo, don't you want to break off the engagement? Or are you planning to let everyone know about your bad deeds? Although they didn't like each other because they grew up together, they each had something on the other. Zhuo angrily looked at Xinwei. You ruined me, and you ruined yourself too. He knew well what kind of trouble Xinwei had caused. Xinwei wasn't afraid of Zhuo's threats and smiled. If you want to destroy yourself, I won't stop you. Just go. She was sure Zhuo, this coward, wouldn't dare to leave because he couldn't outmatch her. Seeing Xinwei stubbornly refusing to give up, Zhuo clenched his teeth. You're a fool playing with fire. After cursing, he went to help Yi Chutang, who was leaning on the table. I'll help you take this woman away, but I won't do anything to her. If you want to scratch her face or do anything to her, do it yourself. Xinwei rolled her eyes in frustration. That's why I don't like you, you coward. I will not only scratch her face, but also send her to the worst brothel. After saying that, she pulled out a jeweled dagger from her leather boots and slashed at Yi Chutang's face. Men are all lecherous. As long as she ruins her beautiful face, Qi Yanzhou will surely fall for her. Just as the sharp blade was about to land on Yi Chutang's face, Qi Yanzhou suddenly intervened, grabbing the dagger and cutting Xinwei's face. A red scar appeared on her delicate skin. Blood started flowing immediately. When Xinwei realized what had happened, her eyes widened in shock, and she quickly covered her face. Her lips parted, about to scream sharply. Qi Yanzhou immediately moved, stabbing her acupoints to make her silent and still. Zhuo instinctively turned to run but was tripped by Yi Chutang, who disabled his limbs and jaw. Seeing that neither of them had been drugged, the fear in their eyes seemed to overflow. It's over. They really hit it dead, and this time. Yi Chutang casually picked up a plate of food and slammed it onto Xinwei's head. She looked at Xinwei, who was now flustered, and smiled. Want to scratch my face, send me to a brothel? Or steal my man? Then I will give you exactly what you want, one by one. Xinwei was so frightened by Yi Chutang's words that her whole body tensed up. She wanted to threaten them with her father's official status, but couldn't make a sound. The fear in her heart reached its peak at this moment. Yi Chutang extended her hand to Qi Yanzhou, saying, Give me the dagger. I want to carve a big mess on this girl's face. Qi Yanzhou. Let me do it, he said. As soon as he finished speaking, he swung the dagger and carved a large mark on Xinwei's face. Xinwei could clearly feel the dagger cut through her skin and the sticky sensation of blood flowing out. Tears streamed down her face, slipping into the wound, causing sharp pain. Qi Yanzhou looked at his work with satisfaction and threw the blood-stained dagger onto the dining table. Then he picked up a plate of food laced with an aphrodisiac and forced Xinwei to eat it. Since you like men so much and prefer the lowest kinds of places, I'll send you there myself, he said. Afterward, he looked at the trembling Zhuo, who was scared stiff. You should be glad you didn't have bad intentions, or the brothel would be your home. Of course, I won't let you go easily. You need to learn a lesson. Qi Yanzhou took the dagger from the table and carved an even bigger mark on his face. Tong, I'm sending this woman to the brothel and reporting to the authorities. Is it okay if you stay alone at the restaurant? Of course, go ahead. I'll wait for you to come back. Good, I'll be back soon. After saying this, Qi Yanzhou tore Xinwei's skirt to cover her bloodied face. Then he grabbed her by the back of her collar and jumped out of the window. He didn't use the front door because he couldn't let Xinwei's promiscuous activities become public. Otherwise, he would lose leverage to threaten the inspector. Yi Chutang looked at Zhuo's blood-covered face and closed his jaw. Tell me about Xinwei's weakness. Zhuo's jaw had been dislocated for too long, and his face was sore. He dared not hide anything. Enduring the pain, he told everything he knew about Xinwei. Although Xinwei had forced many men and often bullied others, she handled the aftermath well and didn't cause trouble for her father. Even if this got out, it would only damage her reputation, not affect the inspector's position. But when the wall falls, everyone pushes. If the inspector were dismissed, Xinwei's past misdeeds would come back strongly. Yi Chutang picked up the dagger, lifted Zhuao's chin, and asked, "And what about your weakness?" Zhuao could clearly feel the tip of the knife piercing his skin and stabbing into his flesh. He knew very well that if he didn't tell the truth, his life would be at risk.
So he sold himself out.
After hearing this, Yi Chutang happily retracted the dagger. Your father has already submitted to the Qi family. From now on, Tianshan County is under Qi's control. Qi's family won't allow officials to oppress the people. You need to make up for the wrongs you've done, or else. Zhuao hurriedly promised, Madam Qi, rest assured. I will reform and start anew. After Qi Yanzhou left the restaurant, he took Shenwei to the lowest class brothel. She was covered in blood, and no one recognized her. The aphrodisiac had already taken effect, and she willingly approached the men. Qi Yanzhou smirked coldly and loudly said, She doesn't want money, just play with her freely. Just don't kill her. Usually, the men who visit such low-class brothels are rough, poor old men without wives. As long as they are men, it's fine. Those without money are even better. They pounced on Shenwei like hungry wolves and dragged her into a dark corner. Soon, screams of pain echoed. After confirming Shenwei was harmed, Qi Yanzhou left the brothel and went to the prefect's office. Prefect Xiao, he saw Qi Yanzhou suddenly arrive and knew something was wrong. Usually, the Qi family would notify him in advance before visiting. Since it was already dark, if nothing had happened, they wouldn't come looking for him now. He nervously watched Qi Yanzhou's serious face and asked, Young Master Qi, what brings you here today? Qi Yanzhou straightforwardly replied, I was just having dinner with my wife at the restaurant when she was drugged with a sleeping potion and an aphrodisiac. Lord Xiao, please handle this. Xiaohe's face changed dramatically. Which restaurant?
How bold of them.
Baiwei Pavilion. The owner of this restaurant was related to the Xiao family. Xiaohe's temples throbbed. Young Master Qi, is there some misunderstanding? Whether it's a misunderstanding or not, go to Baiwei Pavilion and see for yourself. It's best to bring General Kurhan and Inspector Shen along. Kurhan, the military leader, had married into the Zhua family, becoming their son-in-law. Their children took the wife's surname, Zhua, and he was sometimes called General Zhua. Seeing that the incident at Baiwei Pavilion involved Kurhan and Shen Zhao, Xiaohe's head ached even more. Young Master Qi, could the ones who drugged you and your wife be Shenwei and Zhuao? Only these two troublemakers could do such a thing. Smart as always, Lord Xiao. You guessed right. Xiaohe was so angry, he nearly had a heart attack. He had warned the owner of Baiwei Pavilion not to let those two troublemakers run wild. Apparently, they only paid lip service. He took a deep breath and asked, Young Master Qi, how do you plan to handle this drugging incident? Shenwei is the main culprit. I sent her to the lowest class brothel. Zhuao is an accomplice, and I've already given him a lesson. You go and invite Kurhan and Shen Zhao to Baiwei Pavilion. I will deal with the rest personally. All right, young Master Qi. As for Baiwei Pavilion, Qi Yanzhou looked at Xiaohe with a smile. I've already reported to the authorities. What do you think, Lord Xiao? Since Baiwei Pavilion was asking for trouble, he decided to use this chance to ruin its reputation. This would also free up space for Sun Chu's upcoming restaurant opening. Xiaohe dared not oppose and nodded in agreement. Master Qi said, I will send someone to inform the general and the governor now. He called over 2 trusted aides and asked them to summon people. Tell them I need to see 2 people urgently. Have them come quickly to Baiwei Pavilion. Yes, sir. After the aides left, Xiaohe and Qi Yanzhou returned to Baiwei Pavilion. Yi Chudang asked the shop assistant to move a new table into the private room and brought out a fresh dish. She took a few bites when Qi Yanzhou returned. Master Xiao, please sit down. The food has just been served. Let's eat together. Xiaohe looked at the other table's food, which had already gone cold, and felt he couldn't eat any more. I have already finished my dinner. Young Master Qi and Madam Qi, please enjoy yours. All right, after all this fuss, I am indeed hungry. I can't let the 2 little ones inside go hungry, Yi Chudang said, reminding Xiaohe that she wouldn't take tonight's matter lightly. Xiaohe had already prepared himself mentally on the way to Baiwei Pavilion, knowing this restaurant might not stay open much longer. Is this enough food? Do you want me to order more? It's on me. No need. I can't be too greedy. Yi Chutang and Qi Yanzhou, full and satisfied, waited almost another quarter of an hour before Erlihan and Shen Zhao arrived. They didn't know what had happened and truly thought Xiao He had called them for a serious matter. Inside the private room, they saw Zhao Ao, covered in blood and unable to move his limbs, with a shocked expression. Ku Erhen, who loved his eldest son dearly, hurriedly supported his limbs. Ao, what happened? Who hurt you like this? Although he asked this, he already knew who was responsible when he saw Qi Yanzhou and his wife. His anger was suppressed, waiting for his son to speak. Zhao Ao briefly summarized what had happened earlier. About Shenwei, he only mentioned what she had done, without commenting on the punishment for Yi Chutang and Qi Yanzhou. Father, I was at fault first. I deserve this punishment, said Ku Erhen, a reasonable man, slapping Zhao Ao's injured face. You scoundrel. After cursing, he immediately apologized to Qi Yanzhou and Yi Chutang. Before they could say anything, Shen Zhao became angry. Where is my daughter? Tell me, where's my daughter? Qi Yanzhou grabbed Shen Zhao's wrist and kicked him in the chest. Shen Zhao was kicked so hard he flew into the air and crashed to the ground. He groaned and spat out a mouthful of blood. Qi Yanzhou, don't be too cruel. Qi Yanzhou looked at Shen Zhao's pale face, bloodstains on his lips, and sneered. I saw your daughter needed a man, so I kindly gave her a lot. She is happy right now. This made Shen Zhao lose the last bit of color in his face. What? What have you done to my daughter? Yi Chutang came to another table, picked up a dried blood-stained dagger. She lifted Shen Zhao's chin with the dagger and smiled. Shen Wei said she wanted to scar my face and send me to a low place to ruin me. I took these as punishment for her. Is that fair? Shen Zhao thought of his daughter's situation, and his anger burned away his remaining reason. He instinctively reached out to grab the dagger. The sharp dagger pierced his palm. Ah, he screamed. Yi Chutang let out an "oh" in surprise. Lord Shen, you're so careless. Your hand is badly hurt. You probably won't be able to write anymore. Qi Yanzhou took over and said, Lord Shen, you don't need to be the censor anymore. Not being able to write isn't a big deal. Shen Zhao weakly covered his bleeding hand, gasping from the pain, and asked, I am the local official of Tianshan County. You, a commoner, have no right to remove me from my position. I may not have the right, but if you don't step down as censor, I won't tell you where Xinwei is. The longer you hold on, the more she will live in hell. Everyone will know she is unfaithful. Lord Shen, do you want to save your daughter's reputation or keep your position? You choose. After saying this, Qi Yanzhou added, By the way, with my skills, removing you from office is only a matter of time. You can try if you don't believe me. Shen Zhao knew how powerful the Qi family was. His daughter's actions had already angered the Qi family to the point of no return. There was no room for compromise. If he didn't give up his official position, he would lose his daughter and his job. So, he quickly made the decision that was best for himself, resign and return home. As long as you tell me where my daughter is, I will resign, Qi Yanzhou corrected him. It's not just resigning. You must voluntarily admit your crimes, and the general and the local magistrate will hold a trial to remove your official rank. Resigning before Xinwei's drug incident was possible. But now, only Shen Zhao being dismissed and disgraced from Tianshan County could satisfy him. Shen Zhao looked at Qi Yanzhou in disbelief. You were not tricked by Wei Er. Instead, you destroyed her. Now you want to eliminate me as well? Qi Yanzhou nodded firmly. Yes. That is the cost of opposing me. Shen Zhao clenched his teeth tightly and nodded heavily. Fine, I agree to your terms. Qi Yanzhou looked at Xiao He. Please, Lord Xiao, fetch ink, paper, and a brush, and write down the crimes of Inspector Shen. This was the first time Xiao He saw Qi Yanzhou's strict and firm way of handling things, which made him nervous. Hearing him ask for the supplies, he immediately stood up. Wait a moment, young Master Qi. I'll be right back. After saying that, he left the private room to find the shopkeeper and get the writing materials, also warning him to be prepared. The 100 Flavors Pavilion might be finished. After Xiao He left, Shen Zhao forcefully pulled out the dagger that pierced his palm and knelt on the ground, kowtowing to Qi Yanzhou. I have agreed to openly confess my crimes and have been dismissed from my official position. Now tell me, where is my daughter? Thinking of her suffering in the lowest brothel, he felt so pained he could hardly breathe. Qi Yanzhou casually glanced at Kurhan and then said to Shen Zhao, if you confess your crimes early, you can rescue Xinwei sooner. Kurhan knew that Qi Yanzhou was warning him with a threat. After all, a general with soldiers is far more dangerous than a civil official with a pen. A wise bird chooses a good tree to rest on. He chose the Qi family as his tree and wouldn't change easily. People are always seeking profit, and those who can provide grain and winter clothes like the Qi family are hard to find. Don't worry, young Master Qi. I will take this wicked son back and discipline him well. Yi Chutang looked at Zuo hiding behind Kurhan and said, I've already taken care of Zuo Jiangjuan's son. Zuo Gongzi will become an obedient son in the future. This made Kurhan's heart skip a beat. He felt that Yi Chutang's words were not good, and he looked worriedly at his son. Zuo gave Kurhan a reassuring look. Compared to Xinwei, he had already paid a small price. Kurhan felt a little more at ease after seeing his son's expression. Xiao He quickly returned. Shen Zhao, to save his daughter, confessed all his illegal and corrupt acts committed during his official career. I have a ledger hidden in the wooden pillow on my bed. The ledger is enough to get me dismissed. Although I did many wrong things, none were punishable by death. So these crimes won't cost me my life, only my position. After reading Shen Zhao's crimes, Qi Yanzhou asked him to sign and seal the document. Lord Xiao, take Shen Zhao to the governor's office for detention. Tomorrow, there will be a court session. I will also arrange for Xinwei to be sent over, so they can reunite. Understood, young Master Qi. Master Xiao, Baoyi Pavilion has been secretly drugging customers' food. It must be punished severely. Xiao He, who was about to arrest Shen Zhao, was stopped and asked, do you know how Lord Qi wants to punish them? Could there be some mercy for Baoyi Pavilion? Qi Yanzhou threw these two questions to Yi Chutang. Madam, what do you think? Yi Chutang knew that Baoyi Pavilion was connected to Xiao He. She said, make the drugging public, apologize and compensate the victims, and close for a month to reorganize. This punishment was a bit harsh for Baoyi Pavilion, but it was acceptable. After all, Xiao He had already prepared for Baoyi Pavilion to close down. After hearing Yi Chutang's words, he sighed in relief. All right, I will ensure Baoyi Pavilion meets Madame Qi's demands. After saying this, he took Shen Zhao and left. The private room door opened and closed again. Kahan asked Qi Yanzhou, young Master Qi, can I take my son away now? Qi Yanzhou didn't answer immediately. He looked at Yi Chutang and let her decide. Yi Chutang's gaze fell on Zuo. Young Master Zuo, remember what I told you before, or your ending will be worse than Xinwei's. Zuo quickly promised, Madame Qi's teachings I will remember for a lifetime. Let's go. I look forward to seeing how you perform. All right, I'll take my leave. Before leaving, Kahan said to Qi Yanzhou, young Master Qi, as long as the Qi family can ensure the survival of the garrison, I will obey your orders without hesitation. The garrison was willing to submit to the Qi family mainly for benefits. As long as there was mutual benefit, the cooperation would be strong. Qi Yanzhou understood this well and smiled. Rest assured, General Zuo. Since the Qi family wants to use soldiers, we will raise soldiers. But he wouldn't let any garrison become too comfortable, or it would become taken for granted. All right, I'll take my leave first. After finishing their work and having a good meal, Qi Yanzhou and Yi Chutang returned to Qi's residence. Before reaching the courtyard, they went to the side hall. Chun Ruiyun had woken up once in the afternoon and looked much better now. Madame Chun was watching over her. Seeing Yi Chutang come in, she thanked her again. Madame Qi, thank you for saving my daughter. If her daughter had died, she would have followed her and gone to the underworld to reunite. So, Yi Chutang not only saved her daughter's life, but also her own. Yi Chutang hurriedly helped Madame Chun up. Madame has already thanked me many times. There's no need to thank again. Afterward, she went to the bed to check Shen Ruiyun's pulse. Just as she finished, Song Jingning, who had been busy all day, also arrived. He saw Yi Chutang withdraw her hand as he entered the side hall. Madam Qi, is Miss Chen feeling better? Yi Chutang nodded confidently. Miss Chen's pulse has become much stronger. She just needs proper rest and timely medication to recover. However, her body is too weak, so she will sleep longer over the next few days. As long as she recovers, Miss Chen has been working hard for the border townspeople. I don't know how long it's been since she last rested. This time can be considered a long break. Mrs. Chen thought the same. Young Master Song is right. As long as Yun'er doesn't recover, I won't let her return to Linzhou City, Yi Chutang advised. Next time Miss Chen wakes up, you can give her some light soup to eat. Proper eating can help speed up her recovery. Okay, I'll remember that. You all chat. I'll go first. When Yi Chutang and Qi Yanzhou returned to Tangzhou Courtyard, it was already past the halfway point of the evening watch. Jin Ji hurried to greet them. Miss, have you and the young master had dinner? Why are you back so late? After asking, she noticed Yi Chutang's dusty and disheveled appearance. Miss, what happened? Why are you dirty on your face and body? Seeing Jin Ji's worried face, Yi Chutang smiled and said, Jin Annie, I just stayed a bit too long at the blacksmith shop and accidentally got myself dirty. It's good that you're fine. What would you like to eat tonight? I'll go prepare it. No need to cook. Ah, Zhou and I already ate outside. Did Annie eat? Jin Ji nodded. I ate in the main kitchen. The main kitchen not only cooked for the master, who didn't want to cook small meals, but also prepared large pots of food for the servants. Although the ingredients were the same as those for the master, the taste was usually average due to the large quantities. Jin Annie, if you find the food in the main kitchen not to your taste, you can cook in the small kitchen, Yi Chutang said kindly. Jin Ji knew she meant well, but was not particular about her food. There's no need. Miss, you're dirty and need a bath. I'll go heat some water. After she left, Qi Yanzhou said, Tang, I have some matters to handle. Rest early and don't wait for me. He went to the study and called Nan Xiao inside. Go to the inn at the end of Fireworks Alley and bring Shenwei to the prefectural office. Nan Xiao knew who Shenwei was, but didn't know what she looked like. Master, Miss Shen. Qi Yanzhou understood what Nan Xiao was about to ask. She's the poorest one and she has no money. Understood. I'll go find her now. As Nan Xiao turned to leave, Qi Yanzhou called him back. Wait a moment. How are the preparations for what I asked you to do coming along? Nan Xiao turned back. The heavy snow has blocked the roads, and many supplies can't be delivered, so several items haven't been purchased. But don't worry, within a month, I will have everything ready for the wedding. Qi Yanzhou nodded. Go ahead. Be sure not to leak any news about the wedding preparations. Understood, replied his subordinate. After South Xiao left, Qi Yanzhou went to the secret room in the study. Inside, besides some confidential letters, there were many wooden boxes tied with red silk. These were the wedding gifts he prepared for Yi Chutang. He said he wanted to redo the wedding ceremony, not just invite friends and family for a meal, but to go through all the marriage procedures again. He had been preparing these gifts for a long time, but the journey of exile was difficult, and the northern land had few good items, so the preparations were slow. 64 sets of wedding gifts had been prepared, but only half were ready now. Fortunately, the wedding date could be postponed until Yi Chutang finished her confinement. That meant he still had 2 months, enough time to plan a grand wedding. Tang, I will give you the best everything, so you won't regret marrying me. The next day, during the morning hours, Xin Zhao was undergoing a public trial at the prefectural office. He confessed to his crimes openly. After discussing, Xiaohe and Kurhan dismissed him from his official position. Yi Chutang received a gift of 1,000 taels of silver from the Bai Pavilion shopkeeper as compensation. Soon after, Shenwei's actions were made public. Those who had been bullied by her immediately came to demand justice after Shen Zhao's removal. Shen family members were forced to leave Tianshan County before noon. Meanwhile, Zhua Ao compensated everyone he had previously wronged. Kurhan also forced Shen Zhao to write a guarantee letter, which was personally delivered to Qi Yanzhou. After reading it, he handed it to Yi Chutang. Tang, do you believe that the tyrant of Tianshan County will do good deeds daily? Yi Chutang read the guarantee letter and then handed it to Qi Yanzhou. I believe because Kurhan is a good father. Kurhan had previously ignored Zhuao's reckless actions because he only knew that Zhuao was reckless, not what he had done. Since no one had come to complain directly to him, he thought it was just minor trouble. But last night, after bringing his son home, he learned everything and nearly beat his son to death. He also handled the aftermath early this morning and forced his son to write a guarantee letter promising to do good deeds daily in the future. Qi Yanzhou kept the guarantee letter carefully and nodded in agreement. I believe it too. Just as he finished speaking, Qingping came to report. Master, Madam, the blacksmith shop sent 200 pieces of colored glass. Where should we place them? Hearing this, Yi Chutong's eyes sparkled like stars. As expected, money can make the devil turn the mill. Send the glass to the northwest courtyard. Yes, madam. After Qingping left, Yi Chutang immediately discussed with Qi Yanzhou what materials to use for the main structure of the greenhouse. After a long discussion, they decided to use poplar trees. Using stones for support is sturdy, but making a stone pillar takes many days and is time-consuming and labor-intensive. Using poplar trees as the main support allows you to carve grooves into the trunk, which can hold glass panels well. It looks nice and building is quick. To handle the weight of the wood, they increase the density of the supports. Although this blocks some sunlight, it doesn't affect the growth of vegetables, since most vegetables don't need much light. The northwest yard has been cleaned up and the foundation for the glass greenhouse has been laid. The underground fire dragon has also been installed. Now only the main structure needs to be built. The yard isn't very big, so they only need about 600 pieces of glass. After Yi Chudang and Qi Yanzhou agreed to use poplar trees as supports, they immediately went shopping. Once they bought the wood, they hired carpenters to carve and workers to build the house. In just 3 days, the glass greenhouse was finished. Qi Yanzhou stood inside, looking at the transparent square panels, feeling a bit amazed. I didn't think we could build a fully transparent house. Yi Chudang corrected. It's 5 sides. Besides the ground, the other 5 sides are made of wooden and glass panels. The wood is too thick, which affects the look. But for ancient times, building such a sunlight room was quite impressive. Qi Yanzhou asked, Tang, should we light the fire dragon and test how it works? Of course, we need to test it. Growing vegetables isn't just about temperature. We need to find the right temperature. Too low, and growth is slow. Too high, and the vegetables might get steamed. Qi Yanzhou personally lit the ground fire dragon. Soon, the sealed glass greenhouse warmed up. The glass was covered with rising steam. The steam condensed into water droplets that dripped down. The poplar trees had been treated to resist water and fire, so the steam wouldn't deform them. The 4 corners of the greenhouse had movable windows to release heat and exchange air. Working in a sealed environment for a long time could harm health. When Qi Yanzhou entered the greenhouse again, he broke out in sweat from the heat. Tang, isn't this temperature too high? Yi Chudang had already studied greenhouse planting and had thermometers and hygrometers. She nodded. The ground inside hasn't fully heated up yet. Let's keep it burning a bit longer. After 2 hours, she determined the right fire temperature. Now, we can start planting vegetables. Of course, Yi Chutang was pregnant and couldn't squat to plant. She handed the pre-prepared seeds to Qi Yanzhou. The quick vegetable seeds were wrapped in a piece of paper, feeling thick and sturdy enough to fill a greenhouse. Azu, have someone spread some fertilizer in the soil, then water and irrigate. Let it sit for a day, and tomorrow plant these seeds. If the growth is good, they can buy vegetables before the New Year's Eve. 10 days is too short. The vegetables won't grow very big, but they will still be edible. Plus, the greens are tender and taste better. Qi Yanzhou took the paper package and nodded. Okay, I will arrange it immediately. Time quickly passed. Before long, the new year was approaching. During this period, another snowfall occurred, but it was light. Because of the low temperature, the snow didn't melt at all. In places where no one walked, the snow was at least half a meter deep. Still, this didn't dampen the people's enthusiasm for preparing New Year's goods. The streets were decorated with lanterns and banners, lively and bustling, even driving away some of the cold. At the Qi residence, Yi Chutang looked at the green leaves and yellow hearts of the quick vegetables in the greenhouse, feeling very happy. She told Qingping and Qing'an, "You two, pull out this patch of vegetables, bundle them into handfuls about the size of a wrist, and sell them at the market for 50 cents. 50 cents may not seem much, but to common people it's almost like a high price. After all, a pound of beef or mutton costs only 20 or 30 cents. Fresh greens are rare in the Northwest, and many people buy a handful for their New Year's dinner. A small piece of land can produce over 100 bundles. The entire greenhouse has at least 2,000 bundles. That means, in just 10 days, Yi Chutang earned over 100 taels. Yi Chutang had prepared many corn coatings in advance, tearing them into strips to bundle the quick vegetables, which was perfect. Soon, Qingping and Qing'an, carrying their bundles of vegetables, were ready to leave. Suddenly, Sun Chu hurried over and called out to stop them. "Wait a moment, young Master Sun. What's the matter?" Qingping and Qing'an asked, but he didn't answer and instead entered the warm greenhouse. He said to Yi Chutang, "Put these vegetables in our unopened restaurant to sell." Then his gaze fell on the familiar, long-ago quick vegetables. "On the day the restaurant opens, I plan to hold a promotion. Spend 2 taels of silver and get a bundle of quick vegetables for free. Spend 5 taels and get 3 bundles, and so on." Yi Chutang had no objection. "All right, but since you're selling the quick vegetables, there's no prior promotion. Are you sure they will sell well at your restaurant?" Sun Chu patted his chest confidently. "Don't worry, they will definitely sell." His business skills were just as good as his strategic thinking. With young Master Sun's words, "I feel assured. This piece of land is yours now. How you sell it is up to you." Yi Chutang originally planned to sell all the vegetables in the next few days to make a profit before planting again. But since Sun Chu had other plans, she decided to go along with him. Sun Chu smiled and said, "Good, I will make sure this land's vegetables bring in the most profit." After speaking, he left the greenhouse with Qingping and Qing'an. Yi Chutang asked Jinji to pick some vegetables to send to the second household. Regardless of what the second household thinks of the main house has benefited this past month, so returning a gift is proper. "Let's also have some food and stir-fry some garlic greens later." Jinji nodded, "Yes, miss." When Yi Chutang returned to Tangzhou Courtyard, Madame Qi arrived. She brought some festive new clothes and placed them on the table. "Tanger, tomorrow is New Year's Eve, and it's also the first year of your marriage with Shoer. You should wear red clothes. Try them on quickly, and if any are not fitting, there's still time to alter them. The clothing styles here in the Northwest are different from those in the capital." The Qi family didn't follow local customs, but made their own beautiful clothes. Jinji had already made a new outfit for Yi Chutang and Qi Yanzhou, but she wouldn't refuse the good intentions of the old madam. "All right, madam. Please wait a moment, I'll change. Tanger, you're pregnant and uncomfortable. Let me help you." "Thank you, madam." After Yi Chutang unfolded her dress, a look of surprise appeared in her eyes. "Madam, this dress is so delicate, like a wedding gown." This made Madame Qi a little anxious, and she quickly explained, "It's the first year of marriage, so it should be more festive." Yi Chutang didn't understand these customs and didn't think much of it. "I see. This dress fits well and doesn't need alterations." Madame Qi looked at the stunning Yi Chutang and nodded with satisfaction. "Indeed, you look good. Tanger, red suits you." Yi Chutang wasn't picky about the color of her clothes and smiled. "Red brings out a healthy glow. Anyone can look good in it." Then she asked, "Madam, will the Qin family mother and daughter spend the new year with us? Have you prepared new clothes for them?" "Yes, I already arranged for new clothes to be sent over." General Qin said he would return soon when he left, but now it's almost the new year, and we haven't seen him. Maybe something delayed him. The border has always been unstable. Hearing this, Madame Qi sighed. Soldiers on the border have it tough. They risk their lives, but the military supplies, grain, and winter clothes can't keep up. Since marrying into the Qi family, Yi Chutang had heard many stories about the Qi army fighting in battles. Many soldiers didn't die on the battlefield but lost to hunger, cold, and injuries without medicine. Yi Chutang looked toward the capital with a cold gaze. The royal family is unkind, and treacherous officials are in power. Not only the common people suffer, but also those honest and brave officials and soldiers. Yes, I wonder when this world will change. The imperial astronomer predicts 5 to 10 years. Just wait and see. After speaking, Yi Chutang suddenly remembered Qin Muyun, who hadn't sent any news in a long time. I don't know if Lord Qin and the Astronomical Bureau have found the Emperor Star. At this moment, the two people that Yi Chutang cares about are trapped in a small village in Tachi City by a fierce snowstorm that just hit. The village has only a few families, all very poor. Although the villagers stored enough firewood for warmth before winter, their food supplies are limited. Every day they eat either sweet potatoes, or cabbage. Their main food is flatbread. The most important issue is that they are not getting enough to eat. Qin Muyun has never experienced such hard times. He lies on a warm Kong bed, looking hopelessly at Jie Yi. Master, do you think we'll have to stay here until spring? Jie Yi was about to answer when his stomach suddenly growled loudly. He rubbed his belly and sighed. Sister Niu said that heavy snow is coming soon, and next year will be a cold spring. We might have to wait until summer to leave. This made Qin Muyun feel hopeless, his eyes losing their light. Master, where's the Emperor Star? We've traveled all over the northern land but haven't found it, Qin Muyun asked. The Emperor Star has only appeared 3 times. Once in the capital, once in Bingzhou, and most recently in Ningzhou. This made Qin Muyun suspect that Qi Yanzhou might be the Emperor Star. But Jie Yi checked his fate, and although he looks destined for great wealth and honor, he doesn't have the aura of a king. Jie Yi had never seen the Emperor Star before and didn't understand why it sometimes shined brightly and sometimes dimmed. The historical records from the Astronomical Bureau didn't mention such a situation either. Normally, when a new Emperor Star appears, it gradually brightens from darkness to shine alongside the sun and moon. When this happens, the old dynasty falls and a new one is established. But this time, it was strange. Very strange. Jie Yi leaned weakly against the earthen wall, counting on his fingers. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Huan Xuan, get up quickly. There's a harvest in the northwest. Hearing this, Qin Muyun immediately became energetic and jumped down from the high Kong bed. Let's go, hurry. After so many days of fasting, he was finally excited to eat meat. If there was no meat dish for New Year's dinner, he would go crazy. Jie Yi quickly put on his snowproof cowhide boots, wrapped himself in a beast fur coat, and went out with Qin Muyun. As soon as they stepped out of the house, they met Aunt Niu, who was preparing lunch. Are you two going out? Qin Muyun took down a simple bow and arrow from the wall. Aunt Niu, Master and I are going out for a while. We'll be back soon. Aunt Niu hurriedly stopped them. Oh dear, the snow around here is half a person deep. You can't go out and there are no game animals nearby. This village is built around a spring. Although the spring doesn't produce much water, it is enough for the villagers' daily needs. Because of the spring, there is a pine forest nearby. The forest is full of shrubs. In the dense bushes, some green grass still remained, which was the favorite of rabbits. Jie Yi smiled and said, Big Sister Niu, let's go out and take a look. Maybe we'll be lucky. You two are not familiar with this terrain, don't go too far. Okay, got it. Not long after they went out, they returned with 3 rabbits that were struggling wildly. All the rabbits were fat and strong, so they had meat for the New Year's feast. Aunt Niu was surprised and wide-eyed when she saw the 2 catching the prey. Wow, you actually caught so many rabbits. That's impressive. Jie Yi smiled and said, Lucky, we found a rabbit nest. Then he put the 2 rabbits in an abandoned chicken cage. Qin Muyun handed the rabbit in his hand to Aunt Niu. Aunt Niu, can you handle it? Yes, of course. You two should go inside and keep warm. I'll deal with the rabbits. But first, we need to soak out the blood so they don't taste too strong. We can cook them in the afternoon. Aunt Niu, you do it. Don't hold back. Cook the whole rabbit. All right. The rabbit meat for tomorrow's New Year's dinner should be prepared early. Aunt Niu thought that eating 2 rabbits in 2 days was a bit wasteful, but these rabbits were quite fat. 2 of you, this rabbit weighs about 6 or 7 jin, enough for 2 meals. Qin Muyun waved his hand. The more, the better. It's okay, if we can't finish it all. Vegetables in winter won't spoil. Aunt Niu agreed with this and nodded. Okay, listen to the master and the young master. You go inside and rest first. Lunch will be ready soon. Qin Muyun and Jia Yi were staying at this house, and they paid silver for it. Aunt Neo took care of all the chores. After they entered the room, Qin Muyun teased, Master, have you ever thought that someday you would use divination to find food? Jia Yi nodded with a smile. I never thought about it, but it's worth it. Eating sweet potatoes and potatoes every day and still not full is really hard. Qin Muyun took off his heavy animal hide coat and sat on the warm Kong bed, then asked again about the Dixing star. Master, why do you think Dixing only shines 3 times in half a year? Do you think the emperor might have already noticed? Jia Yi, who was the chief of the Imperial Astronomical Bureau, was the most knowledgeable in metaphysics. But below him were more than 10 officials, including the deputy director, all experts in metaphysics. Maybe someone had already discovered the new Dixing star. Jia Yi couldn't interfere with affairs in the capital and was sure no one could find Dixing before him. Even if the emperor knows the country is about to fall, he can't do anything. We don't need to worry. Our main task is to find Dixing. After saying that, he wanted to try the Tui Bei Tu again. Qin Muyun noticed this and quickly stopped him. Master, using the back-pushing diagram too often can harm your wisdom and make you foolish. We still have time to find a solution slowly. There's no need to rush. The star of the emperor appears and disappears, which means that person has not yet firmly decided to become emperor. Therefore, only after certain events happen does he feel the urge to overthrow tyranny and establish a new dynasty. Jia Yi thinks the same way. But the more he thinks like this, the more it matches Qi Yanzhou's experiences. The first time was in the capital city. The emperor wanted to use Qi Yanzhou's wedding to destroy Qi's family and erase their lineage. The star of the emperor appeared. The second time was in Anzhou City. To wipe out Qi's family completely, the emperor turned Danyang town into a city of plague. The star of the emperor appeared again. The third time was in Ningzhou City. The northern barbarians, seeking revenge, ordered wolf riders to leave Qi's family members stranded in the desert. The star appeared once more. All 3 events involved Qi Yanzhou and related to the country's fate. Jia Yi thought about this and said, Hui Xian, when spring comes next year and the snow melts, we will go to Tianshan County. Even if Qi Yanzhou is not the star of the emperor, the star must be connected to him. Qin Muyun had no objections. I'll listen to Master. During this half-year away, he learned a lot. It was also time to meet old friends. Soon, Aunt Neo brought lunch into the room. The master and disciple looked at the boiled sweet potatoes and corn, and suddenly remembered the days of comfort and luxury in the capital. Oh heavens, please warm up quickly, so they can go to Tianshan County. While Qin Muyun and Jia Yi were eating a meal that made them feel miserable, Yi Chutang was eating fresh garlic greens. Indeed, greens should be eaten fresh. Although the cabbage was well stored and the heart was fresh, it didn't taste much when eaten. Qi Yanzhou teased with a smile. If someone didn't know better, they'd think you haven't eaten greens in a long time. Yi Chutang often took fresh vegetables from her space to cook. But those vegetables that grew up watching daily were naturally different. Picking them straight from the garden makes them even fresher, she said, then looked at Qi Yanzhou. Can I buy land? I want 10 acres and I want to build glass greenhouses. Qi Yanzhou's eyes widened. Ah Tang, do you know how big 10 acres is? Of course, I grew up in a rural village. Is it hard to buy land, or is it difficult to build glass greenhouses? Neither. You can build whatever you want. After Lantern Festival, I will go buy land. Do you have any specific requirements? Yi Chutang shook her head. No, as long as I can grow things. She knew that few people in Tianshan County could afford high-priced vegetables. But the vast northern land had many counties where vegetables couldn't be grown in winter, so selling vegetables wouldn't be difficult. Moreover, she not only wanted to grow vegetables but also off-season fruits. After all, even in poor areas, there are always wealthy people. As long as she didn't plant on a large scale, she wouldn't have to worry about sales. Qi Yanzhou saw that Yi Chutang didn't have strict requirements for the land and said, Then I will buy land closer to Li County. Okay, you decide. Should we stock some vegetable seeds first? 10 acres is quite a large area, and they could harvest several crops a year. The seeds might need to be stored in large sacks. Yi Chutang scooped some greens into Qi Yanzhou's bowl. No, the ghost thief places seeds. What about fertilizer and pest control? No need, I've already prepared everything before coming to Tianshan County. Qi Yanzhou also added some of her favorite vegetables. All right, I will prepare the good land and the workers needed to build the glass greenhouse. Just as he finished speaking, he remembered something. A tang, 10 acres is a big area. If we lay down dragon lines everywhere, the firewood and coal needed in winter will be enormous. Yi Chutang had already thought of a solution. Next spring, once travel is easier, I will find a coal mine. I won't mind how much coal we burn. Qi Yanzhou was speechless. His wife was so capable that he had nothing to say. Yi Chutang added, if we don't pursue quick vegetable growth, we can plant some cold-resistant crops, which will reduce the amount of wood and coal needed. Qi Yanzhou strongly agreed. All right, let's follow your plan and lay dragon lines in all 10 acres of the glass greenhouse. After reaching an agreement, the two focused on eating. After finishing, they went for a walk in the back garden to digest. Yi Chutang's belly was surprisingly large, and the servants avoided her, afraid of causing her to go into early labor. The path in the back garden was dry and sprinkled with salt, so it wouldn't freeze over with snow. Qi Yanzhou accompanied Yi Chutang for a while and noticed her breathing became a bit rapid. He quickly asked with concern, Tang, are you feeling unwell? Yi Chutang also sensed something was off. Today's fetal movements were unusually frequent, as if warning her of something. But she had no contractions, and her water hadn't broken. She immediately checked her pulse. Her heartbeat was strong, with no issues. She let out a sigh of relief and lowered her hand, saying, maybe I'm about to give birth. My body feels a bit weak. Twins rarely are born at full term. But thanks to Amira's blessing, the babies were safely inside her. Although she didn't feel the burden of her pregnant belly, it didn't mean her body wasn't suffering. Otherwise, she wouldn't have swollen. Qi Yanzhou quickly picked her up. Let's go back to the room and rest. Don't move around before you give birth. Yi Chutang leaned on Qi Yanzhou's shoulder, smiling and saying, I'm digesting food, so I won't move around. There are other ways to help digestion, not just walking. Back at Tangzhou's courtyard, Qi Yanzhou was worried and personally checked Yi Chutang's pulse. Once he confirmed she was healthy and the baby was fine, he felt relieved. Tang, if you feel uncomfortable at all, you must tell me. Yi Chutang cared more about the two babies in her belly than Qi Yanzhou himself. She nodded confidently. Don't worry. When it's time to give birth, both the babies and I will be safe. After speaking, she touched her belly and asked, by the way, have you thought of the babies' names? She had already told Qi Yanzhou that the babies were twins, a boy and a girl. Qi Yanzhou had prepared 5 pairs of names.
Yuan, Yule, Jinyu, Jinchu, Jingdue, Jinggonz, Xian, Shiyi, Ziyu, Xinyan.
Children, which pair do you like? Yi Chutang thought they were all nice. Let's let the babies pick their names when they are born. Qi Yanzhou chuckled softly after hearing this. Choosing your own name is pretty good. Yi Chutang remembered that the neighboring country was planning a large attack on Beichen in winter. She asked, any news from the neighboring country lately? Hearing this, Qi Yanzhou thought of the message from the Bei Man army. He gently patted Yi Chutang's head. There won't be any action. Bei Man is in chaos, and everyone knows it was my doing. Now, in the northwest at Linzhou City, in the northeast at Ningguda, and in the southwest at Nanjing, he had troops. The east and south coasts were mostly threatened by pirates, but they couldn't pose a big threat. He used Bei Man to scare the other countries, showing strength to keep them in check. For now, the neighboring countries wouldn't attack Beichen. Yi Chutang yawned. It's good if they don't act. We can have a peaceful new year. After saying that, she lay down for a nap. Qi Yanzhou tucked her in and left the room. The Qi residence was decorated very festively, with red lanterns and New Year decorations everywhere. Danner and Jinji were cutting paper windows and chatting happily. Qi Yanzhou called Nan Xiao. Start decorating. Gently, don't wake Tang. Yes, master. The winter in the northwest was bleak, with only some evergreen trees and various plum blossoms among the houseplants. Adding some decorations made of red paper made it look festive. But Qi Yanzhou had important plans today, so simple decorations wouldn't do. He had earlier sent people from Nanshao to the south, riding fast to bring back some hardy flowers. The fragrance of the flowers filled the air, colorful and lively. Jinji and Danner didn't think much, and assumed that since it was their first new year in Tianshan County, they should make it grand. Until Nanshao brought out some delicate flowers made of sheer fabric in various colors. Danner, I think something's not quite right. Elder also felt that the decorations were too elaborate. The main issue was that they didn't match the festive atmosphere of the new year. Qi Yanzhou noticed the puzzled looks from the two and raised a finger to his lips. The two understood. It turned out that the decorations were meant for the young lady to see. Jinji quickly asked, "Young master, do you need our help?" "No need, you can busy yourselves," he replied. Elder raised the paper window decoration in her hand and asked, "Young master, should we cut more of these?" "Cut them and stick them up tomorrow," Qi Yanzhou said, then went to the study. When he came out again, he was holding a stack of red paper cuttings. He took a bowl of glue and carefully pasted the paper cuttings onto the window. These weren't just window flowers. They were small portraits he had carved himself. They represented moments after he and Yi Chutang met. Of course, he concealed the parts about his fire poison attacks and the intimate moments with Yi Chutang at Cold Pool. The scene begins after Qi Yanzhou returned from the southern frontier. He was reprimanding Princess Anping at Wanbao Pavilion, helping Yi Chutang out of trouble. In the poetry hall, Yi Chutang played Ambush from 10 Sides, and he composed music for it. During the plague in Jiangnan, Yi Chutang presented remedies for prevention and treatment. The emperor forced her to marry him, but she outperformed all noble ladies at the Prince of Chen's residence. Knowing she was pregnant, they discussed their wedding plans, and he took her on a hunting trip for wild geese. With a phoenix crown and a red bridal dress, she traveled 10 miles in a grand procession, then requested exile herself. Qi Yanzhou used paper cuttings to depict all these important moments of their relationship. After seeing them, Elder and Jinji were deeply moved. "Young master, you're amazing. Miss found a good husband, that's wonderful. But it's the new year. Why are you putting up these paper cuttings, young master?" Jinji guessed the reason and smiled. "To make Miss happy." Yi Chutang slept for an hour before waking. She sat up, stretched lazily, and pushed aside the bed curtain. The room hadn't changed much, except for 2 pots of fragrant orchids and some colorful silk ribbons tied into flowers. "Shouldn't we decorate with red silk for the new year?" "Why use colored silk?" Yi Chutang muttered to herself, then got out of bed and went to wash her face. Hearing sounds in the courtyard, she wanted to help. But when she opened the door, she froze at the sight of the paper cuttings on the door. Qi Yanzhou stood in the center of the courtyard, holding a red cloth strip embroidered with blessings, hanging it on the osmanthus tree. Seeing Yi Chutang staring at the paper cuttings, he smiled and asked, "Ah Tang, do you like it?" Yi Chutang turned to look at Qi Yanzhou, whose bright smile made her heart flutter. "Did you make these paper cuttings?" she asked. Only then did she notice many flowers in the yard, decorated festively and romantically. A word suddenly popped into her mind: proposal. She quickly suppressed the thought, nodded silently, and said nothing. "Like these paper cuttings? They must have taken you a lot of time." "No problem. I made them during my free time, thinking about everything we went through. I finished them quickly," Qi Yanzhou lied. "He often stayed up late working on these paper cuttings." Yi Chutang asked, "Why did you suddenly want to make these paper cuttings? And these colorful threads, why are you decorating with them?" "Because I want to marry you again today," he said. Then he took a bunch of flowers from under the bushes and walked to Yi Chutang. "Ah Tang, the previous wedding was just for the emperor to see and wasn't perfect. I want to marry you again. Would that be okay?" Yi Chutang looked at the flowers in front of her but didn't answer. Instead, she asked, "Did Sun Chu teach you that?" Qi Yanzhou couldn't quite tell how he felt at that moment. The person he cared about most knew less about him than an outsider. "Yes, your understanding and connection with Sun Chu are beyond me, so I asked him," he said. Then, he handed her the flowers. "Do you like them?" Yi Chutang caught a hint of jealousy in her nose. She leaned closer to Qi Yanzhou, tiptoed, and kissed his lips softly. "Of course I like what you gave me." I've agreed to marry you. After I finish my confinement and recover, we'll pick a good day to get married. Qi Yanzhou immediately smiled and looked relaxed.
Good.
I've already started preparing. I will give you a wedding you'll be happy with. Yi Chudeng took the flowers and smiled, saying, I need to find a vase to put the flowers in. Qingping, go do that, he ordered. Yes, master. Qi Yanzhou was worried that Yi Chutong's hands might be cold from holding the flowers, so he took them back. Then he held her hand and showed her the paper cuttings. The wind blew through the corridor, moving the colorful threads, making everything look beautiful and graceful. The two of them stood together, forming a lovely scene. After looking at the paper cuttings, Yi Chudeng sighed. Time flies so fast. It's been over half a year. Since crossing over, she felt like she hadn't stopped moving. She fought with the Yi family, the royal family, was exiled, and faced many dangers. Fortunately, she arrived safely in Tianshan County and settled down. Unconsciously, 9 months had passed, and she was about to have her baby. She touched her belly, feeling it gently. Having the baby was the real way to settle down in this strange world. The next day was New Year's Eve. Yi Chuteng and Qi Yanzhou woke up early. They wore festive red clothes, looking like newlyweds. Although the Qi residence had been cleaned, the Qi family still swept the yard with brooms, symbolizing clearing away bad luck from the old year and welcoming good fortune. They also put up door gods to ward off evil and bad luck. After a simple lunch, the Qi family went to pay respects to their ancestors. The ancestors' memorial tablets from the Qi family had already been sent to Tianshan County, and the ancestral hall was completed. The man, his wife, and their legitimate daughter went inside to burn incense, kneeling 3 times with 9 bows. Others knelt outside, bowing and greeting respectfully. Yi Chuteng was not able to kneel due to her health, so she only lit incense. Although the ancestors were somewhat displeased, there was no reason to scold Yi Chudeng. Forcing her to kneel and risk causing an early birth could have led to the second household being expelled. After the ancestral rites, the masters began giving rewards to the servants. Yi Chuteng only prepared 100 taels of silver for Dan'er and Jinji each. The remaining servants of the main household were given by old Madam Qi. After arriving in Tianshan County, Qi Yanzhou did not want Yi Chuteng to be overworked, so he asked old Madam to temporarily take charge of the household. Once the rewards were given, the servants went to the kitchen to prepare the New Year's Eve dinner. The Qi family members sat in the main hall chatting. Since the last disagreement, the two households had not eaten together. The second household had invited them twice, but the main household always found excuses to decline. However, thanks to the second household's persistent friendliness, relations had improved considerably. So, there were still many topics to discuss when they gathered. Madame Chen and her daughter were also present. They had become quite familiar with the Qi family and felt relaxed. Chen Ruoyun's injuries had healed a lot, but she still needed proper rest. Now that she could walk, she couldn't be too tired. She kept staring at the door, as if waiting for someone. Yi Chuteng guessed she was waiting for someone. She had noticed before that Chen Ruoyun's attitude toward Song Jingning was unusual. So she straightforwardly asked Miss Chen, "Are you waiting for young Master Song?" Chen Ruoyun was not a shy person. She was straightforward and honest. She nodded. Yes, young Master Song said he would come to the Qi family for the New Year's dinner. It's already past the hour. Why hasn't he arrived yet? P.S. The twin names are Jinghuai and Jingxi. Yi Chuteng had already invited Song Jingning, the Cui siblings, and Sun Chu to the New Year's Eve dinner. She looked at the anxious Chen Ruoyun and said, "The dinner is usually served around the hour of you, 7 to 9 p.m. It's still early, Miss Chen, don't worry." Madame Chen thought her daughter's behavior was a bit too obvious and quickly explained, Yunner's life was saved by Madame Qi, and her life was saved by young Master Song. She wants to thank him properly. Yi Chuteng nodded in agreement. That's true. If it weren't for young Master Song using the rejuvenation pill to save Yunner's life, she wouldn't be able to come to Tianshan County. After speaking, she leaned closer to Chen Ruoyun and tentatively asked, "It's said that gratitude can be repaid with one's body. Miss Chun, what do you think about young Master Song? Chun Royun's face showed a suspicious flush. She neither confirmed nor denied. Love and feelings, let it happen naturally. The underlying meaning was that she was interested in Song Jingning. Now, it depended on whether Song Jingning had feelings for her. Yi Chudang thought she should talk to him. She was worried he might marry someone he didn't like just to win over the Chen family army. So she smiled and said, "Yes, matters of love depend on mutual feelings. Forcing it never works." Madame Chen frowned slightly when she heard this. She had only one daughter and would definitely want her to marry someone she loved. Yi Chudang didn't notice Madame Chen's expression because her gaze was on Qiu Hua. Qiu Hua's face, swollen from being hit, had healed. She deliberately appeared in front of Qi Yanzhou, pouring him tea and water. She also tried to make physical contact, but each time he avoided her. She didn't get discouraged and kept posing and flirting. Qi Yanzhou was annoyed with Qiu Hua, but didn't want to cause a scene during the new year, so he accidentally spilled tea on her dress. Yi Chudang saw this and slightly smiled. "Qiu Hua, to avoid not having new clothes to wear tonight, you'd better not bother my husband. His hands shake, and your clothes might not last." The words sounded polite, but were actually quite rude. Qiu Hua quickly hid her embarrassment and left to change her clothes. After she left, Guotingting started bothering Qi Xuan. Qi Xuan was more direct and tripped her with his foot. Guotingting's carefully made-up face hit the ground, smudging her powder and swelling her face. "Cousin, my leg shakes, so don't walk in front of me next time. It's easy to fall." Yi Chudang tried not to laugh, her cheeks trembling cutely. Qi Yanzhou couldn't help but pinch her cheek. "If you want to laugh, just do it. Don't hold it in." As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Chudang burst out laughing without restraint. "No wonder we're family. Everyone has a shaking problem." Yun Failwan also couldn't hold back and shot Yi Chudang a sharp look. She helped her daughter up. "Aunt, I'll take Tingting downstairs to handle this." The old matriarch looked displeased and waved her hand. "Go ahead. Be more careful in the future so you don't embarrass the Qi family." She was upset not only with Yi Chudang but also with the unruly Qiu Hua and Guotingting. Today, with outsiders present, they had embarrassed the Qi family. Yun Failwan knew the old matriarch was angry and quickly changed the subject. "Mother, after the new year, our main house plans to host a banquet. Will the second house join us?" The main house was involved in politics and the second house in business. Since ancient times, only officials and merchants supporting each other could sustain long-term success. The ancestors naturally agreed that the second and main branches should hold the banquet together. Now that the main and second branches are one family, the banquet should be held jointly. "When do you plan to hold it?" Old Lady Qi looked at Yi Chudang. "Tanger is the head lady of the household, so she will decide the date." Yi Chudang understood that her mother-in-law was helping her strengthen her position. She thought about opening the 6th-day tavern and decided to set the banquet for the 9th day. 9th day is considered a lucky day, a good day. All right, then the 9th day it is. "Zhuor, after the 3rd day, you can write the invitations." Qi Yanzhou nodded. "Yes, mother." The ancestors looked at Su Shi. "Did you hear that? This is the first banquet our Qi family is holding in Tianshan County. We must be flexible and careful." Su Shi quickly stood up and respectfully bowed to the ancestors. "Mother, I understand." Next, everyone discussed the details of the banquet. The Qi family's second branch was not short of money. As long as they could buy it, they wanted only the best. Yi Chudang sensed that the second branch wanted to use money to outshine the main branch. After all, in their view, the main branch's estate was no longer comparable after being confiscated. Once the discussion was over, the ancestors asked Yanzhou, "Yanzhou, do you need our second branch to help prepare the drinks and ingredients for the banquet?" As long as he agreed, the second branch's status in the Qi family would no longer be passive. Yanzhou looked at Yi Chudang. "Auntie, what do you think?" Banquets were usually organized by the head lady of the household. Yi Chudang smiled and said, "Grandmother's good intention is appreciated. Although the main branch was confiscated, they are not completely impoverished. We still have money to prepare the banquet." The ancestors did not insist further and asked, "What are the plans for the main branch in the future?" The second branch's business had already started in Tianshan County. Their shops mainly sold food, pastries, buns, fruits, and noodle shops. They were just starting out, so their daily income was small, but in a few years, they would be as successful as they had been in Bin City. Yanzhou once again left the question to Yi Chudang. "I'll listen to Auntie." Yi Chudang patted Yanzhou on the shoulder. Getting rich starts with infrastructure. The ancestors looked on silently. Isn't infrastructure a government matter? Is the main branch planning to take over the world? If outsiders weren't present, she really wanted to ask more. The Chen family mother and daughter also shared this thought and exchanged glances. Their ideas differed from Chen Kuei's. The Chen family's army not only protected the border and kept the people safe, but they also needed security themselves. They hoped for a wise ruler who cared about the soldiers' lives. So, if Yanzhou wanted to overthrow tyranny and establish a new dynasty, they would support him. If needed, they were willing to help. Yi Chudang knew that the second branch and the Chen family had different ideas, but she didn't explain. Others' opinions of her are irrelevant. At this moment, Yun Feilwan and her daughter return. Guo Tingting's face is still swollen, but after applying makeup, it's not obvious. Yi Chudang doesn't want to continue the previous topic and suggests, "Since we're free, let's play a game of leaf cards. It's idle time anyway, and winning some money would be nice." The women of the second household often gather to play cards, and no one objects. So, the women of the main and second households each set up 2 tables, one for the young, one for the middle-aged. Yi Chudang, Qi Jingyao, Qi Minglan, and Guo Tingting sit at one table. Qi Jingyao originally wanted Chen Ruoyan to play, but she couldn't, and because she was weak, she just watched. The old ancestor is too old and has trouble seeing, so she can't sit and play leaf cards. Therefore, Madame Qi, Aunt Su, Mrs. Su, and Yun Feilwan sit together. The men chat casually nearby. As it gets close to dinner time for the New Year's Eve feast, Song Jingning, the Cui siblings, and Sun Chu arrive, each bringing generous gifts. Yi Chudang pushes her cards forward. Honored guests have arrived, no more playing. Sun Chu, who often interacts with the Qi family, asks casually, "Who won?" The young women's table. Yi Chudang is focused, targeting Guo Tingting, who lost over 200 taels in an hour. Qi Jingyao and Qi Minglan took some small wins along the way. The middle-aged table. Madame Qi, remembering Yun Feilwan's initial insult to Yi Chudang, keeps her grudge and doesn't let go. But her card skills aren't as good as Yi Chudang's. When she dragged Yun Feilwan into the game, she also lost some. Of course, her losses are nothing compared to Yun Feilwan's. Yi Chudang puts a pile of small silver coins into her purse and shakes it. "My luck is good. I won 200 taels." After saying that, she hands the purse to Madame Qi. "Mother, during the New Year's Eve, use this silver to win back all the money you lost." She knows very well that if her mother-in-law hadn't been venting her anger and fixed her grudge on Yun Feilwan, she wouldn't have lost so much. Madame Qi smiles and accepts the silver, saying, "Good." Then she looks at Sun Chu and the others. After dinner, stay and play cards together tonight. The 4 agree without hesitation. Old Madame's invitation is very kind. We dare not refuse, Sun Chu says. He then hands over the money he earned yesterday from selling dishes to Yi Chudang. According to your price, it sold out in less than an hour. That hour also included promotion time. He not only promoted the dishes but also spread the fame of Tianxia Tower. From now on, all vegetables grown in the Liuli greenhouse will be sold at the restaurant, half for free, half for sale. Yi Chudang happily takes the purse. All right, anyway, you won't let me lose money. When these words were spoken, the old ancestor asked in a serious voice, Yi family, are you planning to grow vegetables to sell? That was work only common folk did, and it would damage her status as the main wife. Yi Chudang understood what the old ancestor was thinking. She kept her smile unchanged and said, selling vegetables is just one way to earn money. I will also grow grains and fruits in the future. Ridiculous. The main wife of the Qi family shouldn't be working hard in the fields. Grandmother, you are mistaken. I don't do the work myself. I hire others. Besides, I believe that as long as we can make money, it's a good business worth doing. The old ancestor wanted to argue more, but Qi Yanzhou quickly spoke up. People need food. Everyone has basic needs. Tang's idea is good and I support it. Why choose such tiring work when there are so many other businesses? Plus, it's dry now, so farming isn't suitable. If it weren't for the new year, she wouldn't speak so politely. Qi Yanzhou, while peeling dried fruit for Yi Chudang, said, Grandmother, Tang has a way to ensure good harvests, so she wants to farm. And droughts aren't just a short-term problem. Conditions might get worse. Holding on to grain is more important than holding gold or silver. The old ancestor didn't want to believe that Yi Chudang could produce much grain. She could grow vegetables at home because they had plenty of water and fertilizer and even built a large glass greenhouse at great expense. With these conditions, even a pig could grow a flower. In harsher outside environments, Yi Chudang probably couldn't even grow a single blade of grass. But she didn't voice any opposition. On one hand, she didn't want to upset the main household. On the other, she wanted to see Yi Chudang fail, so she could use it to control her later. Since you all have confidence in growing good crops, give it a try. But as the head wife, you need to act properly. You can't do all the farming yourself. Yi Chudang looked up at the high and mighty old ancestor, ignoring her command. Grandmother, when it comes to making money, it's better to do it yourself. Sun Chu knew he shouldn't interfere in the Qi family's affairs, but he saw that the old ancestor was targeting Yi Chudang, so he spoke up. Madam Qi makes a good point. No matter what business you do, you need to understand the details first. Otherwise, you'll be cheated by those below, he said reasonably. Since their business was expanding, the old ancestor reluctantly nodded. Young master Sun is right. Whatever business you do, you need to be skilled at it. But as for heavy labor, it's better not to do it yourself, she finished. She didn't want to continue this topic and turned to Chiu Hua beside her. Go check the kitchen. Has the New Year's Eve dinner been prepared? As soon as she finished speaking, a maidservant came to deliver the message. Madams, the New Year's Eve dinner is ready. You can dine at any time. The old ancestor looked at Madam Chen. Madam Chen, will General Chen be able to arrive today? Chen Kuei is a decisive man. When he promised to come to Tianshan County to celebrate the New Year with them, he definitely intended to come. But Madam Chen does not know the exact time. She is just a guest of the Qi family, so it's not proper to make everyone wait for someone whose arrival time is uncertain. Ancient ancestor, we don't know when husband will arrive. We can't wait until the New Year's Eve dinner. The ancestor nodded, then we will eat slowly and wait while eating. The group went to the kitchen. The delicious dishes were quickly served, colorful and fragrant, making everyone hungry just by smelling them. After raising their glasses to celebrate, they started eating. Not long after beginning, the gatekeeper came to report that Chen Kuei had arrived. As soon as the message was delivered, Chen Kuei appeared at the door of the dining hall. He looked tired and pale, clearly having traveled all night. His face was cracked by the cold wind, with dried bloodstains visible on his wounds. Qi Yanzhou quickly stood up to greet him. General Chen arrived just in time, perfectly catching the New Year's Eve dinner. Come and sit quickly. Thank you, Lord Qi. Chen Kuei sat beside his wife and daughter. He looked at his daughter's improved complexion, and his worries eased. Then he took out a silver note from his pocket and handed it to Yi Chudang. Madam Qi, gold is inconvenient to carry, so I've exchanged it for a silver note. Is that okay? If not, he would later go to the bank to exchange the silver note for gold. Yi Chudang took the silver note. As long as the value is the same, whether silver or gold, it's fine. After saying that, she tapped the silver note and put it into her pocket. General Chen, you've traveled a long way by boat and carriage. Please eat and drink something quickly. Chen Kuei was indeed exhausted and hungry, so he didn't hesitate. He picked up his chopsticks and ate eagerly, as if he hadn't eaten for days. The dinner table became lively again, with laughter and cheerful talk. After the New Year's Eve dinner, the elders gave red envelopes to the younger ones. Whether married or not, everyone received one. Guests also received red envelopes. Chun Kuei and his wife didn't expect this and quickly declined, refusing to let Chen Ruoyun accept. Old Madam Chi smiled and said, General Chen, Madam Chen, there isn't much silver in the red envelope, just for good luck. Let Chen girl hold it. But in the end, they couldn't refuse and accepted it. Sun Chu calmly accepted the red envelope, knowing that the gift he gave to the Qi family was valuable. The siblings from the Cui family also received the goodwill from the elders of the Qi family. After accepting the red envelope, Song Jingning took out a thick red envelope from her pocket and handed it to Yi Chudang. Madam Qi, this is a gift for the two little ones. Please accept it. Yi Chutang was about to say that she would wait until the baby was born for Song Jingning to personally give the red envelope, but just as she was about to speak, a warm sensation surged from her lower abdomen. The water broke. Her face slightly changed. I'm going to have the baby. Quickly take me back to Tangzhou Court. When Yi Chutang spoke, everyone in the kitchen became anxious, especially Qi Yanzhou, who was at a loss. Tang, how should I take you back? Should I carry you or lift you? Old Madam Qi quickly called out, Midwife, hurry and bring the midwife to Tangzhou Court. Then she ordered, prepare hot water, scissors, and what else was it? Herbal slices. Childbirth is hard work. We need to restore her energy, Yi Chutang said calmly. Yanzhou, carry me back to Tangzhou Court. Be careful, don't press on my belly. Actually, it would be better to carry her on a door panel. But the corridor in ancient times was too narrow to do that easily. After responding, Qi Yanzhou immediately picked up Yi Chudang and strode quickly towards Tangzhou Court. Father, stay and entertain the guests. Old Master Qi, who was about to follow, quickly stopped. All right, if the baby is born, come and report immediately. Understood. Song Jingning watched Yi Chudang being carried away by Qi Yanzhou, and a thin layer of sweat appeared on his back. He wanted to follow but couldn't go inside the main house. He could only comfort himself. Madam Qi often does good deeds. Surely mother and child will be safe. Sun Chu nodded firmly, confident. That's natural. But the tight grip of his hands betrayed his unease. In ancient times, childbirth was like entering the gates of hell. Many people couldn't bring their children out alive. The atmosphere in the kitchen grew tense. The ancestor stood up and said, Let's go to the main hall and wait for news. She didn't like Yi Chutang, who often disobeyed her and didn't care much about her life or death. The second household also shared this idea and followed the ancestor to the main hall. Old Master Qi thought the kitchen was not suitable for entertaining guests, so he invited the main household and guests to the main hall. When they arrived, the second household was already playing cards. Seeing that old ancestor's face was not good, she explained, sitting idly only makes us anxious. Find something to do and pass the time. It will make the wait easier. Song Jingning endured his anger and nodded in agreement. Old ancestor, is it all right if I join in? Knowing that Song family was the most scholarly, she smiled and replied, Of course. Then she asked the man from the second household to play with Song Jingning. At first, Sun Chu didn't understand Song Jingning's intention, but after watching him play a few rounds, he quickly said, I also want to play. Can I join the women's game? His request was a bit unreasonable, but since he was very wealthy and the second household wanted to make friends, they didn't refuse. Then, Sun Chu and Song Jingning fought fiercely, winning every game. The 6 players in the second room lost their confidence and looked very upset. In Tangzhou Courtyard, Yi Chudang lay on the side bed in a separate room, enduring the pain from contractions. 2 experienced midwives had already arrived. They guided Yi Chutang to breathe in and out slowly, following their instructions. Madam Qi, don't worry. With us here, your baby and you'll be safe. Of course, they couldn't guarantee anything, but these were comforting words meant to reassure the mother and help her focus on giving birth. Yi Chutang took deep breaths and gently touched her belly. Once she confirmed the baby's position was correct, she felt more at ease. As her cervix opened, contractions became more frequent. She sweated all over and her clothes were soaked. Outside the room, Qi Yanzhou was anxious because he heard no sounds. Mother, why is there no movement? Qi Laofuren also wasn't sure. She remembered her own childbirth was quite loud. Mother, go inside and check, he said. Just as he finished speaking, the baby's cry was heard from the side room. The midwife loudly announced, "The lady has given birth to a son, both safe and healthy." Soon after, a louder crying was heard. "The lady has given birth to a daughter. All are safe." Chi Leofuren was overjoyed. "That's good. Danner, go to the front yard and tell everyone that mother and baby are safe." "Yes, old madam." After Dana left, Chi Enjo was about to enter the room but was stopped by Chi Leofuren. "Zhouer, what are you doing? I want to see Ah Tang and the baby." "No, the delivery room is messy and bloody. You can't go in." Chi Enjo didn't believe the rumor that men would be unlucky if they entered the delivery room. "Mother, those inside are the three most precious people to me. If it weren't for Ah Tang, I would have died long ago." After saying that, ignoring Chi Leofuren's protests, he entered the side room. The window was closed, making the room stuffy and hot. The smell of blood and sweat was strong, but Chi Enjo didn't mind at all. Instead, he felt very tender toward Yi Chutang. When the midwife saw him come in and was about to chase him out, his stern gaze made her stop. Her words changed immediately. "Master, look at the two children. They are so white and tender. When they grow up, they will definitely be handsome and beautiful." They had delivered many babies, but this was the first time seeing such good-looking newborns right after birth. Usually they were red, wrinkled, and quite ugly. Chi Enjo only glanced at the babies briefly before walking over to Yi Chutang. Her hair was damp with sweat, and she was breathing heavily, but her color looked good. He squatted down, holding Yi Chutang's sweaty hand. "Ah Tang, you've worked hard. Does it hurt a lot?" Yi Chutang shook her head.
"I've fine."
"Are the children okay?" She didn't expect that after being blessed by the witch doctor, giving birth would be so easy. From the water breaking to the birth, it took less than 2 hours. Only the contractions made her uncomfortable for a short while. Once her cervix opened, the delivery was as smooth as going to the bathroom. Chi Enjo immediately asked the wet nurse to bring the two babies to Yi Chutang. The children are quite healthy and very cute. Since they were twins and born half a month early, each weighed about 3 pounds, small and delicate. Yi Chutang reached out to touch the babies' soft faces and smiled. "The children I gave birth to are indeed adorable." Just after she finished speaking, she felt a warm flow beneath her. It was postpartum lochia. Aunt Jean. Yi Chutang originally wanted Jean Ji to help her handle it, but changed her mind. "Wet nurse, please teach my husband how to deal with lochia. Postpartum is the best time to see a man's true nature." Jean Ji and the wet nurse both widened their eyes and said in unison, "No." Yi Chutang raised an eyebrow. "Why not?" "Because men are superior to women." She didn't care about others' opinions and didn't want to interfere, but her husband couldn't think that way. Jean Ji, having experienced childbirth herself, knew that women in confinement often have many difficult-to-discuss health issues. She didn't want Chi Enjo to see this and then look down on Yi Chutang. "Miss, let the servant do it." Men are usually less careful than women. The two wet nurses nodded repeatedly. "Madam, what the maidservant said is right. Since ancient times, men haven't been responsible for taking care of women." Although Chi Enjo didn't know what lochia was, judging by their reactions, it seemed quite difficult to handle. But no matter how hard it was definitely easier than giving birth. He tightened Yi Chutang's hand and said, "Ancient rules don't matter to me. Just tell me how to handle it." Jean Ji and the wet nurse looked awkward, unsure how to speak. Yi Chutang, being a healer, naturally knew how to handle it. She looked at the wet nurse. "Go out, shut your mouths. Don't say things you shouldn't, or it might bring disaster to the family." The wet nurse nodded repeatedly. "We only came to deliver the lady. We don't know anything else." After speaking, they handed the babies to Jean Ji and quickly left the side room. "Aunt Jean, take the babies to the main hall to show everyone, then give them to the nursemaid. Be careful to keep them warm." Feeding two babies directly was very tiring, especially in the first 3 months, when they had to be on call almost all day, eating and sleeping poorly. Yi Chutang arranged for 2 nursemaids to feed the children. This way, she only needed to play with the babies for a little while each day. Jean Ji hesitated and looked at Yi Chutang, then finally nodded. Yes, miss. Then she left holding the two children. Yi Chudang asked Qi Yanzhou to open a small crack in the window to let in some fresh air. She then taught him how to handle various postpartum issues. Qi Yanzhou was patient and never showed any annoyance or dislike. When he saw Yi Chudang in pain from abdominal pressure and bleeding, with tears in her eyes, he also became emotional. Ah Tong, we already have a son and a daughter. From now on, no more children, okay? Hearing his slightly hoarse voice, Yi Chudang felt touched.
Why?
Are you scared? Disgusted with me? Qi Yanzhou shook his head and lowered his head to touch her forehead. I feel sorry for you. After saying that, he kissed her cheek. Thanks to the blessing from the shaman doctor, her delivery went smoothly, but her body was still damaged. He didn't want her to suffer any more pain. Yi Chudang had no plans to have more children. One son and one daughter were enough. She tilted her head and kissed Qi Yanzhou's thin lips. Okay, I won't have more. I feel sticky and uncomfortable. Please help me wipe it off. All right. Qi Yanzhou used warm water to clean her and changed her clothes. Although they had been sleeping together, they rarely spoke honestly. The intimacy earlier made his cheeks flush, and he didn't know where to look. All done. Do you want to get up now? Yi Chudang touched her sweaty hair and said, Give me a wash again. Qi Yanzhou, who had done some research, quickly objected. Ah Tong, you can't wash your hair during the confinement period. It will give you headaches later. You're wrong. It's not that I can't wash my hair. I can't use cold water or blow cold air. The room has a fire dragon, so it's warm enough. Washing my hair is fine. Afterward, you can help dry it with your internal energy and I won't get headaches. Okay, I'll have them bring some hot water. After Yi Chudang finished washing her hair, she felt completely refreshed. Since her delivery was smooth and uncomplicated, she put on her clothes and got out of bed. Qi Yanzhou watched nervously. Ah Tong, you just gave birth. You need to rest more. You shouldn't get out of bed. Postpartum women need to move properly to help expel the impurities from their bodies faster. Yi Chudang said, then put on the hat she had prepared and left the side room. The two children were taken to the side room and looked after by a nursemaid. The women of the Qi family were waiting in the main hall, ready to congratulate Yi Chudang. Old Madame Qi quickly approached and took her hand gently, patting it softly. Tanger, you've worked hard. For the next month, rest well and don't overexert yourself. Otherwise, you might develop postpartum issues. After speaking, she looked at Qi Yanzhou. Zhou'er, the banquet for the 9th day can be postponed. Let's hold the full moon celebration in a month. Qi Yanzhou agreed with this plan and nodded. Okay, I will inform Uncle Air later. Yi Chudang looked at her caring family and said, Mother, I have nothing more to say. Today is New Year's Eve, so everyone should stay up to welcome the new year. As she finished speaking, Dana returned from the front yard. Miss, young Master Sun and young Master Song want to see the baby. Qi Yanzhou guessed that Song Jingning wanted to see the baby and also wanted to check if Yi Chudang was well. He said, Please bring them to the inner courtyard. Old Madame Qi quickly shot her son a look. It's not proper for outsiders to enter the inner courtyard. Mother, they are not really outsiders, so it's fine. Danner didn't move, waiting for Yi Chudang to give the order. Go ahead, ask them to come over. Yes, Mississippi. After Danner left, Yi Chudang went to the side room where the baby was. Old Madame Qi thought they had already seen the baby, so she took the women back to the front yard. Qi Yanzhou didn't go to the side room, but went to the study. He crumpled the pre-written names into a ball and took it to the baby for selection. The two babies had already finished feeding and were watching Yi Chudang play with them with wide eyes. Their small, pink hands waved happily, looking adorable. Qi Yanzhou handed the paper ball to Yi Chudang and asked, The baby is so young, how can they choose their own name? Yi Chudang took the paper ball and smiled. It's simple. Just put the paper in their palms. If they hold it tightly, that's the name they choose. What if the two children choose different names? Then we respect their choices. Whatever they pick, that's what we use. All right. Just as Qi Yanzhou agreed, Sun Chu and Song Jingning arrived. Song Jingning handed over the red envelope he hadn't given earlier to Yi Chudang. Now that this red envelope is properly given, please, Madam Qi, accepted on behalf of the two children. Yi Chutang didn't refuse. After accepting the red envelope, she gave the paper ball to Song Jingning. Young Master Song is very knowledgeable. Let your talent inspire my children. You can choose their names. She explained how she wanted the children to pick their names to Song Jingning. Song Jingning clenched his hand around the paper ball and asked, "Can a newborn hold onto a paper ball with strength? Try it and you'll see." Song Jingning approached the twin babies, looking at the tiny children, afraid to touch them for fear of hurting them. They look so good. Boy or girl? Qianzhou looked at the two children and smiled. A pair of children. That's great. He then took out a paper ball, intending to put it into the child's waving hand, but hesitated, unsure how to do it properly. Yi Chutang watched Song Jingning sweat on his forehead and smiled, hold the child's arm, and place the paper ball in their palm. If neither chooses, then please, young Master Song, give them a name. Song Jingning nodded gently, softly holding the baby's delicate arm, and quickly placed a crumpled piece of paper into his palm. The baby's fingers did not close around it, and the paper fell. Only after the fourth attempt did he finally grasp the paper in his hand. Yi Chutang quickly took the paper away and looked at it. The names were Jinghuai and Jingxi. These names are really fitting for young Master Song, she thought. When Qi Yanzhou chose the names earlier, she liked this pair. The original owner was only related to Song Jingning, and since the children's names shared characters with him, it made them feel closer. Song Jingning looked at the names on the paper, his heart beating very fast, even more excited than when he first recognized Yi Chutang. They are truly destined. I just don't know which name the other child will choose. After speaking, he took the paper from Yi Chutang's hand, crumpled it into a ball, and placed it directly into the girl's palm. Jinghuai, Jingxi, and Enlulu. Everyone's eyes focused on the girl's hand. Song Jingning was so nervous he forgot to breathe. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the girl clenched the crumpled paper. Yi Chutang smiled and said, "The children's names are decided. Jinghuai and Jingxi." Then she looked at Qi Yanzhou and softly asked, "How about nicknames called an and Lulu?" Qi Yanzhou preferred the names Yuan and Yulo. He didn't care much about the children's achievements, only wishing them safety and happiness. "Good, then let's call them an and Lulu," he said. Afterward, he touched the baby boy's face, an N, and then the girl's face, Lulu. Sun Chu looked at the adorable little bundle that warmed his heart and briefly thought about having children of his own. Realizing what he was thinking, he quickly cleared his throat. "Today, we didn't prepare red envelopes for the children. Tomorrow, we will give them a big gift. We won't disturb you now, we'll take our leave." After speaking, he pulled Song Jingning away. Yi Chutang, who had just finished giving birth and needed rest, returned to her bedroom. The side room was close to the main bedroom, so if the children made any noise, she could hear it. Of course, not only the wet nurse, but also Jean Ji took care of the children. Jean Ji's main role was to watch over the wet nurse to prevent any accidents. In the bedroom, Qi Yanzhou carried Yi Chutang to the bed, placing her on the noble consort's couch by the window. "Wait, there will be fireworks," he said. The wooden window had been replaced with glass, so even without opening it, the view was excellent. There was a curtain above the window, which could be drawn to prevent peeping if needed. Ancient fireworks weren't very beautiful, just a bit better than signal flares, but when the whole city set them off together, the visual effect was quite impressive. Yi Chutang watched the fireworks explode in the dark sky, feeling a rare sense of peace and happiness. After enjoying the fireworks for a while, Qi Yanzhou carried Yi Chutang onto the bed. "A Tang, rest first. Let Danner take care of you. I'll go talk to second uncle about declining the banquet. All right, go keep watch with everyone. Don't worry about me." Qi Yanzhou didn't reply, gently tucked her in, and then left. He went to the front yard to handle some matters and then returned to the bedroom. Yi Chutang was too tired and had already fallen asleep. He got into bed, lying on his side to watch her, staying with her until midnight. A Tang, Happy New Year. The next day, before dawn, Yi Chutang was awakened by her child's crying. Just as she was about to get up, Qi Yanzhou held her shoulder. "A Tang, rest well. I'll go check on them." As a mother, Yi Chutang couldn't lie still, so she went with Qi Yanzhou to the side room. Anin was crying sadly because of a messy diaper, and then Lele, disturbed by the noise, started crying loudly too. When Yi Chutang understood the reason, she couldn't help but smile and laugh. Such a loud voice, they'll definitely be lively in the future. The nursemaid smiled and said, "Madam, you're mistaken. Children who cry a lot when young tend to be well-behaved when they grow up." Yi Chutang took Lele, gently pinching her nose. Hopefully so. She didn't like mischievous children, even if they were her own. Lele, probably hearing the familiar heartbeat, immediately stopped crying and quietly snuggled in Yi Chutang's arms, making a smacking sound. "Nursemaid, is Lele hungry? I fed her half an hour ago. She probably isn't hungry yet. How did she sleep last night? Was she peaceful?" Although Yi Chutang's delivery was smooth, her body was still weak. "She slept quite soundly last night." The nursemaid replied, "Madam and young master are both quite good. If they're hungry, they cry. After eating, they sleep well. It's easy to take care of them. That's good. The children are young and born early. You must take good care of them. The monthly allowance won't be lacking for you. Thank you, madam." After the nursemaid changed Anin's diaper, Qi Yanzhou said, "Let me try." He couldn't do much for the children, but he wanted to do it himself whenever possible. The nursemaid nodded, took the clean diaper, and handed it to Qi Yanzhou. He took the diaper, acting carefully. Because he was unfamiliar, his movements were slow, but he was very attentive. Watching Qi Yanzhou, looking like a caring father, a small smile appeared on Yi Chutang's lips. "Ah, Zhou, you'll be a good father. It's only right to be attentive to one's own children." After changing Anin's diaper, Qi Yanzhou picked him up. This was his first time holding a baby, soft and fragile as if made of no bones, which made him feel nervous. After seeing this, Yi Chutang smiled and said, "You support his waist with one hand, hold his bottom with the other, and let his head rest in your arm." Qi Yanzhou understood immediately. Anin also felt comfortable and stopped whining, blowing a bubble with her little mouth. "You little kid pretending to be a lucky fish, even blowing bubbles." This remark reminded Yi Chutang. She quickly checked her space and found nothing unusual. It seems the space is still the same as before and needs to be inherited. As for supernatural abilities, the baby just born, nothing can be seen yet. They can only wait until he grows a bit older to test further. Thinking this, Yi Chutang handed the sleepy baby to the nursemaid. "It's still early, let's go back and get some more rest." But when she lay on the bed, she couldn't sleep. Seeing Yi Chutang tossing and turning, Qi Yanzhou asked with concern, "Tang, are you feeling unwell?" Yi Chutang turned to face Qi Yanzhou and touched her flat stomach. Suddenly becoming a mother, "I'm a bit overwhelmed." Qi Yanzhou held Yi Chutang in his arms and kissed her on the forehead. "Me too," full of joy, but also a bit at a loss. Yi Chutang hugged Qi Yanzhou's slim waist and rubbed against his chest. "I just hope they grow up safely." Of course, they couldn't neglect what needed to be learned. They must have the ability to protect themselves. "Definitely. When do you want to hold the wedding? Big celebration or just family and friends watching?" Qi Yanzhou hoped for a grand celebration. He wanted to announce to everyone that Yi Chutang was his only wife, would not take concubines, and there would be no secondary wives. But when he mentioned it before, Yi Chutang didn't respond. She didn't want the wedding to be too complicated or tiring. She preferred inviting close friends and family to watch, since it was just a ceremony. A more grand celebration for the full moon and a simple wedding with only relatives. Hearing this, Qi Yanzhou had a better idea. "Tang, I want to change the full moon celebration to a 100-day celebration and make the wedding more grand. It would be better to have the wedding first and then the 100-day celebration." Yi Chutang looked at Qi Yanzhou's expectant eyes and nodded. "Okay, you plan it, but don't forget to tell the second household." The guest list for the 9th-day banquet was already set, but now postponed, which might cause complaints. Qi Yanzhou gently patted Yi Chutang's back. "All right, I'll handle the negotiations with the second household." Yi Chutang, feeling sleepy from the pat, took a short nap. When she woke up, Qi Yanzhou was no longer in the room. She took the opportunity to enter her space and check her body. Everything was fine. except her belly was a bit loose and needed training to recover. I wonder if I can bring the child inside. The child is part of her body, so technically they can go into the space. I need to find a chance to try. Yi Chutang endured the pain, pressing her stomach a few times. Maybe because she was blessed by the witch doctor, her body is much healthier than a normal new mother. After passing some lochia yesterday, there isn't much left. She cleaned herself up, left the space, dressed, and went to see the children. As she opened the door, the long-waiting Dana said, "Miss, breakfast is kept warm in the pot. I'll go get it now." "Good. Bring it to the side room later. I want to see Enin and Lele." "Yes, Mississippi." Enin and Lele had just fallen asleep. The two nannies hardly slept last night and went to rest. Jinji was watching the children nearby. When she saw Yi Chutang come in, she quickly stood up and asked, "Miss, how do you feel today? Is your body still comfortable?" "Yes, I'm fine." "How are the children? Are they easy to take care of?" Jinji gently looked at Enin and Lele and smiled. "Sometimes they fuss a little, but they're easy to soothe." "Are they eating, drinking, and sleeping normally?" The nanny, who is experienced, says everything is normal. Yi Chutang stood between the two cradles, looking at the obedient, pink-cheeked children, and her lips curved into a smile. "Nannies, be sure to pay attention to their food. Follow the menu I wrote earlier. Don't worry, Mississippi Danner is responsible for the meals, and there won't be any problems." Just then, Danner brought in breakfast. "Today is the first day of the Lunar New Year, so we eat vegetarian. The porridge and buns are all vegetarian." Yi Chutang isn't particular about what she eats. She eats whatever is available. After she finished eating, Enin woke up. This time, he didn't cry. He blinked around, squinting his eyes, and pursed his little lips. So adorable. Yi Chutang's heart melted at the sight. She quickly picked up Enin and kissed his face. "You little rascal, I am your mother." Afterward, she told Jinji and Danner, "You two can go out now. I want to spend some time alone with the children." "Yes, Mississippi." After they left, only Yi Chutang and the two children remained in the side room. She immediately tried to bring the children into the space. And it really worked. She quickly performed various newborn checks on Enin. The space had all the common medical tools, so the examination was easy. After the check, Yi Chutang also gave Enin the hepatitis B and BCG vaccines. Enin cried loudly from the injections, so she hurried out of the space and gently comforted him. Jinji heard the crying and wanted to go in to help, but Danner stopped her. "Aunt Jean, if the miss needs us, she will ask. Since she didn't ask, it means she doesn't need help." Jinji nodded and withdrew her hand from the door. Inside, Yi Chutang heard the crying of the very upset Enin, but didn't mind. She took Lele, who was still sleeping, into the space. Lele was also pricked and cried loudly. Yi Chutang held her and came out of the room, shouting, "Aunt Jean, Danner, come help me." Jinji had been waiting impatiently. Before Yi Chutang finished speaking, she pushed the door open and entered. "Why are you all crying so hard?" Yi Chutang casually made an excuse. "Maybe I held Enin too tightly, upset him," and Lele started crying too. Jinji didn't think much and gently comforted Enin. However, neither of them had experience caring for babies, so in the end, the nurse came to guide them, and they managed to soothe the two little ones. Seeing Lele's eyes red and swollen, Yi Chutang felt very distressed. She thought she should make some baby lotion. Just as she had this thought, a voice came from outside the room. "Miss Yi, was early delivery a problem? Are both mother and baby okay?" Chi-Enjo's voice responded. "Mother and child are safe and sound. Please speak softly so you don't disturb them." A man immediately fell silent and followed Chi-Enjo into the side room. Seeing Yi Chutang there, she quickly stepped forward. "Your delivery was so sudden, over 2 months early. Is the baby all right?" After asking, she looked at the baby in Yi Chutang's arms. "I thought the baby would be palm-sized, but he's so plump and tender, not at all like a preemie." Yi Chutang was not worried by a man's words. She smiled and said, "Just look at how big my belly was before. Having 2 3-pound babies was no problem, especially since I took good care of my health and received blessings from the wizard. Otherwise, Yesterday's delivery would have been very dangerous. A man believed her and nodded happily. Then her thoughts drifted to the word wizardry. What does it feel like to be blessed by wizardry? Why does it help ensure a smooth delivery? Is the good health of the baby also thanks to the blessing? Yi Chutang looked at a man who asked 3 questions in a row and smiled helplessly. I don't understand wizardry. I only know it can remove the hardships of pregnancy and help me deliver safely. Qi Yanzhou agreed. That's enough. A man was very interested in wizardry and tugged at Yi Chutang's sleeve. If possible, let me meet that wizard. Yi Chutang thought about Amira's poor health and how she might not live much longer, so she probably wouldn't see her again in this life. That depends on fate and whether the person wants to see you. I can't promise anything. It's okay. Just introduce me, and whether it works or not doesn't matter, a man said. She then took out 2 golden bells and handed them to Yi Chutang. These are gifts for the 2 children. The bells contain advanced bugs that can not only ward off lower-level bugs but also detoxify. If a bug gets close to you, the bells can sense it and sound an alarm. Yi Chutang thought the gift was very nice and happily accepted it. Thank you on behalf of Anan and Lele. Aman waved her hand casually. No need to thank me. It's just a small, worthless trinket. She spoke lightly, but Yi Chutang knew that making high-level insect charms was not easy. In the future, if you want to learn about medical skills, just come ask me. All right, I won't stand on ceremony with you. Seeing Lele yawn and wanting to sleep, Aman took her leave. After Yi Chutang and Qi Yanzhou lulled the children to sleep, they left the side room. Just as they were about to return to the bedroom, the maid from the outer courtyard came to report, Master, Madam, Sun Gongzi and Song Gongzi have come to pay New Year's greetings, and they brought gifts for the young lady and young master. Hearing this, Yi Chutang understood they wanted to see the children. I can't go out to meet guests, so I will invite them into the inner courtyard. Also, tell the kitchen not to prepare lunch. I will have them dine at Tangzhou Court. Yes, madam. The maid responded and then left. Soon after, Song Jingning and Sun Chu arrived at Tangzhou Court, followed by the Chen family. After Cheng Kuei presented the New Year's gift, he asked with a smile, Young Master Qi, Madam Qi, our family has come to share a meal. Is that all right? Guests are welcome. General Chen, feel free to eat as much as you like, enough to fill your stomach. Qi Yanzhou joked before leading everyone into the main hall. After everyone sat down, Sun Chu took 2 pieces of paper from his pocket and handed them to Yi Chutang. These are the New Year's gifts for the children. You must accept them for the 2 kids. Yi Chutang didn't pretend to be polite with Sun Chu. She took the papers and looked at them. They were 2 land and property deeds, one for Tianxia Tower and one for Furong Hall. This meant Sun Chu was giving the most profitable shops to Anan and Lele, one a restaurant, the other a beauty shop. She smiled and said, Sun Gongzi's gift is very thoughtful. Hearing this, Song Jingning took out 2-piece talismans from his sleeve and handed them to Yi Chutang. I'm not as wealthy as Sun Gongzi. This small token of kindness. Please, Madam Qi, accept it for the children. He had gone to the most sacred temple in Tianshan County after the New Year's Eve to pray for peace, and he had the abbot bless the talismans. He even used the name Young Master Haoyue to do so. Yi Chutang knew these weren't ordinary peace talismans, so she quickly accepted them. Young Master Song, thank you. I will have the children wear them close. Hearing this, Aman also added, the bell I gave also needs to be worn close and it's harmless. Yi Chutang smiled and said, all right, I'll remember. After speaking, she asked Danner to go prepare lunch. Since it was the first day of the new year and they were eating vegetarian, the meal was simple enough for Danner to prepare alone. Qingfeng and Qingyan helped her. In less than half an hour, the lunch was ready. The dining hall at Tangzhou Courtyard also has a special kitchen next door. The group moved to the kitchen. The dishes on the table, though all vegetarian, were varied, well-presented, and looked very appetizing. Qi Yanzhou asked, do you want wine or tea? Chen Kuei immediately said, wine, to warm up before heading out. General Chen just arrived yesterday, and now you're leaving. Yes, another heavy snow is coming soon. After lunch, I must leave for Linzhou City to prevent the barbarians from taking advantage of the snow to attack the border. The barbarians often come during snowfalls, sometimes small raids, sometimes large attacks. No one can predict. Now that my daughter is injured, I have to stay in the military camp. Without commanders, the soldiers would be like scattered sand. He took the wine jar and poured him a cup of wine himself. If the barbarians rise, I wish General Chen victory in battle. This touched Chen Kuei deeply. He quickly raised his cup. Thank you for your good wishes, young Master Qi. I toast to you. He drank the wine in one gulp. Seeing Chen Kuei pour himself another cup, Madame Chen advised, Husband, don't drink too much, or you won't be able to ride your horse steadily. Today I'm happy, so a few more drinks are fine. Afterward, he poured a cup of warm tea for Chen Ruiyun. Yunner, you can drink tea instead of wine and toast with your father. Chen Ruiyun nodded and raised her cup, saying, I wish my father health and happiness every year. Good, and I wish you recover from your injuries soon and find a suitable husband. When he said this, he glanced at Song Jingning. Receiving Chen Kuei's gaze, Song Jingning's heart skipped a beat. Then Chen Kuei spoke to him. Young Master Song, when do you plan to marry my daughter? As soon as he said this, Sun Chu's tofu on his chopsticks was crushed and fell into his bowl. Sun Chu had only heard of marriage proposals under the stage, but had never seen such open pressure to marry. Calming himself, Song Jingning put down his chopsticks. I don't know what General Chen means by that. His words made the startled Chen Ruiyun come back to herself. Father, what are you talking about? She liked Song Jingning but knew she wasn't good enough for him, so she never had any foolish thoughts. Chen Kuei shot a glance at Chen Ruiyun, telling her not to speak. He looked at the elegant Song Jingning and replied, Literally, since young Master Song has already had close contact with my daughter, it naturally means they should marry. Yi Chutang looked at Song Jingning in shock. Song Jingning felt overwhelmed and explained, General Chen was trying to save someone at the time and had no choice. When he was at the general's residence, he was eager to save someone. But, on the way to Tianshan County, Song Jingning. It seemed that Chen Kuei and his wife were waiting for him to change Chen Ruiyun's dressing. He chuckled softly. I helped General Chen save a girl out of kindness, and now he's setting a trap for me. Yunner is talented both in literature and martial arts, looks good, and has military achievements and a position. It's not a loss for young Master Song to marry her. Song Jingning hated coercion the most. He looked coldly at Chen Kuei and said, Marriage is a big matter for a lifetime, and it shouldn't be based on who gets the short end of the stick. Then he turned to Chen Ruiyun. Miss Chen, what do you think about your father forcing you into marriage? Actually, he could have used the doctor who treated Chen Ruiyun's injuries to refuse the marriage. But he didn't want to spread bad rumors about the heroic woman defending the border or be criticized. Chen Kuei immediately signaled to his daughter to seize the chance to finalize the marriage. If she liked him, she should hold on. Scholars valued reputation most. Physical closeness was a fact. Even if Song Jingning was unhappy, he would still agree to marry her. Chen Ruiyun shook her head at Chen Kuei and looked at Song Jingning. Young Master Song, you don't need to listen to my father. Saving people is a noble act and shouldn't be coerced. If you want to marry me, I am willing. If you don't have feelings for me, there's no need to force it. From her words, Song Jingning sensed that Chen Ruiyun had feelings for him, but he had no intention of marrying her. Thank you, Miss Chen, for your understanding. Today, General Chen said nothing, and no one heard anything. This implied that no one would talk about him changing Chen Ruiyun's dressing. The people in the kitchen quickly promised they wouldn't say anything. Chen Kuei was furious with his daughter, but couldn't force the marriage. All right, since you've made your decision, I won't interfere, he said, raising his cup. Everyone, sorry for delaying your meal. I'll drink 3 cups myself. After drinking 3 cups, Chen Kuei reached for the wine jar to pour more, but Qi Yanzhou stopped him. General Chen, you'll be leaving soon. Don't overdrink. I'll have someone prepare strong liquor and food for you to take on the road. Thank you, young Master Qi. The expenses will be calculated when my wife and daughter leave Qi's house. Qi Yanzhou nodded. Thinking of Yi Chutang's plan to drain Chen's family resources, he agreed. I know General Chen doesn't want to get too involved with Qi's family. All expenses for Madam Chen and Miss Chen are remembered by my wife. Please rest assured, General. Chen Kuei nodded, loosened his grip on the wine jar, and started eating. After finishing his meal and drinks, he got up to leave. Yun, send off Dad. Chen Ruoyun's injuries haven't healed yet, so she can't sit or stand for long. But walking from Tangzhou courtyard to the front yard is still okay. All right, I will send off Dad. Madam Chen also followed along. Chen Ruoyun took Chen Kuei to the front yard stables. Chen Kuei, frustrated, poked her forehead lightly. You silly girl, I've already paved the way for you. Why don't you come up? Chen Ruoyun respectfully bowed to Chen Kuei. Dad, I know you're kind, but forcing things isn't good. If I force Lord Song to marry me, he will surely grow tired of me, and I will waste my life. Is that what you want to see? Though her words made sense, Chen Kuei disagreed. Time reveals a person's heart. I believe once you marry and spend every day together, Song Jingning will see your good qualities. But Dad, what if Lord Song doesn't like me? He's from a scholarly family, and I come from a martial background. We're not the same. This question stumped Chen Kuei. He thought his daughter was good, but others might not see it that way. Men who want to marry usually prefer gentle ladies, not women skilled in martial arts. Madam Chen led the horse out of the stable and handed the reins to Chen Kuei. Husband, we've done all we can. The rest is up to Yun. Let her decide her own marriage. Chen Kuei sighed. Lord Song is a good man. It's a pity if we miss him. He's a good man, but not necessarily a good match for Yun, Chen Ruoyun agreed. Mother is right. There are many good men in the world, but not everyone is suitable as a husband. After speaking, she smiled. Dad, you should leave now. If you delay, it will be dark. All right, I'll go first. Rest and recover, then return to Linzhou City with your mother. Take care, Dad. Safe travels. If it snows, ride more slowly. Got it. It's chilly outside, so you and your mother should go back to your rooms. Chen Kuei led the horse away. As he left the main gate, Qi Yanzhou handed him strong wine and some food. General Chen, see you again. See you again. Chen Kuei fixed his bag on the saddle and mounted his horse to leave. After Chen Kuei departed, Qi Yanzhou returned to Tangzhou courtyard. He looked around and went to the side room to see Enan and Lele. Sun Chu and a man had been sent away by Yi Chudeng. She was talking with Song Jingning in a side hall. Brother, what's going on between you and Miss Chen? Yi Chudeng knew about Song Jingning using the rejuvenation pill to save Chen Ruoyun, but she didn't know the details. Song Jingning cleared his throat lightly, a faint blush on his face. It was an urgent situation at the time. He explained to Yi Chudeng how he saved Chen Ruoyun. On the way to Tianshan County, he talked about changing medicine and bandaging Chen Ruoyun. At that time, the carriage could only hold 4 people. Since I understand medical principles, I didn't bring a doctor. I didn't think much and followed the wishes of the Chen couple, helping Miss Chen with her medicine along the way. He knew it might not be proper, but since the couple didn't understand medicine, he had to do it. As long as the couple kept it secret, no one would know about the intimacy between him and Chen Ruoyun. It turned out that giving her medicine was a trap they set. Fortunately, Miss Chen is reasonable, otherwise trying to gain influence could have backfired and made enemies. Hearing this, Yi Chudeng breathed a sigh of relief. She was worried that Song Jingning might sacrifice himself to win over the Chen family army. Brother, I hope that in the future, you marry someone you truly like and don't compromise for anyone or anything. Song Jingning gently rubbed Yi Chudeng's head, smiling brightly. Don't worry, when it comes to big life decisions, I won't hurt myself. Otherwise, with the Song parents pressuring him for years, he would have succeeded in that. I want to discuss something with you. Seeing Song Jingning's serious tone, Yi Chudeng knew it was important. She said seriously, Brother, please speak. The position of the prefect of Tianshan County is vacant. I want to take it. This made Yi Chudeng widen her eyes. Brother, doing this would break the Song family's rule of not holding official positions and could get you expelled from the family. Plus, you haven't passed the imperial exams. How can you become a third-rank official? Song Jingning picked up his tea and took a sip. The road I want to take is very difficult and dangerous. It might involve the Song family, so leaving is the best choice. Now, Tianshan County is under Qi family's control. Who becomes the prefect doesn't need approval from the court. After Sun Zhao was expelled from Tianshan County, the news didn't reach the capital because of heavy snow blocking the roads. He could still collect his salary as prefect and work behind the scenes. When the country changes hands, he could leverage his achievements to gain a higher position. Seeing Song Jingning's firm decision, Yi Chudang asked, "What are your plans?" "Become the imperial tutor. Become the regent." Since he wanted to be an official, he aimed for the most powerful position. "Is it because of me?" Song Jingning didn't hide it from Yi Chutang and said directly, "Half for you, half for myself." At first, he wanted to rely on Yi Chutang and sought power. But after working in official circles, he realized he wanted to make the world better. Yi Chutang looked into Song Jingning's honest eyes and nodded. "I support your decision, brother. But what about the Song family? How will you explain it?" "Tell the truth. Even if I leave the Song family, I will still be Song Wulong. My older brother did the right thing. The Song family has shown you kindness and should not be let down." Song Jingning smiled and said, "That's natural." After speaking, he stood up to leave. "Sure, you should rest more and not overwork yourself. Your older brother will come to see you when he has free time." Yi Chudang stood up and saw Song Jingning to the door. "Young Master Song, take care." After Song Jingning left, she returned to her room to rest. Not long after, Qi Yanzhou came in. Yi Chutang told him about Song Jingning being appointed as the governor of Tianshan County that day. Qi Yanzhou agreed immediately, without hesitation. "Your older brother is very knowledgeable, experienced, and full of integrity. He will be a good official. Zhou, the official world is dangerous. Please give your brother some advice. You underestimate your brother." "I'm not underestimating him, just being cautious because he's my only family." Qi Yanzhou held Yi Chutang's hand and promised, "Don't worry. As long as I am here, I will keep your brother safe." In the following days, they visited relatives and friends, exchanging gifts. Time quickly passed to the 6th day of the month. Today was the grand opening of Tianxia Tower. Sun Chu had prepared extensive promotions, including tastings, stored value cards, discounts, and buy one get one free offers, dazzling everyone. Qi Yanzhou also invited famous families from Tianshan County to join in the celebration, making it lively. With red banners and firecrackers, the restaurant was crowded with people. Sun Chu had trained many salespeople. Because they earned commissions, everyone worked hard, selling many stored value cards and drink vouchers. Thanks to the new and tasty dishes, the restaurant gained a good reputation in just half a day. The restaurant was full all day. Even with preparations, some dishes sold out by the afternoon. So, he immediately launched a reservation campaign. By the end of the day, the restaurant earned nearly 1,000 taels. Half of this came from stored value cards, vouchers, and reservations. After deducting costs and expenses, the net profit was about 200 taels. Of course, the opening day's revenue was much higher than usual, but on average, they earned about 50 taels a day. It may not sound like much, but for the poor Tianshan County, this income was quite significant. After closing shop at night, Sun Chu immediately went to Qi's residence to report the success. He excitedly described the grand opening, like pouring beans from a bamboo tube. "You didn't go to Tianxia Tower today. That's a real pity. It might be hard to find such a lively event again." Seeing Sun Chu so excited, Yi Chudang smiled and said, "Every festival, we launch new activities, and it's always crowded. As long as the cooking is good and the dishes are unique, customers will come." Sun Chu felt very thirsty and took a big sip of tea. The medicinal cuisine has been very popular, and we've received many orders, but the ingredients are running out quickly, mainly because winter makes travel difficult and transportation is hard, so ingredients can't be delivered easily. Occasionally, some do come in, but the prices are extremely high. Yi Chutang filled Sun Chu's empty cup with hot tea. "I asked Zhou to buy 10 acres of land to build a greenhouse. Within half a year, we can grow all kinds of vegetables and become self-sufficient." After hearing this, Sun Chu gave a thumbs up. "That's a big move. Greenhouses are expensive, and growing ordinary vegetables might be a bit of a waste." Then he asked, "Do you have any rare vegetable seeds?" Yi Chutang looked up at Sun Chu. "Are you testing me?" Sun Chu picked up his teacup and held it near his lips. The steam blurred his vision and his features. Since you've already taken out climbing ropes, what is there to test? I just want to know if you have a lot of stock. Yes, enough to use endlessly, Sun Chu said with envy. I wish I had a magic power. How can I get one? Really want that. Why not die again? Or do a quick restart. Sun Chu put down his cup and waved his hand. Don't come up with crazy ideas. What if I actually die? Then I'm really gone. Then you might as well accept that as the result of greed, Sun Chu. That, I think I'll just not try. If you have magic powers, that's enough. We can still make good money together. After that, he brought up the opening of Farong Hall. Farong Hall opens on the 8th day of the lunar month. Business probably won't be very good. In ancient times, women had a low social status. Besides officials, wealthy merchants, or courtesans, few women bought rouge or powder, let alone spend money on skincare and beauty. Yi Chutong's original plan was to invite some ordinary women with bad skin to do skincare demonstrations on the spot, using strength to open up sales. But now she was still in her postpartum period and couldn't go out. No worries. We'll open first, and after I finish my month of confinement, I can revive the shop. Okay, then should we do some opening activities? Of course. Whether or not there's business, at least people should know about Farong Hall. For every customer, give a free detox and beauty flower tea pack, 100 servings in total, while supplies last. Sun Chu thought this was a good idea. All right, let's do that. Free stuff always attracts people, and we can also get some pre-orders for the flower tea. After that, he asked, if we make more flower tea, it might take half a year, right? Yi Chutang wasn't very interested in flowers and plants, so there weren't many seeds in the space. Yes, but we can usually make seasonal flower teas. That works. A good reputation can make a shop well known. The two of them discussed the details of managing the shop before Sun Chu left. Yi Chutang called Jean Ji into the side room and handed her today's ledger. Aunt Jean, I've been teaching you for a while now. Let's go over the accounts. Although the ledger only covered one day's transactions, it was very difficult to reconcile. There were many categories of income, and it involved stored value, discounts, and gifts, making it quite complicated. Jean Ji had previously looked at ledger books with Tang Wanning, but this one was completely different. Although she had learned some new math skills recently, she couldn't apply them effectively, which overwhelmed her. Yi Chutang patiently guided and taught her. They spent over 2 hours finally balancing the accounts. The total income and expenses matched exactly what Sun Chu had calculated. Only then did Jean Ji realize it was late, and she quickly stood up to apologize. Miss, I am clumsy and have delayed your rest. Yi Chutang helped Jean Ji up and smiled. Aunt Jean, we are family. Don't be so formal with me. Plus, I've taught you, which is good for both of us. I will study hard and not disappoint you, miss. It's getting late. Go back and rest. Tonight, Danner will watch over Unan and Lele. Jean Ji shook her head. I'm not tired, so I won't trouble Danner. Her role was to watch over the nursemaid, not to care for the children, so she was physically able. Seeing Jean Ji insist, Yi Chutang let it go. She thought Jean Ji's way of addressing the children was a bit awkward and suggested, Aunt Jean, from now on, just like everyone else, call me Madam, and refer to Unan and Lele as Miss and Young Master. Yes, Madam. I'll prepare hot water for you. Because her delivery was smooth and she recovered well, Yi Chutang was back to her usual self. But she still couldn't take a bath, so she only washed herself with hot water every day. I'll do it myself, she said, just fetching a basin of water, so she wouldn't be tired. Jean Ji ignored Yi Chutang's words and still went to the small kitchen to fetch hot water. Qi Yanzhou was in the bedroom, not resting, holding a brush and drawing something. Yi Chutang finished washing and came over to him. Is this a garden design? Qi Yanzhou put down his brush and pulled Yi Chutang to sit on his lap. Yes, I want to redesign the back garden so that when the children grow up, they will have a place to play. Yi Chutang looked at the drawings on the table, picked up a brush, dipped it in ink, and added several strokes to the paper. When Unan and Lele are a bit older, I want to raise a cat. At this moment, she didn't know that soon, the Qi residents would have a cat, the fiercest cat in the world. Qi Yanzhou wasn't interested in small animals, but if Yi Chutang wanted to raise one, he wouldn't oppose it. A Tang, What kind of cat do you like? I'll ask Nansha to find one for you. Yi Chuding thought for a moment. Long-haired, preferably white. All right, I will definitely help you find it, Qi Yanzhou said. He then picked up Yi Chutang and tickled her waist. During the confinement period, you can't stay up so late working. Yi Chudang felt a bit itchy and twisted her body, replying, Okay, I promise you. Time quickly passed to the 8th day of the lunar month, the day Rongtong opened. Compared to the crowded Tianxia building, Rongtong's business was very quiet. Most customers were either acquaintances or came for free flower tea. Hardly anyone bought Real skincare products. Most sold were simple rouge and powder. After a whole day, after subtracting costs and giving away free flower tea, they barely broke even. Sun Chu had already guessed this result and accepted it calmly. Yi Chudang felt the same. After looking at the accounts, she said indifferently, It's normal not to make money in the early days of opening. First, build a good reputation, then increase sales. Sun Chu nodded in agreement. Today, I chose 3 lucky customers to receive free facial cleansing and masks for 3 days. If others see the results, it might bring in some sales. They didn't focus on profit, just enough to cover daily expenses. Yi Chutang poured some tea into Sun Chu's cup. Thanks for your effort. I want to do a business with you. When Sun Chu heard there was money to be made, his eyes lit up. What kind of business? I want to make cement. Making cement wasn't difficult. It was easier than making glass. As long as they found good raw materials, it would be fine. Yi Chutang's idea came from her plan to build a glass greenhouse. Outside, wood wouldn't last long under the sun and rain. If the main structure was made of wood, it would warp in a few years. Warped wood would cause the glass to break, leading to huge losses. So, she planned to use cement pillars for the main structure, which would be strong and durable. The only problem was that thick pillars might block light, but that wasn't a big issue. Sun Chu looked at Yi Chudang with suspicion and asked, Before you traveled here, you learned all the essential skills, right? Yi Chutang was amused by Sun Chu's words. Almost. Just tell me if we're doing this business or not. Of course, we're doing it. Cement affects people's lives. As long as people know its uses, sales won't be a problem. Hurry up and tell me the process so I can plan it step by step and prevent anyone from copying. Yi Chudang took out a piece of paper from her pocket and handed it to Sun Chu. It listed the raw materials and the process for making cement. Then he pointed at the raw gypsum and said, When mixing cement, if you don't add raw gypsum, the cement will set too quickly. As long as you understand this, no one can copy your method. Sun Chu nodded eagerly. That's a very good idea. But after reading the notes on the paper, he looked speechless. Your process is too rough. You have the raw materials but no precise measurements. You mentioned the firing but not the cooking time, and you didn't specify how much raw gypsum to use for cement curing. Yi Chutang knew her explanation was somewhat brief, but that was all the information she had found. Ahem, then I'll trouble Mr. Sun to do more experiments. Making money has never been easy. Sun Chu thought for a moment. Since I'm doing extra work, let's split it 40 to 60, with me getting 40 and you 60. Yi Chutang didn't immediately oppose, but made him see the facts. If you don't want to continue the partnership, forget the 40 to 60 split. Even 60 to 40 is fine. Sun Chu quickly waved his hands, shamelessly chuckling. 3-7 is good. From now on, it's 30 to 70. His goal wasn't just to earn money, but to expand his business empire everywhere. He couldn't do it alone, but working with Yi Chutang gave him hope. Yi Chutang nodded in satisfaction and reminded him, the glazed glass greenhouse needs cement. Please make it as soon as possible. I want to make the cement quickly, but heavy snow has been falling day after day, and the roads are blocked. How can I get clay and limestone? Give me 2 days, and I'll get the raw materials to you. All right, I'll prepare other things first. After their discussion, Sun Chu got up to leave. Yi Chudang asked Qi Yanzhou about the kiln used for firing plates, bowls, and dishes and learned where to find clay. Limestone is a common mineral and not hard to find, but the roads are blocked by snow, so it can't be transported into the city. However, collecting raw materials isn't difficult for Yi Chudang. She rented an abandoned house on the north side of Tianshan County to store the clay and limestone. As for the iron ore needed, she simply collected scrap iron and waste from blacksmith shops. The raw gypsum used for cement is made by heating semi-hydrated gypsum at high temperature, and the raw materials are available for purchase. 2 days later, Sun Chu received the raw materials for making cement. Meanwhile, the 3 lucky customers at Farong Hall showed improved skin after using facial cleansers and medicinal masks, which boosted business slightly. Sun Chu was very efficient. He made cement in just 5 days. To produce it in large quantities, he needed to build several kilns, which would take a few more days. Yi Chutang was fine with waiting those 2 days, letting Sun Chu work at his own pace. Just after sending the person away, the Chen mother and daughter arrived. Chen Ruoyan had been resting at the Qi family for a month and was now in good health. However, because she was seriously ill before, she still needed 2 more months to fully recover. If the heavy snow hadn't blocked the roads, they would have already left for Linzhou City. Today, they came to find Yi Chutang to thank her for sending the scar removal ointment. Madame Chen gratefully bowed to Yi Chutang. Madame Qi is still postpartum. I shouldn't have come to bother you, but I am grateful for your kindness. Chen Ruoyan clasped her hands and bowed deeply. Thank you for the scar removal ointment. It works very well. She had many scars on her body and didn't mind one more. But women love beauty, and if scars could be removed, she would be very happy. Yi Chutang quickly helped the 2 women to stand up. You don't need to be so formal. To me, the scar removal ointment is just a business. This implied that the ointment was something you had to pay for. Madame Chen knew that the ointment was hard to find, usually a special item used by the palace, and even wealthy people couldn't buy it easily. No matter what, I must thank Madame Qi for the medicine. After speaking, she asked, Madame Qi, my younger daughter, and I have been staying at the Qi house for a month. All expenses have been covered by the Qi family, so it's time to settle accounts. Chen Kuei, who came this time, not only brought the medical fee that Yi Chutang mentioned, but also left 200 taels for Madame Chen to cover all her expenses. Yi Chutang nodded and went to the bedroom to get the account book. Madame Chen, every expense you and Miss Chan have spent at the Qi house is recorded in this book. Please check if there are any discrepancies. I will go get the abacus. After speaking, she left the side hall to find Jinji. Although Jinji had learned to do calculations, she often used an abacus. Madame Chen opened the account book and briefly looked through it. Seeing that the thin book was almost full of entries, she was a bit surprised but mostly felt relieved. She disliked owing others money, and the clearer the accounts, the better. But when Madame Chen saw the amounts under each entry, her face suddenly darkened. Chen Ruoyan noticed her mother's strange expression and hurriedly asked, Mother, what's wrong? Is there a problem with the account book? Although she was talented in both literature and martial arts, she knew nothing about managing a household, not even the prices of daily necessities. So, she couldn't understand the account book or have a sense of the costs. Madame Chen shook her head. There's no problem with the account book. I just didn't expect to spend so much. The silver notes your father left might not be enough. Although Chen Ruoyan had little concept of money, she knew that the 200 taels her father left was a lot. After all, her monthly salary was only 16 taels, and after expenses, she could save less than 50 taels a year. Nam, how much silver for the scar removal ointment? Madame Chen looked at the last page of the account book and said, 30 taels of silver. She didn't think it was expensive, as the scar removal ointment was a rare, valuable item that even wealthy people found hard to buy. However, Chen Ruoyan was shocked by the price. Mother, this scar removal ointment is too expensive. I don't need it anymore. You can return it to Madame Qi later. When Yi Chutang heard this, she smiled and agreed. All right. Madame Chen immediately objected. Madame Qi, no. The ointment has already been used by my daughter, and it can't be sold to others. How can I return it to Madame Qi? Chen Ruoyan was in a hurry and didn't think of this point. She quickly apologized to Yi Chutang. Madame Qi, I was rude just now. Please don't take it to heart. I won't return the ointment. Yi Chutang didn't respond right away. Instead, she handed the abacus to Madame Chen, then took out brush, ink, paper, and inkstone to write down the recipe for the ointment. She handed the recipe to Madame Chen. Madam, you can take this to the pharmacy to ask for the price. Whether it's expensive or not, you'll know after asking. This made Madame Chen feel a bit embarrassed. She quickly refused. Madam Chi, please don't misunderstand. My daughter doesn't think you're selling it at a high price. She just doesn't know how precious this ointment is. After saying that, she held Yi Chutong's hand tightly. Madam Chi, this recipe is valuable. Please keep it safe. I'll take the account book and abacus first. Once I calculate the total, I'll come back to see you. Yi Chutong smiled and said, No rush, Madam Chen. Take your time. Madam Chen and her daughter returned to the guest courtyard. They spent half the night calculating and finally got the result. Since Yi Chutong used only the best medicines for Chen Ruiyun, costing over 300 taels, and considering the clothing and food provided by the Qi family, the total came close to 500 taels. Madam Chen's face went pale. Such a large sum of silver. The Chen family probably can't come up with it. As the head of the household, she knew exactly how much silver was in their treasury. It was 1,200 taels, all used up. Chen Ruiyun looked worried. Mother, what should we do now? They had agreed with Yi Chutong to settle the bill, but now they didn't have enough silver notes to cover the month's expenses. Plus, with the heavy snow blocking the roads, they didn't know when they could return to Linzhou City. Every day they stayed at the Qi family, the account would increase. Thinking of this, Madame Chen took off her jade bracelet and said, This bracelet is worth some silver. I'll give it to Madame Qi to settle the account. Once the snow melts and the roads are open, I'll write to your father and ask him to find a way. Chen Ruiyun quickly put the bracelet back on her mother's wrist. This is a family heirloom from the Qin family. It cannot be used as collateral. Just tell Lady Qi directly, pay part of it now, and let Dad pay the rest later. Lady Qi won't make things difficult for us. Mrs. Chen felt it was not proper but couldn't argue with her daughter, so she agreed. The next day was the Lantern Festival. Mrs. Chen went to find Yi Chutong, explained the situation, and handed her 2 silver notes worth 100 taels each. Lady Qi, I'm really sorry. I can only give you this much now. But rest assured, the Qin family never owes debts, and we will pay back in the future. Yi Chutong took the silver notes and smiled. I trust Mrs. Chen's character. The rest can be paid whenever it's convenient, she added. General Chen cares about his soldiers. Most of his salary is used for the Qin army. If the Qin family faces difficulties, you can keep the remaining silver. Mrs. Chen quickly waved her hand to refuse Yi Chutong's kindness. That's a different matter. The debt must be repaid. But, can we reduce the daily expenses for me and Yun'er? The Qin family isn't very wealthy, and spending nearly 3 taels a day is hard to afford. Yi Chutong shook her head, looking a bit uncomfortable. Miss Chen still needs to recover and needs nourishing food. No matter how much we cut back, it won't be enough. Otherwise, the daily meals for the mother and daughter wouldn't cost 3 taels. Poor families only spend about 2 or 3 taels a year. When Mrs. Chen mentioned Chen Ruiyun, she agreed immediately. She had only one daughter, just rescued from a dangerous situation, and naturally wanted to give her the best. All right, I understand. Thank you, Lady Qi. Before leaving, she added, Lady Qi, my daughter, and I have different thoughts for my husband. Yun'er said that if the Qi family ever needs her, she would be willing to give her life. This surprised Yi Chutong. She nodded. I understand. I will tell my husband. Thank you. Not long after Mrs. Chen left, Qi Yanzhou returned to Tangzhou courtyard. Recently, he had been leaving early and returning late, preparing for the upcoming wedding, and had little time to spend with the children. Today, he returned early because of the Lantern Festival, a day of family reunion. Yi Chutong told Qi Yanzhou what Chen Ruiyun had said. Now that we have Yun'er as an inside helper, it will be easier to take over the Qin army. Qi Yanzhou took off his heavy winter cloak and hung it on the coat rack. Since it's still snowing and all roads are blocked, even if the emperor sends grain and warm clothes, they won't reach the Qin army. Soon, Chen Kuei will have to send a plea for help. Also, given the emperor's nature, even if he sent supplies, they would be short and insufficient. In the past, Chen Kuei paid out of his own pocket to get through the hardest times. But when Chen Ruiyun was seriously ill and had exhausted the family's savings, Even if Qin Kuei wanted to help the Qin family overcome their difficulties, he was powerless. Yi Chutang poured a cup of hot tea for Qi Yanzhou. Once you take over the Qin family army, you will control the entire northwest. The emperor will no longer threaten Qi family in the slightest. Soon, when the imperial star appears, the tyranny will be overthrown. After speaking, she asked Qi Yanzhou, "Does your older brother have no interest in becoming emperor?" Qi Yanzhou shook his head confidently. "No, if my brother had ambitions, he wouldn't have left the capital years ago to become a poor county magistrate in Qinghai County." Then he asked Yi Chudang back, "Since your brother wants to be a top official, why not aim to be the best among all?" Song Jingning had already become the inspector of Tianshan County thanks to the efforts of the two Qi brothers. This question made Yi Chudang pause. "I'll ask him when my older brother comes for dinner." Today was Lantern Festival, and the main and second households were having a reunion dinner together. They also invited Sun Chu, Song Jingning, the Chui siblings, a man, and Chen's mother and daughter. Since there were many people, they set up 3 tables, 2 in the kitchen and 1 in the side hall. Concubines and illegitimate children sat in the side hall, while others sat in the kitchen. After the elder ancestor said a few polite words, the feast began. After 3 rounds of wine, Qi Shuyan mentioned going to the Xia family to propose marriage. He had originally planned to do this after the spring, but he thought that on the day his younger brother held the wedding banquet, many people would ask about his marriage. So he decided to settle it early. On the wedding day, not only could Xia Shu come officially, but it would also stop many matchmaking attempts. Moreover, both he and Xia Shu were not young anymore, so getting engaged early would give her peace of mind. Therefore, Qi Shuyan planned to visit the Xia family in a few days to propose. The 2 elders of the Qi family strongly agreed. "Yue Shuer left her home with her father to come to Tianshan County because of you. You must treat them well in the future." After the Qi family faced trouble, Qi Shuyan was about to leave Qinghai County to find a way for the family. He used the family's misfortune to strengthen his relationship with Xia Shu. Then, father and daughter sold their pharmacy and farmland, traveling east and west until they finally settled in Tianshan County. Now, Xia's father still ran a clinic, though in a somewhat remote location. He often worked as a traveling doctor, and Xia Shu worked in the clinic. Although they didn't earn much, their life was better than most ordinary people. After hearing his mother's words, Qi Shuyan promised, "Mother, don't worry. I am not ungrateful." The elder ancestor didn't like Xia Shu. When she saw Qi Shuyan move the marriage proposal date forward, her smile faded. But she knew Qi Shuyan was stubborn and wouldn't listen to advice. Opposing him would only worsen the relationship between grandparents and grandchildren. "Book Yen, you really should get married. Pick an auspicious day and have your parents go to the Summer family to propose. Discuss your marriage with Summer Shu. Since you can't convince your grandson, I'll start with the Summer family." Old ancestor doesn't know what she's thinking, so she nods. "My grandson has chosen a date, the 18th of the first lunar month." Old ancestor frowns slightly. "Only 3 days left. Is there enough time to prepare the meeting gift? We don't want the Qi family to seem careless." Madam Qi quickly responds, "Mother, the daughter-in-law has prepared the meeting gift. I'll show you the list later." Since arriving at Tianshan County, she's been preparing for Qi Shuyan and Summer Shu's wedding. Not just the proposal gift, but also the wedding dowry. She's already ready. Old ancestor has no reason to object and nods in agreement. The banquet continues, lively as before. Only Guotingting, who is interested in Qi Shuyan, no longer smiles. She knows Qi Shuyan is not easy to deal with, but she refuses to lose to a rough woman who is abandoned. "Summer Shu, with me here, you won't get into the Qi family." After Qi Shuyan proposed to visit the Summer family, Yi Chutong's gaze fixed on Guotingting from the corner of her eye. Now, she clearly saw her sneaky, vicious expression. Trying to die? Then come on. As for Qi Yanzhou, who is thinking about Qi Yanzhou, today he is obedient and quietly serving the old ancestor, not causing trouble. When the reunion banquet ended, Qi Yanzhou, happy about the twin dragons and phoenixes, drank a bit too much. Sun Chu also got drunk and loudly wanted to be the godfather of an Lalu. Recognizing me as godfather is the right choice. I will earn money so they can spend endlessly. Yi Chutang looked at Sun Chu, whose tongue was tied, and reminded him, I'm not short of money. Then my Sun family. Seeing Sun Chu about to reveal his identity, Qi and Zhou quickly interrupted. It's late. Let's go back quickly. The snow is falling harder. While speaking, he patted Sun Chu's shoulder and gave it a firm squeeze. Feeling the pain, Sun Chu sobered up most of the way. He hurriedly got up to leave. As guests left one after another, Yi Chutang used the excuse of the Kaihua Academy branch to keep Song Jingning behind. Since it was night, Song Jingning couldn't go into the inner courtyard, so they talked in the main hall. The servants had been sent away, so no one was eavesdropping. Song Jingning had also drunk quite a bit tonight, his cheeks flushed, showing a charming elegance. He rubbed his somewhat annoyed temple and asked, Chu, you called me here. Is there something you want to talk about? Yi Chutang nodded, lowering her voice slightly. Brother, are you interested in that highest position? This question made Song Jingning fully sober. He didn't answer, but asked back, What do you mean? If I want it, will the Qi family push me forward? Yi Chutang nodded confidently. Yes, so are you willing to take that position? No, I am not. Yi Chutang was silent. Why is everyone eager for that coveted position, yet the men around her avoid it? Older brother, can I know the reason? I can teach people, but I lack the talent to govern. Most importantly, he has no military power and no disciples. If he takes that position, those around him would only suspect him, and he would end up lonely. So his goal is to push Qi Yanzhou to the top. When Yi Chutang looked into Song Jingning's serious eyes, she knew he was truly not interested in the throne. All right, I respect your choice. Song Jingning gently patted Yi Chutang's head, smiling charmingly. If older brother wants something, he will fight for it himself. You just do what you want, don't worry about others. After speaking, he asked about the two children and then left. Second household. Guo Tingting was massaging the old ancestor's shoulders while cautiously asking, Great-grandmother, Brother Qi is so outstanding. Are you really going to let him marry a woman who's been divorced? The old ancestor knew Guo Tingting's thoughts well. She remained calm and said, Tingting, I raised you myself. Just say what you mean. Great-grandmother, you know my feelings. If I can't marry Brother Qi, I might as well die. The old ancestor turned around, displeased, and gently poked Guo Tingting's forehead. You're still young, don't talk nonsense. Guo Tingting knelt in front of her, resting her head on her grandmother's lap, acting cute. Great-grandmother, you must help me. Although the old ancestor loved Guo Tingting, she cared more about herself. She was reluctant to risk offending her grandson just to help Guo Tingting benefit. She would only let Guo Tingting take the initiative to fight for what she wanted. If successful, everyone would be happy. If not, it wouldn't affect her. Tingting, some things can't be asked for. You have to fight for them yourself. I know you're not foolish, and you probably have a plan. Tell me. Seeing that acting cute was useless, Guo Tingting straightened up and looked at her grandmother. After hesitating for a long time, she decided to reveal her true thoughts. She knew her grandmother didn't want Qi Xuan to marry Xia Shu, but wanted him to marry someone she could control, like herself, who was dependent on others. Great-grandmother, I want to talk to you alone. The old ancestor waved her hand. Everyone leave now. Qiu Hua led the servants out and kindly closed the door. The old ancestor helped Guo Tingting up and affectionately pinched her nose. Little clever girl, no one is here now. Say whatever you want. Guo Tingting opened the door briefly to check. When she saw no one around, she closed the door and straightforwardly shared her thoughts. Great-aunt, Brother Qi will only marry Xia Shu. But if she's gone, Brother Qi can't marry anyone else. Hearing this, the old ancestor was surprised. She thought Guo Tingting would suggest forcing Xia Shu away, but didn't expect her to want to eliminate her completely. She pretended not to understand and asked, Gone? What do you mean? Guo Tingting knew well the personality of the old ancestor. She wasn't unable to understand. Instead, she believed that harsh words should be spoken by others and tough actions should be carried out by others. Whether successful or not, the old ancestor would never shed her kind mask. She made a gesture as if cutting her throat and smiled. Of course, to kill her and end the trouble forever. The old ancestor looked at the smiling Guotingting with a cold face and asked, "Do you know what will happen if the truth comes out?" Qi Shuyan was not someone easy to deal with. If he found out Guotingting had killed Xia Shu, she would be held responsible. Guotingting knew the consequences well. She shook the old ancestor's leg and pouted her lips, acting cute. "I know, so I want the old ancestor to help me. Let Brother Qi not find out the truth." After saying this, she worried the old ancestor wouldn't agree. So she added, "Old ancestor, only if I become Brother Qi's wife can the main family support the second branch. Helping me is helping the second branch. Trying to reap benefits? Impossible." The old ancestor clearly understood what Guotingting was thinking. She didn't fall for it and instead kicked Guotingting down. "Tingting, you want to play tricks with Grandma? You're still too naive." Seeing the cold look in the old ancestor's eyes, Guotingting shivered in fear. "Great aunt, I didn't." Before she could finish her excuse, the old ancestor lifted her chin and chuckled softly. "Tingting, if you want to live peacefully in the Qi family, you need to understand who is the head of this family." This was the first time she revealed her true nature in front of Guotingting. Guotingting was stunned by her aura and turned pale, unable to speak for a long time. The old ancestor was satisfied and released her. "I don't support worthless people. Go back and think carefully." After saying that, she waved her hand. "I'm tired. Leave now." Her tone and expression returned to normal, as if the fierce display just now was an illusion in Guotingting's mind. But Guotingting knew she had only hidden her sharpness. "Yes, great aunt. I'll come back after I've thought it through." After saying this, she quickly got up and left the old ancestor's room in a hurry. The ancestor looked at Guotingting's door, which she had forgotten to close, and softly said, "Tingting, don't let your great aunt down." Startled, Guotingting shivered and returned to her own courtyard. Since she was living under someone else's roof, her and her mother's courtyard was the smallest. But luckily, the ancestor treated them well. Their food, clothing, and daily needs met the standards of the main family. The courtyard was small but complete and very neat. Yun Failwan looked at her sweaty daughter and hurriedly asked, "Tingting, why are you running so fast? How did your talk with the ancestor go?" Originally, she wanted to find the ancestor herself, but since her daughter wanted to marry Qi Shuin, she thought it was better for her to go, so she returned first. Guotingting shook her head and pushed Yun Failwan away. She ran to the table, poured herself some tea. After drinking 3 cups, she finally felt better. Seeing her like this, Yun Failwan knew her talk with the ancestor hadn't gone well. She walked over to the table and asked, "Tingting, did you follow what I taught you?" Guotingting sat down with her mother. "Mother, great aunt." She started to speak but stopped herself, then got up and looked around the door. Yun Failwan, as the daughter of the Qi family, was considered half the mistress, with maids and servants to serve her. Guotingting was not foolish. She quickly noticed a maid watching the main house. She immediately closed the door, pulled Yun Failwan into the bedroom, and got into bed, covering them with a quilt. "Mother, we're being watched. Speak softly." Yun Failwan felt heartache, seeing her daughter like this. "Tingting, what did you talk about with the ancestor? Why do you look like that after coming back?" Guotingting briefly told her mother about her conversation with the ancestor. "Mother, if I can't win over Qi Shuin, I will have no use to the great aunt. At best, she might marry me off for benefits, or worse, chase us out." Yun Failwan's heart skipped a beat. "Tingting, don't be afraid. With my relationship with Qi Wenhua, even if we leave the Qi family, life won't be too bad." She thought more deeply than her daughter. She was worried about failing to deal with Xia Shu, angering Qi Shuin, and then relying on a scapegoat wouldn't work. At that time, the ancestor might just settle the matter quietly and please the main family by pushing her and her daughter out to face danger. The thought of this made her tremble all over, her hands and feet cold. Guotingting's cunning wasn't as deep as Yun Failwan's, but she understood that their situation wasn't as relaxed as her mother said. In the ancestor's eyes, they were just tools to entertain her and ease her boredom. Thinking about how the main branch of the Qi family wasn't under the ancestors' control, her desire to marry Qi Xuan grew even stronger. Mother, I must marry Qi Xuan, even if I have to be a concubine. Yun Feilwan gently touched her daughter's face.
Ting Ting, don't worry.
Mother will make sure you get what you want. After speaking, she lifted the quilt. If they kept things bottled up, they would suffocate. Planning against Qi Shuang and dealing with Xia Shu did need to be kept secret from the old ancestor. Mother and daughter sat at the table, talking normally. Their plan was simple. Have a killer pretend to be sick and go to the pharmacy for treatment, then use the chance to set fire to the Xia family father and daughter. Afterwards, they would tamper with the reward money, poisoning the killer to prevent future trouble. After discussing, Guotingting asked, Mother, Brother Qi is going to propose marriage to the Xia family in 3 days. Our time is tight. Is it enough? Yun Feilwan confidently replied, Of course, leave it to me. She knew that once the old ancestor learned of their plan, she would secretly help. Meanwhile, Yi Chutang and Qi Yanzhou lay on the bed. After discussing Song Jingning's wish to become an imperial teacher, they talked about Guotingting possibly ruining the marriage between the Qi and Xia families. Guotingting's expression isn't right. She probably won't have a chance to do anything to her brother, but she might target Miss Xia, Yanzhou said while massaging Yi Chutang's loose stomach. Don't worry, Tang. The older brother has been guarding against the second uncle's family and will protect Miss Xia. I wish Guotingting wouldn't be so timid and would be brave this time. Are you hoping this will be an opportunity to restore the first and second households to their previous state, each living their own lives? Yi Chutang felt warmth from her stomach and was getting sleepy. Yes, I fear thieves not because they steal, but because they keep thinking about it. It's tiring to always be on guard. If the second house was easy to get along with, she wouldn't mind having more relatives. But since they plotted against the main house, she wanted them to stay far away. Yanzhou had no feelings for the second house. When he brought them to Tianshan County, it was because he feared the emperor's treachery. Since they were relatives and the old ancestor was still alive, he had to care. Now that they had lived together, he thought it unnecessary to force it. All right. If the second house truly can't behave and has designs on the older brother, then let's split again. Yi Chutang nodded vaguely. Go to sleep, you're tired. 2 days later, the Renxin Medical Hall in the Xia family received a man with an injury at night. The man said he was chopping firewood and accidentally cut his calf. But after Xia Shu examined the wound, she knew he was lying. The wound was smooth and narrow, clearly made by a sharp blade, not a chopping axe. She quietly treated his wound and added a sleeping drug to the medicine. Young master, the wound is treated. She handed him a bottle of medicine. Change the dressing daily for the first 3 days, then every 3 days until the scab falls off naturally. Doctor, I've been having terrible headaches lately and can't sleep. Please prescribe me some calming medicine. The snow in Tianshan County hasn't stopped, and there are few pedestrians on the street. Since the Renxin Clinic is in a remote area and it's getting dark, no one is around.
Xia Shu knows the man is stalling.
She walks to the consultation desk and sits down, tapping her finger on the table. Young master, come and sit. I'll check your pulse. The man refuses. Doctor, there's no need to check my pulse. Just give me the medicine. He also comments, calming medicine won't kill anyone. Why bother checking the pulse? Xia Shu stands up. Instead of going to the medicine cabinet, she walks to the door and closes it. This action makes the assassin alert. Without hesitation, he attacks Xia Shu. Even if he burns her body to ashes, it doesn't matter. Once it's ash, no one can tell if she was killed or burned alive. The assassin's attack is fast and fierce, thinking he can kill Xia Shu in one blow. But Xia Shu not only blocks his sword but also draws a soft sword from her waist to fight back. You're not Xia Shu, the assassin says, immediately running toward the door. But as he uses his internal energy, he feels dizzy and his legs weaken. In a flash, his waist is caught by the soft sword, and he is slammed to the ground. The sharp tip of the sword points directly at his throat. His vision begins to blur, and he loses the ability to fight back. The sword falls to the ground with a dull sound.
Who are you?
Why do you have the same face as Xia Shu? Manhwa teases with a smirk. She doesn't answer the assassin but strikes him unconscious with a sword. By then, it is completely dark outside, and the clinic is in total darkness. The real Xia Shu enters from the backyard and lights an oil lamp. Qi Shuyan follows behind her. Xia Shu looks at Lan Yu, who looks exactly like her, and bows respectfully. Thank you, young lady. Lan Yu quickly helps Xia Shu up and says, Miss Xia, there's no need to thank me. I am just following orders. After that, she bids farewell to Qi Shuyan and leaves through the back door. Xia Shu looks at the unconscious assassin and asks Qi Shuyan, what should we do now? Qi Shuyan doesn't answer but asks back, a Shu, being with me means facing danger like this again. Are you afraid? Do you regret it? After asking, his heart tightens because he knows Xia Shu wants a simple, peaceful life. Xia Shu doesn't reply immediately, but holds his hand. Again, since I chose you, I won't back down no matter what difficulties we face in the future. Making a decision is hard, but once she commits, she won't change easily. Qi Shuyan's heart relaxes, and he leans down to kiss her on the forehead. Don't worry, even if there's danger, I won't let you get hurt. After speaking, he kicks the assassin on the ground. Ah, Shu, first undo his sleeping potion. I have something to ask. Xia Shu took out the antidote from the medicine cabinet, uncorked the bottle, and held it under the assassin's nose. As the strong smell spread, Qi Shuyan drew a dagger and stabbed it into the assassin's chest. He was careful with his strike, injuring but not killing him. When the assassin slowly woke up, the sharp pain made him instantly alert. His eyes met Qi Shuyan's cold, smiling face. Looking down, he saw a dagger at his mouth. Even after many life-and-death experiences, the assassin was so frightened by this scene that his heart nearly stopped. Qi Shuyan looked at the assassin's shocked expression and pressed the dagger down. Intense pain spread from his chest to his limbs, making his nerves tense and his body tremble. Just as he was about to scream, Qi Shuyan pressed his finger to his lips. Shu, he whispered. Don't shout, or I'll stab you deeper. Terrified, the assassin bit his lip and dared not make a sound. He was soaked in sweat, with beads of sweat on his forehead. Qi Shuyan didn't have time to talk and simply asked, Who is your employer? Why did they send you to the clinic? Yun Feilwan was cautious and didn't contact the assassin directly. Instead, she sent a messenger when the maidservants went out. As long as the payment was enough, the assassin would take the job. The information about the assassin was leaked by the ancestors to Yun Feilwan. Qi Shuyan knew she had hired the assassin but didn't know the details of the plan. Worried about Xia Shu's safety, he borrowed the disguise expert Xu Yue from Qi Yanzhou to replace Xia Shu. Xu Yue was skilled in martial arts and could protect herself. Because time was tight, her disguise wasn't perfect. If someone knew her well, they would see she wasn't Xia Shu. But the assassin didn't know Xia Shu well and couldn't recognize her, so he was fooled. The assassin looked into Qi Shuyan's murderous eyes and couldn't speak a word. He didn't want to die, but also dared not betray his employer. If word got out, not only he but his family would be in danger. Qi Shuyan was impatient and pressed the dagger further down. You think if you don't speak, I'll spare your family? In Tianshan County, the Qi family is the king. His voice was quiet, but made the assassin's heart stop again. Yes, with the abilities of the Qi brothers, it's easy to find and kill him. Realizing this, he released his bloodied lip and honestly told him about the task he received. The employer paid 500 taels to buy the lives of the Xia family's father and daughter, and asked me to set fire to the clinic, making it look like an accident. After hearing this, Xia Shu's face darkened with anger. Even my father wasn't spared. That's truly heartless. After speaking, she grabbed the killer's collar and shouted, Take me to the government office and reveal your employer. The killer immediately discussed terms with Qi Shuyan. All right, but young Master Qi must guarantee my family's safety. Knowing he wouldn't survive, he didn't make any excessive demands. Qi Shuyan agreed, saying, Fine. He kept his promise to a gentleman, but deceived a murderer. The killer thought Qi Shuyan was trustworthy and relaxed. Young Master Qi, I can only tell you who is looking for me. You have to catch the mastermind yourself. In their line of work, there are rules. Only accept orders, not investigate the employer. Unless the employer changes their mind after the task is done and doesn't pay the final silver. Qi Shuyan nodded and looked at Xia Shu. Ah Shu, gather the rare or valuable herbs, do a full act. This medicine shop must be burned down. 500 taels are enough for you to open a bigger clinic in the best part of Tianshan County, in a safer main street. This implied that the killer should pretend to kill Xia's father and daughter, collect the final silver, and catch the middleman. Later, in court, after identifying the real culprit, the 500 taels would be a compensation for Xia's family. Xia Shu was a bit reluctant to burn the Renxin Medical Hall. She and her father had spent over 10 days decorating it themselves. But Qi Shuyan made a good point. Safety was more important than anything. After nodding, she went to the backyard to explain the situation to her father, Xia Chuanbai. The father and daughter quickly packed herbs and their belongings. The killer looked at the dagger stabbed in his chest and spoke carefully. Young Master Qi, could you please take the dagger away? If I die, you won't have a witness. Qi Shuyan tapped the handle of the dagger with his finger. The dagger vibrated, worsening the killer's injury, making him grimace and turn pale. Don't worry, you won't die for now. Afterward, he asked about the black market. Every province and county had hidden businesses, which led to the black market. It was necessary, but needed regulation. The killer didn't dare hide anything, and told everything he knew. As soon as he finished, Xia's parents packed up. Qi Shuyan grabbed the killer and said to Xia Chuanbai, Uncle, pour oil and burn it. Reluctantly, Xia Chuanbai looked around the clinic, poured oil, and set it on fire. With oil aiding combustion, the fire quickly grew. When neighbors noticed, it was too late to put out the fire. They could only report it to the authorities. Yun Failwan had a maid find a runner to hide in another alley. After confirming the Renxin Medical Hall was burning, he immediately went to meet the maid to collect the final silver and also took his own fee. The meeting place was in the northern part of the city, a chaotic area. If anything went wrong, it would be easier to escape. But he didn't know that Qi Shuyan's people had already been watching him. Yun Failwan's maid didn't show up. Instead, someone else delivered silver coins to the messenger. The messenger didn't realize the silver was poisoned, and after counting, took it away. On the way to meet the assassin, he greedily touched and even bit the silver with his teeth. As a result, he coughed up blood and died when he met the assassin. The assassin saw the messenger's purple lips and knew he had been poisoned. Qi Shuyan's people appeared from the shadows and said, Master, this person bit the silver. It probably has deadly poison on it. This made the assassin's face turn pale with anger. Kill to silence. This was something he usually did, but he never thought it would be used against himself. Qi Shuyan kicked the lifeless messenger and sneered, thinking that killing to silence can get you out of trouble? How naive. After that, he handed the assassin over to his men to take to the prefect's office and explain the situation. He then went to settle the Xia family father and daughter. Qi Shuyan had several houses in Tianshan County. Since the Xia family only had 2 members, he chose a smaller house closer to the main street. Uncle, A Shu, from now on, you will live here. I will arrange for 2 servants to come tomorrow. Xia Chuanbai quickly refused Qi Shuyan's kindness. Shuyan, A Shu, and I don't like being served. Don't arrange servants. Also, I will give you some silver for this house. He reached into his pocket to take out the silver notes he had saved over the years. Qi Shuyan gently held Xia Chuanbai's hand. Uncle, we are about to become family. Don't be polite with me. Consider this house as part of my wedding gift to Shangshu. No, one thing at a time. If uncle insists, I won't argue. When I get married, I will buy 10 such houses and give them to Aishu. Xia Chuanbai was speechless. Xia Shu looked at her father, unsure how to respond, and said, Dad, listen to Ayen. Then she asked, Ayen, what about the assassin? He's been sent to the prefect's office. Lord Shao is busy tonight, but the court session will be tomorrow. Xia Chuanbai asked, Can we postpone the proposal? Qi Shuyan shook his head. Uncle, tomorrow is a good day. The proposal will go ahead as usual. He bowed slightly to Xia Chuanbai. Uncle, my parents will visit you at the hour of the snake tomorrow. Although it's called a proposal, It's actually a formal meeting between the elders to discuss the wedding date. Later, they will choose an auspicious day for the wedding and the 6 traditional ceremonies. Xia Chuanbai nodded. I will be waiting here. Uncle Ah Shu, although this house is empty, it has everything we need daily. I will take you around to get familiar with it. After showing the Summer family father and daughter around the house, Qi Shuyan lit charcoal in their rooms. This house has been empty for a long time and feels very cold. Wait until the fire warms it up before resting, or you'll catch a cold. I'll brew some ginger tea later and drink it before bed, said Ah Shu, then saw Qi Shuyan out. Outside the house, Qi Shuyan said, I've arranged for people around the house, so rest assured. Good, it's cold and slippery outside. Walk carefully. Yes, let's go inside. It's chilly outside. Qi Shuyan didn't return to the Qi residence, but went to the Ji prefecture office. As expected, the office was brightly lit and bustling. The assassin was planning to kill the fiancé of the Qi family's eldest son, which was a big matter and needed urgent investigation to find the mastermind. Qi Shuyan's arrival put Xiao He under pressure. Without waiting for Qi Shuyan to speak, Xiao He quickly promised, Young Master Qi, rest assured. In at most 3 days, I will catch the real culprit. Master Xiao, your judgment is divine. I await good news, said Qi Shuyan. After that, he took out a silver note worth 50 taels and handed it to Xiao He. Master Xiao, the officials have worked hard tonight. Once you're done, come and have some tea. It's on me. After refusing a few times, Xiao He accepted it. Having pressured and rewarded the Ji prefecture office, Qi Shuyan returned to the Qi residence. By then, Yun Failwan had already learned that the assassin was caught by the Ji prefecture. She anxiously paced back and forth, her elegant face furrowed in worry. Gua Tingting was even more distraught. She forgot the tea in her cup was freshly poured and drank it all in one gulp, scalding herself badly. Ugh! Her mouth blistered, and her throat nearly hurt to the point of losing her voice. Mom, it hurts. Yun Failwan was splashed in the face by the hot tea. Fortunately, after passing through Gua Tingting's mouth, it cooled down enough, or she might have been disfigured. She angrily shouted, Can you be more careful? Gua Tingting was extremely upset, tears falling down her cheeks. Mom, why are you yelling at me? It's not like I caused the plan to fail. Her mouth was full of blisters, and she grimaced in pain. Seeing her daughter badly scalded, Yun Failwan felt very distressed. Mom will take you to see a doctor. Gua Tingting shook her head. I don't want to. Just get some ice to hold on. She was afraid to go out and find a doctor, worried it might attract suspicion from the main branch of the Qi family. If she weren't so guilty and panicked, she wouldn't have been burned by hot tea. Yun Failwan asked a maid to fetch some crushed ice from the corridor outside and handed it to her daughter. Ting Ting, Qi Shuyan will definitely come looking for us, but we can't show fear. Pretend we don't know anything, and let the maid take responsibility for this. Compared to the maidservants, they and their mother are more valuable to the ancestors. Gua Tingting also thinks so. But Qi Shuyan is quite crazy. She worries he might secretly take action. Mother, do you have any way to help me and Brother Qi get married officially? Yun Failwan wondered if she could plan against Qi Shuyan. If she could, she would have done so already. She shook her head. We can't act rashly now. Let's wait and see what happens. The next day, Qi Shuyan woke up early. After checking the gifts he planned to bring to the Xia family, he added a few more items. Old Lady Qi saw him busy and joked, How? Do you think the gifts your mother prepared are not good enough? Mother, you misunderstood. After what happened last night, I naturally need to give the Xia family more compensation. You're right. If we hadn't noticed early, Shuer and her father might have gotten into trouble. After speaking, she looked toward the second house. Once we discuss the marriage proposal with the Xia family, we can resolve the trouble with the second house. Qi Shuyan thought the same. He asked, Mother, what does father think about the second house? The ancestor is Lady Qi, the biological mother of Old Lord Qi, so making decisions is more difficult. Old Lady Qi smiled and said, Your father supports us, and even after dividing the family, he can still honor your grandmother. It's just living separately. If he cares, he can visit any time. Qi Shui nodded. Why hasn't father come out yet? He's trying to leave a good impression on the future in-laws. He's still dressing up. He'll come out soon. Just as she finished speaking, old Lord Qi appeared. He used to be a bit overweight in Beijing, but after his exile, he lost a lot of weight. Now, he looks dignified, and the lines on his face add a mature charm. After a simple breakfast, the three of them went to see the Xia family. Since both families wanted their children to marry early, the marriage talks went smoothly. Based on the birth dates of Qi Shuin and Xia Shu, they chose the most auspicious date close by, April 18th. With nearly 3 months left, there was enough time to prepare everything for the wedding. The elders from both families discussed the details of the 3 letters and 6 rites. Qi Shuin and Xia Shu went to the prefectural office. Xiao He, based on information from assassins and investigations of the deceased messenger, found Yun Failwan's maidservant. The maidservant took responsibility for hiring someone to kill. Young master, handsome and talented, how could a divorced woman like her even dream of him? Regret? Yes, I do regret. Regret that my plan wasn't perfect enough, and I didn't kill that divorced woman. Even as a ghost, I wouldn't let that wicked woman go. The maidservant shouted until her voice was hoarse. Then she ran and crashed her head into the pillar of the hall. Outside the courtroom, Qi Shuang stopped the maidservant. If you tell the truth, I will spare your family. Otherwise, you'll soon reunite with them in the afterlife. The ancestors used the maid's family to threaten her into confessing to hiring someone to commit murder. Now, Qi Shuang was using the same tactic to threaten her. You know whether the main house or the second house of the Qi family is stronger. I give you a chance to choose. After speaking, Qi Shuang threw the maid to the ground. And I know who the mastermind is. Whether you tell the truth or not, it won't change their outcome. The maid fell hard, groaning in pain. Smack. Xiao He forcefully struck the gavel. Criminal Chun Xing, do you have anything else to say? After hesitating for a long time, Chun Xing finally made up her mind and truthfully revealed that Yun Failwan was the mastermind. Soon, Yun Failwan was brought into the courtroom. She naturally denied everything. Your Honor, I am innocent. This maid is talking nonsense and making false accusations. Chun Xing bowed her head. Your Honor, I am just a maidservant of the Qi family, earning only 2 taels of silver a month. How could I gather 505 taels to hire someone for murder? The 500 taels were for the killer, and the 5 taels for the messenger. When she previously took responsibility for the crime, she claimed she stole a large sum of silver. Now she changed her story, and the local government could investigate further based on this money. 500 taels was a significant amount. Discovering Yun Failwan's involvement was only a matter of time. Yun Failwan was panicked but refused to change her story. I won't admit to something I didn't do. If you have evidence, arrest me. Xiao He looked at Qi Shuang, asking silently, should we proceed with the punishment? He thought that if Yun Failwan was tortured, she would surely confess. Qi Shuang approached Yun Failwan, crouched down, and whispered threateningly so only she could hear. I know you are the mastermind behind the murder. If you don't want the person who was killed to be Gui Tingting, you'd better tell the truth. Yun Failwan felt Qi Shuang's intense murderous intent. She knew Qi Shuang was capable of doing what she threatened, and that she might kill not only her daughter, but also herself. She turned pale with fear and slumped to the ground. Qi Shuang's eyes grew colder, more oppressive. I'm not a kind person. If you don't tell the truth, I will also hire someone to kill. After all, 2 lives are only worth 500 taels. I can afford it. After speaking, she stood up and looked at Xiao He. Your Honor, there's no point in continuing this case. Let's end it here. Xiao He nodded and struck the gavel again. Criminal Chun Xing, for hiring someone to commit murder, the evidence is clear. Sentence: death by hanging. The killer, Zhang Peng, has taken 7 lives. Execute immediately. Before the word hall could be spoken after retreat, Yun Failwan shouted loudly, wait. I haven't finished speaking. Instead of risking her daughter's life, she chose to admit her guilt. I was the one who ordered the murder of the Xia family father and daughter. The 500 taels were for Chuanqing to find a killer. She honestly explained the entire process of hiring a hitman. Xiao He reevaluated the case. Yun Failwan hired a killer and poisoned an informed person. Her crimes are very serious. She will be executed in a month, displayed publicly. The maid Chuanqing is an accomplice and will be imprisoned for 10 years. The killer, Zhang Peng, has taken 7 lives, injured many others, and will be executed immediately. After the court session, the executioner took the killer to the market to be beheaded. Many villagers gathered to watch. Qi Shuyan didn't want to see bloodshed on such a happy day, so he didn't go to the crowd. But he heard that, before dying, the killer cried loudly and begged him to keep his promise and protect his family. Protect? Since the killer was paid with money, they are not innocent. He wouldn't harm the killer's family, but he didn't care about their lives either. When Qi Shuyan returned home, he was stopped at the door by Qi Wenhua. He looked angrily at Qi Shuyan. The Xia family father and daughter are safe. It's because I am strong enough to protect them. Yun Failwan is in prison waiting for death because your second uncle has no power or influence and can do nothing. Tauntingly, he patted Qi Wenhua's shoulder and strode away. Qi Wenhua watched Qi Shuyan's back and felt angry and pained in his chest. Thinking of Yun Failwan in prison, he endured humiliation and followed her, trying to use family feelings and offering benefits. Shuyan, Yun Failwan really made a mistake this time. What will you take to spare her? I'll give you 10,000 taels of silver. How about that? He truly liked Yun Failwan, her charm, tenderness, thoughtfulness, and understanding. She was the most beloved among the women in the backyard. Qi Shuyan kept walking and said, "Second uncle, gather everyone from the second branch and go to the main hall. I want to split the family." As soon as he said this, Qi Wenhua immediately stopped in his tracks. His greatest fear had come true. Without hesitation, he turned around to find the ancestor. The family must not split. Otherwise, the second branch would have no place in Tianshan County. The 2 elders of the Qi family had already returned and heard Qi Shuyan's words. They quickly came out of their courtyard and joined the others in the outer yard. Soon, the entire first branch gathered. Qi Shuyan looked at Qi Yanzhou and repeated what he had said before. "Azhou, I want the main house and the second house to split apart. Since Qi Yanzhou was the head of the family, he needed to handle the division." "Brother, I agree with this too," he said, then looked at their father. Everyone followed his gaze. Old Master Qi felt the pressure and quickly agreed. "Don't look at me. I agree to the division." The eldest son had finally gotten married, but now the second house wanted a new bride. Things were getting too complicated. Aunt Su, Qi Hian, and Qi Jingyao had no say. The main line's decisions were final. The division was settled. Qi Yanzhou looked at Yi Chudang and asked, "Tang, if we split, one house will need to move out. Do you want to stay or get a new house?" The Qi residence was bought by Qi Shuyan, and Yi Chudang hadn't paid attention to the details. Now that they were dividing, they first needed to know who owned the house. She looked at Qi Shuyan and asked, "Big brother, both houses were bought by you. After the second house moved in, did they give you money for the house?" Qi Shuyan shook his head. "At first, uncle wanted to give me money, but I refused. Back then, I thought the second house was easy to get along with, so I didn't care about money matters. Also, the main house had never been very filial to the ancestors, so I saw the second house as showing respect." Yi Chudang asked again, "So, the house deed and land deed are both in your name?" "Yes. I thought about changing it to grandmother's name, but I realized the second house wasn't as kind as it seemed, so I gave up. Then, the one who should leave is the second house, not us," she said. Then she asked for old Master Qi's opinion. "Dad, what do you think? Since the ancestors lived with the second house, if they force the second house to leave, it would be like forcing the ancestors to leave." As the son, old Master Qi might be seen as unfilial, but he didn't hesitate or feel troubled. He sided with the main house. "Tanger, you and Zhouer can decide about the main house. I'm old now and should enjoy my retirement," he said. Qi and Zhou agreed. "After the division, the second house will leave. We stay here. We're all in Tianshan County, so it won't interfere with Dad's filial duties to the ancestors." Once they agreed, Qi Shuyan headed to the main hall first. Let's go. Don't keep the second house waiting. When the main house members reached the front yard, no one from the second house was there. Only the maid, Qiuhua. Qiuhua bowed to the main house members and said, Master, the ancestors are calling. The ancestors knew well that among the main house, only Qi Wenyue had feelings for her. Old Master Qi stood still and silent. I am not the head of the family. The matter of dividing the family is something my mother and I cannot decide. Let the second branch's people come to the main hall. Qi Wenyue didn't expect Qi Wenyu to refuse and spoke again. Master, I don't understand the matter of dividing the family. I only know that our ancestor is waiting for you. Qi Wenyue thought that if he didn't go, the family might not split today. Ajo, you all sit for a moment. Father will be back soon. After saying this, he followed Qi Huahua to the front hall of the second branch. The ancestor sat in the main seat, looking very angry. Qi Wenyue stepped forward, paid his respects, and asked, I don't know why mother called me here. What is the matter? The ancestor snorted coldly and placed his teacup heavily on the table. Don't pretend to be polite. You know why I called you. Is mother talking about the family division or about Yun Failwan buying a murder? If it's the former, then go to the front hall for a joint discussion. If it's the latter, mother can take the evidence to the magistrate's office to seek justice. The ancestor looked at Qi Wenyue, who was firm in his attitude, and slapped the table. Our Qi family has finally reunited. I don't agree to split the family. And Failwan, yes, she did wrong, but to take her life, that's too much. Qi Wenyue looked at the old ancestor's face full of wrinkles. The gentle and kind mother in his mind seemed to fade away. Things had changed. Mother, do you know what will happen if the Yue family's father and daughter die? What do you mean? Is Shuyan still planning to use collective punishment to destroy the second branch over an outsider? Qi Wenyue chuckled lightly, full of disappointment. Mother, why have you become like this? Or have I never truly understood you? You've always been like this. This made the old ancestor's face turn even uglier. If you insist on dividing the family and want to condemn Failwan to death, isn't that so? Qi Wenyue sneered and curled his lips. Mother, let's stop here. Otherwise, with Yen's ability, he will surely find out about the murder plot. It's not just Yun Failwan. The old ancestor looked a bit anxious, testing with her anger. What do you mean? Do you think the second branch wants to kill the Xia family's father and daughter? Whether or not, mother, you should know better than anyone. With Yun Failwan's skills and connections, it's impossible for her to find the black market and buy a killer in just one day. After Qi Wenyue finished speaking, Zhong Zhongdi sighed. Mother, even I can think of this. How could Yana not? Now, he's not digging deeper because he cares about family. Son advises you to stop now and divide the family. After hearing this, the old ancestor realized there was nothing more to say. But she still argued. When you, no matter what you think of mother, she only cares about the family's reputation. The person who hired the assassin is Failwan. I won't defend her anymore, and I will send Tingting away. Is there any room for negotiation about dividing the family? Qi Wenyue shook his head firmly. Mother, if you only want to force Xiaxu to leave, then dividing the family can be discussed. But you are threatening her life. Dividing the family is necessary. If you don't want things to get too messy, you should quickly take the second household members to the front hall, he said, then turned and left. The old ancestor was so angry she threw her teacup onto the ground. Fool. Can't handle even small matters. Although Qiuhua didn't know who she was scolding, she skillfully flattered. The old ancestor is wise and clever. No one can match you. But her words didn't comfort the old ancestor. Despite her intelligence, she still fell into the trap set by the main branch of the Qi family. Now she finally understood clearly. The main branch never trusted the second branch and had been monitoring them all along. Since Guo Tingting had murderous thoughts towards Xiaxu, the second branch was already caught in the main branch's scheme. Thinking of this, the old ancestor stood up and said to Qiuhua, notify the direct descendants of the second branch and come with me to the front hall. The concubines, sons, and daughters of the second household had no right to participate in the family division. Qiuhua knelt and bowed. Yes, Old ancestor. Then she called a rough maid to clean up the broken teacups on the ground while she went to inform the main family members. Qi Wenyu returned to the front hall, dismissed the maids and servants, and summarized his conversation with the old ancestor to everyone. Madame Qi looked at him with a pleased expression and gave him a meaningful glance. Luckily, you didn't lose your mind, or this family might not be able to hold you. Qi Wenyu smiled. The small family is more important than the big one. Although he wanted to show filial piety to his mother, he clearly distinguished between close and distant relations. Not long after, the old ancestor and Qi Wenhua's family of four arrived. The old ancestor sat in the main seat, her face stern with authority. The concubines and children of the main branch leave now. You have no right to participate in dividing the family. Aunt Su, Qi Hian, and Qi Jingyao quickly stood up to leave. But Yi Chutang called them back. Grandmother, you don't know that there is no distinction between legitimate and illegitimate children in the main branch of the Qi family. They are all close relatives who share life and death together, and no one needs to leave. Her words moved the three deeply, and they sat back down. The old ancestor looked at Yi Chutang, who openly defied her, and nearly lost her temper. She took a deep breath and got straight to the point. The Qi family has just settled in Tianshan County. If we suddenly divide the family, people will laugh at us. Qi Shu Yen snorted coldly. Better to be laughed at than to be secretly assassinated. Ancient ancestor. The incidents involving the Xia family father and daughter will not happen again. There's no need to escalate to a family split. Yi Chutang smirked, a mocking curve on her lips. Since the knife didn't cut into me, I speak easily. If this time the main household wanted to harm the grandmother, could you still say there's no need to split the family? As a daughter-in-law and outsider, she took on the role of the villain. Grandmother, I am heartless and indifferent to kin. If the Yi family wrongs me, I will leave no one alive. Buying murder is unforgivable. The family must split, or I will retaliate twice as hard. At her words, she suddenly slapped the table. The table shattered into wooden pieces that fell to the ground. Qi Wenhua was so frightened he stood up quickly and said, "Split the family." In the face of her strong power, protecting oneself was the priority. The ancestor was also startled by Yi Chutang's martial skill. She followed Qi Wenhua's words and said, "Since the main household insists on splitting, then do so." Qi Shuang looked at the hypocritical ancestor and corrected her, "Not only will we split the family, but we will also cut off all contact in the future." He was never one to compromise. Nor did he want Xia Shu to suffer. To honor someone who wanted to harm her. The ancestor didn't expect Qi Shuang to be so decisive. She looked at Qi Wenyue and asked him to step forward and persuade her. Qi Wenyue had already guessed the ancestor would come to him, so he lowered his head first, avoiding her gaze. The ancestor was furious, but helpless. The main household didn't care for filial piety at all. If we don't stay in touch, how will outsiders see our Qi family? Others may look down on the second household, but no one dares to look down on the main household, the ancestor. Qi Wenhua knew very well that the main household was angry now, and anything he said was useless. They could only go along for now and make amends later. Failwan is from the second household. She made a mistake, and the second household should bear the consequences. Whatever you say, that's what it is. Yi Chutang waited for this statement. There's no money division between the main and second households. Splitting the family is just a matter of words. I give you 3 days to move out. Seeing that the main household's members remained silent, Qi Wenhua knew the second household had to leave. He nodded. All right, I will move out as soon as possible. After that, the 5 members of the second household left. The family split was smoothly resolved. Yi Chutang asked the Qi family, "What attitude should we have towards the second household in the future?" Everyone's gaze fell on Qi Shuang, waiting for his decision. Qi Shuang said, "Regarding Shuer's harm, I didn't involve the grandmother. That's my way of repaying the bloodline. As long as the second household doesn't cause trouble, treat them as strangers." All right, I understand. 2 days later, news spread throughout Tianshan County that the Qi family had split because Yun Failwan bought a weapon to harm Xia Shu. When the second branch of the Qi family moved out of the Qi residence, many people came to watch. All because of an outsider. The family is breaking apart. Is it really that serious? Of course it is. Buying a weapon to kill someone. How terrifying. Exactly. If they stay together, who knows when someone might be hurt. Yun Failwan is not the one at fault. She's not a close family member. Without the approval of the second branch, she wouldn't dare to do such a thing. Trying to steal from others and ending up losing everything serves them right. Amidst various rumors, the second branch moved to the east side of Tianshan County. Their house was large, but now they were just small merchants without powerful backing, so their status was low. Therefore, Qi Wenhui asked the elder ancestor, "Mother, should we consider moving our business elsewhere?" Tianshan County was the territory of the main branch. If he wanted to win over officials, the money spent wouldn't be wasted. The elder ancestor knew well that if the second branch stayed in Tianshan County, they would only decline further. But right now, Zhao's family was in charge. Without the protection of the main branch, the second branch might not survive. Protecting their lives was the priority. Wenhui, if you leave Qi Yanzhou's influence, can you survive? Her words made Qi Wenhui fall silent. Then we wait for the new ruler to take the throne, and we'll make plans, he said. Anyway, the second branch had enough wealth. Even if they only spent without earning, they could still live a wealthy life. However, the elder ancestor didn't want to wait passively. She set her sights on Guotingting. To improve her status quickly, the best way was to find a powerful marriage alliance. But she had to wait until Yun Failwan's case was over so Guotingting could show her full value. No matter how much splitting the family affects the business, as long as it's not losing too much, we should keep going. Once the storm passes, the business will recover. Qi Wenhui thought the same. Mother, don't worry. The second branch won't fall apart so easily, he assured her. After the second branch moved out, half of the Qi residence was left empty. Qi Shuin suggested, I'll take Annie and my younger sisters to live in the neighboring house. It will be more comfortable. Before, even though the house was big enough, the courtyard served as both bedrooms and a study, which felt cramped. Now that the second branch had left, each person could at least have 2 courtyards. Qi Yanzhou thought this arrangement was good and said, let's follow what the eldest brother says. Time quickly passed. Before long, it was the day for Yi Chutang to have her confinement period. Anan and Lele also celebrated their first month. The 2 little ones have grown a lot since they were born, now weighing about 6 jin. Their facial features have also developed, looking white and tender, very adorable. When adults tease them, they respond babbling happily. They no longer fuss like when they were newborns. They only cry when hungry, need to pee, or are uncomfortable. Otherwise, they are very well behaved. Although Qi Yanzhou didn't plan to hold a full-month celebration, relatives from the main household and those wanting to connect with the Qi family brought gifts to congratulate them. The family gathering turned into a small party. Since the snow hadn't stopped, they couldn't set up tables and chairs in the yard, so everyone gathered in the main hall, side hall, and kitchen. Luckily, each room was big enough. Otherwise, moving 2 tables would make turning around difficult. Twin boys and girls are rare. The head of the Qi family has both a son and a daughter at once. What a happy occasion. The young master and young lady look extraordinary. Surely they will be outstanding when they grow up. Praise after praise, and none repeat. Yi Chutang isn't a vain person, but she was happy to hear the children praised. Thank you all for your concern. Let's eat and drink well later. No drunkenness. No leaving early. During the meal, someone mentioned the current situation of the second household of the Qi family. Qi Wenhua closed another shop. It seems the business can't go on. People used to visit because of young Master Qi's reputation, but now that the family is divided, there's no need to support them anymore. Yes, but the goods sold by Qi Wenhua's shop are really good. Yi Chudang understood that these people were deliberately mentioning the second household to test the main household's reaction. But the Qi family members seemed to ignore it, treating the second household as strangers and paying no attention. The guests, being perceptive, didn't press further on this topic. The conversation then shifted to the children. After Anan and Lulu were born, they met many people and were not shy at all. Song Jingning held one in each arm, looking very happy. Suddenly, someone said, Are all good-looking people pretty much the same? I think these two children look a lot like Magistrate Song. As soon as the words were spoken, someone explained, the lady of the Chi family and young Master Song look alike. So naturally, the children resemble him too. Many hadn't noticed this before because Yi Chutang rarely went out since arriving in Tianshan County, so not many people had seen her. Now that the topic was raised, the guests' attention shifted to Song Jingning and Yi Chutang's faces. Qi Yanzhou immediately stepped in front of Yi Chutang, showing displeasure. Everyone, if you're not here to drink, please leave. Realizing they had been impolite to Yi Chutang, the guests quickly raised their cups and apologized 3 times. Talking about the child and Song Jingning who look alike, everyone quickly tried to correct themselves. He patted his mouth and said, "Look at my bad mouth, I didn't finish my words," and everyone misunderstood. Prince Qi and Princess Qi have very similar features and the two children look alike too. He surprisingly said that Prince Qi's child resembled another man. It was really upsetting. But everyone silently disagreed in their hearts. They thought he was lying. The children are different. Completely different. But no one dared to say this out loud. They all pretended to be blind and nodded in agreement. Song Jingning didn't want others to think he had any connection with Yi Chutang, which might hurt her reputation or cause the children to be misunderstood. He handed Enin and Lele to the 2 maids and smiled, saying, "I met Princess Qi in the capital. Because we look so much alike, we felt a special bond and became sworn siblings." Yi Chutang, while playing with the children, agreed, "Having a sworn brother like Song Gongzi is my blessing." From now on, the children's education will be entrusted to Huading Academy. Huading Academy isn't easy to get into just because of wealth or power. When the news spread that the Song family planned to open a branch in Tianshan County, many wanted their children to attend. But if they didn't meet the academy standards, no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't get in. Now, Yi Chutang's children didn't need to pass the entrance exam. Song Jingning guaranteed their admission, which made the guests envious. They stopped focusing on the resemblance and instead congratulated Yi Chutang with envy. While the guests admired Yi Chutang, Song Jingning added, "My sworn sister once told me that the northern region is poor and doesn't value literature, so children there are not as well educated as in the south. She also said the branch should relax the admission standards, otherwise they might not get many students. I think my sworn sister makes a good point, so I decided to slightly loosen the entrance requirements. This wasn't just to gain favor with Yi Chutang, it was also true." The guests strongly agreed with Song Jingning. They no longer felt jealous of Yi Chutang, but were very grateful. The meal was enjoyable for everyone. After the guests left, Song Jingning stayed behind. Enin and Lele, probably tired from the noise, were a bit cranky, whimpering and looking adorable yet pitiful. Qi Yanzhou and Song Jingning each held 1 child, soothing them and talking about the wedding. "Soon, everyone will know that Qia is my sworn sister. I want her to leave my house for her wedding." Qi Yanzhou looked at Yi Chutang and let her decide for herself. Yi Chutang knew that Song Jingning wanted to make up for her. Although she didn't need or want to make the wedding more complicated, she nodded in agreement. "All right, but the wedding process should be simpler." Song Jingning had no objections. "Just follow your previous arrangements. You can come to my house the day before the wedding." He wouldn't add extra steps for the wedding procession or make things difficult for Qi Yanzhou. It was just a formality. After discussing, Song Jingning left, and Qi Yanzhou went to write the invitations. The wedding was scheduled for a month later. The reason for scheduling it so late was because getting married was exhausting, and he wanted Yi Chutang's health to recover better. They aimed for a perfect wedding and a romantic wedding night. 1 month later, the governor's residence. Since becoming the governor, Song Jingning had always lived in his own house. To make Yi Chutang's wedding grand, he moved into the governor's residence. The day before the wedding, Yi Chutang, carrying her wedding dress and phoenix crown prepared by Qi Yanzhou, moved into the residence with Jinji. Everywhere was decorated with red silk, which looked especially festive against the white snow. The scent of plum blossoms filled the air, refreshing and pleasant. Song Jingning led the way and said, "Chu, don't be shy. If you need anything or want to eat something, just tell your brother." Although the residence was large, Since he was the only master, he only invited a few servants for chores. Besides the daily cleaning, the servants were not allowed into the inner courtyard. So, he and Yi Chutang could talk freely, without concern. Yi Chutang smiled and said, "Brother is very considerate. Just follow your arrangements." As she finished speaking, the three of them arrived at the courtyard Song Jingning had prepared for Yi Chutang. Ningchu Courtyard. I like the name of this courtyard, so I used it. Ch refers to Yi Chutang. Ning refers to Tang Wanning, as well as Song Jingning. Yi Chutang thought the only good thing the Yi family had done was giving her a meaningful name for her courtyard. I like it too. Brother, you used it well. Ch, this will be your family home from now on. When you have free time, bring the children back to stay for a few days. Okay, as long as brother doesn't mind my bothering, I will come back during festivals to stay for a day or two. Song Jingning affectionately patted Yi Chutang's head. The governor's residence is quiet. I hope you come often to bother me. After speaking, he pushed open the door to Ningchu Courtyard. Everywhere you looked were bridal dowry chests wrapped in red silk. No need to count. Yi Chutang knew they were the highest standard, 128 bridal chests. Brother, didn't you say everything should be simple? Why have you prepared so much dowry? Qi Enjo had also wanted to prepare dowry but was rejected by Yi Chutang. She didn't expect Song Jingning to secretly prepare so much. Song Jingning stepped into the courtyard first, feeling a bit guilty. He said, Tianshan County is poor with not many good things. These dowries are not very useful, so don't dislike them. First young master. Yi Chutang knew very well that even if the dowry items weren't very valuable, they were the best Song Jingning could find. Her gratitude touched her. She stepped forward and hugged Song Jingning. Big brother, your kindness means a lot. Older brother is like a father, it's only right. If you want to eat something tonight, I will cook myself. Yi Chutang released Song Jingning and linked her arm with his. Brother, take me to the kitchen. Let's cook together. Jin Ji quickly added, servant will help too. So, the three of them prepared a hearty dinner. After eating, Yi Chutang and Song Jingning talked about the branch of Huading Academy. The branch was already built, but some teachers were stranded on the road due to heavy snow, so classes were delayed. The Women's Academy was also completed, but only Yi Chutang and Cui Shue were teachers. Big brother, I want to open the Women's Academy first so that eligible daughters of officials can start school, she said. Nowadays, society is unfair to women. Few are willing to send their daughters to school. Even if there's no tuition fee, families feel losing a worker at home is a loss. Only when common people see the benefits of schooling and realize that daughters can bring fame and profit to the family will their attitudes change. Song Jingning thought Yi Chutang's idea was good but disagreed. Now only you and Shue are teachers. You'll be too busy. If we don't teach the 4 books and 5 classics and Shue only teaches literacy, I worry I won't be able to teach medicine. This plan is feasible, but learning medicine is difficult. The daughters of officials might not be willing to endure that hardship. Yi Chutang smiled and said, interesting teaching methods will make them willing. For example, learning medicine can help them become more beautiful. Seeing that Yi Chutang had everything well planned, Song Jingning said, after your wedding, I will notify the officials to send their daughters to school. Then he stood up. Rest early to regain your energy. Tomorrow's wedding might be tiring. The next day, since the wedding was at sunset and the process was simplified, Yi Chutang slept until she woke naturally. After breakfast, the people from Chuanfu came to help Yi Chutang with her makeup and dressing, face, hair, and attire. It took until noon to finish. After lunch, Yi Chutang leaned on the bed and took a light nap. In the Shun hour, Qi Enjo, dressed in a bright red wedding suit, arrived. As the saying goes, older brothers are like fathers. He and Yi Chutang bid farewell to Song Jingning and also offered him tea. Song Jingning looked at Yi Chutang, who was wearing a red veil, and felt like she was witnessing a daughter's wedding. She was very reluctant, and her eyes turned red. Qi Enjo, treat my sister well. I wish you both a lifetime of happiness. Brother-in-law, rest assured. I love a Tang more than my life. I will make her happy forever. Let's go. Don't delay the auspicious time. Joy filled the air. Song Jingning knelt in front of Yi Chutang and lifted her onto the bridal sedan chair. Qi Yanzhou rode a tall horse, and Yi Chutang sat inside the wedding carriage. After riding around the main street, they returned to Qi's residence. They got out of the carriage, crossed the fire basin, and bowed at the wedding hall at the auspicious time. Couple bowed each other, then enter the bridal chamber. As the master of ceremonies finished speaking, Qi Yanzhou took Yi Chutang to Tangzhou courtyard, where she sat on the bed covered with a double happiness quilt. He picked up the wedding scale and pushed aside her red veil. Even though he had seen Yi Chutang in her wedding dress once before, she was still so beautiful at this moment that he was speechless. Seeing Qi Yanzhou staring blankly, Yi Chutang waved her hand in front of his eyes. "It's time for the wedding wine." Qi Yanzhou snapped back to himself. "Let's do the vow of the same heart first." He took a strand of hair from himself and Yi Chutang, skillfully tied a knot of unity, and put it into a brocade bag. Then he placed it in the hidden compartment by the bed. Finished, he poured 2 cups of wine, handing one to Yi Chutang. Their arms crossed as they drank the wedding wine together. Qi Yanzhou put down his cup and said, "A tang, I'll be right back." He needed to go toast the guests who came to congratulate. Yi Chutang warned, "Drink less. I don't want to share my wedding night with a drunk." Hearing this, Qi Yanzhou's already rosy face became even more charming. "Don't worry, the only one who can make me drunk is you." After saying that, he quickly pecked her lips and turned to leave for the front yard. Yi Chutang, shy and playful, was tickled by Qi Yanzhou's flirtation. She grabbed his arm and pulled him back. Her lips pressed on his, from shallow to deep. Qi Yanzhou was so overwhelmed by the kiss that his heart pounded and his mind went blank. When he regained himself, he took control and deepened the kiss, bold and tender. Yi Chutang was a little breathless, her desire rising. Just as sparks were about to fly, she grabbed Qi Yanzhou's restless hand. "Go toast the guests first. I'll wait for you." Her lips moved seductively. Qi Yanzhou was reluctant to leave. He picked up Yi Chutang and said, "No, my parents and brother will toast for me. I'll stay here and spend the wedding night with you." He kissed her while walking quickly toward the bed, eager and impatient. The red curtain fell, and one after another, the wedding dresses were thrown outside the tent. Yi Chutang looked at Qi Yanzhou, who had broad shoulders, a narrow waist, 6-pack abs, and a charming inverted triangle shape. She tilted her head and kissed his sexy Adam's apple. Her hands didn't rest either. She loosened his belt and pushed him onto the bed. Qi Yanzhou wrapped his arms around Yi Chutang's waist, and they switched positions. He panted heavily, his voice husky. "A tang, is this okay?" Yi Chutang, with her delicate arms, hooked around his neck and pulled him down to kiss him again. She answered his question with her actions. Qi Yanzhou no longer suppressed his desire, and the warm night in the silk tent was filled with intimacy. At first, Yi Chutang could take the lead, but later she could only go along with him, too tired to cooperate. Before falling asleep, she thought, men who have been celibate for too long can be quite overwhelming. Qi Yanzhou enjoyed the moment, but also cared for Yi Chutang's body, so he didn't go too far. When they first met, Yi Chutang had taken an hour to tease him.
Today, it was the same.
The next day, Yi Chutang woke up feeling her lower body was weak and sore, but her whole body was refreshed and comfortable, with no discomfort. She guessed that after she fell asleep, Qi Yanzhou had helped her bathe and clean herself. Noticing she was awake, Qi Yanzhou held her tighter and gently nuzzled her head, acting like a cat purring. "Good morning, wife." His words were full of happiness. Yi Chutang was infected by his good mood and turned to hug him back. "Good morning, husband. What time is it? Should we get up?" Qi Yanzhou didn't want to get up and kissed her forehead. "A tang, you don't need to ask your mother for an early tea. You can sleep a little longer." Yi Chutang also wanted to sleep more, but her stomach didn't allow it.
"I'm hungry."
"Aren't you?" Hearing this, Qi Yanzhou remembered that Yi Chutang hadn't even eaten dinner and had been brought to bed by him. He quickly released her and sat up. "There should be food left in the kitchen. You wash up first and I'll go get it." Last night when he asked for a bath, He took an extra basin of water to make it easier for today.
یه چند تانک مدت.
Okay. After she spoke, she pulled back the blanket. The intimate marks on her body were visible, and Chi Enjo didn't know where to look. I'll be gentle tonight. Yi Chutang looked at the still innocent Chi Enjo and felt like teasing him. Your healthy body has been spoiled like this, you owe me. Okay, how will you compensate me? Yi Chutang flicked her finger. Come here, let me pinch you a couple of times. Chi Enjo couldn't help but laugh when he heard this. His skin was thick, and he couldn't leave marks with just a pinch. Still, he obediently walked over to Yi Chutang. But in the next moment, he couldn't keep a straight face. Yi Chutang patted his abdomen. Your muscles are too tense. Relax. Chi Enjo was completely unprepared and tried to relax his body as much as possible. Yi Chutang untied his inner garment and pinched a piece of skin on his abdomen, alternating her hands to knead downward. A tingling, numbing sensation spread through him, causing Chi Enjo to grunt softly. Ah, Tong, don't tease, he said. Yi Chutang smiled happily at his discomfort, her hands still moving. I just pinched you a little. Why are you upset? Hearing this, Chi Enjo could only endure. The tingling spread from his abdomen to his thighs, making his breathing quicken. Ah, Tong, stop. His voice was low and tempting. Seeing that he was becoming restless, Yi Chutang wisely let go. She was willing to play a little, but not to hurt him. However, she didn't stop teasing him completely. She wrapped her arms around his neck and left a deep red mark on his sensitive Adam's apple. Chi Enjo tried to control his inner restlessness, looking at Yi Chutang with a mix of affection and helplessness. Is that enough? If it is, I'll go get you something to eat, she said clearly. Chi Enjo knew very well that if he wasn't worried she'd go hungry, he would have already taken her completely. Someone who could control himself in front of his beloved truly moved her. He kissed her soft lips and glanced at a certain place. Calm down first, then go. He quickly turned around to hide himself. Okay, you get dressed quickly and be careful not to catch a cold, he said. After dressing in his inner clothes and putting on his outer garment, he slowly went to wash up. Once finished, his restlessness also subsided. After eating, Yi Chutang, feeling tired and weak, went to the 100 Herbs garden. This yard originally belonged to Qi Shuyuan. After he moved to the neighboring house, it was left empty. Chi Enjo thought Yi Chutang often tinkered with herbs, so he turned this Qingyun courtyard into a medicinal garden. When she wasn't busy, Yi Chutang would look for ancient medical books, make poisons and antidotes, and also prepare flower teas and medicinal cosmetics. She wanted to make the daughter of the official family at the Women's Academy a living advertisement, expanding the business of Farong Hall. No matter how good the advertising slogans, seeing is believing. Because they were newlyweds, Yi Chutang and Chi Enjo didn't leave the house for 2 days. During the day, they focused on work. At night, they were inseparable. On the 3rd day, the couple, along with an N and Lulu, returned home. Since Song Jingning had prepared many dowries, Chi Enjo also brought a generous gift for the return visit. The villagers said that Yi Chutang and Song Jingning weren't siblings by blood, but closer than siblings, who would give 128 bridal carriages as dowry, whose return gift was so large it filled 6 big carts. Today, Song Jingning took a day off, woke early to buy vegetables, fruits, snacks, and toys for the children. When Yi Chutang's family arrived at the Sishi mansion, he had just come back. People just need to come. Why did you bring so many gifts for the return visit? My older brother gave me so much dowry, so I must give a proper gift in return. After saying this, she handed Lele, who was reaching out to Song Jingning, to him for a hug. Nen and Lele are always very happy to see you. The 2 children are well cared for and now chubby, looking no different from other children of the same age. Song Jingning watched Lele babbling and not knowing what she was saying, while he played with a rattle to entertain her. I visit them often, so they are close to me. Lunch is ready. You should eat quickly and go back early. Nen and Lele need to nurse every 2 hours and can't stay out for long. Yi Chutang nodded and asked about an important matter. Brother, have you talked to the officials about sending the girl to school? Yes, it's settled. The school starts after the Shangxi festival, and tomorrow is the third day of the third lunar month, the Shangxi festival. How many people are expected? 8. Song Jingning didn't want Yi Chutang to be too tired, so he set some conditions for admission. There are over 30 eligible girls, but only 8 can attend. He plans to wait until there are more teachers at the girls' academy before relaxing the rules. Yi Chutang didn't have the energy to teach too many students. Even if Song Jingning didn't set any restrictions, she would find ways to let some students leave voluntarily. I can teach 8 students with Shuiwa, that should be fine. Then she asked about the snow disaster. Song Jingning shared what he knew. The heavy snow in the northwest had fallen intermittently for over a month, causing many deaths and collapsing many houses. This year's drought made the harvest almost completely fail, and even with the emperor waiving taxes, life was hard for the people. Food shortages were everywhere. Even if the government opened granaries to distribute grain, the snow kept people trapped at home, unable to get the supplies. Relying on relief grain isn't a long-term solution. The government's reserves are limited, and some must be kept for planting. Qi Yanzhou was busy with his wedding and hadn't paid much attention to the people's plight, so he didn't realize how severe the snow disaster was. The winter in the north is very long, and the snow won't melt until late April. It might snow again during this time, and the people probably can't endure much longer. We need the government to clear the roads quickly, help the affected people find shelter, and ensure those without food have enough to eat. Song Jingning paused his rocking of the rattle and sighed. I want to do that too, but the snow on the roads is too thick and frozen solid. The officials alone can't clear the roads. Qi Yanzhou immediately said, I'll have Heidongking send a message to Kurhan soon. The usefulness is limited. The northwest is vast and sparsely populated. The station troops can only leave half of their numbers to guard the camp, and if they spread out along the roads, it would be like a drop in the ocean. Perhaps the roads haven't been cleared yet, and snow falls again, making their efforts useless. As for gathering all the troops in one place to clear the roads in areas with many people, that is even less feasible. Since densely populated areas are counties with enough grain, they are not the main concern. Qi Yanzhou listened to Song Jingning and frowned. It would be great if all the common people could be mobilized along with the government troops to clear the roads. The idea was good but unrealistic because Heidongqing couldn't deliver messages to every household. Many people are illiterate, so receiving letters wouldn't help. Seeing both of them look discouraged, Lingji suddenly asked Song Jingning, Brother, does Tianshan County have a salt lake? It's already March now, and the temperature is much higher than in the depths of winter. The lowest temperature at night is about -20 degrees Celsius. During the day, when the sun is out, the temperature can rise to above 0 for an hour or two. This is also why the snow becomes hard and difficult to shovel. Sprinkling salt on the snow can lower the melting point to around -10 degrees Celsius, making snow melting easier. Song Jingning, as the governor of Tianshan County, was very familiar with the terrain. He said, the Northwest has many salt-alkali lands, so there are naturally salt lakes. Tianshan County has 2, but they are quite far from the county seat. After speaking, he asked, Chewer, what do you want the salt lakes for? To melt the snow. Although salt was rare in ancient times, it referred to edible processed salt, not raw salt directly from lakes or the sea. Of course, all salt was controlled by the court, and common people found it hard to obtain. Song Jingning, being knowledgeable, knew that salt water had some antifreeze properties. But using salt water from salt lakes to melt snow was a bit of a fantasy for him. Transportation alone was a big problem. Instead of immediately objecting, he asked Zijui to bring the map of Tianshan County. The salt lakes are in these 2 locations, over 1,000 miles from the county seat. Yi Chutang looked at the positions of the salt lakes and pointed to the station troops, saying, this salt lake is only about 300 miles from the garrison. Song Jingning immediately understood Yi Chutang's idea. The salt lakes are guarded by soldiers. I will write a letter to the officers, asking them to cooperate with the troops and use salt water to melt the snow. After saying that, he looked at Qi Yanzhou. Brother-in-law, I need to borrow your Heidongqing. No problem. You finish the letter, and I will send Heidongqing to deliver it. Sit for a while. I will go write the letter. Song Jingning returned Lele to Yi Chutang and got up to go to the study. Yi Chutang called out to him, "Brother, don't rush to write the letter. First, make a detailed plan to improve efficiency." The three of them discussed for about 20 minutes and agreed on the details of melting snow with salt. They first used heavy objects to press the snow, creating a path for one person to walk, so they could spread salt. The snow was too thick and would take 3 days to melt, after which they would carry away the salty water. If they worked nonstop for 12 hours each day without accidents, they could clear the roads in 10 days. The people trapped by the heavy snow would then be saved. After they reached an agreement, Song Jingning immediately wrote the letter, using the official seal of the governor. He handed 2 letters to Qi Yanzhou. Local officials all favor the Qi family, so it's best if you leave your private seal at the end of the letter. Qi Yanzhou took the letters and nodded, "I will." Soon after, lunch was ready. After eating, Yi Chutang and Qi Yanzhou didn't stay long at the governor's residence and returned to Qi's house. After handing the children to the nursemaid, the couple left the estate together. Qi Yanzhou went to find Nan Xiao, who was feeding Heidongking, while Yi Chutang went outside the city to find Sun Chu. Sun Chu had already managed to mass-produce cement half a month ago and was busy building a large glass greenhouse. All the materials for the greenhouse were prepared, but the land was frozen solid and difficult to dig the foundation. After nearly a month of work, only half of the Tenmu land foundation was completed. Seeing Yi Chutang arrive, Sun Chu raised an eyebrow. "Newlyweds, why aren't you staying at home to keep your husband company?" Yi Chutang ignored Sun Chu's teasing and smiled. "Spending time with a man isn't as fun as making money. Being clear-headed and wealthy, that's the way to go," he said, kicking at the frozen soil beneath his feet. "Can the ghost thief help thaw this land temporarily? Otherwise, even if the weather warms up, the greenhouse won't be built." Today, Yi Chutang came to solve the foundation problem. She hadn't used her earth elemental powers earlier to speed up the work because the area was too large, the temperature too low, and it would drain too much virtue points. Now that the weather was warmer and she had dug half of the foundation, using her powers was more cost-effective. As she expected, turning the frozen soil into loose soil only cost about 800 virtue points. The workers suddenly noticed the soil under their feet becoming soft and exclaimed in amazement. If their hands weren't still freezing cold, they would have thought spring had arrived and the snow was melting. Why did the soil suddenly turn soft? It's so strange. Is this land going to collapse? Should we run? Prince Chu didn't run, so why should we? Let's take advantage of the soft soil and dig quickly. Yes, yes, yes. Dig the foundation. The soil might freeze again soon. Hearing this, the workers no longer cared why the soil had softened. They waved their hoes and shovels and worked eagerly. Sun Chu saw this scene and felt happy. At this speed, the foundation will be finished in a couple of days. Once the foundation is done, building the glass greenhouse will be quick. In about 10 days to half a month, vegetables can be grown inside the greenhouse. Thinking of this, Sun Chu asked Yi Chutang, "With such a large area, are you planting only vegetables?" Yi Chutang planned 10 acres of land, building 2 greenhouses on each acre. The smaller greenhouses would have better insulation. She didn't install fire dragons underground but planned to use earth element powers to bring hot springs underground. When the weather warms up and heat is no longer needed, she would seal the entrances. Yi Chutang didn't answer Sun Chu's question immediately. Instead, she asked, "How do you think we should arrange these 20 greenhouses?" Sun Chu quickly said, "We definitely need to grow vegetables, since they have short cycles and we can harvest several times a year. But we can only make money when it's cold, so I suggest planting 10 greenhouses with vegetables and the other 10 with fruits. Off-season fruits are always popular, no matter the time or place. They sell well at the noble gambling houses in each state and county, fetching high prices." Thinking about this, he moved closer to Yi Chutang. "Do you have modern fruit seeds or saplings?" Modern seeds and trees are products of long evolution, much tastier than ancient fruits, especially those that have been grafted and selectively bred. Their fruits are large, high-yielding, and delicious. Yi Chutang's space has many herbal fruit seeds. As for fruit trees, she has planted one of each common variety. Using spiritual spring water to cut branches, she can grow new trees. She nodded. I have seeds and saplings. What do you think would be suitable to plant? Hearing this, Sun Chu's eyes practically sparkled like gold coins. Strawberries, watermelons, cantaloupes, hominy melons, and cherry tomatoes must be grown. They can make money at least twice a year. For fruit trees, we can plant apples, winter dates, pomegranates, crispy persimmons, and grapes using modern improved varieties. Then he asked, once the greenhouses are built, will the temperature inside be enough to grow tropical fruits? Growing fruits not found in the north would definitely bring in a lot of money. Yi Chudang, not an agricultural expert, shook her head. I'm not sure. Theoretically, it should be possible. I have some books on planting, and I will organize the information for you later. Sounds good. I've been quite free lately and enjoy reading. I think you just like money. As long as it makes money, I can let you do anything. Sun Chu quickly argued. Killing and arson can make money, but I won't do that. I want to be an honest businessman. He looked at the common people working hard in the soil and said, when the weather gets warmer, I plan to buy some land, build more greenhouses, and plant various fruits and vegetables to help the poor find jobs. Yi Chudang was amused by Sun Chu's words. That's quite ambitious, but that can only help a few people with their basic needs. It won't make the Northwest develop. Are you interested in building up the greater Northwest? If there's money to be made, I'm interested. Of course, it can be profitable, but it won't be as quick as your daughter's gambling house. Planting a long line to catch big fish, Yi Chudang nodded. Something like that. Do you want to work together? Sun Chu knew Yi Chudang wouldn't cheat him, so he immediately agreed. Of course, I do. Tell me, how do you plan to develop the greater Northwest? He didn't know exactly how the modern Northwest developed, but he knew it took many years for the country to lift the region out of poverty. Yi Chudang rubbed his cold ears blown by the winter wind and turned back. Let's talk in the city. It's too cold outside. The two went to Tianxia Tower. Sun Chu reserved a private elegant room on the third floor for his people, decorated luxuriously and comfortably. After having a pot of flower tea prepared by the waiter, he eagerly asked Yi Chudang, tell me about your plans. Feeling thirsty, Yi Chudang took a sip of plum blossom tea before speaking. The key to making everyone rich is to focus on farming and raising livestock. To do well in these, we first need to solve water and transportation issues. Sun Chu nodded. The Northwest is mostly desert and sandy soil, with severe water shortages. Most areas aren't suitable for farming or raising animals. Only water-rich regions like Altai are suitable for development. So, the first step is to open up rivers, bringing water from large rivers to different areas, and plant trees to stabilize the soil and turn deserts into green land. Yi Chudang clearly understood that turning deserts into green land would take many years. But as long as they kept working at it, success was certain. Sun Chu frowned slightly after hearing Yi Chudang's plan. Who will invest in the early stages? Do you know how much money is needed? Even though he was now incredibly wealthy, he knew he didn't have enough money. Building up the Northwest wasn't something one person or a few could do alone. Seeing Sun Chu's furrowed brow, Yi Chudang smiled and said, why are you in such a hurry? I won't seek personal fame. We will rely on the people to support the people. He planned to give free seeds of crops grown from spiritual springs to the villagers. Since they wanted to harvest crops, they would need water for irrigation. This way, the free labor for digging channels and building rivers would be available. Moreover, she would sign contracts with the common people, promising to buy their grain at half the market price during the harvest season. Although the price isn't high, as long as the grain yield increases, the people will earn a good amount. After all, the court waived taxes for 3 years. In the second year, the villagers could spend money to buy better quality seeds or plant their own saved seeds. The latter's yield might not be as high as those nourished by spiritual springs, but it still produces much more than ordinary seeds. Once the villagers taste the benefits of farming, they will want to cultivate more land. Where will that land come from? Naturally, by planting trees to turn deserts into green oases. As for raising livestock, as long as the market channels are well established, they can expand their herds. When there are more cattle and sheep, more grass will be needed. In the short term, grass can be planted along riverbanks by farmers, who can then exchange manure from the animals as fertilizer. In the long term, deserts will also turn green. Sun Chu listened to Yi Chutang's plan and admired her with a thumbs up. Were you previously in the Agricultural Planning Bureau? Yi Chutang rolled her eyes at him. If you read more books, you'd know these basic facts. Sun Chu had never farmed or read related books, so he was truly clueless about agriculture. But he didn't think it was something shameful. Don't look down on me. I'm just an ordinary person. You're too extraordinary. Then he asked, given the current weather, spring planting won't happen for another month. When do you plan to distribute the seeds for free? Yi Chutang finished her plum blossom tea in one sip. When the snow melts and roads are passable and the villagers receive relief grain, Sun Chu poured her another cup. Free things will inevitably attract those with bad intentions. How will you handle that? Seeds are also food. They can be sold or eaten. Yi Chutang raised an eyebrow and teased, young master Sun, you're a businessman. Don't you have a way to deal with freeloaders? Of course. We can have villagers who receive free seeds pay a deposit, and village elders will supervise. As long as farmers plant diligently, regardless of the harvest, they will return the deposit. Do you believe that as soon as money is involved, villagers won't come to take the seeds? Unless absolutely necessary, farmers won't eat their reserved seeds or spend money to buy more. When villagers are unsure if free seeds will increase their yield, they won't give up their stored seeds to buy new ones. Sun Chu knew well that once money was involved, people would hesitate. He smiled and said, as long as the government pressures the villagers, they will take the seeds even if they don't want to. In this way, the villagers would definitely hold grudges against the government. During the harvest season, they could not only see the crops being gathered but also retrieve their deposits. All dissatisfaction and complaints would turn into gratitude. The most important thing was that the common people would value their crops more because they had invested money. Yi Chutang originally didn't want to pressure the villagers too much and thought it was enough for the local officials to supervise. However, after listening to Sun Chu's analysis, she thought collecting deposits was a good idea. Regarding business, I really can't compare to you. As you suggested, let the government force the people to pay a seed deposit. Yi Chutang's praise made Sun Chu happy. With heavy snow blocking the roads now, how will the court distribute relief grain to the people? Within half a month, the roads will be open. You can start opening your seed shop then. Sun Chu readily agreed. All right, I will arrange it immediately and get it done within 3 days. Then he asked, will you only sell grain seeds or will you sell other things too? Yi Chutang picked up her teacup, blew on the hot floral tea. The seeds I have for fruits and vegetables are not enough for everyone to plant. If you want to sell seeds, you'll need to harvest your own. Also, hybrid seeds like seedless watermelons can't produce new plants. Hearing this, Sun Chu's eyes lit up. I've been here 3 years, and I've never tasted seedless watermelon. If we can cultivate the seeds ourselves, we could make a lot of money. Seeing Sun Chu fixate on money, Yi Chutang explained, seedless watermelon seeds are not hard to grow. I will give you some agricultural books later for you to study. But be careful, don't let others see them. Even though she might take the blame for the ghost thief, the fewer problems, the better. Don't worry. I don't want to be seen as strange. I will hide any books that shouldn't be in this era. After saying this, Sun Chu remembered something. Someone wants to build a glass greenhouse to grow flowers in winter. Should we support this business? Those who could afford to build greenhouses were either officials or wealthy merchants, so money wasn't a problem. Yes, definitely. Glass was rare in ancient times, especially high-transparency glass, which could fetch a high price. Sun Chu agreed with this idea. He loved to profit from the rich. All right, I will use modern building fee methods based on area for pricing. Do as you see fit, Yi Chutang said, then stood up to leave. Sun Chu quickly stopped her and asked, what if we open a craft workshop making glass art? How about that? In modern times, guiding customers to make their own ceramics and glass crafts is popular and profitable. Yi Chutang shot a sidelong glance at Sun Chu. Workshops like that are affordable hobbies in modern times, but in ancient times, how many people could afford to do it? That's true. When I have free time, I want to try making glass crafts and see if I can create some art pieces. Yi Chutang had played with craft glass and made many herbal models a long time ago. If I'm not busy, let's go together, she said. Afterward, She left Tianxia Tower and returned to the Qi residence. Qi and Zhou had not come back yet. Yi Chutang closed the bedroom door and entered the space. She cut some branches from various fruit trees and soaked them in spiritual spring water to root. She also found books related to agriculture. Then she went to the seed storage container and took out some seeds prepared for planting in the greenhouse. After finishing, she left the space. She found a wooden box, put the agricultural books inside, and locked it. Qingping, take this box to Tianxia Tower and personally deliver it to Sun Gongzi, Yi Chudang said. She didn't give Qingping the key because she knew Sun Chu could open simple ancient locks. Yes, madam, Qingping replied. The next day was the third day of the third month, the Shangxi Festival, a day to pray for good harvests and ward off illnesses and evil spirits. Except for the cold north, other places had already warmed up. Grass grew tall, and orioles flew, perfect for spring outings. Usually, people invite friends and family to the river for banquets, bathing, and outings, but in the cold northwest, these activities weren't possible. People mostly stayed at home to worship gods and used melted snow water for purification. Yi Chutang followed local customs. The Qi family went to the Buddhist hall early in the morning, fasted, burned incense, and prayed for divine protection. Then they washed their faces and hands with heated, rootless water to drive away evil spirits. By then, it was almost noon. During lunch, Jin Ji brought some eggs cooked with shepherd's purse from the small kitchen in Tangzhou courtyard. It was too cold in the northwest, and shepherd's purse wasn't available yet. Yi Chutang loved shepherd's purse dumplings and had planted some in the space. Old Lady Qi looked at the fragrant, tempting cracked eggs and smiled, saying, "Thanks to a Tang, we can now eat shepherd's purse boiled eggs in Tianshan County." On the third day of the third month, shepherd's purse was considered divine. Yi Chuding smiled and said, "Although the environment in Tianshan County is tough, we will never live a hard life." Then she looked at Jin Ji. "Jin Auntie, give some eggs to Qingping and let him arrange for someone to deliver them to Sun Chu and elder brother Yi. The rest can be shared with everyone." "Yes, madam," Jin Ji replied. After lunch, Yi Chutang went to the women's academy. Since only a few girls would be enrolled in the short term, the academy size was similar to the second room. The books, desks, and chairs were all arranged. Especially the medical books and herbs, anything available on the market was there. The next day was the opening day of the women's academy. 8 daughters of officials came, all sent by their families, showing respect to Yi Chudang. Song Jingning appeared under the name of Lord Haoyue. This women's academy is also a branch of Huading Academy. The Song family hopes that studying is not just a privilege for boys, but that girls can also succeed and earn respect. As applause sounded, firecrackers went off. Yi Chutang quickly tore away the red cloth covering the sign, revealing the academy's name, Manhwa Academy. She hopes that girls can be brave and talented. Of course, simply studying and learning skills can't change the status of women in ancient times, but it can give them more options in the future. Many people came to congratulate, and even more came to watch. This women's academy is the best in Beichen country. Yi Chutang and Cui Shuiwe led everyone inside, explaining the academy and its future plans. Currently, because there are only 2 teachers, one teaches the 4 books and 5 classics, and the other teaches medicine. Officials are well aware of how skilled Yi Chutang's medical skills are. They were surprised and very happy, urging their daughters to learn medicine well. Seeing the excited officials, Yi Chutang was suddenly cooled down by a reality check. "I am a strict teacher. There will be a small test every 10 days and a big test every month. If a student fails 3 times in a row, she will no longer be my student." When Yi Chudang said this, the 8 female students looked unhappy. They're used to being pampered at home and live comfortably. Now they're forced to come to school and even risk being expelled. If they are expelled, where will they put their faces? "Father, I don't understand herbs at all and am not suitable to learn medicine," one girl said. "If she doesn't learn, she won't be expelled." When one spoke up, others agreed. 6 out of 8 didn't want to take the risk of studying medicine. Yi Chutang didn't insist. She doesn't like students who give up before they even start. Tianshan County is a large area with many people, and it's not hard to find students interested in medicine. Okay, she began but was interrupted by Xiaohe. Madam Qi, please don't listen to your daughter's nonsense. Being able to learn medicine with you is her blessing. If she has the talent for medicine and can become your student, I would be very happy. But if she doesn't have that talent, it's okay. At least she tried. Xiaohe is the magistrate and the highest-ranking official among those sending their daughters to school. After expressing his opinion, other officials also scolded their daughters to study medicine seriously with Yi Chutang. Even if they get expelled, it doesn't matter. Building good relationships with Yi Chutang is the key. The daughters naturally listened to their fathers and quickly apologized to Yi Chutang. Yi Chutang casually said, "Studying medicine is hard and tiring. It's normal if you don't like it. Just try learning first. If you find it difficult, don't force yourself." The 8 girls bowed and replied, "Yes, Master Yi." Watching the people coming to congratulate her, Yi Chutang said, "I've received everyone's congratulations. I still have classes to teach, so I won't keep you any longer." Xiaohe led the group to leave. After the officials left, a wealthy merchant, shamelessly, asked Yi Chutang, "Master Yi, I want my daughter to learn medicine. Do you accept students? I can't take too many students alone. If your daughter is interested, she can start by observing medical practices at home. If after a month she has free time, she can try to join." "Thank you, ma'am. I will come back in a month to ask again." Soon, the crowded academy became quiet. Yi Chutang introduced the 8 students to some daily lessons. In the morning, they studied the 4 books and 5 classics. In the afternoon, they learned medical skills. To make the girls interested in medicine, she looked at Miss Husan, who had a darker complexion. "Do you know what else medicine can do besides helping and saving people?" Miss Husan, due to her father's instructions, was a bit afraid of Yi Chutang and dared not meet her gaze. She nervously shook her head. Yi Chutang didn't answer immediately, but smiled and said, "In 5 days, you'll find out." For the daughter of a noble family, learning to read was basic. Cui Shua found her lessons quite easy. They ate lunch at the academy with 2 dishes and a soup. The girls looked at the simple home-cooked food and felt quite displeased. But after eating, they wolfed it down. "This is the best food I've ever had." "Me too." To change the girls' rigid impression of medicinal herbs, Yi Chutang prepared medicinal dishes for lunch. "Do you know why these ordinary home-cooked dishes taste better than usual?" The girls looked at each other, afraid to speak. "Tell me, it's okay if you're wrong." "I don't eat people." Hearing this, the girls finally dared to speak freely. "Food is also graded, and I think it's because of the quality of ingredients. I think it's because of the seasoning. This radish is just a normal white radish. It could also be the cooking time or the special wood used for fire." They said almost all possible reasons, but all were wrong. Yi Chutang smiled and said, "None of those. It's because I added medicinal herbs that enhance flavor when cooking." When she said this, the 8 girls were stunned. "Are medicinal herbs bitter? And they have a very bad smell." Ordinary people think of medicinal herbs as the bitter medicine they drink when sick. Bitter, bad smell, nausea. These are all negative impressions. Yi Chutang explained, "Many herbs are mixed together, and the soup made from them tastes bitter, but each herb has its own flavor." After speaking, she took some licorice from her purse and handed it to them. "Each of you take a bowl, put the herbs inside, pour boiling water over them, and after dinner, taste the water." The girls obediently took bowls, added the licorice, and poured water. After they finished eating, the licorice water had cooled. Under Yi Chutang's gaze, they carefully picked up their bowls and took a cautious sip. "It's sweet. This water is very sweet." Yi Chutang looked at the girls drinking the sweet water and said, "What I gave you earlier was licorice, a medicinal herb. Once you understand herbs better, you'll know they have all kinds of tastes." After speaking, she carefully explained the properties of licorice, using common illnesses as examples. The girls listened in awe. "I didn't expect licorice not only tastes good but also has such strong effects." "Master Yi, do we need to remember all the things you just said?" Yi Chutang nodded. "Of course. The properties and effects of herbs must be remembered precisely. If you get it wrong, it could be deadly when prescribing medicine." She wouldn't just tell the girls the good parts because they were young. She wanted them to understand that studying medicine is serious. A small mistake could harm people or even cost their own lives. The girls usually dealt with music, chess, calligraphy, and embroidery, never thinking that their knowledge might relate to saving lives. After hearing Yi Chutang, some wanted to give up. But thinking of their father's strict instructions, they could only nod firmly. Master Yi, we will remember what you said. Yi Chutang stood up. Today is your first day at school. I will first teach you about medicine, and tomorrow we will start formal lessons. Yes, Master Yi. The children followed her to the pharmacy in the front yard. She recounted stories from Shinong tasting herbs, Bian Ke, Hua Tua, and then Sun Si Miao and Li Shizhen. Using famous medical stories, she explained the development of medicine. The girls listened eagerly. As doctors, there will always be illnesses you can't cure. When that happens, don't be discouraged. Just see it as gaining experience. Seeing that time was almost up, Yi Chutang glanced at Miss Husan. Before I leave, I will show you how to make some everyday items using herbs. The 8 girls, now very interested in studying medicine and less afraid of Yi Chutang, happily followed her. They watched as she took various herbs and a jar of honey from a cabinet and went to the next room to prepare medicines. To become a doctor, you must first endure hardships. Preparing and grinding medicine are basic skills.
Please help me.
Yes, Master Yi. Yi Chutang directed the young girls to light the fire, prepare the medicine, and grind the herbs. The daughter of an official had never done such rough work. She made a mess and even hurt herself. Luckily, everyone held back tears. After half an hour, the ingredients for the facial mask were finally ready. Yi Chutang mixed the herbal decoction, powder, and honey together and asked, I told you earlier about the effects of these herbs. What do you think this paste is for? The girls didn't understand herbs at all and shook their heads.
Since you don't know, try it all and see.
Master Yi, how do we try it? Do we eat it? No, this is for applying on your face. It can make your skin whiter and softer. After saying this, Yi Chutang took out a mirror for the children. Remember how you look now. Although the girls were a bit reluctant about applying the mask, they didn't dare to oppose Yi Chutang and nervously let her do as she pleased. After 15 minutes, Yi Chutang helped them wash off the masks. Miss Husan, who was darker, showed a more noticeable whitening effect. The other 7 girls were already fair-skinned, so the whitening wasn't obvious, but their faces looked more hydrated and tender. All the girls loved beauty and eagerly grabbed the mirrors to see their changes. Master Yi, this ointment is amazing. Just after a short while, my face looks better. If I leave it on longer, will the effect be even better? Master Yi, if I keep applying this ointment, can I become white? This was asked by Miss Husan. She had been dark since childhood and was often teased for it. Whitening was her biggest wish. Yi Chutang patted her head and confidently said, Of course. But remember, the longer you leave the ointment on, the better it works. About 15 minutes a day for a month can make you whiter. To keep the effect steady, you need to persist for at least half a year. Just to become white, I don't care if I have to do it for half a year or even half my life, Miss Husan said, then knelt and bowed to Yi Chutang. Master Yi, you are like my second parent. I will learn medicine well. Yi Chutang helped her up. It's just a simple facial mask. It's not enough to call me a second parent. Once you learn medicine, you can cure diseases, save lives, and also make yourself look beautiful like a fairy. Like you, Master, one's appearance depends 30% on nature and 70% on grooming, Yi Chutang replied. Then she divided the leftover mask among the 8 girls. School is about to start. Take this ointment home and try it on your mother. Yes, Master Yi. Yi Chutang watched the girls leave, a slight smile on her face. Within 3 days, the business at Farong Hall would improve. However, she underestimated women's desire for beauty. The next day, 8 noble young ladies were all brought by their mothers. Madam Chi, can I buy some of the ointment you gave my daughter yesterday? I also want some. It works really well. Just applying it for 15 minutes makes my face much more hydrated. According to my daughter, if you keep applying the ointment, your skin can become fair and tender. Is that true? If that's the case, I am willing to pay a high price for the recipe. Yi Chutang pointed towards Farong Hall. There are the ointments you ladies want inside Farong Hall. Feel free to buy some. If you find it effective, please help spread the word. So Farong Hall is run by Madam Chi. We'll go buy some now and help promote it. The ladies left the academy happily. That day, all kinds of facial masks at Farong Hall sold out quickly. Sun Chu took the opportunity to give customers some samples of skincare products to attract repeat buyers. In the evening, he happily brought his account book to find Yi Chutang. Your help was essential. In just one day, you sold out all the stock, and pre-orders are already scheduled for next month. Yi Chutang looked at the account book with a satisfied smile. Most women who buy rouge and powder are often with others, essentially using their beauty to attract men. When their charm fades, their love ends. Naturally, they're willing to spend money to look better, gain status, and secure a future for their children. So, you opened a girls' academy to change women's fate? Of course not. Every era has its own rules. I can't go against the heavens. I agreed to co-found the academy with the Song family just to help poor women learn more skills, so they have more options in the future. And those with nothing will work harder and be more grateful. Sun Chu raised an eyebrow and took a sip of tea. I thought you, like those time-traveling women in stories, wanted to create a world of gender equality. No matter the time, men and women are never truly equal. In a civilized society, women have more opportunities. Also, in ancient times, women's thinking was fixed. Few dared to pursue careers. Most wanted to marry well and raise children. I don't plan to change their ideas. I just want to have privileges and be among the few who can do as they please. To achieve this, you need both money and connections. She had the money, and now she was building her network. Students who graduated from Manhwa Academy often did well. In the future, these people would be her contacts and her cards. Sun Chu was surprised by Yi Chutang's clarity and gave her a thumbs up. You're right to think so. Just take care of yourself. As soon as he finished speaking, Qi Yanzhou entered the room. He saw Sun Chu and mentioned the business of Farong Hall. I heard that today, the threshold of Farong Hall was damaged by customers several times. Seeing Qi Yanzhou's unhappy expression, Sun Chu thought he was upset about Yi Chutang meeting an outsider in the inner courtyard. He pointed to the account book and said, Farong Hall's business is quite good today, so I brought the account book to Madam Qi to make her happy. After saying that, he stood up to leave. Qi Yanzhou stopped Sun Chu. Young master Sun, wait a moment. I have something to discuss with you. Yi Chutang had already noticed that Qi Yanzhou looked upset and asked, is something wrong? Qi Yanzhou sat next to Yi Chutang at the table and nodded. Today, I received a letter from Chen Kuei. Not only is there heavy snow in his area, but the barbarians also took the opportunity to attack Linzhou City. As soon as he said this, Yi Chutang and Sun Chu were stunned. Sun Chu quickly asked, it's almost spring. Why are the barbarians suddenly attacking Linzhou City? Yi Chutang asked, did General Chen send you a message? What does he want you to do? Qi Yanzhou poured himself a cup of tea, drank it all, and then said 2 words, borrow supplies, borrow soldiers. The roads were blocked by heavy snow, and Chen's army had long run out of food. They relied on the people's support to survive and hadn't asked Qi Yanzhou for help. But those supplies could only prevent the soldiers from starving to death. They couldn't be enough to fill their stomachs. When the news of the food shortage spread, the barbarians took the opportunity to attack in full force. The Chen army, starving and cold, was no match for the barbarians. They fought desperately to prevent the city from falling. But with their current situation, they could only hold out for about 10 days. Chen Kuei's letter was sent 8 days ago. Due to the heavy snow blocking the roads, his trusted men risked their lives to rush to Tianshan County to deliver the message. When the letter arrived in Qi Yanzhou's hands, the messenger fainted immediately. As for why they didn't use carrier pigeons, it was because the weather was too cold and windy, and pigeons couldn't fly long distances. They would freeze or tire out mid-flight. 10 days had passed, and now 8 days had gone by. That means if Qi Yanzhou was willing to send troops to support, he would need to arrive at Linzhou City within 2 days. If the roads weren't blocked by snow, a fast horse could make it in time. But now, that's impossible. Even if he sent a letter to Kulhan, asking the northern garrison of Tianshan County for help, there wouldn't be enough time. Clearing the snow alone would take more than 2 days. After explaining the situation in Linzhou City, Qi Yanzhou asked Yi Chudang, Tang, Linzhou City is a key border fortress. It can't fall. Can the ghost thief help? If it weren't for the fact that there's no other way, he wouldn't have brought this up. Yi Chudang didn't answer Qi Yanzhou immediately and looked at Sun Chu. Do you have any ideas to defend the city? Sun Chu spread his hands and shrugged. The current problem is that Linzhou City has no food, not that Chen Kuei has no soldiers. He can come up with a plan to help Chen Kuei defend against enemies and keep the Chun army fighting until reinforcements arrive. But this depends on the Chun army being able to defend. He straightforwardly said, a skilled cook can't make a meal without rice. Without supplies, we can't fight. Qi Yanzhou replied, I've prepared grain supplies and warm winter clothes. The problem now is heavy snow blocking the roads, so we can't transport them. The supplies and clothes were meant to force Chen Kuei to surrender. Unexpectedly, Chen's army endured the cold and hunger, but was defeated by enemies from outside. Sun Chu asked, recently, haven't you been using salt water from the salt lake to clear the roads? Can you gather everyone and clear the way to Linzhou City? Only 2 days left. It's too short, not enough time. Hearing this, Sun Chu looked at Yi Chudang. Now, only you can help. Yi Chudang checked her merit points, almost 200,000. Tianshan County is too far from Linzhou City, and these points are enough to transport supplies and winter clothes. Ghost Thief can help, but his ability is limited. Relying only on him won't work. She didn't mind spending all her merit points because saving Chen's army would also save the people of Linzhou City. Her merit points could at least multiply tenfold. Qi Yanzhou hurriedly asked, what do you need me to do? Bring the maps of Tianshan County and Linzhou City, and also invite Miss Chen. Chen Ruiyun is not only a living map of Linzhou, but also knows the troop distribution. With her help, their plan would be better. Qi Yanzhou quickly brought Chen Ruiyun and told her about Linzhou City's situation. Chen Ruiyun was anxious and wished she could fly back immediately to fight alongside the Chen army. But she knew that what the Chen army lacked wasn't her, but supplies, winter clothes, and reinforcements. In the main hall of Tangzhou Courtyard, she immediately knelt before Qi Yanzhou. Young Master Qi, Madam Qi, please help the Chen army and the people of Linzhou City. If Linzhou falls, the Northern Star Kingdom will be surrounded by wolves, and the country will be unstable. Neighboring countries already eye the Northern Star Kingdom greedily. Once a gap opens, others will rush in. Yi Chudang quickly helped Chen Ruiyun up. Miss Chen, we called you here to discuss strategies. Madam Qi, as long as you can save the Chen army, I will persuade my father to surrender. Based on what you know about your father, he says he can hold out for 10 days. How long can he really last? Chen Kuei is a very honest person and does not exaggerate or downplay facts. Chen Ruiyun's eyebrows knit together with worry clearly showing on her face. Father said it would be 10 days. It must be 10 days. That is the longest time the Chen army can hold, bought with their lives.
یه چند تانک سیلایت فرومت هر برایس.
In other words, even with full calculation, there are only 2 days left. Does Lady Qi have a way to solve the crisis in Linzhou City? If not for knowing about the ghost thief, Chen Ruiyun would have already lost hope for Linzhou's situation. We can try, but success is not guaranteed. Even if there is only a small chance, I want to try no matter what it costs. Yi Chudang walked to the table and sat down, her gaze falling on 2 maps. Right now, the biggest problem for the Chen army is lack of food. As long as the soldiers are fed, resisting for 3 or 5 days should not be impossible. Chen Ruiyun nodded repeatedly. Lady Qi is right. Father has fought many battles. If the Chen army had enough clothes and food, they would need to ask Lord Qi for help. I can ask the ghost thief to deliver grain to the Chen army, but time is too tight. He can't manage the lives of 200,000 soldiers. He can only deliver enough food for 50,000 soldiers for 1 day. Hearing this, Chen Ruiyun's face showed hesitation. If the grain is concentrated to feed only 50,000 soldiers, the rest might starve. If the grain is distributed evenly, everyone will go hungry and be unable to fight the enemy. She hesitated for a while before making a decision. Concentrate the grain to feed 50,000 soldiers, but only use 50,000 to defend. My father probably can't hold out more than 3 or 5 days. Maybe just 1 day, at most 2. The reason she dared to make this decision was because the Chun army was united and wouldn't turn against each other over a single meal. Thinking of this, she asked Yi Chutang, Lady Qi, if my father can only buy 1 more day. Yi Chutang interrupted Chen Ruiyun and looked at Sun Chu. With young Master Sun here, General Chen can definitely hold out for more than 3 days. Chen Ruiyun looked at Sun Chu in confusion. Young Master Sun, a merchant, how can you help my father defend against the enemy? Sun Chu shrugged. Making money is my hobby, arranging troops is my specialty, but whether I can really help, I can't say for sure now. The Chun army is clearly at a disadvantage. How long they can delay, I really can't say. Chen Ruiyun didn't believe Sun Chu could give good advice on defending. But for Yi Chutang's sake, she didn't argue. Thank you, young Master Sun, for your help. Sun Chu knew Chen Ruiyun didn't trust him, but he didn't mind. Miss Chen, first tell me about the situation of the Chun army, then describe the border defenses and the barbarian tactics. Don't hide anything. The situation and defense plans of the Qin family are top secret and cannot be shared with outsiders, or they will face military punishment. But now, the situation is urgent, and Chen Ruiyun has no choice. She looks at the map of Linzhou City and sketches the defense plan with charcoal. As she draws, she explains the situation of the Qin family army. The Chun army has 10,000 iron cavalry and 20,000 elite soldiers. Their strongest skill is. Sun Chu listens to Chen Ruiyun's description while arranging troops and formations. He adjusts the plan gradually based on various details. When Chen Ruiyun finishes speaking, his formation diagram is also complete. Miss Chen, take a look. Is my arrangement okay? Chen Ruiyun takes the papers handed to her by Sun Chu. They are filled with writing and drawings of formations. She maps out all possible difficulties the Chun army might face and suggests solutions. The more she looks, the more nervous she becomes, her heart pounding like a drum. I didn't expect young Master Sun to be so skilled in military strategy and very capable. Not only her, but even her father couldn't come up with such a perfect plan to defend against enemies. Sun Chu waves his hand casually. It's just that I read a few more military books and like to study them in my free time. Chen Ruiyun stands up and bows deeply to Sun Chu. Young Master Sun, I apologize for my earlier rudeness. Please accept my apologies. Miss Chen, there's no need for formalities. I'm not here to help you. Sun Chu replies, then raises his index finger toward Yi Chutang.
Ye Chantang notes cheerfully.
1 point. This plan was worth the effort. Go to Linzhou City to assist General Chen, and that's another point. Sun Chu isn't a full member of the Sun family and isn't very interested in battlefield tactics. He dislikes the brutal violence of war and just wants to stay in Tianshan Prefecture to build a big shed. But before he could refuse, Yi Chutang interrupts him. If you still want to do business together, you're not allowed to refuse. Fine, I'll go. Aren't you worried I might die on the battlefield and not come back? Yi Chutang looks at Sun Chu seriously. I believe you can help the Qin army get through this and come back safely with me. Sun Chu's eyes widen. You're also going to Linzhou City? What about the students at Manhwa Academy? Of course I'll go to Linzhou City. I'll ask Miss Xia to help teach classes at the academy. Yi Chutang continues. The barbarians have long been invading the northern border. This time, we not only want to drive them away, but also make sure they dare not attack again. After speaking, she looks at Qi Yanzhou and raises an eyebrow. Young Master Qi, can you do it? Qi Yanzhou looks at the playful Yi Chutang and smiles. The lady has spoken, so I will do my best. Chen Ruiyun quickly asks, Young Master Qi, how many reinforcements can you bring to Linzhou City? I will borrow 20,000 soldiers from the left general and bring 10,000 elite troops myself. Before Qi Yanzhou arrived at Tianshan County, he had already arranged for 5,000 of Qi's personal soldiers. Over the past 3 months, former members of Qi's army had come one after another, totaling about 6,000 or 7,000 men. Some were too old for marching and fighting, but they could train soldiers and take care of their daily needs. Choosing 5,000 men to send to Linzhou City was still possible. Chun Royun knew Qi Yanzhou had strong soldiers, and 30,000 would be enough. After thanking him, she asked Yi Chudang, Madam Qi, how can I help with transporting the supplies? Right now, the only thing we can do is open a clear route from Tianshan County to Linzhou City to make marching easier later. And the supplies. You don't need to worry about the supplies. I'll send some to General Chen first to help him in an emergency, so his army can hold on for 3 more days. The rest of the supplies will be sent to Chen's army when I arrive at Linzhou City. Seeing that Yi Chutang didn't want to discuss further, Chen Ruyan didn't ask more. Qi Yanzhou said, I'll go to the prefectural government to inform everyone to do their best to open the route to Linzhou City. Yi Chutang stopped Qi Yanzhou, who was about to leave. Wait a moment. Ah Tang, do you have anything else to say? The route can start narrow and then widen. I need to leave first. Qi Yanzhou knew that the ghost thief had limited abilities over distance, so he nodded. All right, I'll arrange it immediately. Before leaving, he handed Yi Chutang a map of the formation drawn by Sun Chu. Ah Tang, when the ghost thief delivers supplies to General Chen, give him this too. Okay, you go and make arrangements quickly. Time is tight. After Qi Yanzhou left, Sun Chu yawned. I'm going back to rest. Just find me before we set out. Chen Ruoyun also said goodbye to Yi Chutang and went to visit her father's trusted aide in the guest room. After everyone left, Yi Chutang went to the side room to see An and Lulu. The 2 little ones could recognize people now and reached out their hands to hug her. She smiled at the nursemaid and said, Give them to me. She held one in each arm, kissed their foreheads and cheeks. And Lulu, Mother will be away for a while. Be good, and when I return, I'll hold a 100-day celebration for you. Hearing this, Jean Ji quickly asked, Madam, where are you going? How long will you be gone? I'm going to Linzhou City. It shouldn't take too long, about 20 days. That's quite a while. When will Madam leave? Yi Chutang pinched An's nose, making him giggle. I'll leave tomorrow. There's a heavy snow disaster in Linzhou City, and I need to go there immediately. Jean Ji's heart clenched, and her face showed worry. Madam, could there be danger? Of course, there is no danger. Even if there were, it wouldn't be a problem for me. Aunt Jean, rest assured, I will wait at home until I return safely. Jean Ji nodded reluctantly. All right, Mississippi. Is there anything you want to bring? I will pack it for you. No need to bring anything. Keep it simple. The journey from Tianshan County to Linzhou City is long. Shouldn't you bring some food and water? Yi Chutang shook her head. Aunt Jean, really, I don't need anything. The next day, Yi Chutang woke up early. After a simple breakfast, she went to the Rinshin Medical Hall at the Xia family. Since moving to the main street, more people came to see the doctor. Early in the morning, Xia Shu was busy organizing the newly received herbs. Xia Chuanbai couldn't manage everything alone with his daughter, so he stopped practicing as a traveling doctor. It was still early, and there were no patients. When the father and daughter saw Yi Chutang visiting, they quickly stood up to greet her. Uncle Xia, Miss Xia. Xia Chuanbai responded and led Yi Chutang to the back hall to sit. Madam Qi came to visit. Is there something you need? He knew Yi Chutang was busy and usually didn't come unless something important. Yi Chutang looked at Xia Shu and nodded. I want to ask Miss Xia for a favor. It will take about 20 days. She explained that she needed to go to Linzhou City to fight off the barbarians and asked Xia Shu to teach her classes in her absence. Miss Xia, since it will take quite some time if you're unwilling. Before she finished, Xia Shu agreed immediately. I'm willing. Madam Qi, you can go to Linzhou City without worry. I will teach the medical classes for the students, but I definitely won't teach as well as you. Although she didn't know much about fighting, she understood that if Linzhou City fell, Tianshan County would be in danger. Miss Xia, you're too modest. I have already planned the daily lessons. Yi Chutang handed her the schedule she wrote last night and gave her 2 exam papers. My students will have a small test every 10 days and a big test every month. Please make sure to assess them on time. Xia Shu took the schedule and exam papers. All right, I will do my best to teach the students well. Madam Qi, please stay safe. I wish you victory. Thank you. We will definitely succeed. Before leaving the Rinshin Medical Hall, Yi Chutang looked at Xia Chuanbai. Uncle Xia, my maid Tong'er knows some medical skills. She will come to help at the medical hall later. She was talking about Shaner. Shaner had traveled with a man to give free clinics and was familiar with herbs, so she could be a medic's assistant without issue. Xia Chuanbai didn't want to trouble others and quickly refused. Madam Qi, I can manage by myself. I don't need help. After I left, Danner became free and relaxed. I suggested she learn more about medicine from you. Would that be okay? Yi Chutang used learning medicine as an excuse, so Xia Chuanbai couldn't refuse anymore. He smiled and said, Of course, as long as Danner is willing to learn, I will teach her. Thank you, Uncle Xia, Yi Chutang said, then went with Xia Shu to Yinghua Academy to handle the handover. There were few pedestrians on the way. To gather more people to clear the snow and make pathways, Qi Yanzhou offered a wage of 30 coins per day. Any able-bodied villagers went to help. At Yinghua Academy, the young girls were a bit upset to hear they had to temporarily change teachers. Xia Shu often practiced medicine outside and was used to treating children, so she was good at comforting them. Soon, the children accepted her as a temporary teacher. Yi Chutang felt relieved and kindly reminded them, Be good and follow teacher Xia to learn medicine. When the real teacher returns, there will be exams. Yes, Teacher Yi, they replied. Because Xia Shu had classes in the afternoon, she stayed at the academy. After leaving the academy, Yi Chutang went to the warehouse in the western suburbs. The warehouse was filled with grain and winter clothes prepared for sale to Qin Kuei. She didn't disturb the guards but secretly entered, collecting everything into her space. Then she appeared at the front gate. The guards recognized Yi Chutang and quickly bowed in greeting. Lady, I have seen the lady. I've taken the items from the warehouse. You don't need to guard it anymore. Go help clear the snow, she said. Yes, lady, they replied. When Yi Chutang returned to the Qi family, Qi Yanzhou was not there. He hadn't come back last night, apparently busy with snow removal. Qingping saw her return and brought a letter. Madam, this is a letter the head of the family just sent to you. Yi Chutang took the letter and opened it. Achong, the road to Linzhou City is now open for 200 miles, and before dark, it will be open for 300 miles. If you're ready, you can set out. After reading, she smiled and said, Indeed, money's power is endless. She checked on Unan and Lele, then mounted her horse and set off. The first 50 miles had already been cleared into a main road, with villagers using shovels and sweating heavily. The remaining over 100 miles could only be passed one person and one horse at a time, with no other people in sight. At the end of the road, the Gua army was clearing the snow. Qi Yanzhou didn't expect Yi Chutang to ride so fast. She covered over 200 miles in just a little over 2 hours. Watching her eyes reddened by the cold wind, he felt distressed. Achong, you've worked hard, he said. Yi Chutang was dressed warmly and wore windproof animal-hide gloves, only her eyes visible. She was not cold at all, just completely white, which was quite harsh on the eyes. Plus, the cold wind was biting and made her feel a bit dry. She blinked to ease the discomfort in her eyes. I'm fine. You've all been working hard for a day and night. Have you eaten? Qi Yanzhou nodded. Everyone brought water and dry food. We've eaten. After saying that, he looked toward Linzhou City. I sent letters to all the counties and towns using heidongking, offering a daily wage of 30 coins for clearing snow and making paths. The officials will lead the people to shovel snow, working together to be more efficient. This way, each county and town could clear a section of road. He only needed to connect the sections, saving a lot of time. Yi Chutang rubbed her eyes and asked, Before the hour of the rat, should this road be open to the edge of Linzhou City? Yes, there are still over 500 miles left. Can the ghost thief deliver grain to Linzhou City? Yi Chutang nodded confidently. Yes, Tang, it's still early. Find a place with thick snow to shelter from the wind. Yi Chutang nodded. You don't need to worry about me. Go ahead and get busy. As it grew darker, the Guardian army was exhausted and nearly couldn't lift their shovels. Everyone was holding back and persevering. Yi Chutang took some spiritual spring water, hot food, and strong liquor from her space. Everyone, you've worked hard. Eat something first and rest a bit before continuing. The Guardian army was both tired and hungry, and they couldn't resist the steaming food. Thank you, madam. Knowing time was tight, everyone hurriedly ate and then continued shoveling snow. The spiritual spring water helped replenish their strength, and Yi Chutang could see the speed of the soldiers swinging their shovels had noticeably increased. Just after the hour of the pig, the road reached the outskirts of Linzhou City. Yi Chutang said to Qi Yanzhou, "Zhou, take everyone to a safe spot." Okay. Qi Yanzhou led the soldiers back about 100 meters. After confirming no one was around, Yi Chutang used her earth element powers to remove the outer packaging of 10 compressed biscuit boxes and sent them to the Qin family's backyard. She also included a battle formation diagram drawn by Sun Chu and instructions on how to eat the compressed biscuits. She didn't send grain supplies because the amount needed for 50,000 people was too large, and her merit points weren't enough. After finishing, Yi Chutang turned to find Qi Yanzhou. The grain supplies and formation diagram have been delivered to the Qin family, resolving General Chen's urgent need. When Qin Ruoyan heard this, her worries eased. She bowed deeply to Yi Chutang. "Thank you, Madam Qi. After we defeat the barbarians, the Qin army will follow Sir Qi's command." Qi Yanzhou nodded and said, "The sudden attack by the barbarians is probably not just because of the leak about Chen's army running out of supplies. It might also be the work of another country. This could be a tough battle. Although the barbarians are fierce, their numbers are limited because the northern environment is harsh, with vast land and few people. Their total army is about 300,000. This time, they sent 100,000 troops to attack Linzhou City, showing confidence that they will win. He guesses that the barbarians also prepared 50,000 reinforcements. If another country is helping, the reinforcements could double." Yi Chutang doesn't know much about marching and fighting. After hearing Qi Yanzhou, she asked, "If the neighboring countries really join together, how many enemies will we face?" Qi Yanzhou thought for a while before answering. North Star Country has 4 neighbors. Besides North Barbarians, there are West Yi, East Sang, and South Ling. The West Yi and North Barbarians are the ones often called barbarians. Because of their tough environment and lack of supplies, they often harass North Star's borders, stealing food and taking cities. East Sang is overseas and specializes in naval warfare, usually raiding ships at sea, but not landing on land. South Ling is south of the southern border. Although smaller than North Star, it is rich and ambitious. When they first took over the southern border, they wanted to conquer North Star but were stopped by Qi Yanzhou. The North Barbarians hate Qi's army, and South Ling hates Qi Yanzhou. If West Yi is willing to lead the attack on North Star, South Ling will definitely join in, sending at least 100,000 troops. If East Sang is persuaded, another 50,000 troops will be added. Chen's army has 200,000 soldiers, but they have probably lost many in these 10 days. Even if Qi Yanzhou brings reinforcements, it will be about 200,000 soldiers. Facing 250,000 enemies has a chance of winning, but facing 300,000 is uncertain. After hearing Qi Yanzhou's analysis, everyone frowned. Sun Chu kicked the thick snow beside him and said, "Heavy snow blocks the roads. We don't have time to call for reinforcements, so we must fight hard." Then he asked in confusion, "If all 3 countries are really working together, why don't they attack at the same time? If they did, Linzhou City would have fallen long ago." Qi Yanzhou replied with 2 words, "Lure." The enemy he referred to was himself. If the enemy had attacked Linzhou with 200,000 or 300,000 troops from the start, there would have been no reinforcements for Qin Kuei. 100,000 strong soldiers are roughly equal to 200,000 weaker ones. Only under such circumstances can they lure troops from surrounding regions to support. With his experience in battle, he would surely go with the reinforcements. After understanding the enemy's plan, Sun Chu thought of another reason. Now, with the snow still heavy, all roads leading out of Linzhou are blocked. Even if the enemy takes the city, they can't march south quickly to attack North Star's capital. There is a reason for this, so the Western barbarians naturally have no need to reveal their trump cards. Qi Yanzhou nodded in agreement. Exactly, so this time when we support the Qin family army, we might end up in danger. Why not move all the garrison troops from Tianshan County? There are a total of 60,000 soldiers. If they all support Linzhou City, the chances of success would be higher. Qi Yanzhou opposed. No. The garrison's role is to protect and scare the local people. We can't move them all away. If the enemy has already infiltrated, the consequences would be terrible. Moving 2/3 of the troops is already the limit. Sun Chu also knew his suggestion was not very practical and didn't insist further. I need to study the formation again. If we can't attack directly, then we must outsmart them. While Qi Yanzhou, Sun Chu, and Chen Ruiyun discussed strategies against the enemy, Chen Kuei's housekeeper discovered a pile of neatly packed large boxes suddenly appearing in the backyard. Originally, the backyard was planted with some evergreen shrubs, but now they had been uprooted and piled up, breaking their roots. The shrubs lay askew on top of muddy boxes. Earlier, Qi and Zhou had asked Heidongking to send a letter to Chen Kuei, mentioning that the ghost thief would deliver some emergency food supplies to Chen's backyard. Chen Kuei needed to lead troops and couldn't stay at Chen's house waiting for supplies, so he told the housekeeper about it. Although the housekeeper had heard many miraculous stories about the ghost thief, he didn't believe that there was truly supernatural power in this world. He thought those stories were exaggerated. So, although he listened to Chen Kuei's words, he didn't take them seriously. When he saw the full yard of wooden boxes, he was still stunned. What's going on with these boxes? The housekeeper muttered in confusion, walking over. Just as he was about to open one to take a look, he noticed 3 letters on the boxes. One was a diagram of the formation drawn by Sun Chu. Another was a note from Yi Chutang explaining how to eat compressed biscuits. The third was a letter from Chen Ruiyun to Chen Kuei. The housekeeper recognized Chen Ruiyun's handwriting and immediately guessed that these boxes contained supplies. Why did the ghost thief only send so little food? It's not enough to feed the soldiers, let alone everyone in the Chen residence. But at least it was better than nothing. Perhaps the ghost thief will send more supplies later. I'll deliver these to the general first. After comforting himself, the housekeeper immediately ordered people to load the boxes onto a cart. Chen Kuei had already been forced to retreat to Linzhou City by the Western barbarians. He was overseeing the city walls, ready to defend against a night attack. It was nearly midnight, and Linzhou City was silent. The sound of wheels rolling on the ground was especially clear. Chen Kuei turned to his trusted aide and said, "Go see what's going on." He guessed that the supplies had arrived, but he didn't say it aloud, worried that he might be mistaken and cause unnecessary excitement. Understood, General. Just after his trusted aide left, Chen Kuei's stomach made a loud, gurgling sound in protest. Like the common soldiers and civilians, he hadn't eaten enough for several days. Hopefully it's just grain supplies. Otherwise, we really can't defend Linzhou City, he thought to himself. As soon as he finished this thought, his aide hurried over with a happy look on his face. "General, it's grain supplies." No sooner had he spoken, his expression changed to disappointment. Unfortunately, there are only 8 large boxes, which won't solve the urgent need to defend Linzhou City. Chen Kuei thought he had misheard, his brows furrowing. 8 boxes? How can grain be stored in boxes? I don't know, sir. The steward brought 8 large wooden boxes, the steward said as he climbed onto the city wall. "General, I have brought the grain stored in the backyard. These boxes come with letters, one of which is from Miss Chen Ruiyun." As he spoke, he presented 3 letters to Chen Kuei. Chen Kuei immediately took them and opened the letter from Chen Ruiyun first. The letter was full of caring words and comfort. At the end, it contained the most important message. Reinforcements of 30,000 troops and more grain supplies would arrive to help defend the city against enemies. Just 3 more days of persistence, Chen Kuei said, then looked at the 8 wooden boxes below the city wall and sighed heavily. With so little grain, not only 3 days, even 1 day would be difficult. Although the grain was much less than he had expected, he knew Qi Yanzhou had done his best. Thinking of this, he quickly read the other 2 letters. The first was from Sun Chu, describing troop formations, which made him both surprised and excited. So impressive. With these strategies, the Chen army will surely defeat the enemy. He couldn't finish his sentence because, without enough food, even the best tactics were useless. He unrolled the letter from Yi Chutang and saw that inside the boxes was a type of rough biscuit that could replace 10 bowls of rice, compressed grain. He was overjoyed and burst into tears. No wonder there are only 8 boxes. This is enough, enough. Before he finished speaking, he rushed down from the city wall and opened a box. Inside, neatly arranged, were compressed biscuits. He picked one up. It was no bigger than his palm. He didn't doubt that one biscuit could replace 10 bowls of rice because Qi Yanzhou wouldn't deceive him about grain supplies. Following Yi Chutang's instructions, he took a small bite of the biscuit and drank plenty of water. Soon he felt full. He rubbed his stomach happily. I never imagined such a miraculous food exists. With this, plus the troop formation plans, the Chun army can hold out for 3 days, waiting for reinforcements and more supplies. After Chen Kuei finished speaking, he looked at his trusted aide. Go and distribute these compressed rations to the 5,000 soldiers we've selected. Tell them this piece of bread can replace 10 bowls of rice. When eating, take small bites and drink plenty of water. Eat sparingly now and save enough for when the enemy attacks. Food supplies are limited, so this plan should help stretch the rations and prevent the remaining 120,000 soldiers from starving. The aide looked at the rough bread in the box, almost unable to believe it. He doubted that such a small piece could replace 10 bowls of rice. But military orders are strict and questioning is not allowed. Yes, General. Soon, the compressed rations were handed out to the soldiers. No one believed that a small piece of bread could substitute for 10 bowls of rice. But after following orders, eating a small piece, and drinking lots of water, they felt full. Wow, I'm really full. My stomach is bulging. Could it be that I drank too much water, making my stomach feel bloated? We drink water every day to fill our stomachs, but we don't usually feel this full. Just drinking water causes bloating, but not a feeling of fullness. Now, it's like after a big meal. This means the small compressed bread really can replace 10 bowls of rice. Oh, I didn't listen to the general. I ate a big bite just now and finished most of my meal. I hope I won't get too bloated. You can eat 5 bowls of rice in one go, and a couple more won't kill you. Haha. Laughter had been absent from the camp for a long time. The sound of laughter dispelled the gloom and boosted morale. On the city wall, Chen Kuei heard this and smiled. Those kids don't know to be discreet. They don't realize others might not have any food. His words sounded reproachful, but his tone was light and cheerful. During days without supplies, defending the city was a torment. Soldiers aren't afraid of death, but they fear dying without a proper burial, starving instead. That's why the Chun army needs laughter. The trusted aide also smiled and bowed to Chen Kuei. General, have some more compressed rations and then rest. The barbarians could attack at any moment. You need to conserve your strength. Chen Kuei shook his head. You stay on the city wall and splash some water on the walls. I'll go to the camp. He needed to discuss the battle formation map sent by Qi Yanzhou with the 50,000 soldiers before the barbarians' attack. But before they finished talking about the formation, the sound of the attack horn rang out. Chen Kuei had heard this sound before and couldn't help feeling anxious. He was worried that the Chun army wouldn't be able to withstand the barbarians' assault and that the city of Linzhou might fall. He now looked eager to try, wanting to use the formation diagram he just explained to defeat the barbarians easily. Prepare for battle. Yes, General. The loud voices reached outside the city walls. The Western barbarians' leader, Bader, listened to the powerful sounds and frowned. Why do I feel like the Chun army is different from before? The deputy guessed. Chen Kuei is already at his limit. He knows he can't hold out tonight, so he's trying to fight hard now. That doesn't sound like a desperate last stand. Instead, it seems excited. Has the Chun army gathered enough supplies? Impossible. The area within 20 miles is controlled by our forces. If anyone tries to send food to the Chun army, we will find and stop them. Bader thought for a moment and nodded. He raised his arm and waved forward. Attack. Show the Chun army some color. Let them see that stubborn resistance is useless. The deputy quickly bowed and responded, Yes, sir. The dark night was lit up by rockets flying from outside the city into the walls. The Chun army had already raised their shields to block the arrows. When the arrows hit the shields, they made sharp, dense, ting sounds, followed by a dull creaking noise. It's a catapult. Be careful, everyone. Chen Kuei hurried over, standing at the battlements and looking at the wall reflecting the firelight, with a slight smile. Perfect. Let's test if the icy wall is more resistant to attacks. Before he finished speaking, irregular stones suddenly struck the base of the wall. A loud boom sounded, and the ground trembled slightly. Chen Kuei clearly felt that the shaking was less intense than before. Who would have thought that water turned to ice could be used against enemies? After saying this, he called over his trusted men. Launch poison arrows. Yi Chutang not only provided Chen Kuei with compressed food supplies but also some poison. The wind tonight was just right for poisoning. Although the Chen army had 50,000 soldiers well-fed, their bodies were still weak, and they needed a quick victory. Yes, sir. Also, add some poison to the oil and smear phosphorus powder on the outside of the oil barrels. Use the catapults to counterattack. The subordinate obeyed. Yi Chutang had also supplied the phosphorus powder. When the oil barrels fell and hit the ground, the phosphorus would ignite, setting the oil on fire. This way, they wouldn't need to shoot rockets, and success would be harder for the enemy. Chen Kuei felt the ground shake beneath him, watching the burning oil in the distance, feeling very pleased. Since the barbarians invaded, he had been pressed hard because of food shortages, losing 20,000 soldiers. More soldiers were injured or disabled, nearly 30,000 in total. Tonight, they finally had a chance to fight back, and Chen Kuei felt a release of the pent-up frustration in his heart. Seeing the enemy camp's fire grow larger, Bader replaced the boulders with oil drums. The oil barrels hit the city wall, caught fire, but were quickly extinguished by the sand. Frustrated, Bader shouted, "Move the catapults forward. I want to burn the city down." He didn't plan to take Linzhou City so quickly. He wanted to lure Qi Yanzhou to support him. But tonight, he suffered heavy losses and had to fight back. His deputy was about to respond when the front line reported, "General, something's wrong. The Chen army seems to have poisoned their supplies and many soldiers have fallen." As soon as the message was delivered, someone else reported, "General, the Chen army probably added poison to the oil, and many people have died where the fire spread." Hearing this, Bader was so angry he grabbed his bow and drew the string tight. With a sharp whoosh, an arrow sliced through the night sky and shot toward the city tower. But because the distance was too far, even with all his strength, the arrow couldn't hurt Chen Kuei. Seeing Bader full of rage, his deputy asked, "Should we call for reinforcements?" The Chen army had suffered many casualties, totaling about 150,000 soldiers, mostly hungry men unable to fight. They had 100,000 troops, and with an additional 50,000, they could immediately take Linzhou City. Bader looked toward Linzhou City, gradually calming down. The Chen army's situation tonight seems strange. Let's retreat first and find out what's going on. He didn't want to reveal the existence of reinforcements unless absolutely necessary. He didn't know how much poison Chen Kuei had, and the wind tonight was favorable for poisoning, so retreating was the best choice. "Yes, I will notify the troops to withdraw." Soon, the sound of horns signaling retreat echoed across the sky. The barbarian tribes withdrew quickly, like a sudden storm. The Chen army cheered loudly at this sight. Chen Kuei's worries eased as he told his trusted men, "Don't let your guard down. The barbarians might come back, so everyone should rest quickly." He hadn't slept well in 10 days and needed a good rest. Over the next 3 days, the barbarians attacked the city from time to time, both day and night. Bader wanted to find out why the Chen army suddenly had the strength to counterattack, but found nothing. When he considered revealing the support troops and attacking Linzhou City, he learned news about Qi Yanzhou. "General, scouts report that about 20 miles southeast of Linzhou City, Qi Yanzhou is leading around 20,000 soldiers to support the Chen army." Only 20,000 soldiers? Qi Yanzhou is too overconfident, ignoring the Western barbarians entirely. His deputy saw this as a perfect chance to attack Qi Yanzhou. Since Qi Yanzhou is courting death, let him do so. Then, we can take his head and use it to negotiate with Nanling. Bader has never directly interacted with Qi Yanzhou, but he has heard many rumors about him. Qi Yanzhou is the undefeated war god of Beichen Kingdom, often winning battles with fewer soldiers and experienced in fighting enemies. He has caused great losses for both Baimin and Nanling. Qi Yanzhou dared to lead 20,000 troops into a dangerous situation, which suggests he has strong support. Badr suspects that the 2,000 soldiers seen by scouts might be part of Qi Yanzhou's trap to lure the enemy. He thinks if we send more scouts, Qi Yanzhou probably didn't just bring 20,000 reinforcements to Linzhou City. His deputy also knows they shouldn't underestimate Qi Yanzhou. But this is a rare opportunity, and missing it might mean losing the chance forever. General, the garrison in Tianshan Prefecture has only 60,000 soldiers. Qi Yanzhou can at most take 3,000 away, so we are not his match, the deputy said. Badr snorted coldly. Don't forget about the Qi family army. Although the Qi family army was disbanded long ago, as long as the Qi family members speak, they can recall many soldiers. Even if we add 2,000 Qi family soldiers, that's only 50,000 troops. Sending 10,000 soldiers from Nanling to fight them is enough. The deputy argued, you're underestimating Qi Yanzhou. With less than 3 times our forces, no one can be sure of winning. Then let's add 50,000 soldiers from Dongsang, Badr suggested. The people of Dongsang are clever. They prefer to hide and pick up easy wins rather than risking danger. General, what if we send our own 50,000 reinforcements to surround Qi Yanzhou? At the same time, we launch a final attack on Linzhou City. What do you think? Badr hesitated, not wanting to risk all his cards. Go call General Sunday. I want to discuss this with him, he ordered. The deputy thought Badr's decision was unwise. General Sun is camped 20 miles away. It will take me some time to go and come back, but by then, Qi Yanzhou has already arrived with his troops, the deputy warned. As long as he dares, I am ready for him, Badr declared. He was afraid to send his troops to besiege Linzhou City and then have Chen's army and Qi Yanzhou attack from both sides, leaving him vulnerable. So, he decided to let Nanling's forces deal with Qi Yanzhou, and his own troops would support them. Seeing that Badr was firm in his decision, the deputy had no choice but to leave. Meanwhile, Qi Yanzhou brought a total of 30,000 soldiers to Linzhou City. He led 20,000 himself, while the remaining 10,000 were scattered by Chen Ruoyun and hidden in the shadows for support. Yi Chutang had already entered Linzhou City. Her first stop was the Chen family's granary. It was already empty, so much so that even mice wouldn't bother to scavenge there. She left half of the supplies and winter clothing that Qi Yanzhou had prepared for Chen Kuei in the granary. She didn't put all the supplies in because holding on to the resources gave her more influence. After organizing the supplies and winter clothes, Yi Chutang slipped away to the Chen family's backyard. The butler was guarding there, waiting for the next batch of supplies. When Yi Chutang appeared, he was dozing off, nodding off slowly. I am Yi Chutang, the wife of Qi Yanzhou. I wish to see General Chen. The sudden voice almost made the butler jump in fright. He didn't recognize Yi Chutang and was very cautious of her. How did you get in? I can make compressed grain appear in the backyard, so I can naturally appear myself. Only the butler and the Chen family army know about the compressed grain. Seeing Yi Chutang's stunning beauty, the butler immediately believed her identity. Madam Qi, please wait in the front hall. I will go and invite General Chen back to the house right away. The Chen family's residence is not far from the city gate. It takes about the time of a stick of incense to ride there and back. Yi Chutang waited for a while and soon heard the sound of hooves approaching quickly. Then, Chen Kuei appeared in front of her. Madam Qi, it's really you. Are you alone? He looked around but didn't see the person he wanted to meet. Are your daughter and Madam doing well? When will the next batch of supplies arrive? He was already very frugal. However, the barbarians often attacked, and 50,000 soldiers needed to stay strong, so they couldn't save much grain. Now, the compressed grain was almost gone, and they were about to run out of food. Yi Chutang looked at Chen Kuei, who was anxious, and sipped her tea leisurely. After putting down her cup, she directly addressed the main issue. General Chen, the Qi family is not obliged to support your army. Just asking for supplies is a bit too presumptuous, isn't it? Chen Kuei's face reddened with embarrassment, and he cleared his throat to hide it. He knew what Yi Chutang and Qi Yanzhou wanted. Madam Qi, as long as the Qi family helps the Qin army through this difficult time, the Qin army will obey Qi family's orders in the future, but they cannot do anything that harms others. Yi Chutang pushed back her hair from her forehead and smiled as she asked, overthrowing tyranny and establishing a new dynasty, does that count as harming others? Chen Kuei didn't expect her to ask so straightforwardly. He didn't want to get involved in political struggles, but the Qin army was already in a desperate situation, and he had no choice. If it's tyranny, then overthrowing it is a good deed. He implied that if the emperor woke up and valued the people, he wouldn't participate in plans to establish a new dynasty. In his view, changing dynasties would mean many soldiers dying, and the common people would suffer too. So, if the country was stable and the people lived peacefully, he wouldn't go to war. Yi Chutang knew Chen Kuei was honest and straightforward. Seeing that he left some room for discussion, she didn't press him to change his words. She understood how selfish the emperor was. Reducing taxes for 3 years was just a temporary measure when he was cornered. Soon, he would find ways to collect money for his own luxury and indulgence. Thinking of this, Yi Chutang said, General Chen, swear an oath. Chen Kuei immediately raised his hand and swore, I, Chen Kuei, swear before heaven that as long as the Qi family does not do anything harmful or unjust, the Qin army will follow the Qi family, obey orders, and never betray. If I break this promise, may heaven strike me down, and my descendants be cut off. After Chen Kuei finished his oath, Yi Chutang said, the supplies and winter clothes are already stored in the granary. Chen Kuei was very happy and immediately bowed in thanks.
Thank you, Madam Qi.
Do you know how much supplies and winter clothes there are? Yi Chutang did not answer Chen Kuei's question right away. She played with the edge of her cup and spoke casually. General Chen, we help in emergencies but not in poverty. The Qi family won't always support the Qin army unconditionally. Once the crisis in Linzhou City is over and spring arrives, we will need to ask the court for supplies. Chen Kuei had never thought that the Qi family would always support the Qin army. He was defending the country for the Northern Emperor's court, not for the Qi family. That's natural. Whoever owns the land, I will ask for supplies and military funds from them. The pensions for the soldiers who died on the battlefield should also be paid by the court, Yi Chutang replied, seeing Chen Kuei's understanding. The supplies are enough for the Qin army for a month. There are 30,000 winter clothes. If General Chen thinks this is not enough, my husband and I will do our best to gather more. Supplies are precious and hard to come by, especially in a drought year. It's very difficult to gather enough food and clothing for 200,000 soldiers for a month. Young Master Qi and Madam Qi have already given enough. It's enough for the Qin army until the government supplies arrive, Chen Kuei said quickly. Then he asked, when will the reinforcements arrive? How can I cooperate? The border of the Northern Kingdom is surrounded by high mountains. Linzhou City is built in a strategic fortress that is hard to attack. The barbarians want to lead their troops south to attack the imperial city, but they must first take Linzhou City. If they try to go around the mountains, the roads are steep and dangerous, and many soldiers would be injured or killed. Of course, skilled soldiers could pass through. Otherwise, even the scouts of the Western barbarians wouldn't reach the south side of Linzhou City to find the traces of Qi Yanzhou and the reinforcements. Chen Kuei had always wondered why the strong Western barbarians always left some room when attacking cities. The Qin army's supplies were running low, and they were no match for the barbarians. If the barbarians gathered all their troops and launched a full attack, they would have taken Linzhou City long ago. Now he understood. They were waiting for Qi Yanzhou's reinforcements. Let's see what they're up to. Seeing Chen Kuei's face change repeatedly, Yi Chutang poured him a cup of tea. General Chen, sit down and chat. Chen Kuei steadied his mind, sat beside Yi Chutang, and drank the tea in one gulp. Madam Qi, young Master Qi's whereabouts are surely no secret to the Western barbarians. They will definitely try to trap him. We must think of a good plan. Yi Chutang picked up her teacup, took a sip of the warm tea. General Chen, tell me, if you were the Western barbarians, how would you plan your attack? The Western barbarians have sent 10,000 troops to besiege Linzhou City, and they probably kept 5,000 as reserves. If I were the Western barbarians, I would have launched a full attack on Linzhou City with these 15,000 soldiers. But they haven't used all their strength yet, so they must be waiting for young Master Qi to bring reinforcements. I suspect many of their soldiers have already bypassed Linzhou City and are ready to block young Master Qi on the road. Those soldiers must be elite troops, numbering 2,000 or 3,000. After analyzing, Chen Kuai had two questions in mind. In a balanced fight, how could the Western barbarians win against Qi Yanzhou? Would they launch a strong attack on Linzhou City while blocking Qi Yanzhou? He couldn't figure it out, so he simply voiced these two questions. Yi Chudang put down her cup and shared her thoughts with him. Our enemies are not only the Western barbarians, but also Namling and Dongseng. If I and Azhou are right, besides the 15,000 troops of the Western barbarians, there are also 100,000 troops from Namling and 50,000 from Dongseng. This was based on the suspicion that Namling and Dongseng were holding back their full strength. If they went all out, their numbers could double. Chen Kuai never expected that behind the Western barbarians' army, there were also Namling and Dongseng stirring trouble. His face grew serious, and his voice lowered. The combined forces of the three kingdoms are at least 300,000, but the Chen army and reinforcements total only 180,000. This is a battle we are destined to lose. Although the numbers are less than half, the enemy's troops are strong and well-equipped, while the Chen army has been weakened by long-term hunger. With this disparity, victory seems impossible. Yi Chutang said calmly, "The situation is indeed grim." Chen Kuai felt his heart grow cold. "Madam Qi, the goal of the three kingdoms is young Master Qi. You must quickly lead the reinforcements away. General Chen, don't worry. I have a way to win without fighting, but it requires the cooperation of the Chen army." Chen Kuai looked at her in disbelief. "Madam Qi, do you know what you're talking about?" He couldn't imagine any method to turn the tide under such disadvantage. "Of course, Madam Qi, please tell me. I am all ears. It's simple. Things that are impossible for humans can often be achieved easily by natural laws." Chen Kuai didn't understand what Yi Chutang meant by this. "Please clarify, Madam Qi." Yi Chutang dipped her finger into the leftover tea at the bottom of the cup and wrote a word on the table. "Snow. The city of Linzhou is surrounded by mountains, which are covered with thick snow. If the snow slides down all at once, it could bury the entire city and a 10-mile radius around it." Chen Kuai. Is Lady Qi serious, or just joking? If the snow buries everything within 10 miles, the city of Linzhou would have no survivors. General Chen, I am not joking. I know what you're worried about. Since I suggested this plan, I have a way to deal with it. Hearing this, Chen Kuei's tense heart relaxed. What method can save the Chen army and the people of Linzhou? Dig out the underground of Linzhou and let everyone hide inside with water and food before the avalanche happens. When he heard this, Chen Kuei immediately thought of the compressed food that suddenly appeared in the backyard. Clearly, Ghost Thief has the ability to hollow out underground spaces. But he still had a question. Yes, this could eliminate the enemy without losing a soldier, but if Linzhou is buried in snow, it will take a month or two for spring to melt it. Does that mean everyone has to live underground all the time? A few days of waiting is manageable. But living there long-term, with food and sanitation, is a problem. Yi Chudang had already thought of this and had a solution. Once the enemy is wiped out, let the people move firewood underground and burn it. In less than 2 days, the snow will melt. Chen Kuei no longer asked where the people would stay during these 2 days, because even without eating or sleeping, they could endure. Lady Qi's plan is very good. What does the Chen army need to do? Yi Chudang, feeling thirsty, poured herself a cup of tea. After moistening her throat, she said, "Azu will use himself as bait to lure the soldiers from Nanling out, but Dongseng is clever and will probably just watch. They will only act once the outcome is clear. So, General Chen's task is to lead the army out of the city to fight, then retreat back inside, enticing the Western barbarians and Namling to pursue." Chen Kuei understood Yi Chutang's plan and continued her words. "As long as Dongseng believes Prince Qi is doomed and Linzhou will fall, they will definitely attack. This way, the enemy armies from the three kingdoms would be buried under the snow avalanche."
Ye Chantang nodded.
General Chun can make arrangements. You don't have much time. Hurry and inform the people to feed the soldiers well. Chen Kuei immediately stood up. Before leaving, he asked, Lady Qi, the snow on the mountain isn't as fluffy as in cold weather, so avalanches are less likely now. Are you sure you can make the surrounding mountains snow slide down at the same time? Yi Chutang gave Chen Kuei a confident look. I can not only make the snow on the mountains slide down, but I can also control where the snow gathers. Wherever I want it to pile up, it will. Chen Kuei knew that Yi Chutang was talking about the ghost thief ability. He also believed that the ghost thief could do it. I'll make arrangements now, but how will the common people and the Chen army enter the underground? Yi Chutang thought for a moment and said, use the earth dragon turnover as a signal. Enter through your own yard. I will have the ghost thief leave an entrance. Okay, I understand. General Chen, seal all the city gates and don't let any messages get out. Chen Kuei thought about the news of food shortages being leaked, which led to the attack on Linzhou City and almost its fall. He promised in a deep voice, Madam Qi, rest assured, the news about Linzhou City will not be leaked again. After saying that, he quickly left. Yi Chutang returned to the backyard and disappeared into the ground. She used her earth element powers to create a space 5 meters underground in Linzhou City that could hold the Chen army and the common people, with an air vent prepared. She also placed all the luminous pearls inside the space at the top. The faint green glow lit up the entire underground area, making it look eerie and empty. She then carved many tunnels, about 10 meters deep, into the walls for people to use as toilets. Some soil was left near the toilets to bury waste and prevent odors. After finishing, Yi Chutang checked the merit points in the space. She had almost spent all her merit points earlier when she compressed the biscuits for exercise. Later, the compressed biscuits saved many members of the Chen army, and her merit points increased rapidly, nearing 1 million. The underground space was very large, costing over 50,000 merit points. Creating avalanches and earthquakes should cost nearly 300,000 points. Well, she made a good profit. Yi Chutang looked around, confirmed there were no major issues with the space, and then left. She originally planned to find Qi Yanzhou, but after some thought, she turned and went to the Western E Camp. Western E Camp. Badr sat inside the command tent, holding a wine jar, looking displeased at the deputy general. It was hard enough waiting for Qi Yanzhou, so why hasn't there been any news from Namling? General, don't worry. Namling's camp is still far away, and it takes time for the round trip, the deputy general replied. Then he asked, General, Qi Yanzhou is as cunning as a fox. He came to support the Chen army, so he must be prepared. We need to be cautious. Badr took a sip of wine and sneered. The people of Namling want him dead. They will do everything they can to deal with him. We just sit back and reap the benefits. He was waiting for Qi Yanzhou to come so he could kill the god of war of the Beichen kingdom. Without Qi Yanzhou, the Qi family army would be no threat. The southern border would fall to Namling again. Then, the Western Yi would march south from Linzhou City straight to the Imperial City. With Dongsang and North Barbarian attacking, they could divide the Beichen kingdom completely. Beichen was a fat piece of meat that all 4 countries had long coveted. The deputy general looked at Badr, who seemed completely calm, and couldn't help feeling nervous. General Jiang, it's better to be cautious. Of course, Badr didn't underestimate the undefeated warrior of Beichen country. But in the face of absolute strength, all schemes and tricks are useless. He patted the deputy's shoulder and handed him a wine jug. Take a sip, relax. Qi Yanzhou is a person, not a god. No matter what plans he has, he can't defeat an army of 400,000. The deputy nodded and took a big drink from the jug. You're right, sir. I was too nervous. As soon as he finished speaking, the deputy general of Namling, Sun, arrived at the Western E camp. General Badr, our general personally led 10,000 trusted troops to surround Qi Yanzhou. Plus, there are 2,000 elite soldiers stationed south of Linzhou City, making a total of 30,000. Sun said that to be safe, General Badr should also send 10,000 soldiers to help to capture Qi Yanzhou. Beichen country's only capable general was Qi Yanzhou. Killing him would make conquering Beichen country easy as pie. Batter didn't want any accidents in this mission to kill Qi Yanzhou, so he nodded in agreement. All right, I'll have the deputy lead 10,000 soldiers to join General Sunday. After saying that, he sent the deputy to lead the troops. The deputy of Nanling then said, General Batter, our general hopes that during the battle between him and Qi Yanzhou, you'll do your best to attack Linzhou City. The remaining soldiers of Nanling will cooperate with you. Batter thought the same. Go back and tell your general to send a signal before he fights Qi Yanzhou. I will immediately lead the troops to attack Linzhou City. Okay, I'll pass the message to General Sun right away. After speaking, the deputy left. Batter called his trusted aide. Go tell Dong Sang that if they want a share of the pie, they should help us when we attack Linzhou City. Yes, sir. After the aide left, Batter resumed drinking happily and hummed a little tune. Under the tent, Yi Chutang, who was hiding, saw there was no news to listen to and immediately went to find Qi Yanzhou. He thought that with the three kingdoms united, there would only be 300,000 troops, but it turned out to be 400,000. Qi Yanzhou deliberately revealed his whereabouts and moved slowly, just to give the enemy time to react. At this moment, he was 15 miles away from Linzhou City. Seeing Yi Chutang suddenly appear, he immediately guessed something important was happening. Tang, why are you back? Are the people of Linzhou City okay? Yi Chutang didn't have time to chat and said, Dongsang, Western Yi, and Nanling troops combined have 400,000 soldiers. Nanling has 2,000 elite soldiers nearby. Nanling's general and Western Yi's deputy are each leading 10,000 soldiers to come over, intending to surround the reinforcements and catch you. After hearing this, Qi Yanzhou's face turned cold. The three kingdoms have invested heavily to conquer Beichen. Surprisingly, the actual enemy force was 10,000 more than expected. This is good. The more enemies come, the more people will be buried under the snow avalanche. Yi Chutang adjusted her white fox fur cloak and said, I am in Linzhou City. The safety of the people doesn't need to worry. Be careful. The troops surrounding the reinforcements are elite soldiers from both countries. Tang, don't worry. The soldiers I brought are all top troops from the garrison, and with Sun Chu and Miss Chen helping, we will surely win. Facing 30,000 against 40,000, winning isn't difficult. Yi Chutang pointed in a direction. The 20,000 elite soldiers from Nanling are about 5 miles that way. You can strike first. Okay, I understand. I'm going back to Linzhou City now. Be careful and don't underestimate the enemy or act rashly. After speaking, Yi Chutang headed towards Linzhou City. Qi Yanzhou ordered his soldiers to clear the snow and attack the Nanling soldiers proactively. After Yi Chutang and Qi Yanzhou parted ways, they returned to Linzhou City. Officials were giving porridge to the people. The citizens, starving to support the Chen army, looked pale and thin, many falling ill. The herbal supplies in the city's pharmacy were running out, so they could only focus on treating the wounded soldiers of the Qin family army. There was no medicine left for the common people. After discussing the enemy situation with Chen Kuei, Yi Chutang went to the Chen family residence. She took out many herbs to dispel wind and cold, as well as herbs to nourish and strengthen the body, and handed them to the butler. These two types of herbs serve different purposes. One treats illness, the other boosts health. Put 3 packs of herbs into 1 pot of water, boil it down to half, then store it underground. Later, give it to the seriously ill and weak people. The butler looked at Yi Chutang with reverence, nodding respectfully. Madam Qi, rest assured, I will arrange for the herbs to be prepared immediately. The barbarians will attack the city soon. The medicine must be prepared quickly. Also, after the people have eaten and drunk enough, they should quickly take their belongings underground. When the barbarians arrive at the city gates, I will seal all underground entrances. Yes, I will immediately notify the officials and warn the people. Yi Chutang worked for several hours, feeling tired, and went to rest on the noble consort's bed in the side hall. She didn't know how long she slept before being awakened by a strong tremor. Someone. Has the barbarians attacked the city? A maid guarding outside the side hall heard Yi Chutang's voice and hurried into bow. Yes, Madam Qi. Have the people gone underground? The steward came a quarter of an hour ago and said that the civilians and the injured Chen army had already gone underground. Yi Chudang stood up and tidied her clothes. Notify everyone in the residence to go underground quickly. The maid knelt and bowed. Understood. Lady Qi, do you want to come too? Yi Chudang shook her head.
Don't worry about me.
Go ahead. After the maid left, Yi Chudang took 2 sips of hot tea, put on her cloak, and headed toward the city gate. At the city gate, Chen Kuei's deputy was preparing to lead soldiers out to lure the enemy inside. Remember, don't let the enemies see our trap. Fight with all your might, as if it's a last stand. Yes, sir. But don't be too reckless. Fight and retreat, aiming to lure the enemy in. Understood, General. Chen Kuei waved his hand. Go now, and try to keep everyone alive. He knew that out of the 100,000 soldiers leaving the city, at least 20,000 had to stay on the battlefield, and another 10,000 to handle aftermath. It was painful, but necessary sacrifice. The deputy opened the city gate and led the charge, confronting the enemy head-on. Chen Kuei watched the brave soldiers charging forward, tears flickering in his eyes. He caught sight of Yi Chudang's figure and hurriedly wiped away his tears. The city gate is dangerous. Why is Lady Qi here? Yi Chudang stepped onto the city tower. I've never seen a war before. I came to see what it's like. Chen Kuei quickly followed and advised, Lady Qi, swords are sharp and dangerous, and catapults are risky. It's better if you don't watch. Yi Chudang ignored him and hurried up the tower. At this moment, the setting sun cast a clear view. She could see the scene of over 200,000 troops pressing forward and felt the heavy pressure. It was like being surrounded by zombies in the end times, countless and overwhelming. But the current situation was much easier to handle than the end times, because zombies don't feel pain or fear, only crave flesh. People, however, have 5 senses and fear, making them easier to deal with. Suddenly, a huge stone came flying toward them. It hit inside the city, smashing a large hole in the roof of a shop near the street. Chen Kuei's face changed slightly, and he quickly pulled Yi Chudang down from the city wall. Lady Qi, the enemy sees us fighting and is approaching Linzhou City. It's dangerous outside. You should hide underground. Yi Chudang still had things to do and nodded. All right, General Chen, be careful. I'll wait for your signal flare. Don't worry, Lady Qi. I will stay alive and witness the enemy being buried by an avalanche. Chen Kuei finished speaking and quickly turned to climb the tower to command the battle. Yi Chudang entered the nearest shop and went to the backyard under the plum tree. She placed her hand on the ground and used her earth elemental power to seal all underground entrances. Sweeping up the loose sand from underground, aided by the cold north wind, to send the sand toward the enemy camp. Although it wasn't enough for Chen Kuei to win with fewer soldiers, it helped reduce the losses of the Chen army. Because the control distance was close, the energy used was not much. The falling boulders became more frequent and fell farther away. It was clear that the armies from the western Yi and Nanling were getting closer to Linzhou City. Yi Chudang held on for 15 minutes, then withdrew her special powers, waiting for Chen Kuei's signal flare. As the sky darkened, a dense shower of flaming arrows rained down. Most landed on rooftops covered in snow and were extinguished. Some fell into holes caused by falling rocks, setting fire to houses. Yi Chudang ignored the flames. Soon, an avalanche would put out the fires. The sounds of fighting grew louder, and the smell of blood became stronger. The Chen army began to retreat. About the time of a tea break, a bright signal flare shot into the sky and exploded south of Linzhou City. It wasn't Chen Kuei who sent it, but Qi Yanzhou, who had defeated the elite soldiers of Nanling and Western Yi and arrived at Linzhou City. Seeing the signal, Chen Kuei shouted loudly, "Reinforcements have arrived. Everyone charge!" But he was actually signaling to his own troops that, when the time was right, they could pretend to be defeated and retreat into the city to trap the enemy. Yi Chudang came out of the shop and returned to the city tower. She asked Chen Kuei, "General Chen, have the people from Dongseng moved out?" Chen Kuei pulled Yi Chudang behind a battlement. When the Chen army shows signs of defeat, Dongseng soldiers will appear behind the western Yi and Nanling, acting as reinforcements. As soon as the Chun army retreats into the city, the ghost thief can trigger an avalanche. Yi Chuting nodded and went down the city tower, returning to the shop's backyard. Using her earth powers, she opened 2 entrances on the street near the city wall, each about 30 yards long and 1 yard wide, to help soldiers go underground. After finishing, she came out of the shop and saw Qi Yanzhou riding his horse through the night. His robes fluttered, and there was obvious bloodstain. He pulled his horse to a stop, dismounting quickly and standing in front of Yi Chuting. She asked first, "Are you hurt?" "Just a minor scrape, no big deal." "How is the plan on your side going?" "The plan has succeeded. Once the Chun army retreats into the city, the avalanche will happen." After saying this, she asked, "What about your casualties?" Qi Yanzhou forced a grim smile. "Fortunately, you had enough poison. About 5,000 casualties, but compared to Western Yi and Namling, it's quite good." The Guardian army was skilled in combat, risking their lives to move among the enemy, spreading poison and killing commanders. The enemy's formation was disrupted, and no one was giving orders in time. Qi Yanzhou and Sun Chu each led troops into battle, defeating the Southern Ling and Western Yi armies easily. They sacrificed 5,000 soldiers to kill 40,000 enemies. When the Western Yi and Southern Ling people realized they were about to lose, some soldiers panicked and tried to surrender, but they were ignored. Qi Yanzhou knew very well that if he lost, the Western Yi and Southern Ling would not spare anyone. Yi Chuting listened and pointed to the entrance by the city wall. "Azhou, quickly lead everyone underground to give the Chun army more time. Otherwise, it would be too crowded if everyone gathered together." Qi Yanzhou nodded and turned to Sun Chu. "Take everyone underground." Sun Chu, covered in blood with a serious expression, responded and led the way to the city wall. Qi Yanzhou held Yi Chuting's hand.
"Ateng, go now."
"The rest will be handled by the ghost thief." Yi Chuting brushed off Qi Yanzhou's hand. "You go first. I have some things to take care of. I'll find you after I'm done." Qi Yanzhou guessed that Yi Chuting was meeting with the ghost thief and didn't want him to see, so he nodded. "All right, stay safe." Yi Chuting went to the Qin family's backyard and used her earth element powers to cause a small earthquake outside the city, warning the Qin army to retreat quickly. Then she burrowed underground to the place where Qi Yanzhou was fighting the Western Yi and Southern Ling armies. The scene was bloody and disgusting. She used her earth powers to bury all the corpses deep underground, preventing disease outbreaks from the decaying bodies in the heat. After finishing her work, she returned to Linzhou City. Soon after, Chun Kuei sent a signal flare and shouted with all his strength, "Linzhou City can't hold. Everyone run." After shouting, he left the city tower with all the Qin soldiers heading underground. The Qin soldiers left outside the city, guarding the rear, could only face death. Once everyone was underground, Yi Chuting sealed the entrance and teleported to the foot of the snow mountain closest to Linzhou City. An avalanche is coming. She focused her energy, pushing her earth powers to the limit and shaking the mountains. Snow on the mountains suddenly slid down faster and faster. She adjusted the mountain's tilt so that the snow would fall directly onto Linzhou City. At this moment, the Western Yi, Southern Ling, and Dongsang had already broken through the city gates. They looked at the empty streets and exchanged surprised glances. Batel sensed something was wrong and loudly said, "Go find people." I don't believe that in such a short time, the civilians and soldiers could all have escaped. It had been less than a tea break since the Qin army closed the city gates. Even if they abandoned the city and ran away, they couldn't have left so quickly and completely. They must be hiding somewhere. The soldiers received orders and immediately searched the shops on both sides of the street, looking for people and taking supplies. The shop was not only empty of people, but also lacked valuable items. Strangely, the shop was very neat, with no signs of chaos or hurried escape. It was as if the people here left calmly. Something was wrong. The soldier immediately came out of the shop, about to tell Butler what he had discovered, when he felt a strong tremor under his feet. Earth Dragon turning. "General, it's Earth Dragon turning." During his previous battle with the Qin army, he had sensed a slight vibration beneath him. At that time, he was focused on fighting and didn't pay much attention. Now, it seemed to be a sign of Earth Dragon turning. Butler listened to the faint rumbling sounds and thought it didn't seem like Earth Dragon turning. But the tremor beneath his feet reminded him that it was indeed Earth Dragon turning. He remembered that a similar event had happened before in Linzhou City. Many buildings had collapsed and many people had died. Cursing his bad luck silently, he shouted loudly, "Stay calm. Move to an open area quickly." As soon as he finished shouting, the rumbling grew even louder. A fierce, oppressive cold wind mixed with snow and ice came from outside the city. "This weather shouldn't be snowing," Butler muttered, then turned to look outside. The snow and ice, with destructive power, surged toward them. He was so frightened that his eyes widened and he whipped his horse hard, shouting, "It's an avalanche.
Run."
Run fast," but the horse couldn't outrun the avalanche. In an instant, Linzhou City was buried under snow and ice, trapping the soldiers of the three kingdoms beneath it. The snow was loose and wouldn't kill instantly, but it could pin people down and make them immobile. Prolonged exposure to the cold would also lead to freezing death. The avalanche lasted nearly 3 hours before gradually calming down. Not only Linzhou City, but also the area 10 miles south was buried under heavy snow. When the snow and fog finally settled, Yi Chutang looked at the bright white surroundings and spat out a mouthful of blood. She had used too much of her special power this time, and her mental strength was severely drained. Before collapsing, she quickly drank a sip of spiritual spring water and teleported underground. As soon as she reached the underground space, she fainted on the ground. "Oh no, someone has fainted. Who is this girl? Does anyone know her? Doctor, come quickly. Her face is very pale. She might be in danger." The people of Linzhou City didn't recognize Yi Chutang, but they all cared about her. They instinctively moved back to give her more space. Qianzhou was far from where Yi Chutang fainted and could only vaguely hear that something had happened. He suddenly felt uneasy, as if he had a premonition, and quickly pushed forward. Just as the doctor was about to check Yi Chutang's pulse, he was pushed aside. Qianzhou looked at Yi Chutang lying on the ground, lifeless, and his heart nearly stopped with fear. He dared not breathe. Tang, what's wrong with you? Don't scare me." No response. Qianzhou tried to calm his mind and reached out to check Yi Chutang's pulse at her neck. After confirming her pulse was beating, he let out a deep breath. He wanted to take her pulse, but his hands trembled so much he couldn't feel her pulse properly. At that moment, Shizai arrived. "Master, let me do it," he said, placing his fingers on Yi Chutang's slender wrist. "The pulse is very weak, like she has internal injuries, but I can't find where the injury is." This was something he had never experienced before. His medical skills in Beichen country were not the best, but they were at least in the top 10. Qianzhou frowned slightly. "Is Lady Yi in danger of life?" "Not for now, Master," Shizai replied. He then pulled over a doctor from Linzhou City. "Please check the lady's pulse," he asked. Although he trusted his medical skills, he still wanted to verify with someone else. What if his skills were not enough? The doctor didn't know Qianzhou personally, but could tell he was of high status. He quickly agreed and checked Yi Chutang's pulse. "Madam's pulse is weak, and she appears to be weak overall. I can't determine the cause. Rest and recuperate until she wakes up," he said. "When do you think she will wake up?" Qianzhou asked. I can't say for sure," the doctor replied. Qianzhou looked at Shizai. Shizai also couldn't tell when Yi Chutang would wake up. Her pulse was very strange. "Master, I will give her some nourishing pills and acupuncture to help her recover and see if it works," Shizai offered. Qianzhou nodded, then gently picked up Yi Chutang and headed back to the resting place. Yi Chutang's collapse made everyone very worried, especially Sun Chu. His poison hadn't been cured yet. "What's wrong with Lady Qi? Will she be all right?" Although Qianzhou didn't know why Yi Chutang fainted, he believed she would wake up and recover. "Young Master Sun, don't worry. Auntie Yi is not in danger. Shizai, come here and give her some medicine and acupuncture." "Yes, Master," Shizai said. He gave Yi Chutang nourishing pills and inserted silver needles into her nose. Higu, and Tai Chong acupoints. To be safe, he also protected her heart meridian with a silver needle. But Yi Chutang didn't wake up. Actually, she was conscious but too tired to open her eyes. This made Qi Yanzhou very anxious, and he stayed by her side constantly. Chen Kuei was sweating nervously, pacing back and forth. Lady Qi must not have any accidents, or everyone will be trapped underground. Although his words were not wrong, they annoyed Qi Yanzhou when he heard them. If not for Adong, Chengzhou City would have already been destroyed. If she had an accident, everyone could have sacrificed themselves for her. Chen Kuei was left speechless. Chen Ruoyan quickly tried to smooth things over. Young Master Qi, my father didn't mean it that way.
Please don't take it badly.
He just hopes Madame Qi can wake up soon and be healthy. Chen Kuei nodded repeatedly. Yes, that's exactly what I meant. Yi Chutang's trouble in Chengzhou City was the cause of the incident. Of course, he hoped she would be safe and sound. While worried about Yi Chutang, he also thought about everyone's situation and expressed his concern. Qi Yanzhou didn't bother to pay attention to Chen Kuei. After Shiza removed the silver needle, he used his inner strength to relax Yi Chutang's muscles and clear her meridians, hoping to find the problem. Yi Chutang felt warm all over and very comfortable. Her only consciousness faded, and she fell into a deep sleep. She slept for 3 days. During this time, Qi Yanzhou hadn't closed his eyes and looked more exhausted than Yi Chutang. He felt the person in his arms move and quickly spoke. Adong, are you awake? The underground space was so quiet because Yi Chutang had been unconscious for a long time. Only the sound of breathing could be heard. When Qi Yanzhou spoke, everyone looked at him with hope. Only when Yi Chutang woke up could they hope to leave alive. Yi Chutang slowly opened her eyes, looked at the worried Qi Yanzhou, and a faint smile appeared on her lips. Sorry to worry you. I'm fine. After speaking, she sat up and rubbed her slightly dull temples. How long have I been asleep? Qi Yanzhou held Yi Chutang tightly, as if he had found a precious treasure. 3 days. You've been asleep for 3 whole days. After saying that, he gently pushed Yi Chutang away and looked her over. Adong, how do you feel now? Is there any discomfort in your body? Yi Chutang checked her pulse. She felt a bit weak, but thought she would recover after a few days of rest. She shook her head. My body is fine. Just need a couple of days to recover. Qi Yanzhou had been checking her pulse all these 3 days and knew her condition was improving. Adong, you must be hungry. Drink some water and eat something. Since they couldn't light a fire underground, everyone ate dry rations, often hungry and full at different times. Yi Chutang couldn't get spiritual spring water or food from her space, so she took a sip of water and ate a piece of flatbread with salted vegetables. After eating, her strength returned a bit, and she stood up. The underground space was quite large, but because so many people were packed in, it felt very crowded. Although there were ventilation holes, the place hadn't been cleaned for 3 days, so the smell was obvious. Seeing that Yi Chutang was fine, Chen Kuei quickly stepped forward. Madam Qi, how did you get injured and fall unconscious? Did something happen? Yi Chutang couldn't say it was caused by overusing her special powers. She casually made up an excuse. Although the ghost thief is my person, we are also bound by mutual interests. I asked him to do something for me, so naturally he had to pay a price. Chen Kuei heard this and knelt on one knee, bowing respectfully to Yi Chutang. Madam Qi, you saved the lives of all the people in Linzhou City and more than 100,000 soldiers of the Qin family army. If you need my help in the future, just ask. I will do my best to assist you. Everyone's life was saved by Yi Chutang. Her kindness was greater than Qi Yanzhou's, so she deserved his help in return. Yi Chutang helped Chen Kuei to stand. I'll remember your words, General Chen. If I need anything, I will ask you. Chen Kuei didn't like owing favors, but seeing that Yi Chutang didn't refuse his sincerity, he felt a little relieved. Madam Qi, everyone has almost finished the water and dry food they brought. When can we go out? I'll go out first to check the situation, Qi Yanzhou said, grabbing Yi Chutang as she was about to leave. Tang, your body is still weak and needs more rest. Give me a direction, and I'll go out to look. Chen Kuei nodded in agreement. Within 10 miles of Linzhou City, Everything is buried under heavy snow. Are you sure you can get out? When he said this, Qi Yanzhou and Chen Kuei fell silent. There's no point in pretending to be strong when you can't do something. Yi Chutang put on her cloak and entered the nearest outhouse. There were too many people living underground, and even though they covered the waste with dirt, the smell still escaped. Fortunately, she had considered privacy when she built the toilet, making sure it had a corner. When her figure disappeared from everyone's sight, she instantly teleported to the nearest mountain outside Linzhou City. As she said, the entire city was buried, and the snow was very thick. The snow was smooth and flat, with no other signs. It was clear that people from Xi, Nanling, and Dongsang had all been buried alive, with no one left alive to escape. The houses in the northwest were mostly high-platform dwellings, built with mud bricks, clay, and poplar wood, making them quite sturdy. When an avalanche came, it was partially blocked by the city walls, reducing the impact. As long as the houses weren't poorly built, they wouldn't collapse under the snow. Yi Chutang wasn't in a hurry to let everyone below come out. She entered her space. Creating the avalanche cost her a lot of merit points. But she saved many people and gained nearly 30,000 merit points. Right now, she still had about 700,000 merit points, enough to last a long time. Yi Chutang found some of her favorite dishes and filled her stomach. She ate some fruit irrigated with spiritual spring water and immediately felt much better. She exited the space. Yi Chutang opened the passages leading underground from each household. Then she used her supernatural ability to build a wide, 10-zhong-long, 10-li-wide tunnel leading south of Linzhou City. Because when the snow was baked with wood, the melted snow water dripped from the vents, making the area damp and wet. As a result, the underground space became uninhabitable. Therefore, the villagers and Qin family's army had to be moved outside the avalanche zone and stay there for 2 days. Yi Chutang went to the Qin family's granary to get some food, enough for the villagers and the army for 2 days. After finishing, she returned underground. She said to Chen Kuei, "General Chen, the whole of Linzhou City is buried in snow and cannot be lived in. We need to let the villagers go home, bring down wood, and melt the snow. It will take about 2 days. The houses are buried. How can we get the wood? The underground entrances of the villagers' homes are already open. Let them dig out the passages themselves." Digging out snow isn't very difficult, so Chen Kuei immediately went to notify the villagers. Seeing a way out, they quickly took action. The crowded underground space became somewhat emptier. Chen Kuei came back to Yi Chutang and asked, "Madam Qi, since the underground space will be used to burn wood, where will the villagers stay?" Yi Chutang walked to the south side of the earthen wall and pushed it. The thin wall cracked open, revealing a hole. "There's a southward passage here. The villagers and Chen's army can stay outside for now. So Madam Qi has arranged everything. What about the granary supplies? Once everyone leaves, the ghost thief will deliver the grain to the exit of this passage, so Chen's army and the villagers won't go hungry." Chen Kuei heard this and patted his thigh hard. "I need to have the villagers bring their pots. Food isn't necessary, but staple food is." After he left, Qi Yanzhou pulled Yi Chutang to sit against the wall. Teng, hundreds of thousands of enemy soldiers died near Linzhou City. Even if their bodies are buried, the heat could cause a plague. Should we take precautions early? No need. After the snow melts, the ghost thief will bury the bodies deep underground. When mentioning the ghost thief, Qi Yanzhou's face grew serious. Teng, why didn't you tell me earlier that trading with a ghost thief might hurt you? Yi Chutang leaned against the wall, nonchalantly saying, "Any trade has a cost. As long as the benefits outweigh the disadvantages, it's worth doing." After speaking, she pressed her index finger to Qi Yanzhou's thin lips, not wanting to hear him complain. "This time, if I hadn't borrowed the ghost thief's power, Beichin country would have fallen. I only suffered minor internal injuries and will recover quickly. This trade was worth it." Qi Yanzhou held Yi Chutang's hand and looked at her carefully. "Are you really okay? Won't the deal cause any irreversible harm to your body? I'm fine. I won't risk my life just to give others a chance at life." Yi Chutang lazily leaned on Qi Yanzhou's shoulder and pouted playfully. Also, the injury exchange with the ghost thief was only this once. This time, we destroyed 400,000 enemies, severely damaging the three kingdoms. For at least 20 years, they will be cautious and afraid of a counterattack from Beichen country, worried about losing their land. She then asked, "Do you think the Dog Emperor might take this chance to swallow up neighboring countries?" This was a perfect opportunity to unify the five kingdoms. Qi Yanzhou replied confidently, "No, the emperor wouldn't dare send troops to attack neighbors. He's afraid I might seize his throne." Yi Chutang curled her lips in disdain. Even if the Dog Emperor keeps his armies close, he can't protect his throne. Of course. The Zhao family sitting on the dragon throne is unjust to the common people. Now that there are no external enemies, you can focus on rooting out internal traitors. Qi Yanzhou nodded. The throne may change hands, but internal chaos shouldn't affect the people's lives. We need to gradually weaken the royal family's power and replace it. Yi Chutang wasn't interested in political schemes. Do as you see fit. After we settle the people in Linzhou City, we'll return to Tianshan County. The 100 Days banquet for Renan and Lele is coming soon. All right, there's still plenty of time. We'll leave soon. The villagers came and went, bringing a lot of wood. Some wealthy merchants also brought down a large amount of coal. Everyone was talking about the enemy soldiers who froze to death in their homes. Once Yi Chutang was sure there was enough wood and coal, she told Chen Kuei, "That's enough. No need for more. Pack up quickly and follow the Chen army to leave." Earlier, during her rest, she had used earth elemental powers to place supplies at the tunnel's exit and arranged for soldiers to guard it. Chen Kuei immediately ordered the villagers to evacuate. The tunnel was wide enough, and as the villagers and Chen's soldiers left one after another, the crowded underground space became empty again. Chen Kuei looked up at the top embedded with glowing pearls and asked worriedly, "When the snow melts, will it put out the burning wood?" Yi Chutang shook her head confidently. "This space is a bit above ground level, like a giant furnace. The principle is similar to a heated calm bed, where the snow melts from the heat. By the time the heat reaches the ground, most of the wood will be burned, leaving only some coal. When the snow melts and drips down, the coal will also be nearly burned out, but the residual heat is enough to melt the snow on the ground." The underground space was only about 1/5 the size of Linzhou City. Due to heat radiation, the area of snowmelt is larger. The remaining snow needs the people and the Qin family army to clear it with their own effort. Chen Kuei is just a rough soldier who only knows how to fight. Yi Chutang listens to whatever he says. "Madam Qi, you all leave first. I will stay behind to light the fire with wood and coal." Yi Chutang nods. "Pile the wood and coal into stacks. It will burn better." "Okay, I understand," Qi Yanzhou says, not wanting Yi Chutang to tire herself out. He picks her up and enters the passage. The 10-mile journey is quite long. Even with a quick pace, it takes him about half an hour. Coming out of the narrow space, his vision widens, and he feels happier. The Qin family army has distributed some grain to the villagers. The villagers are cooking porridge with their own iron pots and coal. Qi Yanzhou thinks the journey is far, so he decides to drink some hot porridge first. Yi Chutang is just about to deal with the enemy corpses and agrees. "I will meet with the ghost thief and come back soon." Qi Yanzhou now distrusts the ghost thief greatly and looks worried. "Don't hurt yourself again. Don't worry. Burying the bodies is a small matter for the ghost thief. The cost I pay is very little," Yi Chutang says, and leaves. Using her earth element powers to bury nearly 400,000 bodies is not difficult. It doesn't take much effort, but it costs her almost 100,000 points of virtue. In the past, she would have felt distressed, but now she is confident and willing to spend. After all, these people died because of her. Fortunately, this is a life-and-death battlefield. Whether good or bad, it's just a fight for survival. Otherwise, killing so many with her powers would lead to punishment, and her powers might disappear. Yi Chutang spends 15 minutes burying the bodies deep underground. Feeling the dense mass of corpses beneath her, she shivers. Even in the apocalypse, she has never seen so many zombie bodies at once. The ambitions of the higher-ups make human lives as cheap as grass. At this moment, she finally understands Qi Yanzhou's cautious strategy. Only those who have experienced the battlefield and seen mountains of corpses and seas of blood truly understand the value of life. After Yi Chutang finishes dealing with the enemy corpses, she returns to the exit of the passage. The villagers have already cooked the porridge, but haven't touched it yet. They are waiting for Yi Chutang, their great benefactor. Chen Kuei sees her return and quickly steps forward. He invites her to a makeshift table and serves her a bowl of thick, white porridge. Madam Qi, we only have pickles, preserved vegetables, and dried meat. Please make do. These are the best dishes the villagers can offer. Although Yi Chutang enjoyed eating delicacies from the mountains and seas, she would not be picky when conditions were tough. Okay, thank you, General Chen. Mrs. Qi, you're too polite. You saved General Chen's army and the common people, and protected the border fortress. I should thank you. After speaking, Chen Kuei remembered the herbs his trusted followers found. In front of everyone, he bowed deeply to Yi Chutang. Right now, medicinal herbs are scarce in Linzhou City. Thank you for your supplies. He originally wanted to buy them with money, but he was short on funds, so he didn't mention it. It was like grain and winter clothes. He couldn't afford them. Yi Chutang helped Chen Kuei up. The people are suffering. Any help is good help. Everyone is tired and hungry, so let's eat quickly. Although she didn't profit from giving out herbs, she gained virtue points. After lunch, Qi Yanzhou said goodbye to Chen Kuei. General Chen, the crisis in Linzhou City is over. You handle the aftermath yourself. My wife and I are returning to Tianshan County. Chen Kuei understood why the couple was eager to leave. He looked at Chen Ruoyun. Yuna, your mother is still in Tianshan County. Go pick her up. After we finish celebrating the full moon with the Qi family, I'll have someone send the gift money to you in a few days. Although the Chen family no longer had silver, he could borrow some. When the time comes, he would pay back both the gift money and the debt to the Qi family. Chen Ruoyun nodded. Dad, the aftermath is tough. Please take care of your health. Don't worry, I won't fall. Take good care of your mother. Chen Kuei gathered some dry food and water from the common people and handed it to Qi Yanzhou. General Chen, you can give these to the people. We don't need them. After saying that, she turned her horse around. Although there was no rush, it was cold at night, and they needed to find a place to stay before dark. General Chen, until we meet again, Qi Yanzhou said, then led his horse and Yi Chutang away first. Sun Chu, the Guardian Army, and the more than 20,000 reinforcements who survived followed closely. After giving a few instructions to her father, Chen Ruoyun also caught up. 2 days later, Yi Chutang and her group returned to Tianshan County. When the Qi army left, they had 10,000 soldiers. Now, only 8,000 remained, including nearly 1,000 wounded. They separated from the main force outside the city and returned to their camp. Out of 20,000 stationed troops, 4,000 had died, 2,000 were injured, and they returned to the garrison. When entering the city, only the Guardian Army and a few of Yi Chutang's people remained. They entered through the north gate and saw the glass greenhouse under construction. The foundation was finished, and the walls were half a meter high. The workers were now familiar with cement, making progress much faster than before. Sun Chu happily said, in less than 10 days, the glass greenhouse will be ready. We can sell some vegetables before the weather warms up. Qi Yanzhou heard this and glanced at Sun Chu. Young Master Sun has probably forgotten that you need to train the Qi family army, he said. Sun Chu. He genuinely resisted this task and had indeed forgotten. Qi Yanzhou added, after the 100-day feast, please fulfill your promise, young Master Sun. He wanted Sun Chu to train a skilled soldier who knew military tactics and was good at arranging troops. A strong army would make enemies hesitant to attack. Sun Chu's good mood vanished, and he nodded listlessly. Understood, he said. Yi Chutang saw Sun Chu looking as gloomy as a wilted eggplant and smiled. With your ability, half a day is enough to train the troops. You can do whatever you want with the rest of the day. This made Sun Chu feel revitalized. Just because you said that, I will definitely train the soldiers well and run a good business, he declared. balancing work and rest makes things twice as effective. Once inside the city, everyone parted ways and went home. Qi and Zhou didn't inform anyone in advance, so the Qi family didn't know they were coming back today. They only knew there had been a big snow avalanche in Linzhou City, burying everything within 10 miles. The Qi family was very worried, and the atmosphere in the residence was heavy. The gatekeeper saw Yi Chudang and Qi Yanzhou return, with Chen Ruoyun behind them, and thought he was seeing things. "Master, Madam Miss Chen," he called out, only to realize the three had returned. His face lit up with joy. "Master, Madam, and Miss Chen are back." He shouted loudly, and everyone in the Qi residence heard him. When the three reached the main hall in the front yard, old Master Qi was the first to rush out. He looked at Qi Yanzhou's red face from the cold wind and gave him a big hug. "Finally, you're back, little one." Linzhou City was buried in snow, and I thought. He didn't finish, but old Madam Qi interrupted him. "What do you mean, I thought? As long as Yanzhou and Chudang are back, that's good," she said, looking Yi Chutang up and down with concern. "You look thinner and more tired. I'll cook something myself later to help you regain strength." Yi Chutang smiled and took old Madam Qi's arm. "Mother, I want spicy chicken and braised pork knuckles." "All right, whatever you want to eat, I'll make it for you," she replied. Old Master Qi gently pushed old Madam Qi. "Go to the kitchen and prepare. Let the children take a bath, change clothes, and rest for a while." As soon as he finished speaking, Madam Chen hurried over. Before she could speak, Chen Ruoyun spoke first. "Mother, the crisis in Linzhou City is over. I'll tell you the details later." She didn't want to delay Qi Yanzhou and Yi Chutang's couple from seeing the children or resting. She immediately bowed to the elders of the Qi family and took Madam Chen away. Old Madam Qi headed to the big kitchen, with old Master Qi following to help. Yi Chutang was about to return to Tangzhou courtyard when the gatekeeper came with a message. "Master, Madam, Scholar Song requests to see you." Before the words finished, Song Jingning hurried over. He had sent someone to watch at the city gate. After learning that Yi Chudang returned to Tianshan Prefecture, he immediately rode his horse to come. Seeing that Yi Chutang looked unwell, his worry was obvious. "Child, are you hurt? Or feeling unwell somewhere?" Yi Chutang invited Song Jingning into the main hall. After the servants served tea, she said, "Everyone, please leave and close the door. We have important matters to discuss with Scholar Song." "Yes, madam." The servants closed the door and left. At the door, they met Jin Ji, who was persuaded to leave. With no outsiders in the main hall, Song Jingning felt more at ease. "Child, the area within 10 miles of Linzhou City was buried in heavy snow. Are you both safe?" Yi Chutang picked up the hot tea, blew on the foam, and took a small sip. "Don't worry, brother. Zhou and I are fine. The avalanche was caused by me, the ghost thief, and it buried 40,000 enemies." When Song Jingning heard 40,000, his face suddenly changed. 40,000? Isn't that more than all the troops in the Western Yi? Qi Yanzhou added. This attack on Linzhou City involved not only Western Yi but also Nanling and Dongseng. Luckily, Atang was there, or North Star Kingdom would have been doomed. He didn't expect the rumors to be true, that even Dongseng was involved. Last year, after Qi family was exiled by the emperor, there were rumors that a neighboring country would launch a large attack on North Star in winter. Many didn't believe it, but some were worried it was true, and they spent a nervous year. Now, in March, everyone thought the rumors were false, but then it happened. Yi Chudang put down her teacup. This time, Western Yi, Nanling, and Dongseng suffered heavy losses. They won't dare to covet North Star for the next 20 years. In the future, they only need to focus on internal issues. As for Northman, they had long been scared off by the Qi army and would only hide like turtles. Song Jingning knew very well that sending troops to support Linzhou City wasn't as easy as Yi Chudang made it seem. Winning with fewer soldiers on the battlefield wasn't difficult. But this time, there were 200,000 soldiers, more than double the usual. "Child, your face looks bad. Are you hurt?" Seeing that Song Jingning wouldn't let go of the question, Yi Chudang had to tell the truth. "A minor injury almost healed." Don't worry, brother. Song Jingning didn't believe her and was afraid she was hiding the truth. He looked at Qi Yanzhou. After hesitating a moment, Qi Yanzhou chose to tell the truth. To stop the neighboring country from attacking Linzhou City, Atang and the ghost thief made a deal. They used an avalanche to bury 40,000 enemies. She was badly injured internally and was unconscious for 3 days. Although she recovered after waking, she still needs a few days to rest properly. He told the truth because he hoped Song Jingning would also advise Yi Chudang to stop risking dangerous dealings with a ghost thief. To him, the safety of the family and the nation was more important than her. He was willing to fight and die for the people, but he didn't want her to risk anything because of him. Song Jingning understood Qi Yanzhou's feelings, but also knew she couldn't persuade Yi Chudang. Once she made a decision, no one could change it. Do what you want with confidence. Just remember to put your safety first. Yi Chudang knew Qi Yanzhou and Song Jingning were worried about her. She smiled and said, "Big brother, don't worry. No one is more important to me than myself. I won't risk my life for anyone. The dealings with the ghost thief are within my control. That's good. You've traveled a lot today, so go rest. I won't bother you," Qi Yanzhou said, trying to persuade her. "Yanzhou, the family is not so formal. Please stay for a meal," Song Jingning said, standing up after finishing her tea. "Next time, I still have work to finish." He quickly declined when he saw Qi Yanzhou stand to see him off. "Yanzhou, we are family. No need for formalities. Please stay," he said, opening the main door and leaving quickly. In the next moment, Jin Ji rushed in. Seeing Yi Chudang sitting calmly in the chair, she relaxed. "Madam, you're safe? That's good." Jin Ji could imagine how worried Jin Ji was when she heard about the avalanche burying Qingzhou City. Yi Chudang stood up and took Jin Ji's arm, leading her outside. "Jin Auntie, I'm fine. Are Anan and Lele behaving well lately?" When mentioning the children, Jin Ji's face lit up with a smile. "Miss and young master haven't been crying at night much, and their feeding times are more regular." The nurse said she's never seen such well-behaved children. In the first month, the 2 children were quite lively. Now they're getting better and more adorable. It had been several days since Anan and Lele last saw Yi Chudang and Qi Yanzhou, so they were a bit overwhelmed. Their eyes darted around as if they didn't recognize her. Yi Chudang felt both amused and a little sad, rubbing Lele's face with her nose. "Lele, do you remember Mommy?" Lele giggled happily, waving her little hands excitedly. But after a short while, her little mouth pouted, and she started crying. When she cried, Anan also started to cry. They were both very upset. The nurse saw Yi Chudang and Qi Yanzhou looking worried and quickly explained, "Young master and miss haven't seen their parents in a long time. They must be feeling a bit sad." Yi Chudang gently kissed Lele's face and said softly, "It turns out Lele misses Mommy. How about sleeping with Mommy tonight?" Mrs. Jean said, "Madam, young master and young lady still need to nurse at night. It's not very convenient for them to sleep with you and your husband. Anan and Lele will be 3 months old soon, and they nurse less at night. The wet nurse can express some milk to save for later. They can eat once before sleep and, at most, twice at night. Madam, how about tomorrow night? You and your husband will be tired after rushing back." Qianzhou thought that Yi Chutang's body hadn't fully recovered, so he nodded. "Then tomorrow night it is." After the couple soothed the children and handed them to the wet nurse, they went back to their room to bathe. Since leaving for Linzhou City, they hadn't taken a proper bath, and their bodies were almost covered in grime. Especially Qi Yanzhou, who fought 2 battles with elite soldiers from Shi Nanling. He not only smelled of sweat, but also had a faint scent of blood. Now that Yi Chudang could soak in hot springs, there was no need to prepare hot water. She removed the plug at the entrance of the hot spring pool, allowing the hot water to flow into the pool. The bath was large enough for 2 people. She invited, "Want to join me?" Qi Yanzhou eagerly agreed. Yes, he didn't want to do anything intimate with Yi Chudang. He just wanted to help her wash her back and hair so she wouldn't be tired. Yi Chutang's body hadn't fully recovered, and she wasn't interested in anything embarrassing. But seeing Qi Yanzhou's perfect figure, she couldn't help but reach out and touch him twice. Qi and Zhou let her do as she pleased, trying to resist his instinctive urges. After helping Yi Chudang wash, he carried her to bed and whispered in her ear, "Tang, once your body is fully healed, I will return this teasing tenfold." Yi Chutang didn't stop her hand. Instead, she hooked her arms around Qi Yanzhou's neck and kissed his sexy Adam's apple. Okay, I'll wait. If intimacy could make her happy, she didn't mind doing more. Every time Qi Yanzhou faced the bold Yi Chudang, he found it hard to resist. Her ears turned red, and his handsome face also blushed with warmth. He took a deep breath, suppressing his rising desire, and tried to keep his voice calm. "Ah Tang, don't make trouble. Get dressed and prepare to eat." His husky voice betrayed his feelings. Feeling Qi Yanzhou's body change, Yi Chudang teased, "I'll give you some cooling medicine later." After saying that, she let go of Qi Yanzhou and put on the clothes he had prepared. Qi Yanzhou buttoned his loose inner shirt and calmly replied, "All right." He needed to cool down, or it would harm his health. Yi Chudang reached out and tapped his lower back a few times. "Promise you'll be pure and calm in 3 days." After Yi Chutang acupointed Qi Yanzhou, his restlessness disappeared. He turned to see her smiling, both affectionate and helpless, and he smiled fondly. "Your wife has good medical skills." Yi Chutang raised an eyebrow. "My medical skills can improve even more. Give me 3 months or even 3 years, and I can help you become more content and less desires."